Chapter 130. The lake was 200 meters deep. If not for their high cultivations, they would not have been able to swim to the bottom. Soon, they entered the cave. Fortunately, the cave was wide. If all big and small air were stuck at the entrance, it would be awkward. After entering the cave, they continued to swim. After swimming out of the cave, they swam another 100 meters upstream and arrived at another world. This was an underground space that was extremely vast. The reefs hanging at the top were extremely sharp and were dripping with water. Many strange crystals were embedded on the surface of the reefs, which glowed faintly. The crystals gathered together and illuminated the underground space. After the group reached the shore, they lay on the ground and began to pant. The long and intense escape made them very tired. Even the little black snake did not talk back. It laid on the ground motionlessly like a dead snake. Xianxia lay beside Zhou Xuanji and asked while panting, "Can we really hide from Lin Guanyu here? We can only pray." Zhou Xuanji sighed. This time, he had kicked an iron plate. He did not expect the Empress to have such a powerful elder brother. Han Shenbo sighed, "Now that we are being hunted by Xianxia sect, Baba Blade Master, and Great Zhou, we are in such a sorry state." Zhou Xuanji could not help but reflect on what he did wrong. Shouldn't he have allied with Xianxia sect? Xianxia sect was a powerful sect. Lin Guanyu did not dare to go against them directly, so the hatred was shifted to him. But if he did not ally with Xianxia sect, he might not have been able to kill the Empress. The reason was that he was too weak. After that, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and Han Shenbo got up and began to set up a spell formation to conceal their chi signature, so that Lin Guanyu would not discover them. Gurgle, gurgle, at this moment, bubbles appeared on the surface of the lake. The group got up immediately in fear and prepared for battle. Beixiao Wangjian swallowed his saliva and mumbled, "It can't be him, right?" Zhou Xuanji took out the God Emperor sword. Even if he were to die, he would die in battle. Wah! At this moment, a silhouette emerged from the lake. The group was pleasantly surprised. Daoya old man. He quickly leaped up and landed by the lake. As he patted his robe, he cursed, "Damn, I was almost killed by Lin Guanyu. Fortunately, my undying divine ability has reached the stage of perfection." Zhou Xuanji and the others came up and asked him all at once. Daoya old man sat on the ground and recounted the battle. It turned out that he had left a mark on Zhou Xuanji's body that could track him from 10,000 miles away. He held Lin Guanyu back for an hour and was finally beheaded. Fortunately, Lin Guanyu did not destroy his body. After Lin Guanyu left, he grew ahead and used a movement divine ability to track down Zhou Xuanji. Immortal technique. Are you Wolverine or Deadpool? Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. Daoya old man crossed his arms in front of his chest and said proudly, "Why do you think I have so many legends? I'm really an immortal." Boasting. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes, but he realized that Daoya old man's return reduced the tension in the group. This old man gave people a great sense of security. Daoya old man placed his hands on his thighs and said, "From now on, don't go out. Cultivate here with peace of mind. Once you've mastered your cultivation and are no longer afraid of Lin Guanyu, I'll let you go." Everyone nodded. Being chased by Lin Guanyu like this, they were all suppressing a ball of fire in their hearts. Especially Zhou Xuanji. How many years has it been? Other than when he was 2 years old, it was the first time he was in such a sorry state. Lin Guanyu, right? Just you wait. One day, my sword will break your saber. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were burning with flames as he roared furiously in his heart. Daoya old man glanced at him and sighed in amazement in his heart. He's totally different from his mother's character. He's really staunch. This is good. A man should be like this. He must take revenge and be fearless. After the thought, Daoya old man got up slowly and said, I did some tricks in the lake. Lin Guanyu can't possibly discover this place. Let's start cultivating now. When everyone heard this, their spirits were lifted, and they stood up. Zhou Xuanji sat by the lake and took out some elixirs to internalize qi. Daoya old man walked to his side and drew a circle with his finger. Next, he felt waves of spiritual qi gathering toward him. He looked at Daoya old man in astonishment. Daoya old man smiled as he stroked his long beard and left. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji and the others began to diligently cultivate. Their goal was to make it out as soon as possible. At first, Daoya old man would teach Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, and Bei Xiao Wangjian. But after Zhou Xuanji showed off his sword techniques, he went to teach others. In terms of attainment in the way of the sword, he could not compare to Zhou Xuanji. However, he could teach Jiang Shui, Han Shenbua, and the little black snake. Especially Jiang Shui, who amazed him with her incredible talent. She was even more powerful than Zhou Xuanji's mother. Therefore, he began to focus on teaching Jiang Shui. Under his guidance, Jiang Shui broke through a small realm in less than a month. Zhou Xuanji was happy for Jiang Shui, but at the same time, he began to doubt himself. It seemed like he was only suitable to teach swordsmanship. On this day, analyze that the sword owner has reached 18 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, sword owner has obtained gold, soft velvety sword, silver, divine crane sword, silver, illusory sword, silver, heavenly lights. The sword spirit's voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, causing him to open his eyes. 3 divine swords. He immediately took out the 3 swords, and at the same time, their information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, soft velvety sword grade, gold description, as long as the enemy is not more than 2 stages higher than the sword owner, once pierced by this sword, the enemy will lose all strength and fall to the ground. Sword name, divine crane sword grade, silver description, made from the bones of a 1,000-year-old divine crane. It is extremely hard. Sword name, illusory sword grade, silver description, when swinging the sword, the blade can turn invisible and create a shadow, catching the enemy off guard. This soft velvety sword is interesting. Doesn't that mean that he can do whatever he wants after being pierced by it? Zhou Xuanji was amazed in his heart. He looked at the 3 divine swords in his hand. The soft velvety sword was a soft sword. The blade was only 2 fingers wide, and it looked like an ordinary silver sword. The divine crane sword was a white jade sword. The sword guard was in the shape of a crane spreading its wings. The illusory sword was a black sword that looked simple and ordinary. These 3 divine swords did not look fancy at all. But it was not bad to have 3 more swords. He was getting closer to the requirement of the 100 swords mode. After that, he began to inherit the heavenly lights. The heavenly lights was a sword technique. The amount of memory it contained almost made Zhou Xuanji faint. This sword technique was very powerful. The sword qi left his body and transformed into the image of the sun, moon, and stars, charging forward. After a while, the memory transfer ended. He stored the divine crane sword and illusory sword and began to practice his sword technique with the soft velvety sword. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was practicing, Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin's eyes brightened, and they surrounded him. Another new sword technique. Chapter 131. Daoya old man also came over and said in surprise, "Oh. This kid is finally practicing the sword. I almost forgot that he's a sword cultivator." He could not deny Zhou Xuanji's attitude of desperately taking in qi. But that didn't mean he agreed with it. However, when he thought of Lin Guanyu's threats, he acquiesced. Zhao Zongjian said proudly, "My master can master any sword technique very quickly, so he doesn't need to practice it normally. So powerful. Stop bragging. Daoya old man curled his lip and watched Zhou Xuanji train. Heavenly Lights had a total of 72 sword forms, and each of them was tricky. Zhou Xuanji spent 22 breaths of time to learn one set. From the second time onwards, the speed at which he swung his sword suddenly increased. After 10 times, his speed increased again, and Daoya old man's expression changed. This kid, after 100 repetitions, Heavenly Lights reached the initial success stage. After 200 repetitions, the heavenly sun, moon, and stars technique was completed. After 400 times, Zhou Xuanji realized the sword will. He held the soft velvety sword in his hand. Sword chi flowed around him, and the image of the sun, moon, and stars appeared behind him. It was a spectacular sight. Even Xianxia, the little black snake, and Han Shenbo came over to watch. What sword is this? Zhao Zongjian held back his excitement and asked. He really wanted to learn. Zhou Xuanji's expression was calm as he said, the sword gives birth to the world, the sword gives birth to the small thousand world, the sword gives birth to the great thousand world. The sun, moon, and stars are the foundation of the world. This sword technique is the heavenly light of sun, moon, and stars. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Huang Lianxin, and Beishao Wangjian were all stunned and repeated Zhou Xuanji's words. Daoya old man also frowned and fell into deep thought. This brat's words actually contained profound mysteries. Not simple. Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword and hid his name. He then walked up to Jianghu and asked about her cultivation progress. Beishao Wangjian patted Zhao Zongjian's shoulder and shook his head, don't think about it. There will be plenty of chances in the future. Zhao Zongjian took a deep breath and nodded heavily. His eyes burned with fighting spirit again. Daoya old man suddenly held his chest, and his expression changed. He looked up at Zhou Xuanji and mumbled, why is this boy's talent in the way of the sword so strange? Could it be that something went wrong when I changed his life back then? Good fortune is accompanied by bad fortune, and bad fortune is accompanied by good fortune. This matter had to be vigilant. Everyone continued to cultivate in this underground space. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to the Soul Fountain stage. At the Spirit Spring stage, magical power would transform into Spirit Spring, flowing through the 8 extraordinary meridians and converging on the Niden. The speed at which the spiritual power circulated and was produced would be far faster than before, and the spiritual power produced would also be stronger than before. Simply put, Zhou Xuanji felt that his spirit energy had increased by more than 100 times. Detected that the sword master has reached the Spirit Spring stage. Beginning random lottery. Ding! Congratulations, sword owner has obtained, Amethyst, Phoenix Emperor Sword. Amethyst Divine Sword. Zhou Xuanji was exhilarated. Now, gold-grade legendary swords were no longer of interest to him. Amethyst-grade legendary swords were his real threshold. Although it was not as good as the glorious gold legendary sword, the side effects of the glorious gold legendary sword were too great. He immediately took out the Phoenix Emperor Sword. The sword was crimson in color and was 1 meter long. The blade was as wide as an adult's palm, and the guard was carved in the shape of a phoenix. Its wings were facing downwards, giving it an extraordinary might. The end of the hilt was connected to 3 phoenix wings. Once the Phoenix Emperor Sword appeared, the entire underground space was illuminated by the fiery light. Everyone felt a gust of hot air coming from behind them. They turned around instinctively and saw the Phoenix Emperor Sword in Zhou Xuanji's hand. Strands of flames came out from the blade and formed into a fiery phoenix behind Zhou Xuanji. The phoenix had a wingspan of 15 meters and looked extremely mighty. Such a handsome fiery bird. Daoya old man praised. This sword was not simple. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian were stunned. Another godly sword. The little black snake mumbled, "Where did this brat get so many swords?" Zhou Xuanji swung the Phoenix Emperor sword. It was so mighty. If he were to use the fiery sword technique, it would definitely be overpowering. At this moment, 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes: sword name, Phoenix Emperor sword grade, amethyst description, millions of phoenixes gave birth to an imperial phoenix. The Phoenix Emperor sword was forged from the bones of the imperial phoenix. It contains the flames of the phoenix and can burn all things. Although it did not have the power of the ancient sword emperor like the sky-sundering emperor sword, Zhou Xuanji felt that the Phoenix Emperor sword was more powerful. He could control all the power of the Phoenix Emperor sword as he pleased. Maybe it was because he had reached the Soul Fountain stage. With the Phoenix Emperor sword in his hand, he felt that everything was so fragile. Awesome! Using 2 amethyst legendary swords and using the dual sword mode, I wonder if I can fight against the sword monarch of Great Zhou. There's still a long way to go. I can't be reckless. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and stored the Phoenix Emperor sword into the supreme storage before continuing to cultivate. He walked to the lakeside and continued to internalize qi. Xiao Jinghong heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the sword in his hand and suddenly felt that his sword was not so handsome anymore. Daoya old man rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. After breaking through to the Soul Fountain stage, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation speed did not slow down but became even more ferocious. In 3 months, he broke through to Soul Fountain level 2. The others were breaking through quickly too. Daoya old man cast a spell to absorb the spiritual qi from the surrounding earth veins for them to cultivate, which allowed them to progress at a tremendous pace. In the entire team, the weakest was at enlightening level 5. The little black snake was specially taken care of by Daoya old man. He was thrown into the cauldron from time to time and used rare materials to strengthen his body. So, the underground space would be filled with the aroma of snake meat soup every few days. This also caused all big and small air to look at the little black snake differently. Now, the little black snake did not even dare to get close to them for fear that he would be eaten by them. 4 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Soul Fountain level 3. This day, Daoya old man went out to investigate the situation. Lin Guanyu should have gone far away. It was impossible for him to keep wandering around, unless he discovered him. 3 days later, Daoya old man returned. Crazy. Crazy. Lin Guanyu dared to barge into Great Xiang alone and claimed that he wanted to capture Sword God Zhou. This forced Great Xiang's Fury Buddha to intervene. Both sides were severely injured, and Lin Guanyu left with severe injuries. Daoya old man flew out of the lake and shouted loudly. He seemed extremely excited. Lin Guanyu was severely injured. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Did Lin Guanyu lose his mind? Daoya old man walked up to Zhou Xuanji and grabbed his shoulder. Great Xiang will be holding a World Hero Conference soon. The top 10 will receive different rewards, and the first will receive 3 10,000-year-old Thundercore grass. You must get it. Zhou Xuanji resisted. Why? Can't you let me cultivate in peace? The 10,000-year-old Thundercore grass is a holy item for body refinement. It suits you very well, and, Daoya old man blushed suddenly and stuttered, back then, I was injured by Lin Guanyu. His blade qi lingered in my body and could not be removed. This caused me to be unable to cultivate. If this continues, it will become a huge problem. I see. The group's expression became strange. Daoya old man felt embarrassed. He faked a cough and said righteously, it is not enough to rely on hard work on the path of cultivation. It needs serendipity too. This is serendipity. Once you win, your sword qi golden body incantation will reach great accomplishment. Two 10,000-year-old thunder core grass can help you reach astral infant within a month. It is equivalent to years of hard work. Are you sure you don't want to go? Chapter 132. When does it start? Where is it? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. If he could break through to astral infant with the thunder core grass, he naturally had to try it. Moreover, who knew him in Great Xiang? It's in Jianghu Royal City in 2 months. Once you enter the city, you will know where to participate. Great Xiang is fair and just. As long as you register for the World Hero Conference, the clans and sects will not offend you. You don't have to worry about this. Of course, if you cause trouble and meet with trouble, there's nothing you can do. Whether you can escape or not depends on yourself. Daoya old man stroked his long beard and introduced. Even Zhou Xuanji was a little moved. I want to go too. Zhao Zongjian said excitedly. Daoya old man stared at him and said, all of you are not allowed to go. Stay here and cultivate. Zhao Zongjian's face turned bitter immediately. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Huang Lianxin, and the others were moved too. Han Shenbo waved his hand and said with a smile, yeah, why go out? It's too dangerous. He had not fully recovered his cultivation, so he could not wait to stay. The little black snake popped its head out of the cauldron and flicked its forked tongue. The aroma of delicacies emanated from its body. All of you, stay. What ranking can you get if you follow him? If you don't work hard, he will break through to astral infant. My 1,000 years of cultivation cannot compare to this kid's 18 years of cultivation. Speaking up to this point, it could not help but sigh in sorrow. Zhou Xuanji looked at Jiang Shui and said, help me put on some makeup. It's best if I change my face. He then looked at Daoya old man and asked, if my disguise is exposed, will I be disqualified? Daoya old man chuckled, who is standing in front of you? It's me, the old immortal. Later, I will cast some spells on you so that no one will notice. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. He really knew how to act cool. Shortly after, he followed Jiang Shui to the wooden hut in the corner and began to disguise himself. Jiang Shui's fingers were very cold, and she kept rubbing Zhou Xuanji's face. This time, we are not around. You must be more alert. Jiang Shui reminded him as she helped him disguise. Usually, Zhou Xuanji could cultivate or rest without worry. With them keeping watch, he could only rely on himself for a period of time. When you reach Jianghu, don't attract too much attention. You are not allowed to go to the brothel that Beishao mentioned. You can't flirt with other women. I can't, Jiang Shui chattered on, which gave Zhou Xuanji a headache. He said helplessly, my sister, I'm going there to fight, not to flirt. Maybe Lin Guanyu is still hiding in Great Xiang. Hearing this, Jiang Shui asked nervously, why don't you not go? What's the big deal about cultivating for another 10 years? I'll accompany you. Just like that, the two of them began to chat. Zhou Xuanji did not need the feeling of being hunted. He desperately wanted to become more powerful, so he had to go to the World Hero Conference. Besides, Daoya old man was still injured, so he had to save him. An hour later, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui walked out of the wooden hut. Everyone turned around and was shocked. Huang Lianxin sighed, it feels like a completely different person. Daoya old man walked up to Zhou Xuanji, bit his finger, and drew a line across Zhou Xuanji's forehead. Disgusting. Zhou Xuanji said in disdain. He felt his forehead heat up, and following this, his entire face heated up. Daoya old man stared at him and said unpleasantly, this is immortal blood. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and came to the lakeside to see his own face. Damn! Why am I so ugly? Zhou Xuanji was furious. He turned around and looked at Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes and said, How am I ugly? It's just that you were too good-looking. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji had big eyes and thick brows. His skin was bronze in color, and he looked ordinary, like a passerby. 3 months later, you will revert back to your original appearance. You must seize the time and come back quickly. Daoya old man reminded him. He was warning Zhou Xuanji not to stay in Jianghu. There were many places in Jianghu that mesmerized men. Back then, cough cough. Let's not talk about it. Zhou Xuanji looked at Xianxia bitterly, before he leaped into the lake and left immediately. Xianxia covered her mouth and giggled. Then, she pulled Huang Lianxin to whisper to her. I have a feeling that my revered teacher will be famous in Great Shang. Xiao Jinghong said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji seemed to be able to turn the world upside down no matter where he went. Zhao Zongjian and Beishao Wangjian nodded. They were looking forward to it. Daoya old man shook his head and smiled. This World Hero Conference is not that simple. A child of destiny is participating, and Xuanji might not be able to defeat him. If he can defeat him, he will receive a great transformation. The group was curious. Child of destiny. Who could it be? After Zhou Xuanji dashed out from the lake, he flew toward Great Shang on his sword. He still remembered the direction that Han Shenbo pointed him in. After he entered Great Shang, it would not be difficult for him to ask for directions to Jianghu Royal City. He traveled at full speed and was not worried that Lin Guanyu would suddenly appear. Since Daoya old man let him out, it meant that there was no danger. He still could not understand why Lin Guanyu would charge into Great Shang with such a large force. Why didn't he hide and wait for him to appear? Maybe he was overwhelmed by hatred. After all, he could not find them for half a year. Zhou Xuanji thought as he moved forward. Within an hour, he came to Great Shang's border custom. The border customs wall was 30 meters tall, which was equivalent to more than 30 meters. It was majestic, and the queue to enter the custom was long. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 people. He stored his sword and landed on the ground. He came to the back of the queue. TSK TSK. The World Hero Conference attracted so many people. Yeah. This is an opportunity for a carp to leap over the dragon's gate. Once you show off, you will be recruited by various factions in Great Shang. Who would miss such an opportunity? Did you guys hear about the battle between Baba Blade Master and Great Shang's Fury Buddha? Is it important? Zhou Xuanji listened to the discussions in front of him quietly to gather the information he wanted. Great Shang's World Hero Conference was even grander than Great Zhou's Heaven Selection. There were no requirements, and the winner would receive the Emperor's token. Seeing the token was equivalent to seeing the Emperor of Great Shang. With this token, no one in Great Shang would dare to offend them. The Emperor of Great Shang was very smart. He would not forcefully recruit the winner and use this method to gain favor. After a long time, when Great Shang was in danger, all the heroes in the world would come to their aid. In the northern wilderness region, reputation was very important. Screech! At this moment, the sound of a ferocious beast came from the east. Everyone turned to look, only to see 2 green birds with wingspans of 50 feet pulling a car over from the horizon. On the steps of the carriage were 2 ladies. They wore a red dress and a white dress respectively. Both of them were as beautiful as flowers. The green birds pulled the carriage and quickly came to the border custom. My young master wants to choose 10 cultivators to help. After it is done, we will reward you handsomely, the lady in the red dress said. The woman in the red dress said. After that, she and the woman in the white dress leaped down like fairies descending to the mortal world. Let me do it. Let me do it. It's the Hanin divine sect. Green birds pulling the carriage. Could it be the saintess of the Hanin divine sect, Su Xianxian? Very likely. The cultivators in front of Zhou Xuanji were all excited. He noticed that most of them were men. He rubbed his chin and mumbled, "If I were the main character, I would be chosen by the saintess, and a melodramatic plot would unfold." At this moment, the lady in the white dress flew above Zhou Xuanji's head and pointed at him. "You, come over and follow me," she said condescendingly, her expression indifferent. Chapter 133. Facing the fairy-like lady in a white dress, Zhou Xuanji rejected her immediately. "Sorry, I'm going to participate in the World Hero Conference. I won't be going with you." "Poor saintess. I won't give you the chance to touch me." The woman in the white dress frowned and looked at him with a strange expression. The same was true for the other cultivators in front of him. "It's on the way. Come with me. I'll reward you handsomely afterward." The woman in the white dress nodded, which made Zhou Xuanji's eyes light up. He hurriedly asked, "Could it be that your young master is also going to participate in the World Hero Assembly?" "That's right, so follow me." After saying this, the woman in the white dress flew towards the blue bird in the sky. Zhou Xuanji hesitated no more and leaped up. He noticed that there were a few other men following them. However, it was nothing. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He quickly came to the green bird. He subconsciously looked towards the carriage. He was slightly curious about the Hanin divine sect's holy maiden who was sitting inside. Soon, the other 9 people chosen by the 2 women gathered around Xianxia. They were all men. Zhou Xuanji suddenly realized something. He might have been overthinking. The looks of the other 9 brothers were a little worrisome. He then thought of his own appearance. His face instantly turned green. "I hope I'm not thinking too much," he prayed inwardly. If that was the case, it would be too much of a blow to him. The lady in the red dress said to Zhou Xuanji and the others, "Follow behind us and follow us straight to Jianghu Royal City." With that, she waved her right hand, and 2 green birds flapped their wings and flew towards the Shang dynasty, pulling the car. As the carriage spun, the wind blew up the veil on the window, and Zhou Xuanji saw a breathtakingly beautiful face. It was only for an instant. He couldn't even see her face clearly. He only felt that she was very beautiful. He was in a daze for a moment before he hurriedly followed. The others were like this as well. Under the envious gazes of over 1,000 people below, they flew into the border pass and disappeared into the horizon. Along the way, the other 9 cultivators were very excited. According to them, Xianxia of the Hanin divine sect was the #1 beauty of the great Shang dynasty, and her cultivation had already reached the leaving aperture realm. Zhou Xuanji heard her. Old demonic woman. To be able to reach the leaving aperture realm, one had to have lived for several hundred years or even 1,000 years. His Jianghu was still the cutest. Zhou Xuanji did not participate in the others' conversation and remained silent. It wasn't until dusk that the 2 bluebirds landed on a mountainous area, and the car followed suit. The 2 ladies followed him, looking natural and unrestrained. It was obvious that they were nobles. The woman in the red dress said, "Let's rest here tonight. Later, our young master will come out and explain the mission to you." Everyone nodded. The strongest cultivator present was only at the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm. Even if they had malicious intent, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Zhou Xuanji sat before a giant boulder and cultivated alone. The other cultivators gathered in 2s and 3s, either cultivating or chatting. The sun set and the moon rose. Everyone started a bonfire. From time to time, the roars of demons could be heard from the surrounding forest. Xianxia suddenly walked out of the carriage. She was wearing a white dress and had a dignified posture. Her face was covered with a blue veil, revealing only a pair of charming eyes. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and there was a string of jewels on her snow-white forehead. Under the moonlight, her beauty was out of this world. Everyone's gaze was attracted to him, and the other 9 cultivators were dazzled. Zhou Xuanji snorted in disdain. How pretentious. His Xianxia was still the cutest. Xianxia walked to the front of the crowd and said, I called you all here because your looks are not outstanding. Critical hit. Other than Zhou Xuanji, the other 9 cultivators' expressions changed drastically, as though they had eaten a fly. As expected. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. Fortunately, I'm handsome, or else I would have fought them to the death. Xianxia ignored everyone's expression and continued, I don't mean anything else. After this, I will give each of you 10,000 level 4 spirit stones, 100,000 spirit gathering pills, and an earth-grade spell scroll. The group heard her and their expressions turned for the better. After all, no one said that they were handsome since they were young. As long as the reward was tempting, they could tolerate it. Spirit gathering pills were a type of cultivation pill. At the same time, it was a common currency like spirit stones. In Great Xiang, people were more used to using spirit gathering pills as currency. What do you need us to do specifically? A man with a face full of black pockmarks asked. Xianxia glanced at them and did not stop at anyone's face for a second, including Zhou Xuanji's. She said, on the way to Chaogui Imperial City, there is a 7th-grade monster. In his territory, there are treasures of heaven and earth that we need. Your task is to be the bait. You don't need to fight. You just need to attract his attention. As long as we lure him out of his territory, I will fight, and my maidservant will harvest the treasures. 7th rank demon. It was equivalent to the astral projection stage. The group was shocked. A short and fat man with tanned skin and a pockmarked face asked closely, so simple. Why choose us? Could it be that the demon likes to eat ugly men? The lady in the red dress said unpleasantly, haven't you heard of our young master's engagement? If he knows that other men are close to our young master, you will surely die. Zhou Xuanji finally understood. Sometimes, being ugly was a safeguard for one's life. Hilarious. This was the biggest joke in the world. Zhou Xuanji felt sorry for the other 9 men. But the others heaved a sigh of relief. Houchi Alliance's little evil lord. Tisk tsk, I see. I heard that the little evil lord is narrow-minded. Just as I expected. It has been hard on the fairy. Yeah. How can the little evil lord be worthy of the fairy? Don't worry, fairy. We will surely complete the mission. The group spoke, which made Zhou Xuanji confused. Houchi Alliance. He wondered what their relationship with Xianxia sect was. Everyone, rest well. We will depart tomorrow morning. Xianxia ignored the people's belittling of the little evil lord and returned to the carriage. The 9 ugly men looked at her back with pity. Xianxia was every man's dream, but it was a pity that they could not enjoy her. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. For the next 12 days, Xianxia did not come out of the carriage. They traveled during the day and rested at night. They leaped over mountains and lakes and finally came to the great demon's territory that Xianxia mentioned. The ground was full of potholes, and there were many ditches. Mist permeated the air in front of them, and the tall trees in the mist looked like monsters bearing their fangs and claws. The bluebird landed. Xianxia walked out with her 2 maidservants. She said to Zhou Xuanji and the others, you guys go straight ahead. The maidservants and I will act separately to protect you. Remember, you can only retreat when I tell you to, lest you mistake the great demon for someone else. The group blushed. To them, there was no difference between a 6th-rank great demon and a 7th-rank great demon. If they really encountered one, they would be scared away. And so, Zhou Xuanji followed the 9 ugly men and moved forward. He took out the soft velvety sword and moved forward cautiously. After coming to Great Xiang, he decided not to use his old sword, at least not before the end of the World Hero Conference, in case his identity was exposed. Chapter 134. The 10 cultivators, with Zhou Xuanji among them, walked into the mist slowly. They held their enchanted artifacts and moved forward carefully. Zhou Xuanji was very cunning and mixed in the middle of the group. He felt that it was too scary to walk on the two sides, even though he was the most powerful person among them. After entering the mist, the soil under his feet was wet, and there were swamps everywhere. Zhou Xuanji looked back. Even with his mind, he could not see Su Xianxia and the other 2 girls. They won't trick us, will they? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. The others did not seem to hear him and remained alert. Actually, they did not trust Su Xianxia completely. But since they were already here, they could only force themselves to move forward. They all had their own life-saving abilities, so they were confident. They walked forward for 500 meters and still did not encounter any danger. They had already entered the swamp area. Their surroundings were covered in mist, and the visibility was extremely low. They could only see less than 10 meters. A deafening roar came from ahead of them, accompanied by a gust of wind that smelled like blood. The wind blew their hair wildly. Everyone, be careful. A bald man with a big face said with a deep voice. Even without his reminder, the others were already nervous. The least nervous one was Zhou Xuanji. He only disliked the atmosphere, but it did not mean that he was afraid. He was not even afraid of the 7th-ranked demon. It was his first time seeing a 7th-ranked demon, so he was curious. I hope this guy won't disappoint me. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with anticipation. The group continued to move forward. They emitted their aura, and no demons dared to attack them. As they moved forward, the roar grew louder, which meant that they were getting closer to the 7th-ranked demon. A bunch of worms. I'm hungry. At this moment, a cold and domineering voice came from ahead, which gave everyone goosebumps. Next, the ground shook violently, as though a gigantic creature was charging toward them. 7th-ranked Demon King. Retreat. Su Xianxuan's voice came from somewhere. Everyone heard her and ran backward. Zhou Xuanji turned around and moved to the side with the 8-step sword lunge, disappearing into the mist. He quickly hid in a bush and used the chi-obscuring incantation to hide his aura. Under Daoya Old Man's guidance, his chi-obscuring incantation had reached a higher level. As long as the opponent was not 3 stages higher than him, it would be difficult to detect his aura. A 7th-grade demon was only 2 major realms higher than him. Soon, he saw a black shadow that was as large as a hill pass by in front of him. Whoosh! An air-piercing sound rang out, and with a flash of light, Su Xianxia made her move. Rumble. The ground shook violently, and mist billowed. Zhou Xuanji could not see the exact situation of the battle. He could only see a blurry shadow swaying wildly. He wasn't interested in the treasures in the territory of a rank 7 demon. What he was interested in was the great demon itself. His team also needed tanks. This guy was huge, so he might be very suitable. Bitch! You dare to go against this king with just this bit of ability? The roar of the 7th stage great demon rang out once more, his tone filled with disdain. Bang! A silhouette flew toward Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed. Zhou Xuanji dodged to the side instinctively. Next, Su Xianxia fell beside him. The veil on her face flew up, revealing a face so beautiful that it could topple nations. Su Xianxia looked at him with resentment in her eyes. She saw clearly how Zhou Xuanji dodged. Although she did not want to have skin contact with a man, this guy was too heartless. She quickly got up and said with a deep voice, "Why haven't you escaped?" Zhou Xuanji chuckled, "I'm not interfering with your mission." "Why should I escape?" Su Xianxia frowned. She did not say anything because the rank 7 demon was already charging toward them. The mist was blown away by the violent wind, and Zhou Xuanji finally saw the face of the rank 7 demon. He was covered in black fur and was 30 meters tall. A pair of bull's horns grew out of his wild hair, which pierced the sky. His face and body were like a human's, but his eyes were red, which made him look extremely hideous. He wore black armor, and the green cloak behind him danced in the wind. When he saw Zhou Xuanji, he grinned and said, "Very good. Another one to feast on." Zhou Xuanji stared at him and nodded satisfactorily. "Your figure looks domineering." The rank 7 bull demon heard him and laughed proudly. "My name is Chongming Demon Monarch." "Do you think it's domineering?" Chongming Demon Monarch. Zhou Xuanji had never heard of him, but he was quite satisfied with this guy's appearance. "Follow me," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With this, Su Xianxuan's expression changed, while Chongming Demon Monarch was stunned. Chongming Demon Monarch stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked with a deep voice, "Brat, are you stupid?" Zhou Xuanji flipped his right hand, and the Phoenix Emperor sword appeared in his hand. A horrifying aura exploded from his body. The phoenix flame burned along his right arm. Next, half of his body was ablaze, but he was not injured at all. At this moment, he looked like a fire god. Chongming Demon Monarch was shocked. Zhou Xuanji gave him a bone-chilling feeling. Su Xianxian opened her eyes wide. She did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so powerful. What's his motive? Su Xianxian sensed that something was wrong and looked at Zhou Xuanji cautiously. Zhou Xuanji walked toward Chongming Demon Monarch with his sword in hand. "How is it? Am I still stupid?" He laughed coldly. Chongming Demon Monarch heard him and felt humiliated. He roared furiously and raised his right hand. A white bone blade appeared in his hand, which was even longer than his body. He slashed at Zhou Xuanji with great force, as though it could sink the ground. The surrounding mist was dispersed immediately, revealing the swamp within a radius of 500 meters. Clang! The blade and the sword clashed. Zhou Xuanji blocked the slash with his sword single-handedly. Awesome! The amethyst legendary sword indeed. Zhou Xuanji felt that Chongming Demon Monarch was not that powerful. It might be because his cultivation had increased, which made it easier for him to control the amethyst legendary sword. Chongming Demon Monarch was enraged. A layer of faint black radiance emanated from his body. Boom! The ground beneath his feet shook violently, and cracks appeared on the ground. His power began to increase. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and came up to Chongming Demon Monarch's back with the 8-step sword lunge. He exerted strength in his legs and leaped up. He raised the Phoenix Emperor's sword and slashed. Tempest slash. The sword chi slashed horizontally and landed on Chongming Demon Monarch's back. Blood splattered. Chongming Demon Monarch's face was distorted, and his body stumbled a few steps forward. Su Xianxian backed off quickly, distancing herself from Chongming Demon Monarch and Zhou Xuanji. She was shocked. Chongming Demon Monarch could not resist Zhou Xuanji at all. "Brat! I will hack you into pieces." Chongming Demon Monarch roared furiously. He turned around and slashed. The terrifying demonic aura gathered together, and with a flash of saber light, the saber chi slashed out vertically, directly splitting the mist in half. The ground in front was torn apart, and trees were uprooted from the ground, while small mountains were directly crushed into pieces. Boom! 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 The blade chi swept across tens of thousands of meters and created a bottomless canyon. It was extremely horrifying. Chapter 135. Zhou Xuanji levitated in the air with a smile on his face, but he felt a little guilty in his heart. Although he had the Phoenix Emperor's sword with him, if he was hit by that slash just now, he would have been crushed into pieces. Such destructive power. Chongming Demon Monarch roared at him. Waves of sound waves shook the sky. A loud bang resounded. Chongming Demon Monarch leaped up and slashed at Zhou Xuanji with his saber. His massive body, which was 30 meters tall, was not slow at all. It could even be said to be extremely fast. Zhou Xuanji activated the vibrant raindrop sword. His sword shadows were continuous, and the sword chi engulfed Chongming Demon Monarch in an instant. Countless sword chi landed on Chongming Demon Monarch's body. He gritted his teeth and received the attacks with his body without any defense. Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened at this sight. Why? Are you afraid? My skin is impenetrable and indestructible. Chongming Demon Monarch grinned. He thought that he had intimidated this brat. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, I'm not afraid. I want you more now. Having heard that, Chongming Demon Monarch opened his eyes wide. He suddenly thought of a legend he heard before. There were some people with wicked interests in the human race. He was in a bad mood immediately. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji somersaulted backward to increase the distance between them and flew 1,000 meters into the sky. This sword move is called Heavenly Lights. Chongming Demon Monarch, submit to my sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was under the blazing sun, was like a god. Xianxia opened her eyes wide. The fleeing cultivators also subconsciously turned their heads to look. The two maidservants who were picking the flowers carefully looked up too. Everyone saw Zhou Xuanji, but they could not see his face clearly. He swung the Phoenix Emperor sword quickly with his right hand, and countless sword chi descended like a thunderstorm. The sword chi transformed into the sun, moon, and stars. The sun and moon were in front, and the stars were behind. It was as if a torrent was crashing down at an extremely fast speed. Chongming Demon Monarch could not dodge in time and blocked with his white bone saber instinctively. Boom! The heavenly lights clashed with his white bone saber and numbed his arms instantly. Before the tsunami of sword chi, he seemed to be dwarfed. This scene was extremely shocking to the eyes. Xianxia opened her eyes wide and did not dare to blink. The others were even more dumbfounded. Suppressed by the sun, moon, and stars, Chongming Demon Monarch gradually landed on the ground. The torrent of sword chi did not dissipate and forced him to slide backward. His feet rubbed against the ground, creating two long grooves. He gritted his teeth in anger, and his heart was filled with horror. Who are you? He roared hoarsely. He was napping in his territory, so how did he provoke such a terrifying expert? Isn't my luck a little too bad? I'm the Phoenix Sword Emperor. I've taken a fancy to your strength and image, so I've recruited you as my mount. It's your fortune. You dare to refuse? Zhou Xuanji said proudly with a magnetic and majestic voice. With that, he swung his sword again. The sun, moon, and stars charged out and collided with Chongming Demon Monarch. Boom! The armor on Chongming Demon Monarch's body was instantly shattered. He was covered in blood as he screamed in agony as he was sent flying. Its huge body rolled on the ground, knocking down trees one after another. In the end, it crashed into a mountain 1,000 meters away. Its body was embedded into the mountain wall, and it lost its ability to fight. Silence. The world fell into silence. No one dared to breathe too loudly. They were all stunned, including Xianxia. Zhou Xuanji landed quickly and came up to Chongming Demon Monarch with the Phoenix Emperor sword. Are you convinced? He asked. 2 consecutive attacks of the heavenly lights consumed half of his spirit energy, but he could not show it. Chongming Demon Monarch looked up with difficulty. At this moment, he was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. I am not convinced. Who was he? 7th rank Demon Monarch. To be able to stay in Great Shang, his power was extraordinary. How could he submit to someone else? Zhou Xuanji raised the Phoenix Emperor's sword and pierced into his abdomen. Chongming Demon Monarch grimaced in pain. My sword will go down. Are you sure you are not convinced? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. Chongming Demon Monarch heard him and his pupils contracted. Master! He cried out loudly. From today onwards, I, Chongming Demon Monarch, will follow your lead. And now, Zhou Xuanji had subdued a 7th-rank demon. Su Xianxia, who was watching from afar, was stunned. The famous Chongming Demon Monarch was subdued just like that. She had a surreal feeling, as though she was in a dream. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and let Chongming Demon Monarch recuperate. A while later, the 2 maidservants returned to Su Xianxia with 2 purple flowers in each of their hands. After handing them to Su Xianxia, they turned around to look. There was no mish between them and Zhou Xuanji. The ground was cracked, and there were ruins everywhere. It was a complete mess. It was hard to imagine what kind of battle had taken place here. The lady in the white dress frowned and asked, Young lord, is he the one I recruited? She recalled her attitude toward Zhou Xuanji and felt a lingering fear. If Zhou Xuanji was an evil cultivator, it would be a nightmare for them. Su Xianxian took a deep breath and nodded. Phoenix Sword Emperor. Have you heard of him? The 2 ladies shook their heads in confusion. The lady in the red dress muttered, The northern wilderness region is so vast, and there are so many heroes. To become a Sword Emperor, he must be powerful and charismatic. Should we befriend him? The lady in the white dress stared at her and said unpleasantly, Aren't you afraid that the little evil lord will be angry? What's there to be afraid of? If he's so powerful, he should go and find the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Whether he can win or not is another matter. The lady in the red dress did not care. They had never been interested in the little evil lord. Including Su Xianxian. Su Xianxian thought about it and said, He's going to participate in the World Hero Conference. We can bring him along, and it can be considered fate. Other than that, we don't have to be too attentive. A powerful cultivator like him might dislike such behavior. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji did not throw a tantrum or show off his might. She was impressed by his demeanor. The 2 ladies nodded. They were curious about the Phoenix Sword Emperor's background. But they did not develop any other feelings. Zhou Xuanji was not handsome, after all. A while later, Chongming Demon Monarch's injuries recovered a little. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. Pack up and follow me later. If you dare to escape, I have 10,000 ways to find you and make you wish you were dead. Zhou Xuanji instructed calmly. He gave Chongming Demon Monarch a chance to escape on purpose to make him fearful. As long as he did not dare to escape this time, he would not dare to do so in the future. Chongming Demon Monarch left with his head lowered. His domineering silhouette now looked so lonely. It was as though a king had fallen from his divine altar. Half an hour later, Chongming Demon Monarch returned. The bloodstains on his body were washed away, and his wounds began to heal. Such self-healing abilities made Zhou Xuanji envious. Zhou Xuanji asked him to transform into his original form, which was a muscular bull with a shoulder height of 2 meters. This bull was a green bull, but there was a lot of black hair on its body, which made it look evil. He rode on Chongming Demon Monarch and walked up to Su Xianxian and the other 2 ladies. Let's go. Let's go straight to Chaoga Royal City, he said. Seeing the bull under Zhou Xuanji, the 3 ladies were stunned for a moment. Su Xianxian nodded and said, Sir, please follow us. Chapter 136. Zhou Xuanji and the others gathered with the other 9 cultivators. When they saw Zhou Xuanji riding on a giant bull, they opened their eyes wide. The Phoenix Sword Emperor was this guy. They became nervous and uneasy immediately. Xianxia asked the two maidservants to distribute the rewards. Zhou Xuanji received a storage ring. There were 10,000 level 4 spirit stones, 100,000 spirit gathering pills, and an earth-grade spell scroll. Next, we will head to Jianghu Royal City. If you are going the same way, you can travel together. Xianxia said, and 6 of them left immediately. Zhou Xuanji gave them too much pressure. Together with Chongming Demon Monarch, they felt that it was too dangerous to stay. After that, the green bird pulled the palanquin and flew into the sky. Chongming Demon Monarch followed, while the other 3 cultivators looked at Zhou Xuanji enviously. They had to admit that Chongming Demon Monarch was mighty indeed. He did not look inferior to the green bird. Zhou Xuanji said casually, I still have a snake and 2 birds. The snake is very despicable. Teach it a lesson for me. No problem, Chongming Demon Monarch replied. You seem a little unhappy. I dare not, tell me a joke, or I will peel off a layer of your skin. Ah. A joke? Chongming Demon Monarch almost broke down. This guy is going to torture me right from the start. Can he still act like a powerful cultivator? The other 3 cultivators looked at each other in dismay. They could not believe that this was a 7th-ranked demon. It was too pitiful. Finally, Chongming Demon Monarch was forced to tell a joke in a stutter. I don't know jokes. Let me tell you something funny. 100 years ago, I met a cultivator. He said he wanted to eat beef, and I ate him. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. After Chongming Demon Monarch finished speaking, he burst into laughter. His body trembled in fear, which made Zhou Xuanji's balls hurt. Everyone looked over. Even Xianxia, who was in the carriage, lifted her veil to see why Chongming Demon Monarch was laughing so happily. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Was it that funny? The others were confused too. Chongming Demon Monarch could not stop laughing, as though his laughing acupoint was struck. Zhou Xuanji was furious. He slapped his head, which made him dizzy. His laughter came to an abrupt halt. He felt wronged and said, Isn't it funny? Every time this king thinks of this king will laugh for an hour. Even after 100 years, I still find it funny. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. He was crazy. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw this. He didn't expect a 7th-tier demon emperor to have such a stupid side to him. It was truly an eye-opener. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji finally saw the legendary Jianghu Royal City. Jianghu Imperial City was magnificent. The city gate was 200 feet high, like the vault of the sky. It was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the buildings in the city rose and fell one after another. It was obvious that it was located in the mountains. There were many soldiers circling above the imperial city on black eagles. The security was tight. When they arrived at the city gate of Jianghu Imperial City, Xianxia dismissed the team. Next, they needed to register their identity before entering the city. She did not want to be associated with others. Zhou Xuanji rode on Chongming Demon Monarch and came to the city gate leisurely. Along the way, he attracted much attention. Chongming Demon Monarch was so ashamed that he wanted to die. He could only pretend to be an ordinary green bull to avoid losing face. Senior, what's your name? Where are you from? Why are you here? The soldier asked respectfully. Even if Chongming Demon Monarch did not speak, his demonic qi was enough to make them shudder. Jianghu Royal City allowed demons to enter, but they were not allowed to harm others. Zhou Menglang, from the Black Rock village outside the borders. This is the World Hero Conference. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. There were countless villages in the world, and one that he made up might really exist. After that, he threw out a level 2 spirit stone. After the soldier took the spirit stone, he began to register Zhou Xuanji's identity. Even Chongming Demon Monarch had to register. Zhou Xuanji named him Anyo. After all, Chongming Demon Monarch was quite famous in Great Shang, just like Gulan Demon Monarch in Great Zhou. Chongming Demon Monarch met Gulan Demon Monarch before, and he snorted at his ambition. Soon, Zhou Xuanji received his own identity card and entered the city. He was still riding on Chongming Demon Monarch and planned to find an inn to stay in. The streets of Jianghu Royal City were wide, but it was still crowded. There were all sorts of shops on both sides of the street, and no one set up stalls on the ground. The people who came and went were all cultivators, and most of them had reached the foundation building realm. Zhou Xuanji also saw some inner pellet and soul fountain cultivators walking on the streets. An hour later, Zhou Xuanji found an inn. Before he entered, Chongming Demon Monarch transformed into his human form. He was 2 heads taller than Zhou Xuanji, with a muscular body and wild hair. He looked like a formidable opponent. Seeing Chongming Demon Monarch transform into his human form, the passers-by did not panic. The state advisor of Great Shang was transformed from a demon, so Great Shang was an empire where humans and demons coexisted. Because of this, Great Shang was demonized in Great Zhou. Zhou Xuanji booked a guest room. When he went upstairs, the waiter looked at him and Chongming Demon Monarch with an extremely strange gaze. Chongming Demon Monarch was a little nervous, and he felt a chill down his spine. He was considering if he should escape now. After they entered the room, Zhou Xuanji sat on the bed and said, "You can sit on the floor and cultivate." "Okay." Chongming Demon Monarch nodded and sat at the corner obediently. He could not wait for that to happen. He did not want to sit on the same bed as Zhou Xuanji. In the next few days, Zhou Xuanji did not go out but asked the waiter to help him find out about the World Hero Conference. He heard that the World Hero Conference did not require registration. One only needed to show up 8 days later to participate in the conference. The venue was on Qingsong Mountain behind Jianghu Royal City. Participating in the World Hero Conference was a matter of life and death. It was normal to die on Qingsong Mountain, so the number of participants was not overwhelming. One must have a certain level of power. Chongming Demon Monarch did not go out and behaved himself. He confessed that he was afraid of Great Shang's Fury Buddha. Great Shang's Fury Buddha. Is he really that powerful? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. To be able to defeat Lin Guanyu, he must be at the great realization stage. Chongming Demon Monarch nodded and said, "Of course. That old man once killed 1,000,000 demons with a single palm strike and shook the world with his might. He was once the prince of Great Shang and indulged in debauchery when he was young. He came to his senses one day and went to the West to seek Buddhist scriptures. After he achieved great accomplishment in Buddhism, he returned and cleansed all the demons in Great Shang. In other words, he has already defeated all the demons in Great Shang and is invincible." As he spoke, Chongming Demon Monarch shuddered. Apparently, he was beaten up by Great Shang's Fury Buddha before. Seeking Buddhist scriptures? Zhou Xuanji blinked. Interesting. Chongming Demon Monarch reminded, "Don't create trouble in Jianghu Royal City. Not long ago, Baba Blade Master came and was defeated by Great Shang's Fury Buddha. I could even hear the commotion from the forest. Baba Blade Master is a fool. He came to Great Shang to find Sword God Zhou. He must be crazy." He looked up at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Oh yeah, have you met Sword God Zhou before? Is he really that powerful?" Xianxia sect, Great Zhou, and Baba Blade Master are after him. TSK, not bad. This king admires such courage. Chapter 137. Sword God Zhou. Yes, I have. I only admire one person in my life, and that is Sword God Zhou. Zhou Xuanji nodded and replied, then began to praise Sword God Zhou. Sword God Zhou's sword technique is definitely the best in the world. Other than the way of the sword, he is handsome and elegant. No one in the northern wilderness region can compare to him. His breadth of mind is unparalleled, his knowledge and self-restraint are far beyond that of a sage, his target is the immortal god. Chongming demon monarch felt a headache coming on. He could not help but interrupt, "Why are you boasting about him so much? As if your sword god Zhou." "Wait a minute. Could it be?" Chongming demon monarch widened his eyes in horror. Zhou Xuanji looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Now that you know this secret, just in case." Chongming demon monarch quickly knelt down and said in fear and trepidation, "Senior Zhou, I was wrong. I will never reveal your identity. I swear, no wonder. Like I said, where did this Phoenix Sword Emperor come from?" So it was the recently famous sword god Zhou. Even Baba Blade Saint could not kill sword god Zhou. How powerful was sword god Zhou? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and said, "From today onwards, you are my mount. Follow me, and I will make you the most powerful demon in the world. Of course, from now on, you and I are on the same boat. If my identity is exposed, you won't be able to live either. I killed Lin Guanyu's sister, so he swore to kill everyone around me. As you can see, he has already gone mad." Chongming demon monarch nodded instinctively. Lin Guanyu charged into Great Shang as though he was possessed and said that he was looking for sword god Zhou. He even fought with the Fury Buddha of Great Shang. He was indeed crazy. He sighed in his heart. It's over. This time, he had completely fallen into the trap. Since that was the case, he would accept his fate. He looked up and asked, "Master, can you tell me about your competition with the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou?" The battle on the Sword Monarch's pinnacle was Sword God Zhou's true battle to become a god. Even in Great Shang, he had heard of it. Zhou Xuanji nodded and began to exaggerate his battle record. Chongming demon monarch's blood boiled, and he respected Zhou Xuanji even more. 8 days later, Zhou Xuanji left the inn and headed toward Qingsong Mountain. As for Chongming demon monarch, he stayed in the inn. He had too many enemies and didn't want to wander around. On the street, everyone was walking in the same direction. Zhou Xuanji listened to the discussions around him as he walked. This year's World Hero Conference is incredible. Even the Son of Heaven's mandate wants to participate. That's not all. The grandson of the Fury Buddha is also going to participate. With so many heroes gathered, only the heavens know what will happen. The holy daughter of the Hanin divine sect, Su Xianxia, has also come. I'm really looking forward to it. I heard that the top 10 of this hero assembly will be rewarded handsomely. I wonder if it's true. The Son of Heaven is also here to watch the battle. If you can catch his eye, you will soar through the ranks. Zhou Xuanji memorized some names. The Son of Destiny, Yang Renlong. The grandson of the Fury Buddha, Du. Especially Yang Renlong, he and Zhou Yalong from the Great Zhou dynasty were known as the twin dragons of the northern wilderness. Everyone believed that they would be able to occupy 2 parts of the human world in the future. One could become the Emperor of Great Zhou while the other could become the Emperor of Great Shang. They were often compared by the world. Yang Renlong and Du were the favorites to win the championship, and many people thought highly of them. The winner of the World Hero Conference would be able to get whatever he wanted. He could become an important official of Great Shang, and he could also become a hot commodity for the various large sections. In this battle, they could fight for fame and profit. Zhou Xuanji's target was the 10,000-year Thunder Core grass, but he also needed to become famous. Sorry, the main character is here. You all have to become supporting characters. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself as he followed the crowd. The World Hero Assembly was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Sometimes, it would be held every 10 years, and sometimes, it would be held every 100 years. It was all up to the Emperor of Great Shang. This time, the Emperor of Great Shang wanted to choose the strongest between Yang Renlong and Diyu. Between the two of them, no matter who won, they would become the crown prince of Great Shang. Unless those old monsters came to participate, no one could overshadow Yang Renlong and Diyu's glory. This was the consensus of the world. Zhou Xuanji continued ahead. He heard many other names. They were all outstanding cultivators within and outside of Great Shang, geniuses from various sections. Compared to Great Zhou's Heaven Selection, Great Shang's World Hero Conference lineup was much stronger. There were even powerhouses from other dynasties. Of course, there wasn't a single Great Zhou expert. Great Zhou and Great Shang were mortal enemies. After walking for 2 hours, Zhou Xuanji finally saw Qingsong Mountain. There was a huge crowd in front of him. Outside the city walls was Qingsong Mountain. The mountain was surrounded by celestial mist that reached into the clouds. Countless cultivators flew around the mountain like celestial guests. Cultivators leaped up from the city walls and flew toward Qingsong Mountain. But most of them were waiting in front of the city walls. They looked up and were bustling with noise. Zhou Xuanji saw many pavilions floating in the air not far away. There were soldiers guarding them all. There are only 16 hours left before the start of the World Hero Convention. A mighty voice resounded across the entire city, counting down to the World Hero Conference. Zhou Xuanji leaped up and flew toward Qingsong Mountain. His movement attracted many gazes. But when they saw that he was an unfamiliar face, they lost interest again. To most people, the World Hero Conference was a battle between famous and powerful cultivators. They were all here to watch the show. Zhou Xuanji flew for nearly 1,000 meters before he entered Qingsong Mountain. Outside the city gate was a bottomless cliff. The mist pervaded the air, which was daunting. After he flew into the forest, he saw many cultivators. They were either cleaning their enchanted artifacts or cultivating, waiting for the World Hero Conference to begin. Before the conference began, no one was allowed to fight. Those who violated the rules would be disqualified immediately. There was once a prince who acted recklessly and was expelled forcefully. He was even stripped of his title as a prince. After that, no one dared to act recklessly anymore. Zhou Xuanji walked to a tree and sat down with his legs crossed. At this moment, a fragrance wafted toward him. Zhou Xuanji did not need to open his eyes to know who it was. "Su Xianxian, how have you been?" Zhou Xuanji said. It was Su Xianxian. She sat beside Zhou Xuanji, 3 meters apart. She meditated as she asked, "How confident are you in this battle, sir?" With Zhou Xuanji's power, he was definitely not here to participate but to be the champion. "If I say 100%, do you believe me?" Zhou Xuanji replied. He was not afraid of being slapped in the face. After all, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would leave Great Shang. The world was vast, and he would never see Su Xianxian again. Why would he feel awkward? "I believe you." Su Xianxian said faintly, "Actually, I want to be the champion too. This way, I can make a comeback and no longer be the sex puppet." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He could already smell the drama. He did not reply. He already had enough troubles, and he did not want to trigger more side quests. Su Xianxian did not continue. Both of them remained silent. Time ticked by. More and more cultivators arrived. 16 hours passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji estimated that there were more than 100,000 cultivators on Qingsong Mountain. The weakest was at Inner Pellet, which was horrifying. Chapter 138. The World Hero Conference is about to begin. The majestic voice resounded again and resounded across Chaoga Royal City. Just when he finished speaking, Qingsong Mountain began to tremble violently. A translucent screen of light rose from the fog surrounding Qingsong Mountain into the sky, trapping the entire mountain within it. rumbling thunderclouds suddenly gathered. The sea of clouds parted, and a silhouette descended slowly. He wore a black emperor's robe and a noble crown, which swayed continuously. His body was domineering, and his face was majestic. He was like an emperor in the legends, looking down at the world. The emperor of Great Shang, Xianxia. Zhou Xuanji looked up at him, and so did the hundreds of thousands of powerful cultivators on Qingsong Mountain. Xianxia was expressionless as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Everyone here is a hero of the world. Today, we have gathered at the World Hero Conference for the sake of the word hero. The rules of this World Hero Conference are not as complicated as the previous ones. The ranking will be based on survival time. The one who lasts the longest wins. Either you die, or you fly to the edge of the spell formation and surrender. Remember, you must fly to the edge of the spell formation and surrender. Or else, you will be killed. That is your fate." Xianxia's words moved everyone's expression. The rules were so cruel. A powerful cultivator could kill thousands of people with just one move. Fortunately, Qingsong Mountain was too high for them to reach. They could find a place to hide. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow slightly. He did not reject such rules because it was the most time-saving one. "I declare that the World Hero Conference officially begins." Xianxia cried out domineeringly. His voice shook the heavens. Just when he finished speaking, a horrifying aura exploded from the top of Qingsong Mountain. "I am Yang Renlong. I will wait for you at the top of the mountain. Who dares to compete with me for the first place?" An arrogant and domineering voice came from the top of the mountain. It looked down on the world and despised everything. Zhou Xuanji got up slowly, and the soft velvety sword appeared in his hand. Su Xianxian got up as well. She glanced at the sword in his hand and asked, "You are not going to fight with your full strength?" Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "I don't kill the weak. If he fought with his full strength, how could he fight later? He was only its soul fountain. His spirit energy reserve was only considered average in this World Hero Conference." Su Xianxian looked at him intently and said, "Sir, why don't we work together and enter the top 10? As a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator, she should have been able to get into the top 50 easily. However, getting into the top 10 would be difficult for her." Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said proudly, "Ferocious tigers always fight alone. Only weak wolves need to gather in packs." With that, he ran down the mountain and quickly disappeared into the thick fog. Su Xianxian was stunned. She was so angry that she stomped her right foot on the ground. "Humph. You really know how to talk big. You're obviously scared." She snorted coldly and ran up the mountain. Zhou Xuanji dove all the way and quickly came to an uninhabited area. He walked to the bottom of a sturdy boulder. The rocks of Qingsong Mountain were very hard. Even though there was a huge battle going on above, there weren't many rocks that fell. Just when Zhou Xuanji sat down, he suddenly saw a person lying on the grass not far away. He was dressed in green and had a green scarf on his head. With the help of the thick fog, he perfectly blended in with the grass. F***CK. Voldemort. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart before he used the 8-step sword lunge and came up behind that person in 1 step. The soft velvety sword stabbed forward. Ouch! That person let out a weird cry. It sounded like he was in pain, which made Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. He seemed to have stabbed him in the middle of his buttocks. The man let out a cry and stopped moving. The soft velvety sword began to take effect. That person's body was already weak and powerless. He did not even have the energy to speak. Zhou Xuanji returned to his original spot and waited quietly. That person in the grass looked at him furiously and fearfully. His eyes looked like he wanted to tear him into pieces. The battle above grew more intense. Even from where he was, he could still hear it clearly. Corpses fell from time to time and disappeared into the endless abyss. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. Half an hour later. That Voldemort moved a little. Zhou Xuanji walked over and stabbed his buttocks again before returning to his original spot. Damn it, that person roared in his heart in despair and anger. Before he could show his prowess, he was going to die here in frustration. At this moment, a tiger demon ran down from the mountain. He looked terrified and was covered in blood. Apparently, he had just experienced a fierce battle. He passed by the boulder where Zhou Xuanji was hiding and did not notice him. Zhou Xuanji relied on the qi-obscuring incantation and acted as though he did not exist. But the tiger demon noticed the person in the grass. He grinned and said, "Good lad. You're very wretched." He walked over straight away and broke that person's neck, killing him. Then, he took off the man's clothes and put them on himself. Then, he crawled to another bush to hide. Just when he was on the ground, he felt that his buttocks was stabbed by a sword. It was painful, but an indescribable numbness made him feel a little refreshed. Zhou Xuanji stood behind him and shook the blood off the soft velvety sword. **T. The tiger demon sighed in his heart. He was too careless. Zhou Xuanji dragged him out of the bush and returned to the boulder to hide. After a while, a few more people came down. All of them were stabbed by Zhou Xuanji's soft velvety sword and fell to the ground. Zhou Xuanji did not kill him but let them bait him. And just like that, the cycle repeated. Within an hour, more than 100 people were lying on the ground. There were humans and demons, but all of them were in despair and could not move. At the top of Qingsong Mountain, two silhouettes were fighting fiercely. They were like two beams of rainbow light, clashing continuously. They were Yang Renlong and Du. Yang Renlong looked like Yang Xindi, but younger. He wore a golden robe and a golden dragon crown on his head, looking very domineering. Du, on the other hand, was bald. He wore a cassock and a string of prayer beads around his neck. Each prayer bead was the size of a baby's head. His muscles were firm and bulging, and his entire body turned golden, like a Buddha statue. The two of them were like immortals fighting, and Qingsong Mountain trembled continuously. Many cultivators and demon kings were fighting on their own. Even the thick fog could not hide their silhouettes. In the royal capital, the commotion was deafening. Yang Renlong is so powerful. He's the child of destiny indeed. As expected, this year's World Hero Conference will be the final battle between the two of them. Golden Buddha statue. Du has achieved great accomplishment. Too powerful. I feel that both of them will be heavily injured, and then others will take advantage of the situation. Ha ha ha, you must be joking. Countless humans and demons discussed among themselves in the city. Every once in a while, a participant would fly to the edge of the spell formation and admit defeat. Many of them were killed before they could even reach the edge of the spell formation. The battle was extremely tragic. Su Xianxia dashed swiftly through the mountain. Blood splattered everywhere she passed. Her astral projection cultivation was fully displayed, and no one could catch up with her. She looked up at the sky. Under the sea of clouds, Yang Renlong and Du were like two suns, majestic and awe-inspiring. Is he still not going to make a move? Su Xianxian thought of Zhou Xuanji. With Zhou Xuanji's power, he would surely be able to compete with Yang Renlong and Du. Chapter 139. At the foot of Qingsong Mountain. Zhou Xuanji was lying on the ground, resting casually. The humans and demons around him looked at him furiously. If not for the fact that they were weak, they would have fought Zhou Xuanji to the death. A female cultivator leaped down like an agile monkey. When she saw the situation around her, her expression changed. She held on to her dagger and looked wary. So many people are lying here. Could it be that a powerful cultivator is hiding here? She was shocked in her heart and was extremely nervous. At this moment, PFFTT. She felt that her butt was stabbed. Instantly, her body turned numb, and she fell to the ground. The humans and demons who were lying on the ground all sighed. He had gained another comrade. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He quickly returned to his original spot and continued to hide. He suddenly thought of something and turned around to take all the storage rings and bags of the humans and demons. This time, he was completely infuriated. All the humans and demons stared at him viciously with bloodshot eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji gave each of them 1 strike and the demon 2 strikes. Time continued to pass. Zhou Xuanji gained more and more. 2 hours later. There were less than 10,000 people left on Xianxia Mountain. Most of the participants were fighting for themselves. It was intense. Zhou Xuanji was still calm. There were still many people. Let them continue to fight. 4 hours later, there were less than 1,000 participants left on Xianxia Mountain. Almost all of the participants were injured. Above Jianghu Royal City, in a floating pavilion, Xianxia sat on his throne. 2 palace maids were massaging his legs. A general standing beside him said with a smile, "No matter Yang Renlong or Du, they are both emperors. The heavens bless Great Shang." Xianxia nodded with a smile. Great Shang was not like Great Zhou, where the princes fought for the throne. Even the harem would join the fray. In Great Shang, no prince was willing to fight with Yang Renlong and Du. The two had a gentleman's agreement. One was the emperor, while the other was the guardian of Great Shang. The two worked together to lead Great Shang to conquer the world. So, no matter who won, it was Great Shang's fortune. How did the girl from Hanin divine sect do? Xianxia asked suddenly. He was referring to Xianxia. The general muttered, "She's all right. She's hiding in the forest of Xianxia Mountain, following the rules. She won't be a threat to the 2 princes." The Hanin divine sect was extremely powerful, and it was not inferior to the Xianxia sect. They were treated as important guests by the Great Shang dynasty. It wasn't just the Hanin divine sect, the Haoqi alliance was also an ally of Great Shang. Xianxia said meaningfully, "That girl's physique is special. She is well-educated and talented. It would be great if she could become the future queen of Great Shang." When these words were spoken, the general was moved, immediately understanding his intentions. But doing so would offend Haoqi alliance. This matter needs further discussion. The general hesitated and did not persuade Xianxia directly. Meanwhile, on top of Xianxia Mountain, Yang Renlong and Du were panting heavily as they distanced themselves from each other. "Du, you've grown stronger again." Yang Renlong wiped off the bloodstains on his face. The corners of his mouth curled up into a bright smile. He was very excited. This kind of hearty battle was too satisfying. Du was still maintaining his golden body. He smiled and said, "Of course. You're not bad either. It seems like it's hard to determine the winner between us." The 2 of them looked at each other and laughed heartily. They ignored all the participants below them. Boom! At this moment, a fiery sword chi soared into the sky from the billowing fog and transformed into a phoenix. Screech! The phoenix's cry resounded across the entire Jianghu Royal City. Countless people shut up and looked over. Yang Renlong and Du also looked toward the imperial court instinctively. In the forest, Xianxia saw the phoenix through the gaps between the leaves. Her eyes brightened as she mumbled, "He's finally going to make his move." In the floating pavilion, Xianxia squinted his eyes and said, "Such a powerful sword chi. Could it be that a grandmaster of the sword's way is participating in this World Hero Conference?" The general beside him was stunned too. He had never heard of any powerful sword cultivator participating in the conference. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Xuanji rose from the dense fog with the Phoenix Emperor sword in his hand. The right half of his body was burning with flames, making him look like a god of fire, majestic and awe-inspiring. Countless people were in an uproar. They could not believe their eyes. Who is he? Such a powerful aura. I did not expect there to be so many hidden talents in this World Hero Conference. What is he trying to do? This is going to be a good show. Could it be that he wants to challenge Yang Renlong and Du? The people discussed among themselves. They were all curious about Zhou Xuanji's identity. Even the participants on Qingsong Mountain looked at him in amazement. Zhou Xuanji quickly flew to the top of Qingsong Mountain and maintained the same height as Yang Renlong and Du. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he said with a smile, "Sorry, I have to steal your limelight. The winner of this World Hero Conference is none other than me. If you are not convinced, let's fight." After that, he raised the Phoenix Emperor sword high up. The fire phoenix spread its wings and let out a long cry behind him. It was majestic and awe-inspiring. Yang Renlong squinted his eyes. Du frowned. Both of them were thinking about who Zhou Xuanji was. Humph. You want to win? Du snorted coldly. He shook his arms, and his body expanded abruptly like a human-shaped monster. The golden radiance on his body was extremely dazzling. He punched toward Zhou Xuanji. Amitabha. A Buddhist voice exploded. A giant golden fist smashed toward Zhou Xuanji like a mountain of gold, pushing away the clouds and mist. It was a magnificent sight. Zhou Xuanji smiled disdainfully and slashed with his sword. Tempest slash. The fiery sword chi swept horizontally and collided with the giant golden fist. The two exploded immediately. Du and Yang Renlong moved at the same time. They quickly passed through the smoke created by the explosion and came up to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji flipped out the soft velvety sword with his left hand. With two swords in his hands, he used the dual sword mode to fight one against two. The three of them moved so quickly that the onlookers were dazzled. Zhou Xuanji entered the sword-will mode. His battle instincts pushed his senses to the extreme, and he could block every move from Du and Yang Renlong. He did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Instead, he displayed the demeanor of a grandmaster in the sword's way, calm and sharp. Such a scene made countless people's jaws drop. This sword cultivator who came out of nowhere could really fight against Yang Renlong and Du. How can it be? Who is he? He's the Phoenix Sword Emperor. He subdued Chongming Demon Monarch. Chongming Demon Monarch. The famous 7th rank bull demon. Phoenix Sword Emperor. Why haven't I heard of it? Amazing, it feels like he's not any weaker than the Son of Destiny. Within the royal city, the cultivators who teamed up with Zhou Xuanji back then revealed his name. All of them were incomparably excited, as if the Phoenix Sword Emperor was their good friend, and they were proud of him. Young Xindi frowned. He was thinking about Zhou Xuanji's origins. This kind of expert should be famous throughout the world, and he should know of him. Zhou Xuanji's swords moved like the wind, and his sword techniques were ever-changing. Sometimes, he combined the white crane sword technique with the fiery flame sword technique, and sometimes, he combined the vibrant raindrops sword with the 36 paths jade shao sword. Yang Renlong and Du could not react in time. In the new month, he decided to be positive. From now on, 500 monthly votes plus 1 update. On the basis of 3 chapters a day, every additional 500 monthly votes would add 1 chapter. I used to get 1,000 votes and 1 more. We have thousands of people who want to subscribe, and each person gets 1 ticket. That's a good deal. Our names should be on the monthly votes list. We don't want to soar to the sky in one go, we just want to rise step by step. My life is on the keyboard. How much I add depends on you guys' charge. Chapter 140. Damn. Why is this guy's mastery of the way of the sword so high? The fluency in switching sword techniques is definitely the first I've seen in my life. Yang Renlong gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with anger. This World Hero Conference was his stage. It was the best opportunity for him to become the crown prince. How could he allow a nameless person to disrupt it? Diyu's face was hideous and began to use all his strength. His strength was extremely horrifying. Zhou Xuanji began to receive his attacks easily, but his arms were a little numb. This guy is a pure body cultivator? Zhou Xuanji glanced at Diyu and thought in surprise. He felt that he was facing a demon with a powerful body and not a human. As for Yang Renlong, his spells were exquisite and endless. Fortunately, his Phoenix Emperor sword was more powerful. Yang Renlong suddenly distanced himself from him. He raised his right hand and pointed his index finger toward the sky. He quickly drew a circle, and a purple halo appeared above his head. Wind assist me. Yang Renlong cried out. His voice reverberated under the sea of clouds. A violent gale came and surged into the purple halo. Next, he swung his right hand toward Zhou Xuanji. The purple halo turned around and faced Zhou Xuanji vertically. The violent gale surged in from behind and turned into countless wind blades that shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Diyu maintained his golden Buddha form and kept Zhou Xuanji busy, making it impossible for him to dodge. Ding! 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 The wind blades landed on Diyu's body, but it was as though they had collided with a diamond. A clear metallic sound could be heard. Zhou Xuanji entered golden invincibility as well. The Phoenix Emperor sword blocked most of the wind blades while he blocked the rest with his body. Golden invincibility. Diyu opened his eyes wide in astonishment. This sword cultivator was also a great accomplishment in body cultivation. Not only him, but all the spectators were stunned. In their eyes, even though Zhou Xuanji was not as dazzling as Diyu, he still looked like a golden man. Could it be that this guy knew a Buddhist golden body energy technique? Golden invincibility, great accomplishment in body cultivation. Yang Xindi's eyes brightened as he mumbled to himself. Admiration could be seen in his eyes. He asked, how is this person compared to great Zhou's sword god Zhou and the sword monarch? The general was stunned and said hesitantly, in terms of sword techniques, he might be more powerful, but he might be weaker. They did not associate Zhou Xuanji with sword god Zhou. It was said that sword god Zhou had a handsome appearance and could control a dozen legendary swords. His god emperor sword was even more famous. This phoenix sword emperor looked ordinary, and he used a sword that could form phoenixes. He was very different from sword god Zhou. Your Majesty, you want to rope him in? The general asked curiously. Yang Xindi nodded. He said with a faint smile, I don't have such a personal swordsman by my side. The sword was the king of all weapons. Since ancient times, the weapons of emperors were mostly swords. Yang Xindi was no exception. He felt that Zhou Xuanji's sword technique was quite good, and he was a little moved. Even the Emperor of Great Shang was impressed by Zhou Xuanji's sword technique, let alone the other spectators. What a beautiful sword technique. This person is definitely a grandmaster of the sword Dao. Such sword techniques are ever-changing. Phoenix Sword Emperor. Is our Great Shang finally going to have an expert in the way of the sword? Could he be Sword God Zhou? Didn't Lin Guanyu come to find Sword God Zhou not long ago? Are you stupid? How can Sword God Zhou use so few swords? If Sword God Zhou is here, what's the point of playing? He can't be. The people discussed among themselves, and they could not help but mention the sword cultivator who was in the limelight recently, Sword God Zhou. Zhou Xuanji did not know about their discussion. He was focused on the battle, thinking about how to defeat Yang Renlong and Du. These two were more powerful than Chongming Demon Monarch. They were probably the most powerful beings in the astral projection stage. In Great Shang, he did not want to use the God Emperor sword. After the thought, he leaped up and distanced himself from Du. He quickly disappeared into the sea of clouds. Du and Yang Renlong looked up with vigilance. This sword technique is called Heavenly Lights. I, the Sword Emperor, created it myself. I will show it to you. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the heavens and the earth. The sword techniques in the Supreme Legendary Sword System were all created by him, and no one in the world knew them. No one could refute his claim that he created them. Countless people held their breaths and focused. Among the crowd, the cultivators who teamed up with Zhou Xuanji were all excited. They remembered how powerful the heavenly lights were. Even Chongming Demon Monarch, who was in the inn, poked his head out of the window. With a sword in my hand, it's like there's no sword. With a sword in my heart, everything is a sword. The sword in my eyes is the 5 lakes and 4 oceans, the earth, the mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars. Zhou Xuanji's voice came again. His tone was impassioned, which made everyone's blood boil. Du and Yang Renlong became anxious. Could it be some ultimate sword technique? On Qingsong Mountain, all the participants opened their eyes wide, waiting for Zhou Xuanji's sword. They saw the sword qi transform into the heavenly lights and descend like a torrent, piercing through the sea of clouds and sweeping up waves of strong gales. The heavenly lights were extremely fast. Du's expression changed drastically. He instinctively raised his arms to block. Boom! The heavenly lights smashed Du down the mountain, into the dense fog. It was extremely domineering. Yang Renlong opened his eyes wide and turned around to dodge instinctively. Another stars of the sun, moon, and moon descended, blasting the mountain. Countless trees collapsed, and the entire Qingsong Mountain began to shake violently. Such a powerful sword qi, Yang Renlong's expression changed drastically. Cold sweat covered his forehead. He suddenly sensed danger. The entire Chaoga royal city was in an uproar. Such a powerful sword technique. It's like the might of heaven. It's really the heavenly lights. With a sword in your heart, everything is a sword. Such a high level of attainment, I want to learn the sword too. Phoenix Sword Emperor. He's so powerful. I want to be his disciple. The people discussed excitedly, and even the monsters lurking in the crowd were impressed. In the floating tower. I must have him. Yang Xindi said excitedly. The general beside him was equally excited. This person's sword technique can be ranked in the top 5 in the world. It was easy to learn a sword technique, but difficult to create one. This move, Heavenly Lights, was obviously a peerless sword technique. If such a talent was recruited, how many powerful cultivators in the sword's way could he nurture for Great Shang? On Qingsong Mountain. Su Xianxian was also extremely excited. She did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be more powerful than Du and Yang Renlong. If this continued, could he really win? Boom! Qingsong Mountain shook again. A horrifying aura exploded, shaking all the trees on the mountain. Strands of golden radiance broke through the dense fog like the Buddha's light. Phoenix Sword Emperor, right? I, Du, acknowledge you as the Sword Emperor. Your sword technique is indeed powerful. I have not acknowledged many people in my life, and you are the 4th. But if you want to defeat me, you have to be even more powerful. Du's voice came from below. It was majestic and mighty. Next, he leaped up like a golden Buddha and soared into the sky. At this moment, a beam of cold light swooped down. Sky-sundering Emperor Sword. Ranged sword propelling. Pft. Diyu's chest was pierced by the sky-sundering emperor's sword. Blood splattered, and his expression changed. He was in disbelief. It's late at night. Asking for monthly votes. 500 monthly votes plus 1 update. Chapter 141. This 100ly flying sword could pierce through the chest. Even Diyu's golden Buddha body couldn't withstand it and was like a piece of paper. Everyone, including Diyu and Yang Renlong, were dumbfounded by what they saw. The sky-sundering emperor's sword quickly flew into the sea of clouds and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji landed slowly with the Phoenix Emperor's sword in his hand. As for the sky-sundering emperor's sword, it was already stored in the supreme storage. Although the sky-sundering emperor's sword was not as famous as the God Emperor's sword, it was better to be cautious. What if he met a fan? You still think you can win? Zhou Xuanji asked condescendingly. His face was calm and composed, which was a stark contrast to Diyu's horrified expression. Diyu reached out to touch his chest. The sharp pain told him that all of this was real. Once his golden body was broken, his qi and blood were in a mess, and his vitality was greatly damaged. Even if he continued to fight, he wouldn't be able to win. Rather than struggling at death's door, which would be even more humiliating, he might as well give up now. He took a deep breath and cupped his fist at Zhou Xuanji. I, Diyu, admit defeat. With that, he turned around and flew to the edge of the spell formation, shouting, I admit defeat. Whoosh, the entire royal city was in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji had only appeared for a short while, and he had already defeated Diyu. This prince was the grand disciple of the Fury Buddha. The Di clan and Yang clan were both descendants of the royal bloodline of Great Xiang. In the beginning, it was the Di clan, and later on, it was the Yang clan. The connection between them was extremely deep, and could be traced back thousands of years. Yang Xindi waved his hand and moved Diyu to his side. When Diyu saw Yang Xindi, he couldn't help but lower his head in shame. Yang Xindi had high hopes for him, but in the end, he did not even make it into the top 10. It was really shameful. Looking at Green Pine Mountain, there were at least 500 participants. Yang Xindi nodded to him and praised, You didn't lose your poise. Not bad. Diyu was very powerful. Among those of the same age in the northern wilderness region, he was considered one of the top existences. Today, he had already displayed his prowess. Diyu looked at Yang Xindi in surprise. This was completely different from the usual strict emperor of the Great Xiang dynasty. He noticed that Yang Xindi's expression was not right. Why were they looking at Zhou Xuanji so passionately? The general beside him said, Your Majesty, our Great Xiang has a top sword technique. Yang Xindi muttered, There are, but are there any sword techniques that are comparable to the heavenly lights? Diyu instantly understood. No wonder Yang Xindi didn't blame him. So he wanted to rope in the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji looked at Yang Renlong with his sword in hand. He narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Northern Wilderness Twin Dragons, please enlighten me. The Phoenix Emperor's sword had consumed quite a bit of his spirit energy, and he would only be able to unleash 3 more heavenly lights at most before his spirit energy would be completely exhausted. Yang Renlong took a deep breath and said, Why don't we deal with the others first before we fight? Zhou Xuanji said calmly, I don't like to attack the weak. Why don't you do it? Yang Renlong had fought with Diyu for too long and had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. He needed time to recover. He immediately nodded and rushed down. Zhou Xuanji landed on the top of the mountain and began to meditate and wait. Inside the floating pavilion, Yang Xindi shook his head and said, The human dragon is good in every way, except that he is too smart. Sometimes, his own cleverness can be his own downfall. To a certain extent, Yang Renlong was more suitable to be the emperor of Great Xiang. However, in terms of appreciation, he liked Diyu more. Diyu didn't have many thoughts, and his heart was set on becoming stronger. Diu curled his lip and said, "What a schemer." If this continued and he lost to the Phoenix Sword Emperor, it would be a great humiliation. And so, Zhou Xuanji sat on the top of the mountain and looked down at the other mountains. Yang Renlong began to hunt down the participants below him. He did not move quickly, and it was obvious that he was dragging the battle on purpose. He did not know that Zhou Xuanji was happy to see this. The sun set, and the moon rose. The number of participants on Qingsong Mountain decreased. By the second day, there were less than 100 people left. The remaining people were hiding and dared not to fight. Because they were no match for Yang Renlong. Su Xianxian hid under a tree too. She took a deep breath and tried her best to stay calm. She knew that she was not as powerful as Yang Renlong. If Yang Renlong found her, she would surely lose. Ta! At this moment, she heard the sound of feet landing on the ground above her head. She looked up and saw Yang Renlong standing on a branch, looking down at her coldly. Su Xianxuan's expression changed drastically. She quickly got up and prepared for battle. Yang Renlong smiled suddenly, "So it's Fairy Su. Then, I will not attack you. If I ascend the throne in the future, are you willing to be the Empress of Great Xiang? Don't worry, little evil lord. No matter how powerful Haoqi Alliance is, they will not dare to fall out with Great Xiang." Ha ha ha. After that, Yang Renlong left with a loud laugh. Su Xianxian was not surprised, but her face was cold. Her beauty was outstanding, and she was even known as the top beauty in Great Xiang. But she was disgusted by this. Yang Renlong's attitude was obviously that she was a commodity. She tried to calm her emotions and looked toward the top of the mountain instinctively. She really hoped that Zhou Xuanji could defeat Yang Renlong. Of course, she did not have any special feelings for him. After all, she only cared about appearances. Time continued to pass. On the top of the mountain, Zhou Xuanji placed the Phoenix Emperor's sword on his legs. After a night, his spirit energy had recovered. Although it was not at its peak, it was not too far off. He opened his eyes and mumbled, "Sorry, since you are so scheming, then I will not even let you enter the top 10. After that, he stood up straight away. "Yang Renlong, a night has passed, and you still have not gotten rid of the irrelevant people. Let's forget about it. This means that this is their serendipity. Come up. You and I will fight to determine the winner. Don't let the world laugh at us and say that we bully the weak." Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the clouds. It was so domineering that many people cheered. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, Yang Renlong's demeanor was not as good as his. Yang Xindi praised, "This brat is quite courageous." He did not wait until the end. If he had waited any longer, Zhou Xuanji would have gotten into the top 2 no matter what. But he did not do so. First, it showed that he was confident. Second, it showed that he had his own principles. Of course, there were schemes hidden within. But overall, Yang Xindi still liked Zhou Xuanji. With proper nurturing, this person could become the second sword monarch of Great Zhou. He could even surpass the sword monarch in the future. Yang Xindi loved to compare himself with Great Zhou, and so did Emperor Yan of Zhou. Yang Renlong flew out from the clouds and reached the top of the mountain. His face was dark. What Zhou Xuanji said just now made him lose face. He did not know how to retort. "Let's do it." Zhou Xuanji raised the Phoenix Emperor's sword and said calmly. Phoenix flames engulfed half of his body in an instant. Yang Renlong snorted coldly, "Let's do it." He raised his hands, and 9 golden dragons rose from his back. They roared continuously and stared at Zhou Xuanji. Great Xiang's royal family's ultimate technique, 9 dragons facing the sky. Within Chaoga Royal City, someone cried out in shock, which caused quite a commotion. Yang Renlong pushed his hands toward Zhou Xuanji, and the 9 golden dragons behind him charged toward Zhou Xuanji swiftly. The 9 dragons flew together with great momentum. Chapter 142. 9 Dragons Soar was an ultimate technique of the royal family. Each golden dragon was hundreds of meters long and looked extremely majestic. Zhou Xuanji stood on the peak of the mountain and quickly activated the Soul Eater Slash. 3 streams of demonic sword chi slashed forward like claws and tore one of the golden dragons into pieces. Shortly after, he leaped up and leaped over the heads of the 8 golden dragons. He pierced his sword toward Yang Renlong. Yang Renlong's eyes focused. He waved his right hand, and the purple halo appeared again. It absorbed the violent gale and turned it into wind blades that swept toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his sword quickly with his right hand and activated the Heavenly Light sword technique. The sword chi transformed into a torrent with the sun and moon in front and the stars behind. It was no weaker than the golden dragons of 9 Dragons Soar. Boom! The heavenly lights crushed the countless wind blades with absolute dominance and were about to drown Yang Renlong. Yang Renlong's expression changed drastically. Why did he feel that Zhou Xuanji's sword chi was more powerful than yesterday? At this moment, the soft velvety sword appeared under Zhou Xuanji's feet. He stepped on the legendary sword and came up to Yang Renlong with the 8-step sword lunge. 6-path sword shadow, appear. He activated the heavenly lights together. Everything happened too quickly. Yang Renlong could not dodge in time and could only block with his arms instinctively. A loud bang resounded. The heavenly lights collided with Yang Renlong and exploded immediately. Countless people opened their eyes wide and looked at this scene. The powerful radiance from the explosion illuminated the entire world. Yang Xindi frowned slightly and was worried for Yang Renlong. Du was full of admiration. He did not expect the Phoenix Sword Emperor to have such a trump card. The powerful radiance dissipated. Before the shockwave from the explosion dissipated, Yang Renlong, who was covered in blood, fell down. He had already lost consciousness and was unconscious. If he fell like this, he would surely be severely injured. Yang Xindi sighed. He waved his right hand and pulled Yang Renlong out from the spell formation. Silence. Chaoga Royal City was silent. The people near Qingsong Mountain were all stunned, while those who were far away were waiting for the outcome. Who would win? Chongming Demon Monarch leaned on the windowsill and looked toward Qingsong Mountain. He swallowed his saliva, and his face was filled with shock. Too powerful, 8-step sword lunge, 6-path sword shadow, and heavenly lights. If it were him, he would have died on the spot. Too powerful. Simply invincible. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword with the blade pointing downward. His white dragon golden robe fluttered loudly in the wind. The aura of a sword emperor was fully displayed, and countless people worshipped him. In this year's World Hero Conference, how about I take first place? Zhou Xuanji said, but he was sweating in his heart. Would the 6-path sword shadow body expose him? He was too anxious just now and had actually forgotten about this. However, this was great showing. It was impossible for all of Sword God Zhou's moves to be transmitted here. Zhou Xuanji returned to the summit and sat down. He did not chase after the participants below. Boom! Chaoga Imperial City was in an uproar. Too strong. Yang Renlong is no match for him. Sword Emperor. He really is a Sword Emperor. So a sword cultivator can be so graceful. I want to learn the sword. If the Phoenix Sword Emperor establishes a sect, I will definitely join. Awesome, he shot to fame in one battle. Yang Renlong's defeat is justified. The sounds of discussion rose and fell in Chaoga Imperial City, shaking heaven and earth. Countless humans and demons cheered for the Phoenix Sword Emperor. His demeanor was admirable. Yang Xindi's eyes were burning with passion. After the World Hero Conference, I will host a banquet for him personally, he said. The general asked curiously, if he rejects your majesty's invitation, how will he be dealt with? Yang Xindi smiled, I will not force him, of course. As the emperor, he had seen countless heroes and never forced others to serve him. The general was impressed, and so was Du. As for Yang Renlong, he was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, unconscious. You guys compete among yourselves. A fair battle. I will wait for the last winner. Zhou Xuanji said, and his voice resounded across Qingsong Mountain. The participants heaved a sigh of relief. Below, in the foggy forest, the tiger demon hid in the bushes and touched his butt instinctively. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. After witnessing Zhou Xuanji's power, he suddenly felt that the wound on his butt was glorious. With Zhou Xuanji's power, he could have killed him in one slash, but he only made him fall down helplessly and gave him a chance. How could he not admire such magnanimity? Not only him, but the other humans and demons who were stabbed by the soft velvety sword turned their grief and indignation into excitement. The female cultivator was even more moved. Sir stabbed me there. Could it be? The female cultivator blushed and became bashful. She thought about how Zhou Xuanji searched her storage rings and storage bags, and she became even more shy. Her heart was filled with love. Maybe it was because Zhou Xuanji had ignited their blood, but the hidden participants rushed out from the dark and began fighting. In a four-story inn in Chaoga Royal City, a graceful figure stood before the window and looked at Qingsong Mountain. She was dressed in a purple dress with many strange patterns on it. Her face was covered with a purple veil, and her skin was fair. Her eyes were charming and cold, and there was a blood flower on her snow-white forehead. Her beautiful hair was coiled into a white jade hairpin. Interesting. This brat is only at Soul Fountain level 3, but he could defeat an astral projection cultivator so easily. That sword is not simple. She mumbled to herself and left after that. 6 hours later. Only 12 participants were left on Qingsong Mountain, including Zhou Xuanji and Su Xianxia. The truly powerful cultivators were already eliminated by Yang Renlong. The remaining cultivators were between Astral Infant level 5 and Astral Projection level 3. Finally, Su Xianxia was eliminated at the 6th place and was eliminated. As the saintess of the Hanin divine sect, Yang Xindi would not let her die here. Seeing that she was powerless to fight, he moved her out. Another hour and a half passed. Only 2 people were left on Qingsong Mountain. Other than Zhou Xuanji, the other person was a muscular man with a bare upper body. His black hair was loose, and he looked like a ferocious beast in human form. He flew to the top of the mountain and faced Zhou Xuanji in the air. They were about 10 meters apart. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes slowly and looked at the muscular man. The muscular man took a deep breath and bowed toward Zhou Xuanji. He turned around and flew to the edge of the spell formation. I admit defeat. He cried out loudly. Getting second place was already beyond his expectations. Zhou Xuanji's power intimidated him, and he did not dare to fight him at all. Boom! The entire city was in an uproar. The noise gathered together, as though it was going to overturn the sky. Everyone began to chant the name of the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Qingsong Mountain spell formation shattered, and Yang Xindi's laughter came. Very good. Very exciting. Tonight, we will hold a banquet for all of you in the royal palace. The top 10 winners all smiled in excitement. Du flew up to Zhou Xuanji and cupped his fist. Follow me. I will bring you into the royal palace, and we can get to know each other. He had a smile on his face, and there was no resentment for his defeat. He was convinced by Zhou Xuanji's power. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He was a little excited in his heart. Thundercore grass, here he comes. Astral infant, wait for me. Under Du's lead, Zhou Xuanji flew toward Great Shang's royal palace. Yang Xindi had already teleported back, and the floating pavilions disappeared one after another. The World Hero Conference came to an end. The Phoenix Sword Emperor became famous after this battle. Chapter 143. Nighttime. Great Shang's royal palace was brightly lit. Yang Xindi sat on the throne, while Zhou Xuanji and the other 9 victors sat on the right. Great Shang's high officials and generals sat on the left. There were 3 rows of seats on each side, and hundreds of people were seated. Du and Yang Renlong were among them. This year's World Hero Conference has really produced a heroic figure. Phoenix Sword Emperor, you can be said to have become famous after this battle. After tonight, your name will spread throughout Great Shang. A black-robed old man held a wine cup and said with a smile. He looked amiable and had white hair. He was Great Shang's state teacher, Yang Zhongtian. Yang Zhongtian was an ancient goat that cultivated into a demon. He had lived for 10,000 years and had unfathomable power. It was said that he was not weaker than Great Shang's Fury Buddha. No one knew his true power because he held great authority and never fought personally. Yang Zhongtian looked at Zhou Xuanji and smiled. I propose a toast to you on behalf of Great Shang. To another hero in Great Shang. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The state teacher's words carried a lot of weight. Looking at Yang Xindi, he was not enraged at all and still maintained his smile. Zhou Xuanji looked calm. He stood up with his wine cup and said, State teacher, you are too kind. Great Shang is a land of heroes. The emperor's name shakes the entire northern wilderness region, and the country is peaceful and peaceful. To Great Shang, I'm too insignificant. Today's victory is all thanks to you guys. Bastard. Trying to kill me with flattery. No way. Yang Xindi heard him and burst out laughing while slapping his thigh. Yang Renlong frowned slightly. He could tell Yang Xindi's attitude toward Zhou Xuanji. Yang Zhongtian stroked his long beard and said with a smile, Phoenix Sword Emperor really knows how to talk. Great Shang still needs your help in the future. After that, he waved his right hand. Following that, soldiers walked up with porcelain trays in their hands. Each plate had a storage ring on it. The storage rings from the 1st to the 10th were all different. The other 9 victors stood up with excitement on their faces. Yang Xindi smiled. The 10,000-year Thunder Core grass is an ultimate treasure, especially for physical cultivators. Zhou Xuanji's body was indestructible, which meant that he was quite talented in physical cultivation. He was curious about how powerful a sword cultivator with such a powerful body was. Zhou Xuanji took over his storage ring and scanned it with his mind. Indeed, he saw 3 10,000-year Thunder Core grass. Other than that, there was a pile of level 4 spirit stones, some enchanted artifacts, and energy technique scrolls. All in all, it was a bountiful harvest. But Zhou Xuanji's focus was on the thunder. The others took their storage rings too. Yang Zhongtian smiled and said, Tomorrow, everyone can meet the various sections. As long as you want to go, you can directly join. Of course, you can also become an official or join the army. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji and the others did not look excited. To be able to get into the top 10, who would be alone? Yang Xindi raised his cup and smiled. Let's drink first. After a big battle, we must enjoy ourselves to the fullest. He knew what everyone was, so he changed, and said. And he, and said, and could. Yang said. Yang was. Yang God. Zhou, and. Following that, the hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Yang. Yang Xindi, as was the winner. Yang. As the final winner, Zhou Xuanji was the one who drank the most. Looking at the people surrounding him, Zhou Xuanji sighed. I'll fight you. Let's see who will walk out lying down. Finally, he collapsed at the table. Young Xindi looked at Zhou Xuanji's drunk figure and smiled. As the emperor of Great Xiang, no one dared to make him drink. Sunlight shone in from the window. Zhou Xuanji felt a splitting headache. His consciousness gradually awakened, and his eyes slowly opened. When he was fully awake, he sat up on the bed. He held his head in his hands and tried to recall his memories. He looked up and realized that he was in a spacious and luxurious palace. The storage ring he got from the World Hero Conference was still on his right index finger. He heaved a long sigh. Damn! I got drunk again. Zhou Xuanji was terrified. Fortunately, no one found out his true identity, or else he would have died here. But at that moment, he had to drink. He shook his head and tidied his clothes. At this moment, a person walked in with a loud laugh. It was young Xindi. Ha ha ha. Zhou Menglang, you're finally awake. Young Xindi walked over quickly with Yang Zhongtian behind him. Zhou Xuanji immediately cupped his fist and bowed. He did not kneel, which showed his attitude. In the cultivation world, one did not need to kneel before the emperor. Of course, if the emperor wanted you to kneel and you refused, there would only be one outcome. No need to be so polite. Young Xindi walked to the table and sat down. Yang Zhongtian stood behind him and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow slightly. There might be trouble coming. He walked up and asked, Your Majesty, please excuse me. Young Xindi waved his hand and said with a smile, The others are still drunk. You woke up early. To this, Zhou Xuanji could only maintain an awkward but polite smile. I want to recruit you as my personal guard, a second-rank official. What do you think? Young Xindi said straightforwardly. A second-rank personal guard was unprecedented in Great Xiang. Even in other empires, there was no personal guard with such a high status. Yang Zhongtian stroked his long beard and smiled. In the future, the Great Xiang Merchant Guild will establish the royal family sword sect. By then, Brother Zhou can be a sword master and teach the royal family's disciples. To teach the royal family's disciples. In the future, when the empires change, Zhou Xuanji would be the emperor's teacher. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He did not expect Yang Xindi to be so generous. But he did not want to stay in Great Xiang. This was really troublesome. Yang Xindi valued him so much, how could he reject? Once he rejected, could he walk out of Chaoga Royal City? Zhou Xuanji was silent. Yang Xindi poured tea for himself. As he swirled the teacup, he said casually, Zhou Menglang. Such a good name. The same surname as sword god Zhou. Not long ago, Lin Guanyu came to look for sword god Zhou. Tell me, is there such a coincidence in the world? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and was ready for battle. Yang Zhongtian continued, Great Zhou put a bounty on sword god Zhou's head, but Great Xiang will not do that. Instead, we will nurture you. That's right. I admire you. Join Great Xiang. Young Xindi stared into Zhou Xuanji's eyes and said solemnly. He really admired Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji hesitated. All he could think of was how to reject. Could he live a carefree life in Great Xiang? Boom! At this moment, a world-shaking explosion came from outside the palace. Young Xindi and Yang Zhongtian turned around instinctively. Ha ha ha. Young Xindi. I'm also very interested in the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Hand him over, or else I will flatten Chaoga Royal City. A cold and dignified female voice resounded, and her words revealed a domineering aura that looked down upon the world. It was as though Chaoga royal city was nothing. Young Shindi's expression changed drastically. Why is she here? He cried out. This chapter was about correcting the previous chapter that was wrong, so that everyone would not spend too much money. I'll just take it that I added yesterday and did not update today. The 5th chapter. Boo-hoo. Please forgive me. Chapter 144. She wants me. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. That voice was extremely unfamiliar to him. He had never heard it before. The other party's interest might not be a good thing. Could it be sent by Lin Guanyu? Zhou Xuanji became anxious immediately. The other party sounded very powerful. Looking at Yang Xindi and Yang Zhongtian's expressions, he understood that one disaster after another was coming. It was really a disaster. Yang Xindi got up and said with a deep voice, "Stay here. She is the top evil cultivator. She kills people like flies and massacred countless cities. If you are caught by her, you will die for sure." After that, he left with Yang Zhongtian. The top evil cultivator. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. This title sounded very powerful. In the northern wilderness region, the righteous did not suppress the evil cultivators. Xianxia sect stood against Great Zhou, while Great Shang befriended Haoqi alliance. This showed how deeply rooted the evil cultivators were. But Xianxia sect and Haoqi alliance were not the top evil cultivators. Zhou Xuanji did not know who was the top evil cultivator. He had to ask Daoya old man after he returned. Boom! 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 A series of explosions came from outside. The palace that Zhou Xuanji was in was shaking too. A horrifying demonic aura swept across Chaoga royal city. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. He was not so nervous even when he faced Lin Guanyu back then. That woman was really powerful. He walked to the window carefully and looked out. Demonic qi enveloped the royal palace like a black tornado. Countless Great Shang's royal soldiers levitated in the air, ready for battle. There seemed to be a world-destroying demon hidden in the demonic qi. Its figure alone was intimidating. Yang Xindi stood on the high wall and shouted, "Xianxia, Great Shang, and you have minded our own business. Are you not going to give Great Shang face?" Xianxia. This name sounded nice. But looking at the demonic qi, Zhou Xuanji shuddered. What is Great Shang? I want the Phoenix Sword Emperor. If you don't give it to me, I will bury Great Shang in your hands. Xianxia's voice came from within the demonic qi. It was still full of disdain. Amitabha. Sect Lord Xian is too domineering. This is not the time for Tanhua sect to wreak havoc. A solemn voice came. A name appeared in Zhou Xuanji's mind immediately. The Fury Buddha of Great Shang. Rays of golden light came from the back of the palace he was in, resisting the devil qi. This is a fight between immortals. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He immediately activated the qi obscuring incantation and prepared to escape. Anyway, the Thunderheart grass was already in his hands, so he didn't care about the Great Shang. Perhaps Great Shang would only be safe if he left. With that thought, he turned to the window in the other direction and jumped out. Zhou Xuanji took many turns in the palace complex. Fury Buddha, it seems like you've really become arrogant. Back then, when I was invincible, you were just a little monk. Xianxia's voice sounded out again, and her arrogance made Zhou Xuanji even more nervous. Old witch. Even the Fury Buddha of Great Shang was a little brother in front of her. Zhou Xuanji fled even faster. He turned around and looked at the Fury Buddha of Great Shang. It was 1,000 feet tall, golden, and extraordinary. What a golden Buddha! Zhou Xuanji inwardly marveled and quickly left the palace. He did not forget about Chongming Demon Monarch. Now, the entire Chaoga imperial city was in chaos. He noticed that there were many ruins in the imperial city, which were probably caused by Xianxia. Soon, Zhou Xuanji found Chongming Demon Monarch. The demon and human looked at each other. Without a word, they dashed toward the city gate. They did not fly so as not to expose themselves. Zhou Xuanji rode on Chongming Demon Monarch's back and looked back occasionally. The negotiation between the Fury Buddha and Xianxia had already broken down. The old demonic woman was really stubborn. She fought without hesitation. Countless great Shang royal soldiers surrounded the billowing demonic chi. It felt like the heavenly soldiers were fighting demons. I'm confused. It's not enough for you to offend Great Zhou and Baba Blade Master. You even dare to offend this old demon. Chongming Demon Monarch could not help but complain. He sounded a little exasperated. When he heard that Xianxia was looking for Zhou Xuanji, he almost peed in his pants. As a great demon who had lived for thousands of years, he knew what the name Xianxia represented. It represented massacre. It represented brutality. He shuddered at the thought of those horrifying legends. Zhou Xuanji said dispiritedly, I did not offend her. This is the first time I've heard of her name. Could it be because of the World Hero Conference that she was subdued by me? Chongming Demon Monarch snorted and did not continue the conversation. Zhou Xuanji sprinted along the street and suddenly saw Su Xianxian. She was standing in front of an inn, with a dozen female cultivators behind her. Su Xianxian was stunned when she saw Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji politely nodded at her before he continued to run. Not long later, Chongming Demon Monarch dashed out of the city gate. One had to admit that the royal city was really strict. Even so, the city guards were still guarding the city. They did not stop people from running out, but they did not allow anyone to enter. After dashing into the forest, Chongming Demon Monarch sprinted ahead at full speed. Even though he was 1,000 miles away, he could still hear the rumbling from Chaoga Royal City, which shocked him in his heart. There was always someone more powerful than you out there. He used to think that the Sword Monarch was the heavens. But now, the Sword Monarch was nothing compared to Great Shang's Fury Buddha and Xianxia. 2 hours later, Zhou Xuanji could not hear anything from Chaoga Royal City at all. He did not let his guard down and asked Chongming Demon Monarch to escape at full speed. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji rode on Chongming Demon Monarch and continued forward. They galloped wildly on the grassy plain. Chongming Demon Monarch's speed was very fast. He would probably be able to leave Great Shang in another day. Bang! At this moment, a terrifying saber chi swept over from the front, splitting the grassland and raising 2 rows of dust dozens of feet high. It was unstoppable, like a dust storm. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed drastically. Before he could give the order, Chongming Demon Monarch quickly dodged. Damn it! Zhou Xuanji cursed and took out the God Emperor's sword with his right hand, preparing to fight. Baba Blade Master, Lin Guanyu. In this current situation, there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. At the end of the horizon, Lin Guanyu walked over with his saber. With red eyes, he said coldly, Sword God Zhou, don't think that I can't recognize you just because you changed your appearance. I will never forget your aura. Chongming Demon Monarch was so frightened that his limbs were trembling. He muttered, Baba Blade Master, it's over, it's over. Baba Blade Saint was an existence that could fight against the Fury Buddha of Great Shang. Standing in front of him, he couldn't even withstand a single slash. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and cried out, Lin Guanyu, I advise you to leave immediately. The top evil cultivator, Xianxia, is right behind. She likes me and wants to take me in as her disciple. Do you want to become her enemy? Since he could not defeat him, then he would use his connections to intimidate others. Lin Guanyu said with a frown, You think I will believe that? Xianxia, that demon, likes you. She hates men the most. If you really meet her, you will be lucky if she doesn't tear you into pieces. After that, he continued to walk forward. He looked like he was going to kill Zhou Xuanji on the spot. Chapter 145. Seeing that Lin Guanyu was getting closer, Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought about how to deal with him. In a head-on clash, he would definitely lose to Lin Guanyu. But right now, he could only meet force with force. Chongming Demon Monarch stood before Zhou Xuanji and said with a trembling voice, "It's over. My 720 wives, you are going to be widows." He had experienced Baba Blade Master's strength not long ago. He was almost as strong as an immortal. Lin Guanyu walked at a steady pace, his eyes locked onto Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji could sense that if he tried to escape, Lin Guanyu would strike immediately. Damn it! Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. The Phoenix Emperor's sword appeared in his left hand, and the other legendary swords appeared around him. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Wind Cutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Soaring Eagle Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Book Cutter Sword, Sky Sundering Emperor Sword, Tempest Calmer, Living Snake Sword, Crazy Paralysis Sword, Falling Petal, Soft Velvety Sword, Divine Crane Sword, Phantom Sword. All the divine swords were pointed at Lin Guanyu. Chongming Demon Monarch widened his eyes. What a mighty divine sword! Lin Guanyu had a disdainful smile on his face. He ferociously raised his saber, and when he was 1,000 meters away from Zhou Xuanji, he prepared to swing. Lin Guanyu, get lost. He's someone I want. At this moment, Xianxia's voice rang out. It was extremely cold. Zhou Xuanji and Lin Guanyu's expressions changed. Xianxia, why are you in great shine? Lin Guanyu's face was livid as he asked in a low voice, and he seemed to be extremely fearful. Zhou Xuanji's face was ashen. Xianxia was even more terrifying than Lin Guanyu, so he naturally did not want to face her. He did not imagine that Xianxia was really interested in him. He was so ugly now that even he wanted to strangle him to death, let alone other people. Scram! Next, strands of demonic qi appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji out of nowhere. A lady in purple appeared. Her back view was enchanting and extremely alluring. But in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, she was a venomous beauty. He swallowed his saliva as he felt Xianxia's killing intent at such a close distance. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Lin Guanyu said angrily, "He killed my sister, how can I let him go?" Xianxia's face was covered by a purple veil, but her beautiful eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. She said coldly, "If you don't get lost, I will slaughter your entire clan. I will pull out the souls of all your descendants and skin them to make you suffer even more." Hearing this, Lin Guanyu's expression changed. Zhou Xuanji was covered in cold sweat when he heard this, while Chongming Demon Monarch was almost paralyzed. This woman is crazy. Lin Guanyu took a deep breath and said, "Xianxia, you'll reap what you sow one day." After saying that, he turned around and left very quickly. From the looks of it, he was obviously afraid of Xianxia, so he ran away after saying those words. Zhou Xuanji's evaluation of him suddenly lowered. No matter how great the hatred was, it was not as important as his own life. What kind of hero was that? After Lin Guanyu left, Xianxia's killing intent also dissipated. She turned around slowly, and Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch finally saw her face. A purple veil covered half of her face. Her skin was very fair, and there was a mark of a blood-red flower on her forehead. Her hair was coiled up under a white jade hairpin. At first glance, this woman was absolutely beautiful. She was even more graceful than Su Xianxian. Very evil. This kind of evil was a fatal temptation to men. Zhou Xuanji did not think too much. He was only thinking about how to escape. Chongming Demon Monarch knelt on the ground and prostrated himself. Sect Lord Xian. My master did not offend you. Please let him go, he said with a trembling voice. Xianxia ignored him and stared at Zhou Xuanji with a strange look in her eyes. Silence. She did not speak but looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stored all the legendary swords into the supreme storage and faced them calmly, waiting for his fate. Facing Lin Guanyu, he could still put up some resistance. Xianxia, the top evil cultivator. It's better for me to lie low for now. Phoenix Sword Emperor. Sword God Zhou. You look so ordinary, Xianxia said with a mocking tone. Zhou Xuanji felt like he was stabbed in the chest. Senior, why are you looking for me? He tried his best to calm down and asked. Xianxia said with a faint smile, there's something I need you to do. If you do it well, I will let you die a quick death. Having heard her, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He was enraged immediately and said, then just kill me directly. If I do it well, I will still die. Are you kidding me? It's not like he had never died before. Jianghu, I'm sorry. I can't marry you anymore. He closed his eyes and looked as though he was begging for death. Xianxia laughed. Her laughter alone could captivate one's soul. As long as you pass the test, I can spare your life, she said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, what test? An ancient sword emperor's inheritance. I need a legendary treasure in there. I have found many sword cultivators before, but they all died in the test. Xianxia replied. She gritted her teeth at the mention of this. Why didn't you find the sword monarch? Zhou Xuanji asked. I wanted to find him indeed. I happened to pass by Great Xiang, so I stayed for a few days. Then I saw you. Your mastery of the sword's way should not be lower than the sword monarch's. You are more powerful than the sword cultivators I have seen before, Xianxia said with a smile. After that, she waved her right hand. Demonic qi rose into the air and swept Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch away. Zhou Xuanji could only feel a formless energy lifting him up. He was surrounded by demonic qi, and he could not see what was happening outside. Where are we going? Is it far from Great Xiang? Zhou Xuanji swallowed his saliva and asked. If it was too far, even if he passed the test, it would be troublesome for him to return. Xianxia closed her eyes and said, Juadi Cliff. Zhou Xuanji was dumbfounded. Where was Juadi Cliff? Chongming Demon Monarch shuddered and cried out, isn't that a perilous place? We will surely die if we go in. Even a 7th-rank great demon was terrified of Juadi Cliff, which showed how terrifying Juadi Cliff was. Xianxia said calmly, don't worry. With me around, as long as you are obedient, you still have a chance to live. Zhou Xuanji looked at Chongming Demon Monarch and asked, how far is Juadi Cliff from Great Xiang? Not very far. It's a distance of 2 Great Xiang. There are many sects nearby, and it's extremely chaotic. Chongming Demon Monarch replied, which made Zhou Xuanji heave a sigh of relief. If they flew at full speed, they could cover the distance of 2 Great Xiang in less than half a month, so it was not very far. However, Zhou Xuanji was still a little uneasy. What if Xianxia went back on her words? Lin Guanyu said before that this woman hated men the most. If it was before, it would be fine if he was handsome, and he might be able to use his charm. But now, Zhou Xuanji sighed heavily. He felt a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Xianxia turned around suddenly and waved her right hand. Zhou Xuanji felt a powerful gust of wind blowing toward his face. He wanted to step back out of fear, but he could not move. TSK. Such a good appearance indeed. The rumors are true. Xianxia said in amazement. Zhou Xuanji's face was already revealed. Chongming Demon Monarch opened his eyes wide. This guy changed his appearance. Chapter 146. Zhou Xuanji touched his face instinctively. It was good that he was not disfigured. Xianxia moved closer to him and used her right index finger to lift his chin. She smiled charmingly and said, "Look at your soft and tender skin. You're very suitable to be my human furnace." Human furnace. Zhou Xuanji's body trembled. He had heard many legends. There were thousands of cultivation methods in the world, and the method of yin and yang intercourse was one of them. Being a cultivation vessel was different from dual cultivation. You would be squeezed dry. However, even if he died from being sucked dry, it would still feel great, right? Zhou Xuanji thought innocently. Xianxia giggled and said, "My cauldron is a real cauldron. Do you feel good using you as a cauldron?" Zhou Xuanji trembled in fear. Damn it! This woman can read minds. Seeing his expression, Xianxia's smile became even more radiant. She turned around and stopped teasing him. After Xianxia left, Chongming Demon Monarch came over and clicked his tongue in wonder. Not bad. Such handsomeness resembles the demeanor I had when I was young. Zhou Xuanji directly punched him. His physical strength as an invincible Vajra was immense. Caught off guard, Chongming Demon Monarch felt dizzy from the attack. Why was this bull as annoying as the little black snake? It was unknown who would be more despicable if these two guys bumped into each other. Xianxia did not speak anymore, and Zhou Xuanji did not dare to disturb her. He was afraid that this woman would suddenly go berserk and tear him apart. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt the demonic qi around him dissipate, and he accidentally fell to the ground. Chongming Demon Monarch was also awakened by the fall. Xianxia stepped forward. Zhou Xuanji got up and realized that he was surrounded by a desert. It was deep into the night. There was a light ahead. It was a small inn. In the vast desert, this inn seemed so small. Zhou Xuanji did not run but followed. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. After following Xianxia into the inn, they immediately attracted a dozen pairs of eyes. There were only 7 tables in the inn, and 3 of them were empty. Xianxia found the nearest table and sat down. The waiter hurriedly walked over. He was first stunned by Xianxia's beauty, then he respectfully asked, "What would you like?" Here, the more beautiful a woman was, the more dangerous she was. No matter how tempted he was, he did not dare to look at Xianxia. "Bring me all your best dishes and wine." Xianxia sat upright and said calmly. Zhou Xuanji sat opposite her, and she was staring at him. He instinctively averted his gaze, not wanting to meet her eyes. Seeing this, Xianxia's eyes curved into 2 crescent moons. Chongming Demon Monarch sat beside her and was extremely nervous. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. Compared to the liveliness of the other 4 tables, they seemed extremely strange. From time to time, the other guests would look at Xianxia. Their gazes were filled with passion and greed. When I was young, my father often drank. Whenever he was drunk, he would beat and scold me and my mother. Before I was 10, I was covered in wounds. Later, my mother couldn't take it anymore and jumped into a well to commit suicide. I killed my father while he was sleeping. Xianxia suddenly said. She did not lower her voice, so almost everyone could hear her. Not only did I kill him, I even threw him into the wild to feed the wolves. Later on, due to a fortuitous encounter, I began to cultivate demonic arts. Whenever I saw a man drinking, I would kill them. I would even torture them. First, I would beat them until their flesh was lacerated. Then, I would pour strong alcohol on them and watch them beg for mercy. That feeling was truly wonderful. Xianxia smiled beautifully, and a gust of cold wind blew across the inn. Zhou Xuanji shuddered. Was this woman crazy? Bomb! A muscular man slammed the table and stood up. Stupid woman, what is the meaning of this? Didn't you order alcohol just now? He shouted furiously. After that, he looked at Xianxia with an evil smile. Looking at his perverted look, one could guess what he was thinking. Xianxia smiled and slammed the table lightly. PFFTT. The muscular man's body was covered in blood and he died instantly. He did not even have the time to scream. Next, the others died too. Only the three of them, the innkeeper, and the waiter were left in the inn. The innkeeper, who was doing the accounts, was trembling in fear. His face was pale, and he did not dare to say a word. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. Wasn't this woman too cruel? Now it's quiet. Xianxia placed her right hand on the table and supported her chin with her hand. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. The way she looked at him made him feel like he was being stared at by a venomous snake. No wonder Yang Xindi and Lin Guanyu were so afraid of her. She attacked just like that, and her methods were so unimaginable. He could not see how she attacked at all. Chongming Demon Monarch was so frightened that he shrunk his gigantic body into a ball, which looked extremely comical. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he stared ahead blankly. He did not dare to look at Xianxia. The inn fell silent again. Soon, the waiter brought the dishes to the table with trembling hands. After that, he dragged the corpses out of the inn. Throughout the entire process, he did not make a sound. Evidently, it was not the first time for him to do such a thing. Running an inn in the wilderness, this kind of massacre was naturally a common occurrence. But it was his first time seeing someone as powerful as Xianxia, and he was extremely afraid. Pour the wine, Xianxia said. Chongming Demon Monarch shuddered and hurriedly picked up the wine pot to pour wine for her. She picked up her chopsticks and picked up a piece of roasted meat. This meat reminds me of the meat I ate deep in the mountain. That family was extremely cruel. They killed the people who stayed at their place and ate their corpses. They even gave the meat to passers-by. Zhou Xuanji heard her and got goosebumps. You really ate it? He asked. Cannibalism. Just thinking about it made him feel disgusted. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him and said, I don't have such a heavy taste. I only destroyed that family alive. Zhou Xuanji was silent. Looking at the table full of dishes, why did he feel so disgusted? A while later, 3 more cultivators came in. 2 women and a man. They were very loud and began chattering the moment they came in. Mister, let's drink less wine tonight. What are you afraid of? If we drink too much, Mister will protect us. Ha 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 ha. You must serve us well tonight. The man walked in with 2 beautiful women in his arms and laughed wantonly. Xianxia swirled her wine cup and said with a smile, When I was young, my parents always talked loudly. They were so noisy that I could not sleep. After that, I cultivated a demonic energy technique and killed them. Zhou Xuanji, Chongming Demon Monarch, the innkeeper, and the waiter were speechless. What the? She was just making it up. And I almost sympathized with this woman, Zhou Xuanji mocked her in his heart. He always felt that Xianxia had a mental problem. Why was every story directed at her parents? Lacking love since young. The three cultivators immediately turned to look at her. Seeing Xianxia, the male cultivator's eyes brightened. He pushed the two beauties aside lightly and walked towards Xianxia. As he fanned himself, he smiled elegantly and said, "My lady, did I disturb you just now?" Chapter 147. Seeing the male cultivator walk towards Xianxia, Zhou Xuanji could not help but mourn for him. When he was 7 steps away from Xianxia, blood spurted out of his body and he died on the spot. The two accompanying female cultivators were stunned. Just as they were about to scream, they followed in the footsteps of the male cultivator and fell into a pool of blood. Another 3 lives were lost. Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch were silent. The shopkeeper and the waiters kept quiet. No one dared to anger Xianxia. A look of satisfaction appeared in Xianxia's eyes as she continued to eat and drink. After that, no more cultivators entered the inn. After the waiter collected the 3 corpses, everything returned to normal. For Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch, this meal was very depressing. After a full hour, the old witch finally ate. She took out a silk handkerchief and wiped her mouth. She slowly stood up and said with a smile, "Let's go." The waiter couldn't help but say, "Senior, money." Zhou Xuanji looked at him in astonishment. His gaze seemed to be saying, "Brother, are you crazy?" As expected. As soon as the waiter finished speaking, he fell to the ground, covered in blood. The shopkeeper was so frightened that his entire body trembled. His face was filled with despair as he muttered, "Son." Xianxia stopped and asked with a frown, "He's your son?" The shopkeeper nodded numbly. He was both angry and desperate, but he didn't dare to show it. At this moment, he felt like the world was collapsing. Then go down and accompany him. A family should be neat and tidy. Xianxia waved her right hand, and the shopkeeper fell to the ground, his blood splattering on the wall. Zhou Xuanji was silent. Chongming Demon Monarch was so frightened that he took a step out of the inn. Xianxia walked out of the inn with a smile, and Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. He felt a fire burning in his chest. Although he wasn't a saint, he still felt angry when he saw Xianxia's actions. It was no wonder that she could only be the top demonic cultivator and not the strongest in the northern wilderness region. After leaving the inn, Xianxia waved her right hand, and demonic qi swept Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch away. In the following period of time, Xianxia did not stop. Zhou Xuanji remained silent. The atmosphere was very strange. Zhou Xuanji was enveloped in demonic qi, so he could not tell the time. He tried to think of a way to escape. He had a feeling that even if he passed the Sword Emperor's assessment and obtained Xianxia's item, he would not be able to escape death. Chongming Demon Monarch had the same thoughts. He lay on the ground like a corpse. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch fell to the ground again, caught off guard. Even though the fall was very painful, they didn't make a sound. Xianxia couldn't help but turn around and ask, "How long are you going to hold it in?" Zhou Xuanji did not reply. Xianxia walked in front of him, grabbed his chin, and said with a smile, "Your scowling face is quite cute, but it would be a pity if you died in the Sword Emperor assessment." Zhou Xuanji turned his head and shook off her hand. Chongming Demon Monarch suddenly exclaimed, "Juadi Cliff." Zhou Xuanji quickly looked around. Thunderclouds billowed above his head, and he was surrounded by barren mountains. There were few trees, and the undulating mountains were covered with dead trees and bones. As far as the eye could see, there were only 2 words that could be used: desolate and bleak. "Follow me." After she finished speaking, she took the lead and stepped forward. Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch followed reluctantly. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji observed. Chongming Demon Monarch said that Juadi Cliff was a dangerous place. It contained an ancient curse, and those who entered would most likely die. But he looked for a long time. He still couldn't see any danger. Stop looking. With me here, what can you see? Xianxia said with a smile, if you can survive, you might miss me. I can give you an absolute sense of security. Zhou Xuanji sneered. Old demonic woman, I've always been anxious and panicky with you, okay? After walking for a few hundred meters, they stopped. Xianxia pointed at the cave in front of them and said, go in. The inheritance of the ancient sword emperor is inside. Your goal is to bring everything out. Zhou Xuanji looked over. The cave was 2 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide. It was pitch black and bottomless. Chongming Demon Monarch swallowed his saliva and asked, how many sword cultivators have you found? Xianxia replied calmly, not many. Just 26 or 27, 26 or 27. Which poor guy did she forget? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and walked toward the cave. He took out the God Emperor's sword and Sky Sundering Emperor's sword and stepped into the cave without hesitation. He did not stop or look back. Xianxia thought to herself and mumbled, I hope I can succeed this time. If even Zhou Xuanji failed, she could only look for the Sword Monarch. Chongming Demon Monarch was praying too. If Zhou Xuanji failed, only death awaited him. After entering the cave, Zhou Xuanji felt that the world around him was spinning. The darkness was occupied by a powerful light. When he stabilized his body, he realized that he was in the sky. It was similar to the illusory realm when he inherited the Sky Sundering Sword Emperor. I am the Hegemon Sword Emperor. The way of the Hegemon sword dominates both ancient and modern times. A majestic voice came, shaking the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw a shadow that was hundreds of meters tall in front of him. Hegemon Sword Emperor, one of the 9 emperors of the Sword's Way. Zhou Xuanji had heard of this name before. He was the last one among the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. After him, there were no more true sword emperors in the world. There were only self-proclaimed nicknames. The Hegemon Sword Emperor left behind many legends in the world. He once slew an immortal god that was left in the mortal realm. His sword tore through the void, and he ascended into the heavens. Everyone worshipped him. Do you dare to accept my test? The Hegemon Sword Emperor asked emotionlessly. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and replied, I do. From what Xianxia said, the Hegemon Sword Emperor's test was evidently more difficult than the Sky Sundering Sword Emperor's. A shadow that was not much taller than Zhou Xuanji appeared. He held a giant sword in his hand. The blade was as wide as his waist. Looking at his figure, it was the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Defeat me, who was at the same stage as you. The shadow said. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, you, who was at the same stage as me? Or is your cultivation the same as mine, but your sword technique is a great accomplishment? If it was the former, he was confident that he could kill the Hegemon Sword Emperor instantly. But if it was the latter, he was not sure if he should say it. The Hegemon Sword Emperor did not reply but charged toward him with his sword. Almost in an instant, he came up to Zhou Xuanji and slashed with his sword. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sharpened, and he quickly blocked with the God Emperor sword. Clang! The 2 legendary swords clashed, and the Hegemon Sword Emperor was sent flying backward. Zhou Xuanji smiled. My glorious gold legendary sword is still more powerful. The Hegemon Sword Emperor leaped up and flew above Zhou Xuanji's head. He pressed down with his sword, which was as imposing as a mountain. Zhou Xuanji used the tempest slash toward the sky, and his sword chi soared upward. Boom! The Hegemon Sword Emperor broke through the sword chi and continued to press toward him. Zhou Xuanji immediately dodged the attack with the 8-step sword lunge. Just when he appeared, the hegemon sword emperor appeared beside him. The hegemon sword emperor slashed toward him, trying to decapitate him. Chapter 148. Zhou Xuanji used the 8-step sword lunge again and dodged the hegemon sword emperor's giant sword. When he landed again, he immediately used the 10,000 sword dragon incantation's dual sword style. He didn't use the God Emperor sword's power and treated it as an ordinary weapon. Even the sky-sundering Emperor sword was the same. In the same realm, he didn't want to borrow strength from someone stronger. The hegemon sword emperor closed in, and Zhou Xuanji's twin swords welcomed him. Clang! 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 The two swords moved like the wind. Dragon-shaped sword chi coiled around Zhou Xuanji as he roared continuously. The hegemon sword emperor swung his sword very quickly and domineeringly. Even Zhou Xuanji, whose body was golden invincible, could not compare to him in terms of strength. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji was fast. The two sides fought back and forth, launching a super duel in this firmament world. Zhou Xuanji used his dual sword technique, Vibrant Raindrop Sword and 36 Paths Jade Shao Sword, which caught the hegemon sword emperor off guard. He wasn't happy for long. The hegemon sword emperor suddenly raised his saber and slashed out furiously. A terrifying sword chi directly sent him flying. A faint layer of white flame appeared around the hegemon sword emperor's body. He slashed toward Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed, creating afterimages that were dazzling to the eyes. Countless sword chi crisscrossed and shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Unstoppable. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed, and he immediately unleashed heavenly lights. The torrent of sword chi slammed into the hegemon sword emperor, but it was instantly destroyed by the hegemon sword emperor's sword chi. How is this possible? What kind of sword technique is this? His expression changed, and his eyes were filled with shock. The violent sword chi raged towards him, and since he had no time to dodge, he subconsciously raised his two swords to block. There was a loud bang. Zhou Xuanji was sent flying backward. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth and splattered into the sky. He somersaulted in the air and quickly stabilized himself. At this moment, the hegemon sword emperor rushed over again. He raised the giant sword in his right hand and smashed it down furiously. Zhou Xuanji was furious. This guy really did not give him any time to breathe. One divine sword after another appeared around him. There were 8 of them in total. He directly displayed the 10-sword style and charged forward. Rumble! Chongming Demon Monarch looked at the trembling mountain in front of him and couldn't help but feel nervous. Xianxia widened her beautiful eyes, which were filled with splendor. She said softly, "Not bad. This brat can actually endure for so long. He is much stronger than those trash from before." Chongming Demon Monarch asked cautiously, "Who is the sword sovereign here? Is it the hegemon sword emperor?" Of the 9 emperors of the sword Dao, the hegemon sword emperor was the most famous. 2 great emperors had once fought in Jianghu Cliff, and both of them had fallen here. Their resentment soared into the sky, and this place had become a fearsome land. 10,000 years ago, the hegemon sword emperor had barged into Jianghu Cliff alone and did not die, shocking the northern wilderness region. Hence, Chongming Demon Monarch immediately thought of the hegemon sword emperor. Xianxia nodded, a look of reminiscence in her eyes. Chongming Demon Monarch was silent. He was even more worried. The reputation of the hegemon sword emperor was simply too resounding. Back then, he was the number 1 in the world, a tyrannical existence that suppressed an era. He was the man who had pushed sword Dao to its peak. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! At this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds could be heard, causing Chongming Demon Monarch to turn around in shock. 6 cultivators quickly flew over, led by an old man in a red robe. His figure was thin, his hair was black and white, and his face was covered with many gray spots. When he saw Xianxia, he immediately stopped. The 5 cultivators behind him were shocked. The old man in the red robe noticed that the small mountain was trembling and shouted, "Someone is accepting the hegemon sword emperor's inheritance?" Xianxia glanced at him and laughed in disdain. "Xianxia, what are you trying to do? How dare you covet the inheritance of the hegemon sword sect?" The old man in the red robe asked angrily, his tone filled with anger. The hegemon sword sect was a sect founded by the descendants of the hegemon sword emperor. It was a powerful force in the northern wilderness region, and it was not weaker than Xianxia sect and Hanin divine sect. Who said it belongs to the hegemon sword sect? Whoever is capable will have it, Xianxia said calmly. Her gaze landed on the cave in front of her, as if she could see what was going on inside. Xianxia. Tanhua sect master. Demonic Paths Number 1. A handsome young man behind the old man in the red robe mumbled to himself. He wore a green robe, and his hair was tied up with a red ribbon. His face was handsome, but he did not lose his manly aura. My son, Lin Chang'e, is the inheritor appointed by the ancestor. Apart from him, no one can pass the ancestor's test, the old man in the red robe said. The red-robed elder said in a deep voice. Chongming demon monarch turned to look at him. He asked curiously, "He's Lin Chang'e? That exquisite sword mind?" Hearing this, the young man in the green robe nodded. He cupped his fist and said, "I'm Lin Chang'e. If this brother does not pass the test, can I take his place?" Xianxia's reputation was too great, and Lin Chang'e had to be respectful. But his attitude did not seem humble. Xianxia snorted, "What if he passes the test?" Lin Chang'e frowned slightly and did not know how to reply. In his eyes, apart from him, no one could obtain the inheritance of the hegemon sword emperor. But he could not offend Xianxia directly. "My master is sword god Zhou. His sword technique is the best in the world. Do you think he will fail?" Chongming demon monarch cried out arrogantly. When a demon was about to die, why should he be afraid? Sword god Zhou. Lin Chang'e frowned even harder. The expressions of the old man in the red robe and the 4 cultivators from the hegemon sword sect were all moved. Recently, sword god Zhou's fame had spread far and wide. Xianxia sect, Great Zhou, and Baba Blade Master were all after his life. Such a reputation was hard to come by in 100 years. They did not expect sword god Zhou to be Xianxia's disciple. No wonder Baba Blade Master could not kill him. I only need 1 sword from the hegemon sword emperor. If sword god Zhou passes the test, he will fight with me. If I win, he will give me the sword. If I lose, I will surely compensate him. Sword techniques, swords, spirit stones, and other treasures, he can choose whatever he wants. Lin Chang'e looked at Xianxia and said. Although he was only the son of the hegemon sword sect lord, his power was among the top 5 in the sect. Sure. Xianxia glanced at him and smiled with disdain. Chongming demon monarch opened his eyes wide. This old demonic woman is playing tricks. Isn't this digging a hole for Zhou Xuanji? The old man in the red robe snorted coldly, he can't pass the test. The others were also disdainful. They understood the hegemon sword emperor the most and were confident. Heaven-vault world. 10 legendary swords pierced into the hegemon sword emperor's body, which made him look like a porcupine. Next, the hegemon sword emperor's shadow exploded and disappeared. The 10 legendary swords flew back to Zhou Xuanji. The 100-meter-tall shadow was silent. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and thought to himself, could this guy be like the sky-sundering sword emperor and have spiritual intelligence? Brat, where did you come from? Those 2 swords are of an unreasonably high grade. The 100-meter-tall shadow asked suddenly, which made Zhou Xuanji sigh. Spiritual intelligence indeed. He replied, I come from the sanctum of China. I am the reincarnation of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Sanctum of China. Great sage equal to heaven. Such a majestic title, the hegemon sword emperor was in deep thought, as though he had heard of the great sage equal to heaven. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He suddenly felt that it was fun to talk nonsense. No wonder Xianxia liked to make up stories before killing. Chapter 149. Did I pass the test? Zhou Xuanji asked, staring at the hegemon sword emperor. He hoped that the hegemon sword emperor would not be as bored as the sky-sundering sword emperor and set up dozens of tests. Not yet. The hegemon sword emperor replied, which made Zhou Xuanji speechless. I've already defeated you in the same realm, so what are you still worried about? If I were you, I would hand over the inheritance. Now, there's only one test left. Move me. The hegemon sword emperor continued with a righteous tone. Zhou Xuanji blinked and did not speak. Let's begin. Use your attainments in the way of the sword to impress me. Zhou Xuanji still did not speak and continued to look at him. 100 million divine beasts galloped through his mind. Since they only needed to move their mouths, what was the point of the previous test? For a moment, the firmament world fell into silence. The outside world. The red-robed old man sneered, Why did you stop? Is he already dead inside? The hill was no longer shaking. It was terrifyingly calm. Xianxia's eyes were indifferent, as if she didn't care. None of the sword cultivators she had brought in before had come out alive, so she didn't know what the second stage was. They thought that if the mountain stopped, it would be the end. But she could still sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. This kid is not dead yet. Lin Chang'e looked at the small mountain quietly. No one knew what he was thinking. It's over, it's over. Chongming Demon Monarch sat paralyzed on the ground and held his head with his hands. His face was filled with pain. If Zhou Xuanji died, he would not survive either. Even if Xianxia did not kill him, he would not be able to escape from Juadi Cliff. The firmament world. After a long while, the hegemon sword emperor could not help but ask, Are you still not going to speak? If you fail the test, I will kill you. I've already defeated you. Why are you still talking? Is this the spirit of the 9 emperors of the sword's way? A senior of the sword Dao is making things difficult for me, a junior. If you are dissatisfied, no matter what I say, you will not admit it. What do you want me to do? Are you trying to tease me? Zhou Xuanji's witty words flowed out of his mouth. However, he did not make it sound bad. Instead, he created an image of himself as weak. He didn't want to die. The hegemon sword emperor replied, That's not the case. If you can really say something unique, the inheritance will naturally be bestowed to you. Zhou Xuanji breathed out. Time to show some real skill. My sword Dao is the Dao of 10,000 swords. 1 sword to slay humans, 2 swords to slay evil, 100 swords to slay evil, 10,000 swords to slay karma, and 1,000,000 swords to create. The drifting wind never ends, the heavy rain never ends. The sword is eternal, and the Dao can never be destroyed. A tree that can be embraced is born from the tip of a hair. A 9-story platform is built from the soil. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. 1 sword, 1 intent. 10,000 swords, 10,000 intents. A great 1,000 heavens and earth. Zhou Xuanji spoke without thinking, and the more he boasted, the more excited he became. This fellow was very good at acting, just like a grandmaster of the way of the sword. His tone rose and fell, and when it came to the highlight, it was sonorous and forceful. The hegemon sword emperor remained silent. Zhou Xuanji's voice reverberated throughout the firmament world. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and spoke to his heart's content. However, the hegemon sword emperor did not say anything. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had blown too much? It shouldn't be. He had borrowed the words of the ancient sages of Wuxia. Could it be that he was inferior to this sword emperor's eye? 10,000 swords, 10,000 intents. A great thousand heavens and earth. A great thousand heavens and earth, the hegemon sword emperor spoke suddenly. He was in deep thought as he mumbled to himself. Well said. He suddenly cried out. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, which made Zhou Xuanji tremble in fear. Damn! Is there something wrong with him? Veins popped on Zhou Xuanji's forehead. He held back his anger and maintained his smile. A great thousand heavens and earth. A world of sword will. Good, good, good. With the sword will as the rule, a world of its own, very good. Very good. As the hegemon sword emperor spoke, he suddenly laughed wildly. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Could this guy have gone crazy because of his words? The hegemon sword emperor laughed for a long while. He was evidently in his own world. Ahem. Did I pass the test? Zhou Xuanji could not help but fake a cough and interrupted him. The hegemon sword emperor stopped laughing and said, very good. Great sage, heavens equal, I, the hegemon sword emperor, owe you a favor. My inheritance belongs to you now. If we meet again after you ascend, I will surely become sworn brothers with you. Your mastery of the sword's way is very high. What you said just now is too important to me. He waved his right hand, and a giant sword descended from the sky. It spun and landed before him. The sword was nearly 2 meters long and a little wider than his waist. 2 black dragons were engraved on the blade, and the hilt was like a rock. The entire sword looked extremely domineering and powerful. It was extremely heavy, as though it could split mountains and split the ground. Next, a storage bag with a giant sword engraved on it appeared. Great sage, heavens equal, I will wait for you in the upper realm. Ha ha ha, the hegemon sword emperor laughed wildly. Next, the surrounding world disappeared, and darkness swallowed the space. Zhou Xuanji returned to the black hole with the storage bag in his left hand and the giant sword in his right. He immediately stored the giant sword into the supreme storage and let the sword spirit examine it. He walked out with the storage bag in hand. He did not check the storage bag with his divine sense, in case he was tempted and tampered with it, which would result in his death. With his understanding of Xianxia, this old demonic woman would definitely not want the sword. At the same time, outside the cave. He's coming out. Xianxia's eyes brightened as she spoke. With this, Chongming Demon Monarch looked up in surprise. Impossible. How can it be? The red-robed old man mumbled to himself in disbelief. The others were shocked too. Could it be that this brat, they knew about the hegemon sword emperor's inheritance? Once one failed, one would surely die. So few dared to challenge the hegemon sword emperor's inheritance. Lin Chang'e frowned slightly, and curiosity flashed in his eyes. He saw Zhou Xuanji walking out from the cave. Wearing the white dragon golden robe, he walked out from the darkness, which made him look like a bright sun. With a calm expression, he threw the storage bag in his hand to Xianxia straight away. Can we live? He asked. He was already prepared for battle. Xianxia caught the storage bag and said with a smile, of course. I will send you out. After that, she began looking into the storage bag for the treasures she wanted. The 6 from the hegemon sword sect did not attack. They did not want to experience how horrifying Xianxia was. Lin Chang'e looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, Sword God Zhou, did you really obtain the hegemon sword emperor's inheritance? Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, he wants to acknowledge me as his big brother. Having heard this, the red-robed old man and the others were enraged. The hegemon sword emperor was their ancestor. How could they allow Zhou Xuanji to blaspheme him? Brat, you obtained our ancestors' inheritance, and you dare to humiliate him. Be careful that the hegemon sword sect will hunt you down too. The red-robed old man said furiously. Xianxia was beside him, so he did not dare to attack. He could only threaten him verbally. Zhou Xuanji said seriously, it's true. He wants to become my sworn brother. It was true. It was just that he and the hegemon sword emperor did not agree on who would be the big brother. If he had the power, he would not be the younger brother. Sword God Zhou, I'm Lin Chang'e. You cultivate the way of the sword, so you should have heard of me. Can we have a duel? Lin Chang'e said. His eyes were burning with passion, as though he wanted to have a duel right now. Chapter 150. Lin Chang'e. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Who? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Lin Chang'e smiled confidently and said, You have just obtained the inheritance of the hegemon sword emperor. I will not make things difficult for you. Just tell me a time and place. If I win, you will impart the inheritance of the hegemon sword emperor to me. If I lose, I will let you enter the sword pavilion of the hegemon sword sect. I will give you half a month to learn. He was the exquisite sword heart and was born to practice the sword. In the entire northern wilderness region, there were not many people who could match up to him in the sword doctrine. In the northern wilderness region, he was more famous than sword god Zhou. As such, he was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would not dare to fight out of fear of him and was willing to take a step back. Zhou Xuanji said, How is the hegemon sword sect's foundation? The red-robed old man said furiously, Among all the sword sects in the world, only my hegemon sword sect has the deepest foundation. Xianxia opened her eyes and said with a smile, What are you bragging about? Where did you put 10,000 swords divine mountain? 10,000 swords divine mountain. The sacred land of the northern wilderness region for sword doctrine. Zhou Xuanji heard that Xiao Jinghong said he wanted to go, and he promised to go. Humph. The red-robed old man snorted coldly and did not reply. Zhou Xuanji said, How about this, I'll personally go to the hegemon sword sect in the future. When? Lin Chang'e continued asking. He had loved swords all his life, and he couldn't wait to learn the hegemon sword emperor's exceptional sword arts. Within 10 years. He had never heard of Lin Chang'e before. If Lin Chang'e kept pestering them, then Xianxia would take action. All right. Lin Chang'e immediately agreed. For cultivation, 10 years was a very short period. Sometimes, it was like a white horse galloping across a crack, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After that, the 6 people from the hegemon sword sect left. Except for Lin Chang'e, the other 5 people were somewhat indignant. However, Xianxia was too domineering, so they did not dare to act recklessly. Xianxia walked up to Zhou Xuanji and passed the storage bag to him, leaving only a black bead in her hand. She held the black bead with a fascinated look in her eyes. Soul-nurturing pearl, I've finally waited for you. She gently stroked the black bead as if she was afraid that it would drop. Zhou Xuanji hung the storage bag on his waist and asked curiously, What's a soul-nurturing pearl? Just for that. Xianxia nodded, her eyes seemingly hiding a myriad of emotions. The soul-nurturing pearl can preserve souls forever. It's extremely rare. I've searched for thousands of years, but I've only found one. Xianxia said softly as she sank into reminiscence. Zhou Xuanji no longer spoke. He did not want to know about Xianxia's past. There was one sentence that he had always remembered. The more he knew, the more miserable his death would be. After Xianxia finished reminiscing and put away the soul-nurturing pearl, she looked at Zhou Xuanji again. Her gaze seemed to be examining him, causing his heart to skip a beat. When I was young, Xianxia spoke with a sorrowful expression. Wait. Zhou Xuanji immediately interrupted her. Not only him, but Chongming Demon Monarch's scalp also felt numb. When they heard the first 5 words, they could smell the scent of death. Are you going back on your word? Zhou Xuanji asked with a deep voice, suppressing his anger and sorrow. Pfft! Xianxia suddenly covered her mouth and giggled, but in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, it was fake. You're wearing a veil, and you're covering your mouth. Please be careful, you are an old hag. Don't act like a little girl. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. He wanted to say it out loud, but he did not dare to. Xianxia stopped smiling and said, I will bring you out immediately. She waved her right hand, and demonic qi rose from the ground and swept Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch away. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch were extremely tense. They were afraid that the old hag would go back on her words. Not long later, they landed on the ground. This time, they did not fall pathetically. Xianxia was much gentler. Maybe it was because of the soul-nurturing pearl. After they landed, Xianxia winked at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, Don't miss me anymore. When this old hag is strict, she's me. When she's in a good mood, she's me. Zhou Xuanji smiled and did not speak. Who the hell would miss you? Xianxia transformed into a tornado of demonic qi and dissipated quickly. I'm leaving. You will miss me in the future, little phoenix. Her laughter resounded across the sky and lasted for a long time. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. Little phoenix. Chongming Demon Monarch heaved a long sigh and said, We're finally safe. After that, he let out a long roar that shook the heavens and earth. Hiya! Zhou Xuanji rode on him and cried out. Finally, he was free. And he received the inheritance of the hegemon Sword Emperor. He felt so good. Chongming Demon Monarch flew toward Great Shang with a loud laugh. He picked up the storage bag and scanned it with his mind. He found many spirit stones and elixirs. Other than that, there were many scrolls or books on sword techniques and energy techniques. Zhou Xuanji's body trembled when he saw the sword techniques. I got it. In the underground cave. Jianghu was cultivating by the lake. Her eyelids were twitching, and she was obviously not calm. The others were cultivating by themselves, but they seemed to be preoccupied. The atmosphere was a little silent. Xiao Jinghong leaped out of the lake suddenly, and the others quickly gathered around him. How's the situation? Jianghu asked immediately. Her face was filled with worry. Xiao Jinghong took a deep breath and said, The World Hero Conference has ended. The Phoenix Sword Emperor won. His name is Zhou Menglang, and he should be the revered teacher. With this, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Daoya old man opened his eyes wide and mumbled, He really won against the child of destiny. This kid, that's right. And he won with ease and dominance. Xiao Jinghong nodded and said. The others were even more surprised. It was indeed the Zhou Xuanji that they knew. He was as powerful as ever. But, Xiao Jinghong's face turned grim. Zhao Zongjian stared at him and urged, Just tell us. Are you trying to kill our patients? The others' expressions turned hostile too. Xiao Jinghong quickly said, Tanhua sect suzerain attacked Great Shang and threatened to take away the Phoenix Sword Emperor. What? Tanhua sect suzerain. Daoya old man cried out in shock. His face was filled with shock. Han Shenbo trembled and mumbled, Oh no. Oh no. To them, the Tanhua sect suzerain was like a legendary demon king. After that, the Phoenix Sword Emperor disappeared, Xiao Jinghong sighed. He tried to find out about Xianxia's identity, and his scalp was numb. Xianxia asked anxiously, "Who is the Tanhua sect suzerain? Is he very powerful? Why does he want to capture Zhou Xuanji?" Daoya old man's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "The Tanhua sect suzerain, the top evil cultivator. In the northern wilderness region, there are only a handful of people who can stand against her. Even Lin Guanyu was afraid of her." Xianxia heard him and was stunned, as though her soul had been taken away. The group fell into silence. The little black snake laid on the ground and mumbled to himself, "A calamity from the heavens. A calamity from the heavens." Wah! At this moment, the surface of the lake exploded again. Two silhouettes leaped up. "Tanhua sect suzerain is nothing. Can she harm me?" Zhou Xuanji's high-spirited voice came, which attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 151. Xuanji. Jianghu leaped into Zhou Xuanji's arms in surprise and cried tears of joy. The others also gathered around and started asking questions at the same time. "Revered teacher, what happened? You were not captured by Tanhua sect suzerain? Good boy. You really won the World Hero Conference. Quick, tell us." "Yeah, tell us." Facing the crowd's excitement and curiosity, Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything. He started from the World Hero Conference and even told them about his encounter with Lin Guanyu and the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. The little black snake arched its body and looked at Chongming Demon Monarch with its forked tongue. Chongming Demon Monarch sensed its gaze and turned around. Their eyes met. It felt like a needle meeting in awe. Could it be the black snake that Master talked about? Very powerful. Chongming Demon Monarch raised his brow and thought with squinted eyes. "I must teach it a lesson in the future." The little black snake did not know what he was thinking but thought in his heart, "This guy looks mighty, and it's a bull demon. I will have another mount in the future." After Zhou Xuanji finished, the group sighed in amazement. Master is really fortunate to have gained something from a disaster. Huang Lianxin said with admiration, and so did the others. Zhou Xuanji said it casually, but everyone understood the difficulty. To defeat the Hegemon Sword Emperor, who was at the same stage. And to use his understanding of the way of the sword to convince the Hegemon Sword Emperor. In this world, who else could do it other than Zhou Xuanji? Daoya old man rubbed his chin and mumbled, "It shouldn't be. Xianxia let you go. This is not like her. None of the men she captured survived." Jianghu hugged Zhou Xuanji's arm and said proudly, "Of course. Our Xuanji is so handsome, she must be moved." Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Han Shenbo heard her and burst into laughter. The little black snake came over and asked, "How does that Su Xianxian look like? She is the top beauty in Great Shang. Are you moved?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at it and said, "Your rations for this month are gone." With this, the little black snake's expression changed. I was wrong." The little black snake quickly came over and begged pitifully. Zhou Xuanji ignored it. Jianghu snorted and stared at it, saying, "Add another half a month." The little black snake felt as if it had been struck by lightning, instantly feeling extremely wronged. Zhou Xuanji passed a thunder core grass to Daoya old man and said, "Old man, rest well." Daoya old man laughed and left with the thunder core grass. "I've obtained quite a few sword techniques. Once I've mastered them, I'll give each of you a copy." Zhou Xuanji said to Xiao Jinghong and the others. He did not let them finish the Hegemon Sword Emperor's sword techniques, not because he was stingy, but because not everyone had the supreme legendary sword system like him. They would have to spend several years or even more just to practice a single sword technique. Giving them too many sword techniques at once would cause them to become lost. Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin were pleasantly surprised. Shortly after, Zhou Xuanji introduced Chongming Demon Monarch to them and claimed that Chongming Demon Monarch would be the team's tank. The group became curious immediately. It was a little extravagant to use a 7th-rank demon as a tank. Chongming Demon Monarch did not know what a tank was, but he still patted his chest and smiled. "Don't worry, I will fulfill my duty as a tank." Many years later, he would deeply regret this promise. The group dispersed. Zhou Xuanji pulled Xianxia to a corner and whispered to her. When he was captured by Xianxia, the person he thought about the most was Jianghu. In this world, in his heart, he could let go of anyone but Jianghu. Jianghu appeared to be very happy. She grabbed Zhou Xuanji and told him about what happened during this period of time. When Zhou Xuanji was away, some demons and cultivators passed by occasionally. Some demons even barged into the underground cave, but they were all dealt with by them. The two chatted for a long time until they were tired. Jianghu walked to the side to cultivate, while Zhou Xuanji began to inspect the Hegemon Sword Emperor's sword techniques. There were a total of 13 sword techniques and 3 cultivation techniques. He already had the sword Qi Golden Body incantation, but he could not cultivate too many energy techniques. Otherwise, his spirit energy would become chaotic and his golden core would shatter. The highest grade sword technique was heaven grade low tier. It was called the Sky Dominating Divine Sword. 5 of the remaining sword techniques were earth grade, while the rest were black grade sword techniques. Finally, a heaven grade sword technique. Zhou Xuanji delved his divine will into the scroll in his hand delightedly. Next, images appeared in his mind. It was a black shadow dancing with a sword. Its figure was exactly the same as the Hegemon Sword Emperor. The Sky Dominating Divine Sword was all about domineering. A single slash could dominate everything and cut through the heavens. He had encountered this slash before in the examination. If not for his many legendary swords, he might not have been able to withstand it. The Sky Dominating Divine Sword had a total of 109 sword moves. After mastering them, one could master the Sky Dominating Divine Sword. Each of these sword moves could change the direction of the flow of spirit energy. After the 109 sword moves, the spirit energy would circulate in one's body for a full cycle, forming a domineering aura. He took out the chicken-slaying sword and began practicing. Seeing him practicing, Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin stopped and observed. After 100 times, Sky Dominating Divine Sword reached small accomplishment. After 300 times, Sky Dominating Divine Sword reached great accomplishment. After 500 times, Sky Dominating Divine Sword reached sword will. Boom! The entire underground cave shook violently, and everyone turned to look. Zhou Xuanji stood still with the chicken-slaying sword in his hand. A layer of faint white radiance appeared around his body, as though a layer of flame aura was burning. His entire aura became incredibly powerful. Just by standing there, he gave off an indescribable domineering aura. Heaven grade sword technique, Daoya old man opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. Heaven grade. No matter if it was a spell or an energy technique, once it reached heaven grade, the difficulty of cultivating it would increase tremendously. Most people who obtained a heaven grade technique might not even be able to cultivate it successfully in their lifetime. How long did Zhou Xuanji take? Although they were already used to it, they were still shocked when they heard that it was a heaven grade sword technique. Zhao Zongjian looked down at his hand and gritted his teeth. Comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. Zhou Xuanji continued to practice his sword technique. Top-tier earth-grade sword technique, chilling wave sound wave. This sword technique was suitable for the heaven sound sword. After 500 times, he easily formed the sword will. Xiao Jinghong and the others turned around and did not want to watch anymore. If they continued to watch, they were worried that they would develop inner demons. It was Chongming Demon Monarch's first time seeing Zhou Xuanji practicing his sword technique. He was petrified and stood rooted to the spot. This brat's talent, no wonder he could receive the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance. With such talent, he could dominate the northern wilderness region and defeat Xianxia in just 1,000 years. He suddenly became excited. Only now did he truly feel that it was an opportunity to become Zhou Xuanji's disciple. A great opportunity. In just 10 days, Zhou Xuanji mastered all the sword techniques in the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance. Daoya Old Man channeled his energy to heal himself as he shook his head and said, "Freak. Freak." Chapter 152. The more Daoya Old Man thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt. His qi and blood became chaotic, and he coughed. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and looked at him. "Old man, can you do it? Is half of your body going to be buried?" Daoya Old Man stared at him and said, "I'm a land immortal. It's not a problem for me to live for another 3,000 years. Zhou Xuanji smiled and walked over. "How should I use the Thunder Core grass?" Now, he was willing to believe in Daoya Old Man. Although the old man was not always serious, he was not afraid of death for him. Zhou Xuanji was always grateful. "Take it out. I will boil it into a medicinal soup for you. Sit in the cauldron and activate your energy technique." Daoya Old Man got up and said. After that, he took out his giant cauldron. Zhou Xuanji took out 2 10,000-year-old Thunder Core grass and passed them to him. Daoya Old Man threw the Thunder Core grass into the cauldron straight away, then took out other spirit herbs and flowers and threw them in as well. The others came over. They wanted to see the effects of the Thunder Core grass. Daoya Old Man waved his right hand, and the lake water flew into the cauldron. A blue flame burned at the bottom of the cauldron, and he began to concoct the medicine easily. Jianghu asked worriedly, "Will it be very painful?" Looking at the boiling medicinal water, she was worried for Zhou Xuanji. "Of course it will be painful. It's the pain of millions of worms devouring your body," Daoya Old Man said matter-of-factly, which made Xianxia open her eyes wide. Beishao Wangjian mumbled, "A 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. How powerful is the spiritual qi in it?" The others nodded and expressed their own opinions. Zhou Xuanji stared at them and said unpleasantly, "Are you trying to scare me? Do you think I'm afraid of pain?" Back then, when he used the Furious Ape Sword and the God Emperor Sword, the pain was excruciating. Daoya Old Man looked at Xiao Jinghong and the others and said, "When you are free, you can go out and collect herbs. During this period of time, the more medicinal effects he absorbs, the higher his cultivation will be." Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Congjian, and Beishao Wangjian left immediately. Han Shenhua also left and dived into the lake. "From now on, if you want to go out, you can. Just don't go too far," Daoya Old Man continued to say, and the eyes of Jianghu, Huang Lianxin, and Big and Small Air brightened. It could be said that they were suffocated in the underground cave. Especially all Big and Small Air. It had been a long time since they had flown freely. What if Lin Guanyu attacks again? Huang Lianxin asked hesitantly. Lin Guanyu was a powerful existence that could annihilate their entire team. Daoya Old Man waved his hand and said, he was already scared out of his wits by Xianxia. After knowing that Xianji was captured by Xianxia, why would he stay in Great Shang? Chongming Demon Monarch nodded and said, "That's right. You guys didn't see it. When Xianxia told him to scram, he did. He was so cowardly. Unlike me, who was so arrogant and warned her not to harm my master." Everyone rolled their eyes. Over the past few days, they had also gotten to know Chongming Demon Monarch. It was another little black snake. "Alright, you can enter the cauldron now." Daoya old man reminded. Zhou Xuanji took off the white dragon golden robe and leaped into the cauldron with only a pair of pants on. As soon as he entered the cauldron, he felt as if his skin was about to explode. He subconsciously entered the Vajra invincibility state, and his entire body seemed to be gilded. Streaks of golden light emerged from the cauldron, incomparably resplendent. Xianxia was sitting not far away. She hugged her legs and looked at the cauldron quietly. Daoya old man walked to her side and sat down. I realized that you are very similar to his mother, he said with a smile. Xianxia rolled her eyes and said, Grand teacher, what do you mean? She had already become familiar with Daoya old man. To some extent, Daoya old man was already her teacher. Daoya old man often said that she was like Zhou Xuanji's mother. Initially, she did not mind. But after a while, she felt that something was not right. You guys are usually very quiet. But when you meet the man you love, your heart will be in a mess. Daoya old man sighed in amazement. His eyes were immersed in reminiscence. Back then, when Zhao Xian met Emperor Yan of Zhou, she was dead set on him. I could not persuade her no matter what. She even wanted to break off our master-disciple relationship. This is fate. Although I divined that it was an ill-fated relationship, I was soft-hearted and did not stop it completely. In the end, she died, but I believe that she did not regret it. Xianxia thought about it and asked, was it because of Xuanji that she did not regret it? Daoya old man shook his head and smiled, no. Xuanji is only part of the reason. If you and Xuanji have a child in the future, which is more important, the child or Xuanji? Having heard this, Xianxia blushed immediately. She complained coquettishly, Grand teacher. What are you talking about? Ha ha ha, Daoya old man laughed heartily as he stroked his long beard. The old and the young talked about the past. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, was in torment and did not pay attention to his surroundings. Next, every day, Daoya old man would add water and herbs into the cauldron. His cultivation broke through consecutively, and he felt like he was soaring like a rocket. The thunder core grass contained a massive amount of lightning energy, which made his physical strength grow day by day. In the forest, Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian chatted as they walked forward. Be careful when you swing your sword. The lighter, the better. This kind of sword technique is all about being casual. Xiao Jinghong reminded Zhao Congjian. Most of the time, he was the one teaching Zhao Congjian. Until now, he was already used to it and even enjoyed it. Seeing Zhao Congjian's growth gave him a sense of achievement. Zhao Congjian nodded and said, whatever. I feel that my mental state is still not good enough. I need to train it. Take it slow. More haste makes waste. Don't compare yourself to my revered teacher. Xiao Jinghong said with a smile. Zhao Congjian agreed with him. Ever since they followed Zhou Xuanji, the pride in their hearts was completely gone. Following Zhou Xuanji, they no longer felt that they were geniuses. Rustle, 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 at this moment, the trees and bushes in front of them began to shake. A white wolf covered in blood walked out shakily. There was a young man on its back. The young man was wearing a blue shirt and had messy hair. He had already fainted on the wolf's back and was hugging the white wolf's neck tightly. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian stopped and frowned. The white wolf walked up to them and collapsed on the ground. I beg you. Save my young master. He is the Prince of Great Qin. If you help him, the white wolf said weakly. Before it could finish its sentence, it breathed its last. Great Qin, Zhao Congjian frowned and looked terrible. There's an enemy, Xiao Jinghong said softly. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, numerous darts flew out from the depths of the forest and cut the leaves. They were extremely fast. Xiao Jinghong drew his sword and swung, and all the darts fell to the ground. This is Haoqi Alliance's business. I advise you to stay far away, or else you will die without a burial place. A cold voice rang out. Then, dozens of black-clothed men appeared on the surrounding trees like night eagles. Zhao Zongjian snorted coldly. The other party killed them straight away. They saw that they were not weak, so they threatened them. How could they let this go? Chapter 153. Are we going to fight? Zhao Zongjian looked at Xiao Jinghong and asked softly. He did not take these people seriously at all. Xiao Jinghong nodded and said, "Leave that nascent soul fellow to me. I'll leave the others to you." Zhao Zongjian did not have any objections. The two of them disappeared almost at the same time. The battle broke out immediately. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The two of them returned to their original spot. The surrounding trees had fallen and there were bloodstains everywhere. The dozens of Haoqi Alliance cultivators had all died tragically in the forest. Their hands were full of storage rings and storage bags. Zhou Xuanji taught them well. They could not fight for nothing. They checked the items, then took out some cloth and wrapped them up. Should I save this prince of great Qin? Zhao Zongjian asked. He frowned slightly. It was obvious that he did not want any trouble. Xiao Jinghong said expressionlessly, "We've already saved him. What else can we do? Go. Go home." All right. The two of them hit it off and turned to leave. The blue-clothed youth lay motionless on the white wolf's back like a corpse. After returning to the underground cave, Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Yu told the others about this matter. They were not too surprised by the Prince of Great Qin. After all, there was a Prince of Great Zhou here. Let's talk about it after Xuanji finishes his breakthrough. If he can't even hold on for half a month, even if we save him, he will still die prematurely in the future. Daoya old man waved his sleeves, his face full of indifference. There were many matters of life and death in the world, but how many could they care about? They had already saved the Prince of Great Qin. The rest was up to his fate. No one had any objections. Zhou Xuanji, who was covered in gold, was still sitting in the cauldron. Steam was rising from his body, and he frowned. The medicinal water around him was boiling and bubbling, which was intimidating. Another 10 days passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to Soul Fountain level 7. Congratulations, sword owner, for obtaining glorious gold, Hegemon Zhou. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, causing him to open his eyes. Then, 3 lines of words appeared in front of him. Sword name, Hegemon 9, level, glorious gold, description, the beloved sword of the Hegemon Sword Emperor of the 9 Emperors of the Way of the Sword. It is invincible in the mortal world and contains the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was the glorious gold divine sword. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. No wonder the Hegemon Sword Emperor was the most famous and the last ancient sword emperor. After him, no other sword cultivator was recognized as a sword emperor by heaven and earth. He didn't feel that the Hegemon Sword Emperor was stronger than the sky-rending Sword Emperor. He only felt that the Hegemon Sword Emperor was more generous. The Sky-Sundering Emperor's sword was definitely not the best treasure sword of the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor. That fellow was extremely stingy, and that was why he was only able to learn 2 sword arts. The most outrageous thing was that Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor Wang Xiaofei had set up dozens of stages. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but despise Wang Xiaofei. He did not take out Hegemon Zhou immediately. He had plenty of time in the future. He continued to cultivate and absorb the energy within the potion. Time continued to pass. 12 days later. He forcefully broke through to the first level of the nascent soul realm. Under his inner vision, a small nascent soul was condensed in his body. It had the same face as him. The spiritual qi in his muscles and bones surged into the nascent soul and condensed spiritual qi together with the golden core. His spiritual power began to skyrocket. Compared to the 10th level of the spirit spring stage, the spirit energy of the first level of the nascent soul stage was more than 10 times stronger. Analyze that the sword owner has reached the nascent soul realm. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained gold, great dream sword, evil revealing mirror, and 10 stalks of concealing grass. Golden divine sword. Zhou Xuanji was indifferent, but he was more interested in the evil mirror and the concealing grass. Great dream sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Great Dream Sword grade, gold description, made from an ancient bewildering rock. It can easily trap people in an illusion. Not bad. He liked to trap people in an illusion. Evil revealing mirror can reveal the true form of all evil spirits. Of course, if one's cultivation is too high, the mirror will not work. Concealing grass can make one invisible and conceal one's aura for an hour. The sword spirit introduced to Zhou Xuanji, and he was satisfied. They all have their uses. It will be much more convenient for me to travel around the world in the future. Especially the concealing grass, which can help me escape. Shortly after, he continued to realize the new stage. The effect of the potion had not ended yet, so he could continue to sit. Not far away, Daoya old man, Jianghu, Xiao Jinghong, and the rest gathered together. He really broke through to the astral infant stage. So fast. Xiao Jinghong mumbled to himself. His tone was filled with envy. Daoya old man chuckled, don't even think about it. You are not physical cultivators, so you cannot withstand the overpowering effect of the thunder core grass. He endured a month of pain and suffering. Most people would not be able to endure it. The group nodded. Their hearts were filled with admiration. In this month, they did not hear a single groan from Zhou Xuanji. His tenacity impressed them. The little black snake praised, "You are indeed worthy of being the person that I like." Chongming Demon Monarch laughed with disdain. "Master, you are wrong. You are not worthy to be with us." "You," the little black snake trembled in anger. If not for its lack of power, it would have fought Chongming Demon Monarch to the death. Another 3 days passed. Zhou Xuanji leaped out from the cauldron. His body was golden, and bolts of lightning surrounded him. His eyes were filled with lightning, and he looked majestic. The muscles on his upper body were perfectly defined, and they were well proportioned without losing their beauty of power. Jianghu and Huang Lianxin were mesmerized by him. He quickly leaped into the lake and prepared to take a bath. The lightning dispersed along with the lake water. Big and small air, who were playing in the water, were electrocuted as well. They flew out of the lake immediately and crashed into the cave wall above, almost fainting. The group saw this and burst out in laughter. Daoya old man stroked his long beard and praised, "The power of lightning. This kid is really talented in physical cultivation. He is indeed from the royal bloodline of Great Zhou. He has the demeanor of his father." Zhou Xuanji quickly walked out of the lake. With a shake of his body, the water on his body evaporated. I heard that Emperor Yan of Zhou was also a great accomplishment in physical cultivation. He could crush a mountain with a single palm strike. Xiao Jinghong said softly, and curiosity could be seen in his eyes. He really wanted to know how powerful Zhou Xuanji would be in the future. Would he be like the hegemon sword emperor, suppressing an era? Zhou Xuanji put on the white dragon golden robe and opened his right arm. Jianghu quickly leaped into his embrace, and the group jeered. Dog food again. Damn it. I'm not convinced. The little black snake complained, and he was sent flying away by Chongming Demon Monarch's kick. The meaning of dog food was taught to them by Zhou Xuanji. After following Zhou Xuanji for a long time, they learned many new terms from birth. Zhou Xuanji stretched his neck and smiled. I feel good. Let's go. Let's roast some wild game and take out some good wine to celebrate. How about it? Sure. Beixiao Wangjian clapped his hands and agreed. He looked at Zhou Xuanji passionately, as though he was looking at a peerless beauty. Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, and Huang Lianxin were the same. Zhou Xuanji had successfully broken through. Next, he could teach them more powerful sword techniques. They were excited just thinking about it. The group packed up and left the cave quickly. After they came ashore, they saw a silhouette. 20 meters away, a young man in tattered blue clothes was washing his face. Zhou Xuanji and his companions suddenly barged in, and he fell to the ground out of fear. He stepped back in fear and cried out, "Don't come over. I'm the Prince of Great Qin." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, "So what if you're the Prince of Great Qin?" "I'm the Prince of Great Zhou." "Yeah. I'm the Grand Teacher of the Prince of Great Zhou." Daoya old man said with a wicked smile. Chapter 154. Prince of Great Zhou. The young man in blue was stunned and stopped retreating. Zhou Xuanji, Jianghu, and the rest dried their clothes with their spirit energy and did not walk toward him. He came back to his senses and said, "This is Great Shang. How can there be a Prince of Great Zhou?" Great Shang and Great Zhou were mortal enemies. They could not coexist. Did a Prince of Great Zhou come to Great Shang because he was tired of living? Zhou Xuanji put his arm on Jianghu's shoulder and snorted, "What's wrong with you guys? There's someone nearby and you didn't even realize it. When the fire reaches your butts, will you still be sleeping?" Whenever he had the chance, he would educate his disciples and sword slaves. He felt great about it. Zhao Zongjian said shamefully, "Actually, we noticed him long ago. We were the ones who saved him from Haoqi Alliance." Zhou Xuanji frowned. Haoqi Alliance. The young man in blue opened his eyes wide and cried out in excitement, "You guys were the ones who saved him." He dashed toward Zhou Xuanji and the rest in surprise. That day, when he woke up and saw the corpses around him, he was terrified. He was looking for his benefactor in the forest, but to no avail. After that, he hid in the forest. It was not because he was stupid, but because he was too weak. He could not escape at all. There were too many powerful demons lurking around. He almost had a mental breakdown because he could survive until today. Xiao Jinghong drew his sword and pointed it at his throat. The young man was so frightened that he stopped immediately. "What are you trying to do?" Xiao Jinghong asked coldly without any expression. He was dressed in black and had a cold face. He looked so fierce and ferocious. The young man in blue trembled in fear and began to back away. He raised his hands and cried out in fear, "I have no ill intentions. I just want to thank you." Chongming Demon Monarch snorted disdainfully, "What do you have to thank me? Your flesh." After that, he suddenly turned into the head of a bull. He looked hideous and horrifying. His roar shook the forest. The young man in blue fell to the ground in fear. His pants were wet in an instant. Zhou Xuanji slapped Chongming Demon Monarch to the ground. He was so powerful now that Chongming Demon Monarch was caught off guard and fell to the ground. "You want to roar us to death?" Zhou Xuanji stared at him. Chongming Demon Monarch sat paralyzed on the ground and covered his face. At first glance, she looked like a wild wife. The little black snake laid on top of Small Fool's head and laughed loudly. It was extremely excited. "Even an old man like you would have such a day. Keep working. Learn from me, don't stop." Han Shenbo shook his head and sighed. A rank 7 great demon has no dignity at all. When Chongming Demon Monarch heard this, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Daoya old man suddenly had a blade of grass in his mouth. He said carelessly, "Are you going or not? Let's go to the top of the mountain and roast some wild game. Don't waste time." Zhou Xuanji nodded and flew on his sword with Xianxia in his arms. The others followed closely behind. The group quickly disappeared on the other side of the forest. The blue-clothed youth stood rooted to the spot, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Soon, Zhou Xuanji and the others landed on a mountain. Chongming Demon Monarch chopped down pieces of rocks to make seats for everyone. Beixiao Wangjian and Zhao Zongjian went hunting. Zhou Xuanji sat down, and Jianghu obediently sat beside him. The others also sat down one after another. Even the three-eyed drow rodent jumped out, looking very happy. Xiao Jinghong put down the sword in his hand and sighed in amazement. Actually, this kind of life is not bad. With the sword and all of you, there's no need for conflict. Huang Lianxi nodded. She was already used to the group. She might not be used to living alone. Daoya old man stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "Cherish it. Such days will not last long. Where there are people, there will be conflict. Sometimes, even if you don't fight, there will be people who will fight you. In the cycle of the heavens, who can escape the fate of the human world?" The group was in deep thought. These words made them feel sad and heavy. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, "T. If someone fights you, it's you who deserves it." Daoya old man stared at him and scolded, "Brat, show some respect. I risked my life to save you." The little black snake snorted, "I don't like you either. You always pour cold water on me." Jianghu and Huang Lianxin covered their mouths and laughed out loud. Xiao Jinghong and Han Shenbo laughed as well. Chongming Demon Monarch nodded and said seriously, "You're right. You too, it's over. Be careful when you sleep next time." Daoya old man's beard trembled in anger, and his face turned red. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, "Conflict is nothing. As long as we work together, any enemy will be defeated by us." The group nodded and smiled confidently. Along the way, they had encountered many dangers, but they all overcame them. "One day, we will stand at the top of the world, and no one will dare to offend us." Zhou Xuanji's words made the group's blood boil. They all believed in this. Chongming Demon Monarch chuckled, "If there's an opportunity, we must find Xianxia to settle the score. That old demonic woman always scares us. Do you know that every time before she kills someone, she will make up a story? It's always when I was young." He began to talk incessantly, and the group cried out in shock from time to time. They did not expect Xianxia to be so brutal. A while later, Zhao Zongjian and Beixiao Wangjian returned with 3 wild rabbits and boars each. Huang Lianxin took out some firewood, while Jianghu cast a spell to start a fire. They began to roast the wild animals. The atmosphere was joyful, and they talked and laughed. Zhou Xuanji took out some wine in bowls and chopsticks. Each of them had a bowl of wine, and they toasted each other. Unknowingly, Chongming Demon Monarch became one with them. Although he was often beaten up, he felt that it was not bad. At least he was not lonely. In the past, when he was in his own territory, he basically slept every day. Now that he was with Zhou Xuanji, he was forced to cultivate. In Zhou Xuanji's words, his life became more active. Just when the group was talking and laughing, the young man in blue climbed up the mountain carefully. Beixiao Wangjian stared at him and said fiercely, "Why are you up here? Get lost." The young man in blue cried out in panic, "I know about the Xianxia map. If you send me back to Great Qin, I will tell you where it is." Han Shenbo, Chongming Demon Monarch, the little black snake, and Daoya old man were all shocked. Xiao Jinghong frowned and said, "Xianxia map? Isn't that a legend? How can you take it seriously?" Zhou Xuanji, Jianghu, Huang Lianxin, Xiao Tsongjian, and Beishao Wangjian were all stunned. Xianxia map. What's that? It's true. It's because I know the whereabouts of the Xianxia map that I ended up like this. Both the orthodox and evil sects are looking for the Xianxia map. The young man in blue was anxious and quickly explained. Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask, what's the Xianxia map? It sounded very powerful. Legend has it that a long time ago, even before the Hegemon Sword Emperor, the human ancestor created the Xianxia map, which could stabilize the fate of the entire human race. Whoever has the Xianxia map can rule the world. Daoya old man said, which made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. Why does it sound so immature? Han Shenbua said, every person who has the Xianxia map once unified the world. If a demon obtains it, the world will be called the Year of the Demon, and demons will bring disaster to all living beings. If a ghost obtains it, the world will be called the Year of the Ghost, like the Netherworld. Chapter 155. Could it be that demons and ghosts obtained the Xianxia map in the past and controlled the world from there? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He suddenly felt that he should understand the history of this world. However, even if he wanted to understand it, it would be very difficult. Because the historical records from 10,000 years ago were very difficult to find, they were all sealed by the various dynasties and factions. Daoya old man stroked his beard, a look of reminiscence on his face. It was as if he had unlocked a long-sealed memory in his mind. He said faintly, in ancient times, there were ghost emperors and demon emperors. During those chaotic times, the human race wasn't as prosperous as it is now. They were even food for the various races. Jianghu, Huang Lianxin, and Beishao Wangjian looked at him curiously, waiting for him to continue and unveil the mysterious veil of ancient history. However, Daoya old man did not continue speaking. Instead, he picked up a bowl of wine and gulped it down. Motherf asterisk cur, say it. The little black snake cursed anxiously. Then, Daoya old man struck down with a wind blade, almost cutting off the feathers on little heir's head. Zhou Xuanji saw through Daoya old man immediately and said unpleasantly, it's not that he doesn't want to say, but that's all he knows. Everyone rolled their eyes when they heard this. They then turned their gazes towards the blue-clothed youth. I'm not lying. You have to believe me. I can't even protect my life now. I don't want this world anymore. I just want to live. The blue-robed youth said seriously with a sincere look in his eyes. Chongming demon monarch glared at him and scolded, you speak as if this world belongs to you. The blue-clothed youth was very afraid of this fellow. He was so scared that his neck shrunk back, and he was extremely nervous. Zhou Xuanji said, we don't have time to send you back to Great Qin. But if you are willing to wait, we will be going to Great Qin in the future, and we can bring you along. He had promised Xiao Tsongjian that if he were to go to Great Qin, he could send the young man in blue back, but not now. They still had to conserve their energy and cultivate diligently. When he was stronger, he would travel the world. As for how strong? Strong enough to fight Lin Guanyu head-on. If one person couldn't beat him, then a group of people wouldn't be a bad idea either. The blue-robed youth nodded vigorously and said excitedly, I'm willing to wait. My name is Chen Bantian. I'll follow you guys from now on. Get lost. Who wants you to follow us? Stay in the forest by yourself. If you can survive until the day we leave, then you will be qualified to follow us. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and snorted. There was no way he could take advantage of them. Chen Bantian's face instantly fell. He gritted his teeth and said, as long as you let me follow you, I will do whatever you want me to do. Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. He picked up a rabbit leg and started munching on it. The aroma of barbecued meat wafted into Chen Bantian's nose, causing him to salivate. Daoya old man sized him up with a strange smile on his face. His anus tightened, and his hair stood on end. I'll give you a mission. If you complete it, we'll take you in. Daoya old man said with a smile. The others couldn't help but feel curious. Chen Banshan's cultivation hadn't even reached the Foundation establishment realm. He was a complete piece of trash, so what was the point of taking him in? Please speak. Chen Bantian replied with a nervous expression. I hope it won't be too difficult. Kill 10 rank 2 demonic beasts, no matter what method you use. Daoya old man said leisurely, causing Chen Banshan's expression to change drastically. Second rank demonic beast. To Zhou Xuanji and the others, this was nothing. But to Chen Bantian, it was undoubtedly a gamble with his life. Daoya old man no longer paid attention to him, and the others chatted among themselves as if Chen Bantian did not exist. Gritting his teeth, Chen Bantian turned and left. But no matter what, this was his only option. He could only take the risk. After he entered the forest, the others stopped talking. They tracked Chen Bantian with their mind. They wanted to see what this kid would do. In the end, they found this kid sleeping in the bushes. The group was speechless. Xianxia could not help but ask, is that really it? I feel that he won't live for long. This kid's cultivation was weak and cowardly, just like a girl. Let's wait and see. Zhou Xuanji replied softly with a calm expression. Looking at Chen Bantian, he felt angry and amused at the same time. Go down the mountain to sleep. Such a strange thought process. It made him want to help this kid out somehow. Don't underestimate him. He has great potential. Daoya old man said with a mysterious smile. Chongming demon monarch said with disdain, his potential in sleeping is indeed great. As a prince of Great Qin, you are being hunted by Haoqi Alliance. Do you think it's as simple as the Xianxia map? Daoya old man shook his head and smiled. As he spoke, he even touched his beard. Zhao Zongjian asked. He did not say. Han Shenbo sighed, you're deliberately mystifying again. You keep us in suspense every time. So, despicable. The others did not ask further, which made Daoya old man feel bored. They continued to drink and chat. Time passed quickly. Dusk came. The group returned to the underground cave. They planned to move out the next day. It was dark underground, which could not be compared to the surface. The next day, they moved to a relatively spacious grassland in the forest. In less than half a day, they had built 7 small pavilions. For the next period of time, they continued to cultivate. Day after day. Occasionally, Chen Bantian would approach this place, but he was scared away by Chongming demon monarch. After that, this kid would hide nearby every night when he slept. It seemed that he would feel more secure when he was near Zhou Xuanji and the rest. During the day, he would try to find second-rank demons. As time passed, the group got used to his presence. On a mountain peak, a group of men in black stood there. There were about 100 of them. A tall man stood at the front. He had a full beard and wore a conical hat. His eyes were like an eagle's, and there was a tiny scar at the corner of his brow. He looked at the horizon and said, "Have you found the whereabouts of Yellow Dragon's descendant?" One of the men in black said respectfully, "It should be in the forest 1,000 miles ahead." The bearded man nodded and did not speak anymore. He seemed to be thinking about something. The men in black behind him did not move either. They waited quietly for orders. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came from the north. They looked back and saw a white-haired man flying toward them. He wore a green robe and had his hands behind his back. His face was indifferent, and he had the temperament of a powerful cultivator. Seeing him, the bearded man and the men in black all half knelt down and bowed to the white-haired man. "Greetings, Division Leader Wang." They cried out in unison. Their tone was filled with awe. The white-haired man was a division leader of Haoqi Alliance, Wang Qixiao. His cultivation was extremely high. Wang Qixiao flew up to them and said, "Have you caught Chen Bantian? Remember, he must be alive." "Not yet, but soon." The bearded man replied, not daring to look up at Wang Qixiao. However, Chen Bantian might have already received help from powerful cultivators. "The disciples we sent last time are all dead. Their jade medallions have dimmed." Speaking of this, he was still a little worried. If the other party dared to interfere in this matter, they must not be weak. "I will go with you. No matter who it is, I will kill them. We must act quickly." Last time, Xianxia attacked Saga Imperial City, causing chaos in Great Shang. This period of chaos is about to end. Once Great Shang discovers Chen Bantian's existence, the consequences will be unimaginable. The alliance between Haoqi Alliance and Great Shang might be broken because of this. Wang Qixiao instructed in a low voice. His eyes were filled with worry. The Xianxia map had appeared. If Haoqi Alliance could not grasp it, it would be snatched away by others. The situation of the world would change. Chapter 156. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. In the forest, Daoya old man sat cross-legged on the roof of a small pavilion. He suddenly opened his eyes and calculated with his fingers. His expression changed slightly. There's a murderous aura in the wind, and there's a baleful aura in the life diagram. This is an inauspicious sign. Could it be an enemy attack? He muttered to himself, his expression becoming solemn. After a moment of hesitation, he came to Zhou Xuanji's side and said softly, "Danger is coming. Should we run or prepare to fight?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "How are the enemies compared to Lin Guanyu?" The current him was not weak, so there was no need for him to run everywhere. He didn't believe that the streets were full of people who were as strong as Lin Guanyu or stronger. Of course it can't be compared, but it won't be too weak either. However, I calculate that if we face it head-on, the disaster that follows will not be inferior to the threat of Lin Guanyu. Daoya old man said solemnly. Then, he paused for a while and reminded them with a deeper meaning, "If we avoid it, we still have to leave Chen Bantian behind." Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "You and I have already promised him that if he can kill 10 second-rank demons, we will take him away. What's the point of abandoning him now?" He hated people who went back on their word the most. Especially when it concerned his life. When he was captured by Xianxia, he was very worried that she would go back on her word. If he hadn't said those words to Chen Bantian, he might have left right away. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. If you want to stay, then wait for the battle. As long as you think clearly and have no regrets in your heart, it's fine. Daoya old man nodded with a rare serious expression. Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched and said helplessly, "Can you not make it sound like love?" What did he mean by leaving as long as he had no regrets in his heart? "Yo, you know about love at such a young age." Daoya old man laughed mockingly. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's handsome face, he felt a little absent-minded. It was as if he was looking at the young lady Zhao Xian. "Of course I know. I started raising a wife for myself when I was 2 years old. Are you better than me?" Zhou Xuanji said with disdain as he raised his brow. Jianghu, who was cultivating not far away, instantly blushed. The others all laughed loudly, and Huang Lianxin was laughing so hard that she was holding her stomach. She was the one who had followed Zhou Xuanji for the longest time and had watched them grow up. This sentence made her laugh too much. Ah! Heavens! Why wasn't I this smart when I was young? Han Shenbo beat his chest and stamped his feet in frustration. "Then tell me, what is your view on love?" Daoya old man asked as he chuckled. Zhou Xuanji's pleased expression was exactly the same as when Lady Zhao Xian had introduced Emperor Yan of Zhou. I'm lucky to have it, but I can't lose it. Zhou Xuanji replied. Everyone was speechless. Xianxia, on the other hand, was filled with sweetness. She kept her head lowered. Daoya old man was startled. He shook his head and smiled, how domineering. After that, he warned everyone that danger was coming and told them to be prepared for battle at any time. 3 days later. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes, and the others stopped training or cultivating. What a powerful aura! The other party has definitely surpassed the nascent soul realm, probably a leaving aperture realm cultivator. Xiao Jinghong said. He immediately guessed that it was a powerful enemy from Wuxia alliance. Saying so, he stood up, drew his sword, and flew into the air. Go and wake that kid up. The sun is shining on his butt, and he's still sleeping. Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice. Next, Chongming Demon Monarch dashed into the bushes and picked up Chen Bantian as though he was carrying a chick. Seeing Chen Bantian's sleepy look, he was enraged. This kid claimed that he wanted to live, but judging from his look, he was already used to such a life. Usually, he did not cultivate at all. Most of the time, he was sleeping, and the time he slept was getting longer and longer. Today, he slept all the way until noon. Why didn't he just fall asleep? The others were speechless too. This kid was really a weirdo. Daoya old man was in deep thought, and a tinge of surprise flashed in his eyes. Swoosh! 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 The sound of something piercing through the air could be heard. A powerful aura emanated from them aggressively. Wuxia Alliance's Wang Qixiao is here. Wang Qixiao's voice resounded across the sky. Next, he came up to Xiao Jinghong with his men. He looked down and saw Chen Bantian soon. Joy flashed in his eyes as he said with a deep voice, hand him over, or I will kill all of you here. I finally found him. You want to kill us? Then, you can stay. Zhou Xuanji said casually. Just when he finished speaking, Chongming Demon Monarch, Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, and Han Shenhua charged toward Wang Qixiao. He smiled disdainfully and waved his right palm. A gust of wind whizzed out and turned into numerous wind blades that swept toward them. Chongming Demon Monarch roared. His body turned into a muscular, domineering body of 30 meters. He was a 7th-rank demon, which was equivalent to astral projection. Together with Xiao Jinghong and the other two, it should not be difficult for them to defeat Wang Qixiao. The battle erupted. The men in black from Wuxia Alliance spread out. They wanted to attack from different directions to capture Chen Bantian. Chen Bantian was still in a daze and did not notice the enemy's appearance. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and numerous legendary swords appeared. He charged toward the Wuxia Alliance cultivators who came from all directions. These useless soldiers and crab generals could not withstand his legendary swords. They were stabbed consecutively, and some even died on the spot. Daoya old man shook his head and sighed, another feud. Great Zhou, Xinhao sect, Wuxia Alliance, Lin Guanyu. TSK, they are even more troublemakers than Emperor Yan of Zhou back then. The student has surpassed the master. The little black snake stared at him and roared, can you stop sighing? What are you waiting for? Daoya old man waved his sleeves and sent the snake flying before attacking the men in black around him. The battle did not last long. Soon, all of Wang Qixiao's subordinates were dead. He was at a complete disadvantage against Chongming Demon Monarch, Xiao Zongjian, Xiao Jinghong, and Han Shenhua. He could not retaliate at all. Actually, even without Xiao Jinghong and the other two, Chongming Demon Monarch alone could defeat him. Wang Qixiao gritted his teeth and quickly turned into a stream of golden light and fled far away. You have offended Haoqi Alliance. You will suffer. As he fled, he cursed and threatened Zhou Xuanji and the others. Swoosh! Before he could finish his words, Jianghu flew over and blasted him to death. Ranged sword propelling. Killing someone from 100 miles away. Jianghu was a glorious gold legendary sword. It was not something that Wang Qixao could defend against. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and Jianghu flew back to his hand. That is, Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, and Beixiao Wangjian were stunned. Such a domineering giant sword. Could that be the Hegemon Sword Emperor's beloved sword? Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and said loudly, "Pick up the equipment, then pack up and head to Great Qin." Since they had already offended Haoqi Alliance, they should escape first. Haoqi Alliance was allied with Great Shang. Offending Haoqi Alliance was equivalent to offending Great Shang. Staying here would bring them endless trouble. The group had no objections and began to get busy. Zhou Xuanji walked up to Qin Bantian and kicked his butt. "Are you a pig?" he cursed. "How much longer are you going to sleep? I'm the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. I'm the Emperor of Great Qin. I'm the ruler of the world." Qin Bantian rolled over and lay on the ground. He scratched his butt and mumbled. Chapter 157. 2 hours later, Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, and the rest had packed up everything. They surrounded Qin Bantian with strange expressions. Qin Bantian was still sleeping soundly on the ground, and he was even snoring. "What's going on? He doesn't seem right." Northern Sword Valiant frowned and asked. No matter how much he loved to sleep, it was impossible for him to be like this. Could it be that this kid ate some poisonous fruit? The little black snake came over and used its tail to slap his face. After 10 slaps, his face swelled up like a pig's head, but he still hadn't woken up. He was still dreaming about being the ruler of the world. Zhou Xuanji kicked the little black snake away and asked Daoya old man, "Tell me, what happened to him?" The old man maintained his wretched smile. His expression seemed to be saying, "Hurry up and ask me, I know." Hearing this, Daoya old man stroked his beard and shook his head, sighing, "This kid has the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon, very similar to your royal bloodline of the Great Zhou. Every dynasty has a royal bloodline. It is a talent that can only be born from the direct bloodline of the founding emperor. The Great Qin dynasty has existed for a very long time. Their ancestor was the reincarnation of the ancient Yellow Dragon. This brat is currently transforming into a Yellow Dragon. Of course, this process is very dangerous. He only has a 10% chance of success. If he dies, we'll be in even more trouble." Now that Qin Bantian was dead, Haoqi Alliance would completely shift their target to them. The temptation of the Xianxia map was too great. Daoya old man had lived for a long time, so he knew this very well. Zhou Xuanji said, "Chongming, carry him. It's time for us to depart. If they die on the way, we will not go to Great Qin for now. We will find another place to cultivate." Everyone nodded and began to move forward. They did not forget to cultivate along the way, especially Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, and Beixiao Wangjian. Zhou Xuanji asked them to practice their sword techniques as they walked. Just like that, as the group moved forward, there was a person on the left, right, and the back of the group. The scene was quite artistic. Outside of Great Shang, the skies were clear. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 19 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Amethyst, Evil Song Sword, Silver, Dog Culling Sword, Bronze, 10,000 Firewood Sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was moving forward, heard the sword spirit's voice. The corner of his mouth curled up. Another Amethyst Godly Sword. It seemed that as his cultivation grew, so did his luck. Unfortunately, the current purple crystal was no longer at the level of the godly sword that he desired. He was looking forward to the heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, and even higher divine swords. Ordinary ore, iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, God slaying, Armageddon. Just thinking about it made him excited. At this moment, the information of the 3 divine swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Wicked Song Sword grade, Amethyst. Description, the Wicked Song Sword contains the Wicked Song array. Once activated, the Wicked Song can disturb the enemy's chi and blood during battle. Sword name, Dog Culling Sword, level, Silver. Description, killing a dog is as easy as plucking its fur. Sword name, 10,000 Firewood Sword level, Bronze. Description, chopping firewood with this sword is like having the help of God. Zhou Xuanji blinked. The Wicked Song Sword was still fine. It was an amethyst legendary sword after all. But were the Dog Culling Sword and the 10,000 Firewood Sword serious? He was a little speechless. He felt that the supreme legendary sword system would always produce some strange swords. Unknowingly, there seemed to be a force controlling his fate, which made him not know whether to laugh or cry. He took out the 3 swords and examined them. At the same time, Daoya Old Man stood on Chongming Demon Monarch's back and observed Chen Bantian. Chen Bantian was lying on his back and snoring loudly. His mouth was drooling, and his face looked hideous. I am the ruler of the world. You lowly servants dare to meddle in politics. I am invincible in the world. You should all submit to me, come. Bring me the Xianxia map. He mumbled something indistinctly, and he was immersed in his dreams every day. Daoya Old Man rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, interesting. It seems like he might really awaken the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. I wonder if this is a good or bad thing. He looked back at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. Zhou Xuanji was fiddling with the 3 new legendary swords and did not notice his gaze. The royal bloodlines clash with each other. But if one of the royal bloodlines submits, it can boost the fate of the other royal bloodline. He mumbled to himself and began divining with his fingers. He wanted to calculate Zhou Xuanji's fate in the future. PFFTTT, he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. The blood, along with his saliva, splattered on Chen Bantian's face and Chongming Demon Monarch's head. Damn you! What are you doing? Chongming Demon Monarch was furious. He stopped abruptly and shook Daoya Old Man and Chen Bantian down. He quickly transformed into his human form and wiped his head with a piece of cloth. His face was filled with anger and disgust, and he felt extremely disgusted. The others gathered around him. Daoya Old Man's cultivation was the highest among them. Why did he vomit blood suddenly? He got up from the ground and pointed at Zhou Xuanji with a trembling finger. You are in trouble. He cried out in fear. You are in big trouble. With this, everyone was shocked and felt a little horrified. It was their first time seeing Daoya Old Man so terrified. Even when facing Lin Guanyu, he could still look so calm. Zhou Xuanji was frustrated and asked, what did I do this time? Who would be happy when someone said that he was in big trouble for no reason? Moreover, the other party was his grand teacher. I divined your fate just now. Your fate was messed up, which caused me to suffer a backlash. I've encountered such a situation twice. Daoya Old Man tried his best to calm himself down, but the fear and worry in his eyes lingered for a long time. Xiao Jinghong asked with a frown, who was it the last time? Dark North Monarch Tao, Daoya Old Man replied. He could not help but shudder when he said the name. Dark North Monarch Tao. What was that? The group was confused. Dark North Monarch Tao. You dared to divinate it. You are courting death. Chongming Demon Monarch cried out in shock as he wiped his head. His words made the group even more curious. Who was Dark North Monarch Tao? Zhou Xuanji was also curious. He sheathed his sword and walked toward Daoya Old Man. Boom! At this moment, the plain shook violently as though an earthquake had struck. Everyone turned their heads and saw dust billowing on the eastern horizon. The ground had split open, as if something huge was attacking them from underground with great momentum. Tank! Zhou Xuanji cried out immediately. Mu, Chongming Demon Monarch roared. His body grew to a height of hundreds of meters. His horns towered into the sky, and his fur was like flames. He looked like an evil demon that charged out from hell and was extremely domineering. He punched toward the ground. Boom! The ground in front of him crumbled instantly. A horrifying force swept forward and clashed with the incoming mysterious being. Another earth-shaking explosion. A beam of black light shot out from underground like an arrow and penetrated Chongming Demon Monarch's chest. Blood splattered across the sky. Chapter 158. Seeing that Chongming Demon Monarch was severely injured, everyone's expression changed drastically. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. This guy was still not tough enough. Chongming Demon Monarch descended. The black light that pierced through him turned into a ball of black gas and floated in the air. It was impossible to identify the enemy hidden within. Zhou Xuanji immediately threw out the Wicked Song sword and activated ranged sword propelling. The sword flew over Chongming Demon Monarch's head swiftly and toward the ball of black qi. The black gas was very fast and easily dodged the Wicked Song sword. There was a loud bang. Chongming Demon Monarch fell to the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin hurried over. They did not want Chongming Demon Monarch to die just like that. May I know who you are? Daoya Old Man narrowed his eyes and asked. He did not expect Haoqi Alliance to act so quickly. Haoqi Alliance Right Envoy, Fang Yuan. A cold voice resounded, and like a gust of cold wind, it caused the temperature of heaven and earth to plummet. Fang Yuan. Daoya Old Man raised his eyebrows and said, Haoqi Alliance directly sent out the right emissary. How generous. If you die here, will your alliance master die from anger? As the black gas dissipated, Fang Yuan's figure appeared. He was dressed in a black brocade robe. His figure was emaciated, and he looked like a bag of bones. His eyes were sunken, and he had no eyebrows. There was also a scar on his forehead that extended into his hair. He stood in the air, looking down from above with an indifferent gaze. Daoya Old Man, I was wondering who it was that dared to oppose my Haoqi Alliance. Fang Yuan said softly, his voice reverberating through the entire world. Chongming Demon Monarch covered his chest that was bleeding profusely. He gritted his teeth and said, Fang Yuan, we are in trouble now. The left and right envoys of Haoqi Alliance were among the top experts of Haoqi Alliance. The Haoqian sect was so mighty in the past. Now, it has split into the Xinhao sect and the Haoqi Alliance. Neither of them has the power to reach the top. Why should we be afraid? Daoya Old Man said with a smile, causing Fang Yuan's face to darken. This matter was the common shame of Xinhao sect and Haoqi Alliance. After the split, they did not have the prestige of the Haoqian sect in the past and became a laughing stock. Fang Yuan raised his right hand. Rumbling thunder clouds suddenly gathered, and thunder rumbled continuously. Bolts of lightning swept into his palm and condensed into a huge lightning sword. It was 100 feet long and shone brightly. An immense pressure wreaked havoc in the world, causing all living beings to feel suppressed. The Wicked Song sword flew to Zhou Xuanji's head, and he took out the God Emperor sword and Phoenix Emperor sword, preparing for battle. Let me do it. How dare this kid look down on me? I'll show you the power of an earth deity. Daoya Old Man smiled proudly. Then, he walked up. Ascending to the heavens step by step. Everyone looked at him expectantly. Daoya Old Man was able to stop Lin Guanyu and had the undying divine ability. In their hearts, he had always been an unfathomable figure, including Zhou Xuanji. Fang Yuan swooped down with the lightning greatsword in his hand. It was like a bolt of lightning striking down, overbearing and domineering. Daoya Old Man's speed suddenly increased, and he rose like a gust of wind. The two of them clashed in the air, and lightning scattered in all directions. Next, the two of them turned around and began to fight intensely in the air. They were incredibly fast, and even Zhou Xuanji could not keep up. Chongming Demon Monarch sat cross-legged on the ground to recuperate. Looking at the battle in the sky, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Fortunately, when Daoya Old Man bullied him, he did not retaliate. Otherwise, he would have been in a miserable state. At this moment, Chen Bantian, who was lying on the ground, convulsed suddenly. Yellow scales grew on his face, which looked extremely strange. No one noticed his condition, as they were all watching the battle. Fang Yuan's aura was powerful. The lightning greatsword in his hand was extremely powerful. As he swung it, lightning dissipated, and visible ripples could be seen in the space around him. Daoya Old Man moved swiftly in the air like a phantom. Their bodies intertwined and weaved in an intense manner. All sorts of spells were cast, which dazzled the onlookers. Kill! A loud shout could be heard. Black clouds flew over from the horizon in all directions, and on them stood many Houchi Alliance cultivators. At a glance, there were at least 100,000 of them. Their auras gathered together, causing the entire plain to tremble. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and all of the legendary swords appeared above his head. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Wind Cutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Soaring Eagle Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Book Cutter Sword, Sky Sundering Emperor Sword, Tempest Calmer, Living Snake Sword, Crazy Paralysis Sword, Falling Petal, Soft Velvety Sword, Divine Crane Sword, Phantom Sword, Hegemonjo, Big Dream Sword, Wicked Song Sword, Dog Culling Sword, and 10,000 Firewood Sword. The divine swords hummed, and it was a magnificent sight. Xianxia, Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Tsongjian, Beishao Wangjian and the rest took out their weapons and prepared for battle. The little black snake laid on Little Fool's head and scolded, "That brat is still sleeping, but we have to help him kill the enemy." "What is this? I refuse to accept this." Everyone turned to look at Chen Bantian. The brat was lying on the ground, his body arched and twitching non-stop. His back was protruding, and it was extremely strange. What happened to him? Huang Lianxin frowned and asked nervously. The others were confused too, but Houchi Alliance's army was already here, so they could not care so much. Screech, the two dragon eagles let out a long cry. They flapped their wings and soared up. The little black snake was thrown down by Little Fool and landed pathetically on the ground. He raised his head and cursed, swoosh. A sharp arrow flew toward him, and the little black snake dodged instinctively. The arrow pierced into the ground, and the shaft shook. 100,000 evil cultivators charged toward them. The group leaped up and charged in. Chongming Demon Monarch came to Chen Banshan's side and picked him up. Zhou Xuanji activated the 10,000 sword dragon incantation. Dozens of legendary swords shot out like meteors. Strands of Ghost Emperor Qi surrounded his body and formed the silhouette of the God Emperor on his body. He leaped up and charged toward the direction with the most people. He swung the God Emperor's sword with his right hand, and the sword Qi of the heavenly lights shot out. Oh, this is... He's the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Could this be the legendary ultimate sword technique, Heavenly Lights? No, there are so many legendary swords. He's sword god Zhou. Dodge quickly. The evil cultivators scattered in fear, but hundreds of them were struck by the heavenly lights and were sent flying backward while vomiting blood. The demonic cultivator at the very front was directly smashed into smithereens, his body exploding. Xianxia swung her flaming fan, and waves of flames swept toward the evil cultivators like walls of fire. Xiao Jinghong used the 36 Paths Jade Xiao sword. His sword technique was ever-changing as he weaved among the evil cultivators. Zhao Zongjian used the vibrant raindrop sword, which was equally powerful. Huang Lianxin stood beside Chongming Demon Monarch to protect Chen Bantian. Although Chongming Demon Monarch was severely injured, he was more than enough to deal with these weak soldiers. Han Shenbo fought alongside the little black snake. Of course, it was not his will. It was because the little black snake's tail was tightly wrapped around his arm. "Can you let go of me?" Han Shenbo cried out furiously as he fought. "I'm helping you." The little black snake's attitude became even worse. Chapter 159. With the God Emperor sword in his hand, Zhou Xuanji's aura was incredibly powerful. Before he reached Astral Infant, he could already use the God Emperor sword to fight against the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. Now, he could only be more powerful. He tossed out the Phoenix Emperor sword and grabbed Hegemon Jiu with his left hand. The Hegemon 9 was a glorious gold divine sword that came from the Hegemon Sword Emperor, one of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. It was recorded in the historical records as a divine weapon of the world. A layer of white light shone on the surface of Zhou Xuanji's body. It was attached to the monarch ghost Qi, which made him look even more oppressive. With the 2 glorious gold legendary swords in hand, Zhou Xuanji felt that everything in the world was so insignificant. Such powerful strength, Zhou Xuanji thought in fascination. He looked at the God Emperor's sword and Hegemon Jiu, and a smile appeared on his face. Haoqi Alliance's evil cultivators swarmed toward Zhou Xuanji from all directions. All kinds of spells were cast toward Zhou Xuanji. He raised Hegemon Jiu and swept it around. All the spells exploded, and a strong gust of wind swept out. Peerlessly domineering. Hundreds of demonic cultivators were sent flying. He raised his left hand and unleashed the sky-dominating divine sword. He slashed forward with his sword. The sword Qi was rampaging. It was hundreds of meters long, and its speed was extremely fast. 1,000 demonic cultivators couldn't dodge in time and were directly swept by the sword Qi, turning into ashes on the spot. The sword Qi continued to fly forward and disappeared into the horizon. All the demonic cultivators were frightened and retreated. Because of this, Jianghu, Xiao Jinghong, and the others stopped fighting and could rest for a while. Numerous legendary swords levitated behind Zhou Xuanji. Together with the God Emperor on his body, the scene was incredibly majestic and shocking. The demonic cultivators were intimidated and did not dare to approach. "He is Sword God Zhou. The one who injured the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. It really is him, no wonder he dares to oppose our Haoqi alliance. So strong, almost invincible. It feels like even Envoy Fang is no match for him. What do we do now?" The demonic cultivators tightly gripped their enchanted artifacts and spoke as they backed away from Zhou Xuanji. Fang Yuan, who was fighting against Daoya Old Man, noticed this scene. The sky-dominating divine sword from before made him tremble in fear. "I didn't expect Sword God Zhou to follow you. No wonder you're so fearless," Fang Yuan said coldly. There was no trace of fear in his voice. Daoya Old Man's palms shone with silver light as he laughed. "What? Are you scared?" He was also shocked. All the divine swords were unleashed at the same time. That kind of power was too terrifying. This kid might really have the power to fight against the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, and he might even be able to defeat the Sword Monarch. Fang Yuan did not answer and continued to fight with Daoya. Old man Zhou Xuanji did not stop. His eyes focused, and all the divine swords behind him shot out like a group of meteors, sharp and powerful. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard continuously. The demonic cultivators were scared out of their wits and tried to dodge in panic. Unfortunately, the speed of the divine sword was even faster. The demonic cultivators screamed as their bodies were pierced by the divine swords or their heads exploded. Blood rained down like a rain of blood. Incredible! Chongming Demon Monarch widened his eyes, swallowed his saliva, and muttered to himself. It was the first time he had seen Zhou Xuanji use so many legendary swords. It was too domineering. If he were to go all out like this during the World Hero Conference, the duration of the conference would probably be reduced by half. No wonder he could pass the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance test. The others were extremely excited as they watched. They had watched Zhou Xuanji grow more powerful step by step, until today. Amazing! As expected of my master. The little black snake said excitedly. Han Shenbo wanted to pull it down, but he could not. Instead, his right arm was in pain. After Zhou Xuanji killed thousands of demonic cultivators, he turned to look at Fang Yuan, who was high up in the sky. Sensing his gaze, Fang Yuan's heart shuddered. This murderous aura, without a word, he transformed into a ball of black qi and flew toward the horizon. Zhou Xuanji threw out the God Emperor sword, which flashed across the plain like a stream of black light. Ranged sword propelling. But this time, his ranged sword propelling only brushed past Fang Yuan's shoulder. Fang Yuan's reaction was much faster than Wang Qixiao's. He quickly disappeared at the intersection of the heavens and the earth. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The other demonic cultivators from Haoqi Alliance also fled with all their might. They wished that their parents could give them another Dantian. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword, and the God Emperor dispersed. Not bad, not bad. Very powerful. Soon, you will catch up to Emperor Yan of Zhou. Daoya old man flew to his side and patted his shoulder with a satisfied smile. Zhou Xuanji looked calm and said, "Go and see what's wrong with that guy." Chen Banshan's convulsions became more intense. He even let out beast-like growls. Apparently, he was in great pain. The two landed quickly. Xiao Jinghong, Beishao Wangjian, Han Shenbo, and Zhao Zongjian began to clean up the battlefield and loot the enemy's treasures. Daoya old man squatted beside Chen Bantian and said with a frown, "He has entered the most crucial stage of awakening. If he can survive it, he will soar into the sky." The little black snake spat his forked tongue and smiled. "It feels like when I transformed into a dragon." "You are a dragon. Why do you look like an earthworm?" Chongming Demon Monarch asked curiously. His words were like a sharp sword that pierced the little black snake's heart. This bastard knew its identity, so he purposely stabbed it, piercing its heart. "He has the royal bloodline of Great Qin, and I have the royal bloodline of Great Zhou. Can I awaken?" Zhou Xuanji asked expectantly. Wasn't Great Zhou very prestigious? Daoya old man rolled his eyes at him and said, "Your bloodline leans toward your mother. It's hopeless. But that Zhou Yalong can awaken the bloodline talent of Great Zhou's ancestor." Zhou Yalong. Zhou Xuanji's expression turned cold immediately. Huang Lianxin's eyes were filled with hatred. After half an hour, Xiao Jinghong and the other three returned. They had collected more than 10,000 storage rings and bags. Adding up the wealth in them, they would surely take revenge. "Sister, you and Lianxin will be in charge of counting." Zhou Xuanji arranged. Women love to do such things. The two girls had no objections and nodded with a smile. He walked to Chongming Demon Monarch and took out some elixirs. "Heal your wounds. You are so useless. How can you be a tank like this? In the future, you will spar with me. I will help you strengthen your physique. Chongming Demon Monarch felt wronged. It was not that he was not powerful enough, but he did not know that his opponent was Fang Yuan. After that, Chongming Demon Monarch carried Qin Bantian on his back, and the group continued their journey. 3 days later, a shocking news spread across Great Shang and the surrounding kingdoms. Haoqi Alliance put out a wanted order for Sword God Zhou and claimed that Sword God Zhou was the Phoenix Sword Emperor. As soon as the news came out, it shocked everyone. The Phoenix Sword Emperor was a sword cultivator who appeared out of nowhere in Great Shang recently. He was even recognized to be on par with Great Zhou's Sword Monarch. He was also targeted by the top evil cultivator. His reputation even surpassed Sword God Zhou. No one expected Sword God Zhou to be the Phoenix Sword Emperor. The news spread to Xianxia sect and Great Zhou quickly, which caused an even greater uproar. Countless people cried out in shock. How powerful was Sword God Zhou now? Even Haoqi Alliance's right emissary could not defeat him. The world was guessing how long Sword God Zhou could live after offending so many factions. Chapter 160. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji and the others left Great Shang and entered Jianghu wasteland again. The little black snake laid on Small Fool's head and said lazily, "Will we meet Lin Guanyu again?" Little Fool shook his head, wanting to shake it off, but to no avail. Northern Sword Valiant smiled proudly, "Master is so strong now, I think you can even fight against Lin Guanyu." A frog at the bottom of a well. Baba Blade Master's name isn't just for show. Daoya Old Man shook his head and laughed. After all, that was the man who defeated him. Chongming Demon Monarch said disdainfully, "Baba Blade Master is just a boast. You guys didn't see how pathetic he was in front of Xianxia. He looked like he was about to pee his pants." He began to boast endlessly, causing Zhou Xuanji to roll his eyes. The unbearable one wasn't Lin Guanyu, but the old ox demon. In front of Xianxia, he had never straightened his back. "Don't panic. When I become the Emperor of Great Qin, Lin Guanyu will be nothing to me." Chen Bantian walked to the back of the crowd and smiled proudly. This brat was like a completely different person compared to before. He was full of vigor, and there was a yellow dragon imprint between his brows. It was extremely mystical. After awakening the royal bloodline of the yellow dragon, his physical body had grown even taller, and his cultivation had shot up to the 3rd level of the enlightening realm, which made others envious. Forget it. With your current appearance, even if you become the emperor, no one will respect you. Chongming Demon Monarch said in disdain. Chen Bantian was furious but did not dare to say anything. Ever since he had awakened, Chongming Demon Monarch continued to bully him. In fact, he was even more ruthless than before. Although he was indignant, he did not bear a grudge. After all, these people were his saviors, and he had to keep their kindness in his heart. At the center of the group, Zhou Xuanji was telling stories to Jianghu and Huang Lianxin. In this way, Snow White and the 7 dwarves lived a happy life. Hearing this, Jianghu and Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. Jianghu waved her fist and gritted her teeth. The crown prince is too hateful. He actually colluded with the empress. Fortunately, he was defeated by the 7 dwarfs. Huang Lianxin nodded and sighed. "You're right. The more handsome and noble a man is, the worse he is." Zhao Zongjian shook his head. He felt that this story was ridiculous. How could there be an empress in the northern wilderness region who was jealous of the princess beauty? Xiao Jinghong flew back on his sword and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. "Revered teacher, there are no traces of Xianxia sect's evil cultivators in Jianghu wasteland. I asked around, and Baba Blade Master did not come to Jianghu wasteland during this period of time." Zhou Xuanji nodded and began thinking while rubbing his chin. Now that Great Zhou, Xianxia sect and Haoqi alliance were all after him, there would definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. After sending Chen Bantian to Great Qin, he still had to avenge Xiao Zongjian. According to Daoya Old Man, Chen Bantian had awakened the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. As long as the Emperor of Great Qin knew about it, he would definitely become the heir apparent. If one of the princes of the Yellow Dragon royal bloodline appeared, Great Qin would be able to usher in a golden age. According to their current speed, it would take another 3 months to reach Great Qin. Another 2 hours passed. Suddenly, a group of monks came from the west. They were led by an old monk wearing an exquisite kasaya and holding a golden staff in his hand. Daoya Old Man's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed over. Zhou Xuanji and the others were shocked. What was going on? Daoya Old Man came up to the old monk and laughed. Old Baldy, long time no see. Seeing him, the old monk smiled and stroked his long beard. Amitba. Old thief, long time no see. It must have been 20 years. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji and the others and chuckled. The recently famous sword god Zhou is here too. Why don't you introduce me to him? Daoya Old Man smiled proudly and waved at Zhou Xuanji and the others. A commotion broke out among the other monks. With regards to the recently famous sword god Zhou, no matter where they went, as long as there were people, they would hear about him. Soon, Zhou Xuanji and the others walked over. This is Dongyuan Monastery's abbot Xuanhe. Daoya Old Man introduced Zhou Xuanji with a chuckle, and the old monk nodded with a smile. Dongyuan Monastery. Xiao Jinghong, Han Shenbua, and the others' expressions changed drastically. This was a sanctum. Sword god Zhou, also my grand disciple, Zhou Xuanji. Daoya Old Man hooked his arm around Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and said proudly. Xuanhe squinted his eyes and asked, is he Zhao Xian's son? He looks so much like her. No wonder Emperor Yan of Zhou only put you on the wanted list after you killed the Empress of Great Zhou, but he did not do it himself. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. He did not like to hear people mention Emperor Yan of Zhou. The two old men began chatting. It turned out that they were good friends since they were young. They had been good friends for thousands of years. One became a land immortal, while the other became a highly respected abbot of a sanctum. This was a much-told story in the northern wilderness region. Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, and the others were pleasantly surprised. They did not expect Daoya Old Man to have such a deep network. It was a pity that the two old men did not mention anything about Zhou Xuanji being hunted down. I will bring my disciples to Duantian Cliff to annihilate the remnants of Tanhua sect together with the other sections. Do you want to go together? If you participate, you can build a closer relationship with the righteous sections. In the future, it will be much easier to deal with Xianxia sect and Haoqi alliance. Xuanhe looked at Zhou Xuanji and smiled as he stroked his long beard. As a sanctum, Dongyuan Monastery could not participate in worldly conflicts. This time, it was related to Tanhua sect, so he came out. Remnants of Tanhua sect. Xianxia is here too. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. This old demonic woman had such a day. Xuanhe nodded with a smile. Yes, she is here. This demonic woman just massacred a city. She obtained the soul-nurturing pearl from somewhere and wants to awaken her father, the ancient Diablo. Once she succeeds, the world will be in trouble. Ancient Diablo. This name was not simple at first glance. Zhou Xuanji and the others had a subtle expression. Zhou Xuanji obtained the soul-nurturing pearl with help. If this were to spread, they would be sinners. Xianxia is the top evil cultivator. Aren't you courting death if you go? Chongming Demon Monarch mumbled. He had heard of Xuanhe's fame but did not know much about it. Daoya Old Man stared at him and cursed, this little brother of mine is the top monk in the northern wilderness region. Back then, the Fury Buddha sought him out for guidance. Do you think he can defeat Xianxia? 1,000 years ago, if he did not injure Xianxia severely, she would not have stayed quiet for so long. The top monk in the northern wilderness region. This title was very intimidating. Ba. It's just an empty title. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. But why did his smile resemble Daoya old man's? So annoying. We will not get involved in this mess. We still have to go to Great Qin. You guys go ahead. Daoya old man chuckled. The soul-nurturing pearl was made by Zhou Xuanji. If they went to Duantian Cliff, Xianxia would surely take it out. By then, they would have nowhere to hide. Xianxia nodded and did not insist. The group chatted for a while before they left. Zhou Xuanji glanced at the back of Xianxia and asked curiously, can he really defeat Xianxia? In his heart, Xianxia was already invincible and arrogant. Xianxia looked amiable and approachable. He was not even comparable to the Fury Buddha. He might not be more powerful than Xianxia, but at least he can put up a fight. Moreover, other than him, there are other powerful cultivators. Tanhua sect is going to fall this time. Daoya old man smiled and sighed. Chapter 161. There were 8 sacred grounds in the northern wilderness region that were independent of the righteous and demonic sections. Dongyuan Temple and Merciful Melody Cliff were among them. Han Shenbo was also a disciple of a holy land called the Red Shore Valley. If a new dynasty wanted to be established, it had to be approved by the 8 great sacred grounds. Your little brother is the top monk in the northern wilderness region. What happened to you? Why are you so weak? He can fight Xianxia head-on, but you can't even defeat Lin Guanyu. Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, which pulled Daoya old man back to reality. He glared at his grand disciple and scolded, I'm weak. If I was weak, would you still be alive? You're heartless, just like your mother, an ingrate. He began to curse endlessly, his spittle flying straight at Zhou Xuanji's face. When Jianghu saw this, she hurriedly pulled Xianji back. The others couldn't help but laugh out loud. Among the group, only Daoya old man dared to argue with Zhou Xuanji like this, which made others not know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone continued moving forward. The Tanhua sect is so powerful that even the #1 monk in the northern wilderness region is involved. Zhao Zongjian asked curiously. He felt that he had come into contact with a whole new world. Daoya old man walked in front and shook his head with a smile. Back then, the Tanhua sect swept across the northern wilderness region, and the ancient Diablo was invincible. All the empires had to lower their heads to him. So awesome. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He did not sympathize with Xianxia. It would be best if that old hag died at the Heaven's End cliff. Xianxia's existence was a stain on his life. He had never been so cowardly. The current Tanhua sect is far from what it used to be. Apart from Xianxia, the rest are all detested by everyone. Daoya old man chuckled, his tone filled with emotions. This was the human world. The wheel of fortune, the ups and downs, this was the secular world. Stop sighing. Don't tell me you still want to save that old witch. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said unpleasantly. Although Xianxia was charming, beautiful, and powerful, her mother was mentally ill. Even if this woman didn't die, she would be alone for the rest of her life. Who would dare to marry her? Who would marry her? Zhou Xuanji's imagination ran wild as he walked ahead. Next, they continued to advance. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators and demons. Those who recognized them either died tragically or fled. As long as they dared to attack, Zhou Xuanji and the others would not let them live. Other than that, they also heard that many cultivators were heading towards the Heaven's End cliff. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Zhou Xuanji cultivated along the way and reached astral infant level 2. Ever since he broke through to the nascent soul realm, his cultivation speed had slowed down greatly. In fact, the growth of his spiritual power was even faster, but the higher his realm, the more spiritual energy he needed. On this day, they came to Great Chen's border and looked at the city walls from afar. "Where is the Xianxia map?" Northern Sword Valiant asked fiercely as he stared at Chen Bantian. Chen Bantian shouted, "Don't panic, wait for me to take it out." After saying that, he pulled open his clothes, took out a dagger, and slashed his chest. Blood splattered. This brat did not even frown. Ever since he had awakened, he had changed his cowardly nature. His potential was limitless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he took out a roll of parchment from his chest. Jianghu and Huang Lianxin were disgusted. The others looked interested. This kid was very interesting. He actually hid the map under his skin. This is the map recorded in the Xianxia map. This is what Haoqi Alliance wants. Chen Banqian's face was distorted as he passed the map, which was covered in blood, to Northern Sword Valiant. Northern Sword Valiant's face turned green immediately. Chen Bantian quickly healed his wounds. As he did so, he said, "Everyone, do you want to return to Great Chen with me? Although you guys always bully me, I feel that your atmosphere is real and interesting. If I ascend the throne in the future, I will make all of you officials and nobles. Whatever you want, I will give it to you." His words were very sincere. Ever since he was young, he had been staying in the royal palace. This journey made him fearful and joyful at the same time. Zhou Xuanji's story, the little black snake's annoying behavior, Daoya old man's frivolity, and so on. Everyone had their own unique characteristics, which was really interesting. "You must be bluffing. With your behavior, can you become the emperor without us? You will definitely be killed by those generals," Chongming Demon Monarch said with disdain. His words did not enrage Qin Bantian but warmed his heart. Zhou Xuanji looked at Qin Bantian and said, "How about we make a bet?" "What bet?" Qin Bantian asked curiously. He had always respected Zhou Xuanji. "Let's see if I become the top cultivator first, or if you become the emperor of Great Qin first. If you win, I will give you a big gift. If you lose, you will give me one. How about it?" Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. In the past half a year, this brat had been serving them tea and running errands for them. Seeing that he was often bullied, the group had a lot of fun. If he were to leave, it would be really worrying. This brat's temperament was not up to par. If he wanted to become the emperor of Great Qin, he could not rely solely on his bloodline talent. "Okay. If I become the emperor, I will make you the sword emperor, and the people will learn from you." Chen Bantian grinned and said excitedly. Did Zhou Xuanji acknowledge him? After that, he bade farewell to everyone and ran toward the border of Great Qin. "Let's find a place to rest and study the map before we decide." Zhou Xuanji looked around and muttered. The group had no objections and left. An hour later, they found a cave and went inside to rest. The sky darkened. Zhou Xuanji sat on a rock with a map in his hand. Jianghu sat beside him, tilting her head and looking at it curiously. "I didn't expect Xianxia map to be hidden in Juadi Cliff. That's not a good place." Daoya old man frowned and muttered to himself. "That's right. The place marked on the map was Juadi Cliff." Zhou Xuanji had already been to Juadi Cliff, and he did not expect to go there again. Chongming Demon Monarch said anxiously, "Let's not go. Xianxia protected us last time, but there's no one now." Juadi Cliff was so terrifying that even the Hegemon Sword Sect, which was one of the top factions in the northern wilderness region, dared to enter. Moreover, according to his understanding, the inheritance of the hegemon sword emperor was not in the depths of Juadi Cliff. I'm not human. Can't I protect you? Daoya old man was enraged. He gave Chongming demon monarch a kick, sending him crashing into the wall. The entire mountain shook, and dust and sand fell. Zhou Xuanji cursed, "Are you going to kick down the mountain and crush us to death? What's wrong?" "I do." Daoya old man crossed his arms and snorted in disdain. This old man was getting more and more active. He was even more mischievous than the little black snake. The group really wanted to beat him up. At this moment, footsteps came from the cave entrance. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian immediately held their swords and walked to the front, preparing for battle. Daoya old man frowned slightly and scanned with his mind. In an instant, he jumped up in fear. "Oh no!" he cried out softly, which made the others anxious. Chapter 162. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a man in purple with wounds all over his body rushed in. When he saw Zhou Xuanji and the others, he immediately stopped. Although his hair was messy, there was no fear on his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Tanhua Sect's thousand-hand devil, Qin Gang," Daoya old man said in a deep voice, his face full of wariness. When the others heard that he was from the Tanhua sect, they became even more nervous. Chongming demon monarch mumbled, "The Tanhua thousand-hand devil, the butcher of the northern wilderness, Han Shenbua, Xiao Jinghong, and the little black snake were also moved." The others might not have heard of Qin Gang's name, but he was from the Tanhua sect and was definitely not an ordinary person. Daoya old man. When Qin Gang saw Daoya old man, a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. He suddenly thought of something and glanced at the others. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who is Sword God Zhou?" "Find Sword God Zhou." Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian narrowed their eyes and took a step forward. "I am," Zhou Xuanji said. His opponent was heavily injured, so he was not afraid. Hearing this, Qin Gang suddenly knelt down and said in a deep voice, "Vice sect leader." Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they were all stunned. "Vice sect leader?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" He instantly thought of something, and his expression became extremely ugly. "The suzerain has ordered me to look for the vice suzerain, Sword God Zhou, since our sect is in danger of being destroyed." Qin Gang replied respectfully. "What a vicious plan. He's trying to drag my grand disciple down with him." Daoya old man cursed. He was a smart person and instantly understood Xianxia's intention. In the past few years, Sword God Zhou's reputation had grown tremendously. Once there was news that he was the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect, everyone would point their fingers at him. At that time, he would become the public enemy of the world. Humph. Our Xuanji will never become a vice sect leader. Jianghu snorted. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Qin Gang raised his head and said, "My sect leader did not mean that. She asked me to bring you to the old site of the Tanhua sect to obtain the ultimate divine technique and bring glory to the Tanhua sect. And she is trapped at the Heaven's End cliff, with only a slim chance of survival." At this point, he gritted his teeth, and his eyes burned with hatred. Everyone was stunned. Chongming demon monarch widened his eyes and cursed, "There must be a scheme." Everyone else was on guard. Peerless divine art. Is it the celestial devil rebirth technique? Daoya old man asked curiously, his tone filled with excitement. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said to Qin Gang, "You can leave. I'm only interested in the sword. I'm not interested in the ultimate energy techniques of your evil sect, and I don't like the Tanhua sect either." He felt that Xianxia would not do such a thing. Therefore, he did not want to go to the old site of the Tanhua sect. Moreover, he was about to search for the Xianxia map. The Tanhua sect was more powerful than the Xianxia map. Qin Gang panicked and hurriedly shouted, "The life and death of our Tanhua sect are all in your hands. Then go to hell," Zhou Xuanji said without holding back. He flipped his right hand and took out the God Emperor sword. The Tanhua sect was cruel and ruthless, even more so than the Xinhao sect. He had seen with his own eyes how Xianxia killed people on a whim. She had the heart of an animal. If such a sect was destroyed, so be it. Just when Qin Gang wanted to continue speaking, Zhou Xuanji walked over with his sword, which frightened him so much that he immediately ran away. If he wasn't severely injured, he might not be afraid. But now, he was definitely not a match for Zhou Xuanji. After Qin Gang left, the group heaved a sigh of relief. What is Xianxia trying to do? Could it be that she really wants to hand the Tanhua sect over to our master? Even if it's true, she can't accept it. The Tanhua sect is an existence that the world cannot tolerate. Once she accepts it, even the gods cannot protect her. Do you think that Xianxia will die just like that? It's hard to say. Isn't there a saying, a scourge lives for 1,000 years? The group began chatting, while Zhou Xuanji stored the God Emperor sword and sat on the ground in deep thought. He was worried that Xianxia would tell the world that he was the vice suzerain. Even if there was no evidence, it would still arouse suspicion. Moreover, Great Zhou, Xinhao sect, and Haoqi alliance were still keeping an eye on him. Jianghu sat beside him and held his hand. She did not say a word and just accompanied him quietly. Seems like we need to leave as soon as possible. It's best if we can find a place to continue our cultivation. This is just the beginning. Daoya old man walked up to Zhou Xuanji inside. He sighed in his heart. Everyone said that beauties were the source of trouble, and even heroes would attract trouble sometimes. Xianxia had met so many people, and there must be people who were more powerful than Zhou Xuanji. Why did she keep an eye on him? She even instructed him in private. This must not be simple. Let's go to Great Qin first. Tomorrow, we will find a place to hide. I will bring Zhao Zongjian into Great Qin. Zhou Xuanji muttered. Daoya old man nodded. He was confident that he could deal with Qin Gang. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a hidden valley. Daoya old man stood on the mountain wall. He was planting flags and preparing to set up a spell formation to conceal the valley. You must come back as soon as possible. Understand? Jianghu tidied Zhou Xuanji's clothes as she instructed him. Zhou Xuanji smiled, "Don't worry. Great Qin will not put me on the wanted list." Jianghu nodded. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, who was already half a head taller than her, her eyes were filled with affection. A while later, Zhou Xuanji left with Zhao Zongjian. The two of them traveled quickly through the forest. Only after they left the forest did they fly toward Great Qin. Are you still in love with her? Zhou Xuanji asked with a teasing expression. It turned out that when Zhao Zongjian was young, he lived with his mother in Great Qin. Back then, he had a childhood friend, and the two of them stayed together for 8 years. Back then, he was already a famous genius in Great Qin. Because of his family, he had to return to Great Zhou. From then on, he appeared out of nowhere and reached Inner Pellet at 18 years old. He and his childhood friend often exchanged letters, but somehow, they broke off. After that, his parents returned to Great Qin to visit their family. He asked his mother to find out about this, but his entire family died in Great Qin's territory. After this, his entire personality changed. A cultivator from his family escaped and found him. He said that although he did not know who the enemy was, the enemy claimed that he hated him and wanted him dead. The enemy warned him not to enter Great Qin again, or else he would be destroyed. Zhao Zongjian thought about it and felt that this could only be related to the person he cared about. After all, he had no friends or enemies in Great Qin. My heart is as calm as still water. I only want to know who the murderer is. Zhao Zongjian shook his head and said calmly. The two of them leaped over mountains and disappeared into the horizon. At this moment, a man in black appeared on the peak of a mountain. He took out a scroll and spread it open, letting it float in the air. He then drew on the scroll with his finger. Red words appeared on it. Sword God Zhou entered Great Qin without Daoya old man. After he finished writing, he kept the scroll and injected his spirit energy into it. The scroll turned into sparkles of light and dissipated in the air. He turned to look at the direction where Zhou Xuanji and Jianghu disappeared and mumbled, Sword God Zhou, Great Qin will be your downfall. Chapter 163. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Zongjian entered Great Qin with their real names. Great Qin's border customs entrance fee was slightly lower than Great Zhou's. The two of them flew into Great Qin's territory without any obstructions. The city they were heading to was near the imperial city of Great Qin, and it was called River Willow City. River Willow City had a population of several million and occupied a vast area. It was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the river flowed through the center of the city. Countless creeks and streams were like the branches of trees, running through the entire city. The weather here was like spring all year round, and it was one of the more famous cities in Great Qin, as well as a trading center. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji spent 4 days before arriving at full speed. Standing on the hill and looking at the majestic city in front of him, Zhao Zongjian was in a daze. After all, he had grown up here. No matter what the truth is, no matter what you want to do, don't hold back. I will support you. Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at River Willow City. Zhao Zongjian nodded and took a deep breath. Thank you, master. Let's enter the city. He had to get to the bottom of this blood feud. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to focus on it. The two quickly entered the city. After entering the city, Zhao Zongjian went to investigate alone, while Zhou Xuanji wandered around. He was prepared to buy some gifts for Jianghu, as well as wine, food, silk, and cloth. They spent most of their time in the wilderness and rarely entered the city. Once they entered the city, they would buy a lot of things. Right now, he was very rich, equivalent to the annual income of half a dynasty. The previous wave of Haoqi Alliance's army had multiplied his wealth many times over. River Willow City was bustling. The streets were crisscrossed, and willows could be seen everywhere. By the river, at the corner of the walls. Zhou Xuanji somehow thought of the along the river during the Qingming festival painting. He became happy and wandered around. Young master, come in and play. That's right, that's right. Young master, the girls in our brothel are very beautiful. Come on. Handsome young man, have you ever tasted a woman? When he passed by a brothel, the common women at the entrance began to greet Zhou Xuanji passionately. Zhou Xuanji was a bit tempted, but he turned and left in the end. He had to keep himself clean. Meanwhile, Zhao Zongjian arrived in front of an abandoned mansion. Looking at the slanted signboard, he frowned slightly. Just as he was about to step in, an old man wearing shabby clothes walked out. The old man had a stooped figure, a head full of white hair, and a face full of vicissitudes of life. Masterly, Zhao Zongjian said. Hearing this, the old man froze and subconsciously raised his head. As soon as he saw Zhao Zongjian, his expression changed drastically. He quickly walked in front of Zhao Zongjian, grabbed his arms and asked nervously, Young master. Why are you back? Didn't I tell you not to come back? Zhao Zongjian said expressionlessly, I came back to investigate what happened back then, and to take revenge. Masterly hurriedly pulled Zhao Zongjian into the mansion and closed the door. After entering the mansion, the two of them quickly entered the courtyard. Chiefly sighed and said, Don't take revenge. You won't be able to. The person who destroyed our clan was the Crown Prince of Great Qin. Zhao Zongjian was not surprised. After all, his mother's family was not an ordinary family. His entire family was annihilated, but it did not cause any disturbance. The culprit must be a high-ranking official. Why is he targeting me? Is it because of Ming Er? Zhao Zongjian asked. His gaze was terrifyingly calm. He followed Zhou Xuanji and even killed the Empress of Great Zhou. Naturally, he did not take the Crown Prince seriously. Master Li sighed and said, "It's Miss Ming Er. She has already become the Crown Prince's concubine. If she didn't insist on protecting me and this residence, perhaps you wouldn't be able to see me." Zhao Zongjian frowned. His heart ached. It's not that Miss Ming is willing to marry him, it's because he is the current Crown Prince. With one sentence, he can marry anyone he wants. Uncle Li explained. He felt sorry for this couple who were in love with each other. The affairs of the world are unpredictable, and there are many things that people can't control. I understand. I don't blame her, but I must take revenge. Zhao Zongjian nodded calmly and turned to leave. Young master, you, just as Uncle Li was about to persuade him, Zhao Zongjian disappeared with the 8-step sword steps. Next, Zhao Zongjian did not go straight to the Crown Prince's residence but to look for Zhou Xuanji. He was not a fool. If he wanted to kill the Crown Prince of the Great Qin, he alone would not be enough. He must ask Zhou Xuanji for help. However, River Willow City was so big, and it would take some time to find Zhou Xuanji. In a courtyard, a young man in a golden shirt was practicing his sword art. 6 ladies were chatting happily in the stone pavilion beside him. 3 of them were maidservants, and they were fanning their masters. At this moment, a soldier appeared out of nowhere. "Your Highness, I have a key to report." The soldier cupped his fist and said. He glanced at the stone pavilion beside him instinctively and quickly looked away. The young man in a golden shirt sheathed his sword and asked, "What's the matter?" The soldier was silent and did not reply. "Follow me," the young man in a golden shirt said. After that, he left with the soldier. Why did His Highness leave? In the stone pavilion, a pretty lady with an oval face curled her lips and asked. The quiet lady who sat in the middle frowned slightly and said, "It might be a military intelligence. Recently, the demons have been stirring up trouble in Great Qin. As the Crown Prince, he naturally has to worry about it." On the other side, the Crown Prince came to the side palace with his soldiers. He sat on the main seat and asked, "What's the matter?" "Someone is approaching the Liu clan's residence. It's the young master of the Zhao clan." The soldier replied respectfully, "Our men captured that old man and asked him. We learned that the young master of the Zhao clan is here to take revenge." The young master of the Zhao clan. The Crown Prince sneered and said, "He wants to take revenge on me. Interesting. I want to kill him. Let him come. If you find him in the city, don't stop him. I want him to see the woman he loves in my arms and then die with regret." As the Crown Prince, he would not allow his woman to have other men in her heart. "Yes." The soldier replied and was about to leave. "Where's the old man?" The Crown Prince seemed to have thought of something and asked. "He's dead." The soldier answered honestly. The Crown Prince nodded in satisfaction and continued to leave. After he left, the Crown Prince of the Great Qin slammed his palm on the table, shattering it into pieces. "It's that brat again. This time, I'll make Ming Er give up completely." The Crown Prince said with his teeth clenched and a cruel smile appeared on his face. "Your Highness, bad news." At this moment, an old servant ran in with a face full of fear. The Crown Prince said impatiently, "What's the matter? Why are you making such a fuss?" The old servant knelt in front of him and said, "His Highness has returned. He has even awakened the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon." His Majesty is very pleased and made him the heir apparent. He asked the imperial preceptor to teach him documents and the state general to teach him cultivation. Hearing this, the crown prince stood up. He roared angrily, "How is this possible? Why didn't you inform me? What does father mean? Is he going to skip me, the crown prince? Also, wasn't that brat captured by the Wuxia alliance? Why is he back? He has really awakened the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon." Chapter 164. I'm not sure. Eunuch Jianghu from the palace is already here. He's waiting for you in the main hall. The old servant knelt on the ground and said as he trembled. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his servants and dogs rise to the heavens. If the status of the crown prince of the great Qin dynasty were to fall, it would affect everyone in the crown prince's residence. The crown prince tried his best to calm himself down and walked out of the side hall. A huge storm was about to engulf Great Qin. Outside the royal capital of Great Qin, the sky was cloudless. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Zongjian walked slowly. Someone followed behind them. It was Tanhua Sect's Thousand Hands Devil, Qin Gang. "Vice Suzerain, why are you going to the Great Qin Empire?" Qin Gang asked respectfully. This guy had mostly recovered from his injuries. Although he had changed into a white robe, it could not conceal his terrifying demonic aura. "None of your business. Stay away from me. I'm not your vice suzerain," Zhou Xuanji said impatiently. Why was this guy like a glue that could not be shaken off? "The suzerain asked me to follow you and protect you. We will rebuild Tanhua Sect together," Qin Gang said with a passionate look on his face. He suddenly cried out, "Tanhua in the human world, Azura in Hades." Zhou Xuanji slapped him straight away, but he dodged it nimbly. "What's wrong with you?" Zhou Xuanji cursed. "Your Tanhua Sect has become the target of scorn, and you still have the cheek to shout. You don't want to live." Qin Gang said seriously, "Although Tanhua Sect has declined, we must not lose our pride. Vice Suzerain, you must do the same. Keep your pride and unyielding character." "Lunatic." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. "Is everyone in Tanhua Sect crazy?" Zhao Zongjian was speechless too. But he could not defeat Qin Gang, so he could only remain silent. "I'm going to kill Great Chen's crown prince. If you follow me and are exposed, you will die in the royal capital." Zhou Xuanji tried his best to speak calmly. Having heard him, Qin Gang was fearless and said, "I must protect the vice suzerain. Or else, if the suzerain dies at Duanqin Cliff, I will not have the face to face the suzerain." Zhou Xuanji felt a headache. This guy looked serious, but why was he chattering like Xuanzang? He was just short of chanting scriptures. And so, the three entered the royal capital together. After asking around, they headed towards the crown prince's residence. Along the way, they heard many rumors about the new crown prince, Chen Bantian. The royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. He had suddenly returned. Become the heir apparent. Chen Bantian had become an influential figure in Great Qin, just like when Zhou Xuanji was in Great Zhou. Good lad, he might really become the emperor of Great Qin in the future. Zhao Zongjian sighed. Thinking of the sleeping young man who used to follow behind them, he felt gratified and proud. Qin Gang asked curiously, "Do you know the crown prince of Great Qin?" The two did not reply. They had yet to acknowledge Qin Gang, so why would they say so much to him? 2 hours later, they found the crown prince's residence. The crown prince's residence was surrounded by a circle of soldiers, each of them dignified and fierce. The three of them stood at the corner of the street and observed silently. "Let's go and seek justice." Zhou Xuanji took the lead and walked forward, followed by Zhao Zongjian. Qin Gang wiped his face with his right hand and his face changed. He became ordinary and unremarkable. It would be hard to find him in a crowd. When they arrived at the gate, they were stopped by 2 soldiers. The Crown Prince's residence is not to be entered, one of the tall soldiers said with a deep voice. His face was filled with impatience. Recently, the Crown Prince's residence had become the joke of the entire Great Qin. As guards, they were embarrassed. Tell your Crown Prince that Zhao Zongjian is looking for him. As long as you tell him his name, he will surely come out. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He did not take out his legendary sword, nor was he afraid of blowing things up. According to his understanding, there was no particularly powerful person in Great Qin. The most powerful person was the Emperor of Great Qin. But with Chen Bantian, it was not a problem. To put it bluntly, he did not take Great Qin seriously at all. How many wars had Great Qin bowed down to Great Zhou? Who do you think you are? You can meet the Crown Prince whenever you want. The tall soldier said impatiently. As he spoke, he was about to push Zhou Xuanji. I'm here. At this moment, the Crown Prince's voice came from the residence. He walked out with a group of soldiers with a majestic gait. He was still wearing his luxurious golden outfit and had a proud smile on his face. He walked to the gate and looked down at Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 from the stairs. You are Zhao Zongjian, right? I didn't expect you to dare to come here. Do you want to accompany your dead family members? The Crown Prince laughed presumptuously. His words were filled with sarcasm. Zhao Zongjian heard him and his face turned cold immediately. Before questioning, the other party admitted it directly. How could he not be angry? Or do you want to see Ming-er? Ming-er gave birth to 2 children for me. Are you envious? The Crown Prince asked provocatively, and the surrounding soldiers surrounded him. Do your 2 children look like Zongjian? Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. Having heard him, the Crown Prince's smile froze immediately. Qin Gang could not hold it and burst out laughing. You are seeking death. I will kill you first, then torture him slowly. Guards! Attack! The Crown Prince cried out furiously. The soldiers who were close to him drew their swords and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Swoosh! 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 Zhou Xuanji took a step forward. Numerous legendary swords appeared around him and charged toward the soldiers around him. These soldiers did not have high cultivation and could not withstand his legendary swords at all. Blood splattered. The soldiers' throats were slit by the legendary swords and fell to the ground. Your Highness, be careful. A black-robed old man behind the Crown Prince quickly pulled him back. At this moment, the hundreds of soldiers around him were all lying in a pool of blood. All the legendary swords turned around and pointed at the Crown Prince. You dare to attack under the Emperor's feet. You are too arrogant. The Crown Prince of the Great Qin dynasty was frightened, and he roared angrily. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and the chicken-slaying sword appeared in his hand. He snorted coldly, Brat, you are in big trouble now. Today, I will let you taste the horror of death. He walked toward the Crown Prince with his sword. The black-robed old man dashed forward and slapped toward him with his right palm. Zhou Xuanji raised his left palm and met the old man's palm. The 2 palms met, and the 2 began to compete in spirit energy. The ground beneath their feet crumbled immediately. Boom! Zhou Xuanji took 4 steps back, while the black-robed old man took 1 step back. Humph! A mere astral infant cultivator wants to harm the Crown Prince. The black-robed old man said with disdain. He was at astral projection and had watched the Crown Prince grow up. Naturally, he had to attack. But Zhou Xuanji's swords shocked him. So many swords, could it be impossible? How could sword god Zhou only be at astral infant? Zhou Xuanji smiled. All the legendary swords gathered above his head. An immense pressure exploded, shaking the crown prince's residence and the nearby streets. "Stop him for me," Zhou Xuanji said. After that, he walked forward. The black-robed old man slapped toward him again. At this moment, Qin Gang moved. As though he teleported, he came to the black-robed old man's side. He swung his right arm and struck the old man's throat. Bomb! The horrifying force threw the black-robed old man onto the ground. His legs were facing the sky as he smashed onto the cracked ground. Chapter 165. The old man in the black robe was knocked to the ground by Qin Gang in one move. Several streets nearby trembled. The crown prince of the Great Qin was so frightened that he quickly retreated and wanted to escape into his residence. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji came up to the crown prince with the 8-step sword lunge. With the chicken-slaying sword in hand, he quickly executed the trisource vein-severing sword. Great Chen's crown prince was also an astral infant, but it was a pity that he was facing Zhou Xuanji. Puchi! All the meridians of the crown prince of the Great Qin were instantly severed by the sword qi, and blood spurted from all over his body. Plop! He knelt in front of Zhou Xuanji, and his arms hung limply by his side. His face was horrified, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Zhou Xuanji walked up and looked down at him. "You are very arrogant. You wanted Song Jian's woman and killed his entire family. Now, you even want to kill us. Do you know that good will be rewarded and evil will be punished?" The crown prince of Great Qin shouted in panic, "I am the crown prince of Great Qin. If you kill me, you will not be able to leave. Let me go. I will pretend that nothing happened. I will not find trouble with Xiao Zongjian anymore. I can even return Ming to him." At this moment, he could no longer care about his face. All he wanted was to stay alive. All the meridians in his body were severed, causing him to be unable to muster the slightest bit of strength, let alone spiritual power. Zhou Xuanji swung the chicken-slaying sword. The sword flashed, and Great Chen's crown prince closed his eyes instinctively. Next, he felt a piercing pain coming from below. Ah! He raised his head and screamed at the top of his lungs. Xiao Zongjian, who walked through the door, smiled. He knew how powerful the chicken-slaying sword was. Awesome! Awesome! He felt that the hatred that had accumulated in his heart for a long time had finally dispersed. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said, "You kill them. Be quick." He nodded, drew his sword, and walked in front of the crown prince of Great Qin. Due to the indescribable pain, the crown prince of the Great Qin laid on the ground with his forehead touching the ground. His face was contorted, and his body convulsed. "Killing you 10,000 times won't be enough to satisfy my hatred." Xiao Zongjian looked down at the crown prince of Great Qin and said coldly. After saying that, he slashed down with his sword. Then, a human head fell to the ground and rolled forward. The body of the crown prince of the Great Qin convulsed and then stopped moving, lying in a pool of blood. "That's it?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. If it were him, he would not be able to vent his hatred even if he killed the crown prince of Great Qin. Xiao Zongjian nodded and said, "Master always said, with the sword in your heart, the sword will embrace the world. I understand now." Zhou Xuanji was speechless and did not know how to explain. At the same time, Qin Gang carried the black-robed elder as if he was carrying a dead dog. "Vice sect leader, are we going to leave or make a scene?" Qin Gang asked respectfully. He was very powerful, or else Daoya old man would not have panicked so much back then. If he and Zhou Xuanji worked together, they were confident that they could come and go as they wished. "I told you, I'm not your vice sect leader." Zhou Xuanji stared at him and berated him. At that moment, a group of women walked out of the mansion. When they saw the corpse of the crown prince of the Great Qin, they all screamed in fear. One of the quiet ladies stared at Xiao Zongjian in disbelief. Xiao Zongjian also noticed her gaze. He turned around and their eyes met. In an instant, it was as if they were the only ones left in the world. Long time no see. I've come for revenge. Xiao Zongjian spoke. His tone was calm, without agitation or hatred. Back then, he was ignorant and innocent. Now that they met again, the beautiful lady was already the wife of his enemy. There was nothing more tragic than this. Why are you so reckless? You killed him. Can you escape? The quiet lady asked as she gritted her teeth. Zhou Xuanji looked at them as though he was watching a show. Boom! A horrifying pressure came. Qin Gang broke the neck of the black-robed elder in his hand and threw him to the ground. He waved his right hand and a ball of green flame burned the elder into ashes. You dare to make a scene in Great Qin. None of you can leave today. A domineering and majestic voice came and shook the entire royal capital of Great Qin. The quiet lady's expression changed drastically. His Majesty is here. She cried out immediately. The Emperor of Great Qin. The most powerful cultivator in Great Qin. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, and so was Qin Gang. Xiao Zongjian took a deep breath and said to the quiet lady, "Take care." A majestic silhouette descended from the sky and smashed into the high wall of the Crown Prince's residence. The door was smashed into pieces, and dust swept up. Qin Gang charged straight into the dust. Clang! He was pushed back, and the Emperor of Great Qin was also sent flying away. The Emperor of Great Qin wore a royal robe embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon. He looked to be in his 40s and looked very majestic. Who are you? The Emperor stared at Qin Gang and asked with a deep voice. Qin Gang stood up slowly and said, "Every debt has its debtor. Your son massacred an entire family for no reason. Today is revenge. As the Emperor of Great Qin, don't you know right from wrong?" He was in disguise now. As long as he did not use his trump card, no one could recognize him. Zhou Xuanji said to Xiao Zongjian, "Are we leaving?" Xiao Zongjian nodded. The two of them turned around and prepared to leave. Wait! The quiet lady called out to Xiao Zongjian suddenly and asked with gritted teeth, "Can you bring me along?" Xiao Zongjian looked back at her and said, "Take care." After that, he leaped up and followed behind Zhou Xuanji. The two of them flew toward the outskirts of the royal capital. Qin Gang followed closely behind. The Emperor of Great Qin would not let them escape. Silhouettes flew up from every corner of the royal capital, like thousands of arrows shooting into the sky. It was a majestic sight. You dared to kill the Crown Prince of Great Qin, and you still want to leave. Stop him. Today, we must kill them here. Or else, Great Qin will lose its face. Presumptuous. Kill him. Spirit refinement cultivation. No wonder he is so arrogant. These people had high cultivations. Their auras gathered together, and the royal capital fell into silence. Zhou Xuanji looked around. There were at least 1,000 people, and the lowest cultivation was at Astral Infant. This showed how powerful Great Qin was. The Emperor of Great Qin flew up into the sky and stared at Qin Gang. With your cultivation, you must not be a nobody. Tell me the truth. The northern wilderness region was vast, but Great Qin was relatively small. He was afraid of offending a power that was more powerful than Great Qin. Just when Qin Gang was about to speak, Zhou Xuanji spoke first. Your son massacred my sword slave's entire family. Killing him alone is already too easy for him. Zhou Xuanji stared at the Emperor of Great Qin and said. His tone was cold, but there was a hint of murderous intent in it. The Emperor of Great Qin frowned. Just when he was about to reprimand this nobody, his expression changed drastically in the next second. Numerous legendary swords appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Wind Cutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Falcon Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Book Cutter Sword, Sky Sundering Emperor Sword, Storm Calmer, Living Snake Sword, God Emperor Sword. Other than the chicken slaying sword in his hand, there were 33 legendary swords in total. Sword God Zhou. You are Sword God Zhou. The emperor cried out in shock. With this, the 1,000 powerful cultivators in the sky above the royal capital were in an uproar. Chapter 166. Sword God Zhou. He is Sword God Zhou. Impossible. Why did Sword God Zhou come to Great Qin? That's right. Look at those swords. Only Sword God Zhou can control so many swords. Didn't you hear what he said? The crown prince killed the entire family of his sword slaves. With Sword God Zhou's personality, he would surely do so. He even dared to kill the Empress of Great Zhou, let alone our crown prince. The experts of Great Qin discussed among themselves, all of them feeling somewhat fearful. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. In the current world, Sword God Zhou was definitely an influential figure. Great Zhou, Haoqi Alliance, Xianxia sect, and Baba Blade Saint all wanted to kill Sword God Zhou. Who succeeded? Great Qin was no match for these four behemoths. The Emperor of Great Qin had an ugly expression on his face. He was in a dilemma. If he let Zhou Xuanji and the other two go, how could he answer to the people of Great Qin? But if they didn't, would they be able to beat them? For a moment, the atmosphere became heavy. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Emperor of Great Qin. All 33 legendary swords were pointed at him, which made him break out in a cold sweat. He might not even be able to deal with Qin Gang alone, let alone Sword God Zhou. Do you really want to fight to the death? Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. He raised his left hand and gripped the God Emperor sword. Following that, wisps of monarch ghost chi wrapped around his body. His aura began to soar, causing everyone to be moved. Father. At this time, Chen Bantian suddenly flew over. He flew between Zhou Xuanji and the Emperor of Great Qin. He first bowed to Zhou Xuanji before saying to the Emperor, Father, Sword God Zhou is my benefactor. The reason why he offended Haoqi Alliance was to save me. They sent me to Great Qin's border custom and overcame all obstacles along the way. We cannot be ungrateful. The Emperor of Great Qin frowned when he heard that. He heaved a sigh of relief. The more he looked at Chen Bantian, the more he liked him. The way out came just in time. He took a deep breath and said, So that's how it is. Brother Zhou is a man of great benevolence and righteousness. It is I who did not teach my son well enough to raise such a useless person. I am truly ashamed. Since that's the case, the two matters cancel each other out. I don't care about it, so please don't take it to heart. How about I set up a banquet for you? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, No need, let's go. With that, he left with Qin Gang and Zhao Zongjian. No one dared to stop them. They could only watch as they left. In the royal city, countless people saw Zhou Xuanji flying with dozens of legendary swords, and they cried out in shock. It's really Sword God Zhou. Oh my god, I didn't expect Sword God Zhou to come to Great Qin. Such grace. He's a role model for our generation. I heard that the hegemon sword sect's exquisite sword heart, Lin Chang'e, and Sword God Zhou agreed to a duel. I wonder if it's true. In the northern wilderness region, Sword God Zhou's sword technique can be ranked in the top 3, but his cultivation is not the best. I have a feeling that sword god Zhou is comparable to the ancient sword emperors. Within the royal capital of Great Qin, there were still many people who admired Zhou Xuanji. Even Zhou Xuanji had underestimated his reputation. Vice sect master is really famous. Qin Gang sighed in amazement. His eyes were burning with passion. Zhou Xuanji knew what he was thinking even without thinking. When the World Millennium Duel begins, you might be able to put up a fight. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Zongjian were curious. What was the World Millennium Duel? Qin Gang saw their confusion and explained, the World Millennium Duel is a duel to determine the most powerful cultivators in the northern wilderness region. It's held once every 1,000 years. Our sect master has already won twice, which is why he is the top cultivator in the evil sections. There are still a few hundred years before the next World Millennium Duel. You still have time. The winner of the World Millennium Duel will become the most powerful cultivator in the past 1,000 years. There is no second place, only the most powerful. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Zongjian were fascinated by the story, and their blood boiled. Which cultivator did not want to be the most powerful? The title of the most powerful cultivator in the world was enough for billions of people to fight for it. World Millennium Duel. That will be the moment I become the most powerful cultivator in the world. Zhou Xuanji smiled confidently, and Qin Gang chuckled at his words. Sword god Zhou was indeed famous now, but in the eyes of the truly powerful cultivators, it was nothing. Even Xianxia might not be able to win such a title, let alone Zhou Xuanji. Of course, he did not say anything to discourage Zhou Xuanji. This was his vice sect master after all. The three left quickly. At the same time, the Emperor of Great Qin summoned everyone to the main hall of the royal palace. Chen Bantian stood at the center of the hall and recounted what happened to him. He did not mention the Xianxia map but only said that Haoqi Alliance was after him for some reason. It was not because he wanted to protect anyone. It was because the Xianxia map was of great importance. Once it was revealed, it could bring disaster to Great Qin. He was the future emperor, so he had to think carefully. After he finished, all the officials in the hall sighed in amazement. When sword god Zhou first became famous, he was known for his unparalleled benevolence. Haoqi Alliance is too much. I think this is Great Shang's scheme. That's right. Now the other 6 empires are getting restless and preparing for a war between humans. Great Shang wants to take away our yellow dragon royal bloodline. What a pity. This is our chance to rope in sword god Zhou. Hearing the discussions on both sides, Chen Bantian smiled. If he told them that Zhou Xuanji was a prince of Great Zhou, these people would not dare to recruit him anymore. The emperor looked up at Chen Bantian and said, "From today onwards, you are the crown prince. Work hard on your cultivation. The war is near, and you will lead the army in the future." The sun in front of him had already awakened the royal bloodline of the yellow dragon, which filled him with anticipation. He believed that with enough time, the yellow dragon would rule over the northern wilderness. I will not disappoint you, father. Chen Bantian cupped his fist and said excitedly. He could not wait to become the emperor. 4 days later, Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 came to Great Chen's border custom. Just when they walked out, Qin Gang stopped them. What's wrong? Zhao Zongjian asked with a frown. He looked ahead and saw a boundless plain. The horizon was filled with sand and wind, and there was no trace of people. Qin Gang said with a deep voice, "A powerful enemy is coming. We are in trouble." To be called a powerful enemy by him, the enemy must be very powerful. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and the glorious gold legendary sword, Hegemonjiu, appeared in his hand. Sword god Zhou. You killed the grandson of our sect leader. Today, you must pay with your blood. A voice filled with a murderous aura came. Next, a sandstorm swept toward them from the horizon. The people inside and outside the border custom were stunned. The soldiers on the high walls were even more vigilant. At the same time, they looked around curiously. Sword God Zhou is here. Soon, everyone locked their eyes on Zhou Xuanji. He Gemin Zhou's appearance was too eye-catching. It was hard not to notice. Xianxia sect, Huang Hantian. Qin Gang said with a gloomy face. A tinge of fear could be seen in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "Who is Huang Hantian? Is he related to Huang Ming?" Huang Hantian, the second most powerful cultivator in Xianxia sect. His son, Huang Ming, is the top genius in Xianxia sect. He has the potential to become the sect leader. Qin Gang said with gritted teeth. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes at his words. The second most powerful cultivator in Xianxia sect. Chapter 167. Huang Ming has a father. Zhou Xuanji mumbled. From what Huang Ming had said, he had thought that the Ghost Emperor clan only had Huang Ming and Huang Lianxin. He did not expect there to be another Huang Hantian. Qin Gang sighed. Huang Hantian is very strong. I am no match for him. The sandstorm was unstoppable, and it was going to destroy Great Chen's border customs. Zhou Xuanji stepped forward and swung his sword fiercely. The sword qi transformed into the sun, moon, and stars and swept out. The scene was spectacular, and countless people were in an uproar. The sun, moon, and stars were majestic and extremely fast. They broke through the dust storm with the force of a dam bursting. What an exquisite sword technique. It looks like a single sword, but the sword moves are ever-changing. Qin Gang was secretly shocked. It seemed that the rumors in the outside world were true. Great Chen's soldiers and cultivators were also amazed by the sun, moon, and stars. The sun, moon, and stars blasted the rolling dust storm into two halves. Soon, the sword qi dissipated without a trace. A figure flew out from the dust storm. He was clad in golden armor and had his hands spread out. Gusts of wind coiled around his body like a tornado. His white hair danced wildly in the wind. His face was hideous, as though it had been burned by fire. His snake-like eyes stared at Zhou Xuanji coldly. Huang Hantian. The second strongest in Xianxia sect. He was a demonic powerhouse who struck terror into the hearts of all living beings. Countless demonic cultivators from Xianxia sect flew out from the dust storm. They looked like demons descending into the world. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 200,000 of them, causing the people inside and outside of Great Chen's borders to tremble in fear. Quickly inform the imperial city and the nearby cities to send reinforcements. Xianxia sect is attacking. One of the generals guarding the pass shouted with all his might. He also took out his magical artifact and prepared to fight. Huang Hantian flew toward Zhou Xuanji and the others. Sword God Zhou, if I absorb your spirit energy, I might be able to break through to the great realization stage directly. His voice was extremely cold, causing those who heard it to feel terrified. Zhou Xuanji raised his left hand, and the God Emperor sword appeared. Then, the other divine swords appeared behind him, each stirring up gusts of wind. Want to kill me? Who do you think you are? Zhou Xuanji said mockingly with a smile. Huang Hantian was indeed very strong, and he did not have the confidence to go against him. But he was not going to sit and wait for death. Qin Gang took a deep breath and raised both of his hands. Demonic qi seeped out of his body and condensed into a 100-foot-tall demonic shadow with 1,000 arms. It was a dazzling sight. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and was shocked in his heart. This fellow's aura was actually so powerful. He had truly underestimated him in the past. Thousand-Hand Devil. TSK. I didn't expect the great sword god Zhou to be with the remnants of Tanhua sect. Huang Hantian laughed coldly. He purposely raised his voice so that it reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing a commotion among the crowd. In the entire northern wilderness region, the most pathetic evil sect was the Tanhua sect. Everyone wanted to beat them up, and even the other evil sects could not tolerate them. No one expected Sword God Zhou to team up with the Tanhua sect. Could it be that Sword God Zhou was from Tanhua sect? Sword God Zhou had been famous for a long time, but no one knew where he came from. Zhou Xuanji sighed inwardly. This time, even if yellow mud fell into his pants, it was still shit. Humph. Qin Gang snorted coldly and rushed out first. He stomped on the ground with his right foot, and the ground beneath his feet crumbled immediately. He soared into the sky with the thousand-hand devil and swiftly flew above Huang Hantian's head. He slammed both of his palms toward Huang Hantian, and the thousand-hand devil behind him followed suit. 1,000 palms at the same time. How horrifying! Boom! 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 The demonic palms landed on Huang Hantian's body one after another but were blocked by his demonic qi. Even so, the surrounding dust storm dispersed immediately. The ground collapsed, and cracks appeared everywhere. The ground within a radius of 100 miles shook violently. A powerful gale swept toward all directions. Zhao Zongjian was forced to retreat. Zhou Xuanji charged forward with all his legendary swords. The God Emperor appeared on his body with 2 swords in his hands, and the other legendary swords shot out like sharp arrows. Zhou Xuanji stepped on the wind-cutter sword and used the 8-step sword lunge. He leaped over the thousand-hand devil and slashed continuously toward Huang Hantian. Sky-dominating divine sword. The sword moves were domineering, the sword momentum was domineering, and the sword chi was even more domineering. The sword chi landed, and with a loud boom, Huang Hantian was pressed downward. Huang Hantian's white hair danced wildly, and the ferocity of an unparalleled evil demon was fully displayed. Thousand-hand devil. Sword God Zhou. Very good. Today, I will show you why Xinhao sect can become the pillar of the evil sects. He laughed wildly and arrogantly. He pushed his palms upward forcefully. A wave of horrifying demonic qi pushed Zhou Xuanji away and forced Qin Gang to slide backward. This guy. I feel like he's much more powerful than the sword monarch of Great Zhou. Zhou Xuanji looked solemn. He did not know since when the sword monarch of Great Zhou had become his standard to measure the power of his enemies. At this moment, Huang Hantian disappeared suddenly. He transformed into a series of afterimages and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated 6-path sword shadow and Soul Eater slash. 18 streaks of black sword chi rampaged and destroyed all of Huang Hantian's afterimages. But Huang Hantian was even faster. He appeared behind Zhou Xuanji out of nowhere and lashed out with a leg that was like a whip. The kick sent Zhou Xuanji flying backward and vomiting blood. Qin Gang charged over with a furious roar. Thousand-hand devil's aura surged, and the heavens and earth shook. Zhou Xuanji stabilized his body and charged over again. The two of them fought Huang Hantian together. Boom! 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 The 3 of them intertwined with one another and fought back and forth. The impact caused the plains to explode and collapse, and dust billowed into the sky. Great Chen's soldiers at the border custom were dumbfounded. They felt as though they were witnessing a fight between immortals. Xinhao sect's Pope Hantian. So powerful, the 3 of them are all famous. Now that they are fighting outside Great Chen's borders, will they bring harm to Great Qin? Very likely. Look, those evil cultivators have not moved yet. I feel that Sword God Zhou cannot defeat him. Of course. Huang Hantian is an old devil who has lived for thousands of years. No matter how powerful Zhou Xuanji is, he cannot defeat him so quickly. A few years ago, sword god Zhou was injured even when he fought an inner pellet cultivator. The soldiers cried out in shock and began discussing among themselves. Zhou Xuanji activated his dual sword wills, but he still could not defeat Huang Hantian. The difference in cultivation was too great. Even with 2 glorious gold legendary swords, he could barely hold his ground. Qin Gang gave it his all and cast all sorts of evil spells, but Huang Hantian broke them easily. Boom! Huang Hantian descended from the sky and stomped on the ground. The impact sent Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang flying back as they vomited blood. The wasteland, which was already in ruins, collapsed again. The impact swept over 10,000 meters, and cracks appeared on the high walls of Great Chen's border custom. Zhao Zongjian was forced to fly up on his sword, far away from the ground. Before Qin Gang could stabilize himself, Huang Hantian grabbed his neck and lifted him high into the air. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and all the legendary swords above silver grade shot toward him. Huang Hantian did not even look at the legendary swords. He waved his left hand, and a stream of demonic qi in the shape of a dragon flew out from his sleeve and engulfed all the legendary swords. Zhou Xuanji was too close and could not dodge in time. He was sent flying backward immediately. Even his white dragon golden robe was cut by the legendary swords, and blood splattered. Bomb! Before he landed, Huang Hantian stomped on Zhou Xuanji's chest with Qin Gang in his hand. The stomp forced Zhou Xuanji straight down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn, Qin Gang gritted his teeth and felt terrible. Zhou Xuanji felt that all the bones in his body were broken. Pressed down by Huang Hantian, he could not move at all. Sword God Zhou, your sword techniques and swords are powerful. It's a pity that your cultivation is too low. Your body cannot withstand my attacks. Huang Hantian looked down at him and laughed mockingly. 1 against 2. The second most powerful cultivator in Xianxia sect. He lived up to his reputation. Zhou Xuanji stared at him fixedly and struggled with all his might. His body turned golden, and he could not stand up even with the golden invincibility. Let me absorb all of your spirit energy. Huang Hantian laughed wildly. As long as he absorbed Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang's spirit energy, he could surpass Ta Tianqin and become the most powerful cultivator in Xianxia sect. Huang Hantian, you little kid, do you want to die? At this moment, a cold female voice resounded between the heavens and the earth. Huang Hantian's expression changed drastically, while Qin Gang was overjoyed. Chapter 168. Xianxia. Huang Hantian shuddered and immediately left Qin Gang behind. He jumped away quickly and did not even care about Zhou Xuanji. He flew to the front of the demonic cultivator army of Xianxia sect and looked around nervously. Xianxia. Why are you here? He gritted his teeth and shouted. Facing Xianxia, he did not even dare to take Qin Gang as a hostage. Back then, when he was still young and inexperienced, Xianxia had already won a World Millennium Duel and became number 1 in the world. At that time, how arrogant was Xianxia? She killed people and demons. She was the nightmare of their generation. Even though Huang Hantian had already become a top-notch expert, he still felt fear when facing Xianxia. Sect leader, Qin Gang knelt on the ruins with a thud, unable to contain his excitement. Tanhua in the human world, Azura in hell. He roared as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Zhou Xuanji got up and patted the dust off his body. His face was unsightly, and he did not show any joy. This time, it was really too embarrassing. Xianxia's arrival made him feel complicated. This time, he was really going to fall into the deep pit that was the Tanhua sect. How dare you call me by my name? Child, have you forgotten how lowly you were when you knelt before me and begged for mercy? Xianxia's voice rang out again, and everyone turned to look. She came from the north, and the rolling sandstorm could not hide her demonic aura. A terrifying killing intent swept through Great Chen's border custom. Huang Hantian's face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. He was not embarrassed, only nervous. I can let Qin Gang go, but Sword God Zhou, you cannot interfere. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Even the way he addressed her had changed. Sword God Zhou is our Tanhua sect's vice suzerain. You are very daring. If you don't leave in 3 breaths' time, prepare to die. 3. Xianxia's tone was filled with killing intent, scaring Huang Hantian so much that he turned around and fled. He didn't even care about his subordinates. The devil cultivators of Xianxia sect were not stupid. They ran away quickly. Soon, the vast army disappeared into the horizon. Zhou Xuanji covered his forehead and looked up at the sky without tears. It's over. I knew this old witch was going to say that he was the vice sect leader. He sank into despair. At the side, Qin Gang was still kowtowing to Xianxia like a fanatical believer. Zhou Xuanji kicked his butt in anger, but the guy did not stop kowtowing. Zhao Zongjian flew over and asked about Zhou Xuanji's injuries. Zhou Xuanji shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Xianxia arrived in front of them. This old witch wore a purple-patterned black robe and still wore a veil. She was mysterious and full of charm. She ignored Qin Gang and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. Little Phoenix, were you touched just now? If I'm in danger of death, I'll definitely hope that the person I love can arrive in time. Just thinking about it makes me happy. At this point, she even pretended to be bashful like a shy little woman. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. Even if he wanted to thank her, he could not say it now. Qin Gang raised his head and asked excitedly, Sect leader, how did you escape? Xianxia walked up to Zhou Xuanji and put her hand on his shoulder. He wanted to dodge, but she pressed down so hard that he could not move. That bunch of trash wants to kill me. I left one of my puppets at the Heaven's End cliff, and they are still standing guard there, each more foolish than the last. She laughed disdainfully and instantly returned to her arrogant and unruly self. Okay, let's leave this place first. She let go of Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and flew toward the horizon. The others followed closely behind her. At the same time, Great Chen's border custom was in an uproar. Sword God Zhou is the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect. Yeah. Didn't that devil go to Great Shang to find Sword God Zhou? And he even injured the Emperor and Fury Buddha. This is an earth-shattering secret. How can it be? How can Sword God Zhou be an evil cultivator? Oh no, my faith has collapsed. Tanhua sect was the enemy of the entire northern wilderness region. Sword God Zhou joined Tanhua sect and instantly turned from a hero to an evil devil. Once this news spread, Zhou Xuanji would become the enemy of the world. At the same time, Huang Hantian and the evil cultivators were still fleeing. Something's not right. Huang Hantian stopped suddenly and mumbled with a frown, with her personality, she would not let me go. Could she be injured? His face turned hideous immediately. How dare you trick me? An evil cultivator beside him was enraged too. Vice suzerain, shall we kill our way back? Kill my ass. Return to the sect. Huang Hantian snorted coldly and continued to flee. He had no confidence to face Xianxia. What if Xianxia really had the ability to kill him? The person he feared the most in his life was Xianxia. 2 hours later, Xianxia suddenly dove into the forest, and Zhou Xuanji followed her. She was holding onto the tree trunk with her left hand and clutching her chest with her right hand. She coughed up blood continuously. Qin Gang walked up to her and asked anxiously, Suzerain, are you all right? Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She walked to the side and sat down with her legs crossed to heal her injuries. Zhou Xuanji frowned and could not help but ask, "You are severely injured, and you still want to come out? Aren't you afraid that Huang Hantian will kill you? This old demonic woman, that trash dares to kill me. Even if he guessed that I was severely injured, he would not dare to do it." Xianxia said with disdain, but fatigue could be seen on her face. Zhou Xuanji sighed and did not speak further. He was still too weak. "Don't be discouraged. You are already very powerful. If you can even defeat Huang Hantian, you can be listed in the Northern Wilderness Top 100. Although Xianxia did not open her eyes, she could sense Zhou Xuanji's reluctance. Hearing her consolation, Zhou Xuanji did not feel good. He only shook his head and smiled. Top 100 of the Northern Wilderness? Zhao Zongjian asked curiously. He understood the meaning of the name, but he was curious about who would decide it. Qin Gang explained, the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness is listed by the sacred ground, the Zhanghai Ziggurat. The Zhanghai Ziggurat has the best information gathering ability in the Northern Wilderness region. The top 100 of the Northern Wilderness has been listed for 10,000 years. In the beginning, it was not real enough, but today, the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness definitely lives up to its name. The Northern Wilderness top 100 are all famous people, such as Emperor Yan of Zhou, Lin Guanyu, Wang Hantian, Fury Buddha of Great Shang, Ta Tianqin, etc. The Zhanghai Ziggurat will spare no effort to promote the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness so that the whole world knows about them. Zhao Zongjian's eyes lit up and he felt his blood boiling. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Did the Sword Monarch enter the Northern Wilderness top 100? Qin Gang shook his head and said, "He is one of the people closest to the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness." So that was how it was. Zhou Xuanji was calm. It seemed that his defeat was not unjust. "I believe in you. Before the next World Millennium Duel, you will be able to enter the Northern Wilderness top 100. By then, you can witness how I become the top cultivator in the world again." Xianxia smiled again. Her tone was as conceited as ever. Zhou Xuanji threw a white cloud at her and said unpleasantly, "I'm going to be hated by everyone soon. I don't even know if I can live to that day. Soon, the whole world would know that he was the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect. Damn. Just thinking about it gave me a headache. Just Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance made him hide everywhere, and now he became the world's public enemy. Do you really want me to hide and cultivate for 500 years before I become the best in the world with my sword?" Chapter 169. By the way, are there other regions besides the Northern Wilderness region in this world? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. North meant direction, so he had no choice but to guess. Qin Gang nodded and said, "The Northern Wilderness region is surrounded by the boundless ocean. It's said that there's another world on the other side of the ocean, but those who go to the ocean rarely return." A look of yearning appeared on his face. Who wouldn't want to travel to every corner of the world? Wait until you become #1 in the world, like me, then you can think about these things. Xianxia snorted. Her smug tone was asking for a beating. "We will never be able to reach sect master's height in our entire lives." Qin Gang's timely bootlicking made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. He patted Qin Gang's shoulder and sighed, "Please, don't be a bootlicker, okay? What is a simp?" Qin Gang asked in confusion while Zhao Zongjian held back his laughter. "When you have nothing, you will understand." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. His expression was profound, which made Qin Gang even more confused. The four continued to rest in the forest. Xianxia had saved the two of them, so they naturally had to protect her for a while so that she could recover. 4 hours later, dusk arrived. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Zongjian bade farewell. "My vice sect master, where do you think you're going? Although the Northern Wilderness region is huge, there is no place for you. Come with me, I will treat you well and treat you like a treasure. Xianxia opened her eyes and said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I'm already old. You are not a good person. We are not suitable. With that, he turned around and left. Zhao Zongjian quickly followed. Xianxia was startled, and her beautiful brows instantly furrowed. She said in a low voice, I will teach you a peerless divine art and make you invincible in the world. Are you really unwilling? Her eyes were cold. No one had ever dared to reject her. Those who had rejected her were all dead. Sooner or later, my sword will dominate the world. When 10,000 swords soar in the sky, it will be the time when I rule the world. Zhou Xuanji said without looking back and left quickly with Zhao Zongjian. Qin Gang was stunned. He murmured, when 10,000 swords soar in the sky, a king descends upon the world, 10,000 swords, this kid, he was shocked. Zhou Xuanji's dozens of swords were already incredible, how powerful would 10,000 be? Xianxia snorted and said, bragging in front of me. You're still far from that level. She looked in the direction that Zhou Xuanji had left and could not come back to her senses for a long time. Sect leader, Qin Gang wanted to say something but hesitated. He did not know if he should ask. Xianxia glanced at him and said, I fell in love with him at first sight, can't I? Love at first sight. Qin Gang was stunned. It turned out that the sect leader liked this kind of thing. After leaving Xianxia and Zhao Zongjian, Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Zongjian moved forward at full speed. They looked back occasionally, afraid that Xianxia would follow them. Master, it's all my fault. It's because of me that you've caused such a disaster. Zhao Zongjian's face turned pale as he blamed himself. In just a few days, the whole world would know that Zhou Xuanji was the vice-sect lord of Tanhua sect. It was hard to imagine how they could survive in the world in the future. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, it's not your fault. The greater the pressure, the more powerful we can be. So what if the whole world hated him? As long as he was strong enough. Everything was not a problem. Zhao Zongjian took a deep breath, and his eyes became determined. He swore that he would cultivate hard and protect Zhou Xuanji with his life. The sun set, and the moon rose. Late at night, the two returned to the valley. Sensing their aura, Daoya old man opened the spell formation and let them in. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, Jianghu pounced on him and hugged him tightly. You are finally back. She did not cry, nor was she excited. She only whispered into his ear to express how much she missed him. Zhou Xuanji patted her back lightly and smiled, of course, I will come back. How can I bear to leave you behind? Eek! The group cheered together and felt extremely jealous. Xiao Jinghong looked at Zhao Zongjian and asked, did it go well? Zhao Zongjian sighed and told him what happened. Even though he got his revenge, he was not happy at all. Instead, he was filled with worry. When Daoya old man heard that Huang Hantian blocked Zhou Xuanji and the other two, he opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock, Huang Hantian. How did he know that you are in Great Qin? That guy can compete with Lin Guanyu. How did you guys escape? Zhao Zongjian continued to speak. After knowing that Xianxia was involved, Daoya old man's face turned even uglier. After Zhao Zongjian finished speaking, he let out a heavy sigh. Chongming demon monarch fell on the ground and landed on the little black snake, almost breaking it. It's over. It's over, Chongming demon monarch mumbled in despair. Joining Tanhua sect was equivalent to having one foot in the grave. The others looked terrible too. Just now, the righteous and evil sects, as well as the sanctums, surrounded Tanhua sect. The commotion was so great that they felt despair just by thinking about it. Zhou Xuanji said, tomorrow morning, we will head to Juadi Cliff. Jianghu Cliff was a dangerous place, and the chances of survival were slim. There were the least people there. The more dangerous the place, the safer it was. The group nodded and had no objections. Let's leave tonight, while it's still dark. Daoya old man said with a deep voice. This place was too close to Great Qin, and Xianxia sect pursued them to this place. They had to leave. Then, let's start packing. Zhou Xuanji instructed. Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, Han Shenbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin left immediately to pack their belongings. Xianxia stretched out her hand and placed it on Zhou Xuanji's waist. Xuanji, why does Xianxia treat you so well? She asked with a smile that was as pretty as a flower. Maybe because she covets my handsomeness. Zhou Xuanji pretended to be deep in thought. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain on his waist, and he quickly begged for mercy. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly before stepping on his foot and leaving. He sighed. When a girl grows up, she gets more and more jealous. After that, he smiled and caught up with her. He hooked his arm around Xianxia's neck and smiled. Don't worry. I don't like her. That old demonic woman has lived for so many years. She might look like a zombie. Half an hour later. Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia sat on a big, while Huang Lianxin sat on small air. The two dragon eagles soared into the night sky and shook the forest. The others followed closely behind. The little black snake laid on small air's head and sighed. We have to run away again. Xiao Jinghong placed his hands behind his back. His long hair danced in the night wind. This time, it's not considered running away. It's for serendipity. He smiled. The Xianxia map was hidden in Jianghu Cliff. That was a supreme treasure that shook the world. Who wouldn't be curious about it? That's right. Once you get the serendipity, you can look down on the world. Xianxia was like that back then. She viewed everyone as dogs, and that's why she's in such a predicament today. Daoya old man sat on Chongming Demon Monarch's back and chuckled. Beixiao Wangjian rolled his eyes at him and said, the first part is okay, but isn't the last part a killjoy? The others laughed. They had been growing stronger all along. Even when they faced a great crisis, they never panicked. They also believed that Zhou Xuanji could become the top cultivator in the world one day. Chapter 170. Sword God Zhou was Tanhua sect's vice suzerain. This news shocked Great Qin before spreading to the world. Both the righteous and evil sects, as well as the humans and demons, all received the news. The world was shocked. In the royal palace of Great Qin, Chen Bantian stood in the hall in astonishment. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was captured by Xianxia, but he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to become Tanhua sect's vice suzerain. He could not help but worry for Zhou Xuanji. After all, Xianxia risked her life to save Zhou Xuanji. Who would not overthink things? I didn't expect this. I should have stopped him back then. The Emperor of Great Qin sat on the dragon throne with a pained and regretful look on his face as he sighed. Chen Bantian felt disgusted, but he did not show it. This was his father after all, and he still wanted to inherit the throne. Father, something is wrong. Sword God Zhou did not make things difficult for us back then, and Xianxia sect actually appeared at the border of Great Qin. Don't you feel that something is wrong? Chen Bantian cupped his fist and said. The other officials spoke as well. Everyone knows about Sword God Zhou's benevolence. That's right. Tanhua sect must want to drag Sword God Zhou down with them. With such an overt plot, they will surely force Sword God Zhou to join Tanhua sect, which will make Tanhua sect even more powerful. Xianxia sect and Tanhua sect are not good people. Indeed. I feel that if we, Great Qin, stand up for Sword God Zhou, we might gain some fame. What do you think? Good idea. Let's write a story for Sword God Zhou and announce it to the world. The emperor heard and felt that it was reasonable. Although Sword God Zhou killed his eldest son, he did not take it to heart. After all, Sword God Zhou gave him a son with the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. Now that Great Chen was being eyed by the demons, he dared not to be careless. His personal feelings must be suppressed. This is really strange. But don't act in a hurry. We cannot be the first bird to stand out. The emperor muttered. Being cautious was his strength, but it was also his weakness. Great Shang. Yang Xindi rubbed his chin and thought. The state teacher Yang Zhongtian stood up and said, Your Majesty, this is obviously Xianxia's scheme. She wanted to take Sword God Zhou away, but he escaped quietly. The other ministers and generals also nodded. Back when Zhou Xuanji had been drinking with them, he had been incredibly bold and had even dared to reject Yang Xindi's invitation. He was definitely not a coward from the Tanhua sect. The grandson of the Fury Buddha, Diyu, stood out and said, I believe in Sword God Zhou. Back then, during the World Hero Assembly, we all saw his bearing. Such a hero would join the Tanhua sect. Yang Xindi nodded and said, I don't suspect him either. It's just that it's such a coincidence that Xianxia was able to arrive in time. Could she have colluded with Jianghu sect? He admired Zhou Xuanji. He could see the pride in Zhou Xuanji's bones. It was impossible for Zhou Xuanji to join the Tanhua sect, nor would he be forced to join. It must be slander. Your Majesty, Haoqi Alliance is also pursuing Sword God Zhou. Will the three factions work together? Back then, Lin Guanyu also ignored the might of Great Shang and barged into the country. Maybe he participated. A general stood out, cupped his fists, and spoke in a low voice. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused the entire hall to discuss animatedly. Most people were doubting, and a few people thought that Sword God Zhou was a demon. It was not everyone's opinion, but many people knew that Yang Xindi thought highly of Sword God Zhou. It's time for the alliance between Great Shang and Haoqi Alliance to end. Over the past 1,000 years, how many times has Great Shang cleaned up the mess of Haoqi Alliance? Yang Xindi snorted coldly. With these words, the hall was silent. Break off relations with Haoqi Alliance. In just 10 days, the news that Sword God Zhou was the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect spread like wildfire. At first, countless people cursed Sword God Zhou for being shameless. But some people who were saved by Sword God Zhou or witnessed his glory did not want to believe it. Until Great Shang's emperor said that Sword God Zhou would not join Tanhua sect, the public opinion changed immediately. Great Chen followed suit and said that it was impossible. Hanyin Divine Sect followed suit and said that it was nonsense. Sacred Ground Dongyuan Temple Xuanhe Divine Monk said that he had seen Sword God Zhou, that he was a righteous person, that he was favored by the heavens, and that he would never join Tanhua sect. In an instant, the whole world stopped cursing Sword God Zhou. Everyone scolded Tanhua sect and Jianghu sect for being shameless, using such despicable methods to scheme against a hero. After all, ever since Sword God Zhou appeared, he had only done things to save the people and eliminate evil. No one had ever heard of Sword God Zhou taking the initiative to bully anyone. Soon, Haoqi Alliance was scolded too. Haoqi Alliance's arrest warrant for Sword God Zhou was exposed. It turned out that Haoqi Alliance was trying to kill a prince of Great Qin. Sword God Zhou saw injustice and helped them, which infuriated Haoqi Alliance. Haoqi Alliance did not dare to retort, as they were afraid that the Xianxia map would be exposed. Even Great Zhou was scolded. The change in the public opinion made Tanhua sect, Jianghu sect, Haoqi Alliance, and Great Zhou speechless. What was this? Within Great Zhou's territory, countless commoners begged the emperor to spare Sword God Zhou, or at least not to kill such a hero. Emperor Yan of Zhou did not hesitate and withdrew the arrest warrant, claiming that it was for the sake of the world. Because at this moment, sword god Zhou became the most famous person in the entire northern wilderness region. In an inn in a desert. Sword god Zhou is definitely a hero. Tanhua sect is too despicable. Yeah. If a hero like us is wronged like this, is there still justice in the world? Tanhua sect is already at death's door, and they still want to drag our sword god Zhou down with them. I have to say, this time, Great Shang and Great Qin are very responsible. They dared to stand up for sword god Zhou at the risk of the world's justice. In the empire, I admire them. Forget it. Can they do it alone? It's all because of sword god Zhou's generosity. Even Xuanhe divine monk said that he was favored by the heavens. The cultivators discussed excitedly. Every table was talking about sword god Zhou. Zhou Xuanji listened with a weird expression. The others were the same. What happened? Did they hear wrongly? Isn't this a little weird? Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and mumbled to himself. Could it be because he was too handsome? Before he could refute, everyone in the world spoke up for him. Chongming demon monarch drank a bowl of wine and sighed, the heavens are unfair. He had been following Zhou Xuanji all along. They did not do anything, and now he was cleared. What the hell, it was like a storytelling, revered teacher's generosity is unparalleled. I'm in awe. Xiao Jinghong sighed in amazement. After that, he toasted Zhou Xuanji. Zhao Zongjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin did the same. They toasted one after another and were all very excited. Daoya old man, Han Shenbua, and Chongming demon monarch began to drink to drown their sorrows. It was supposed to be a joyous occasion, but why did they feel a sense of sadness in their hearts? Even the wine was a little bitter. Seems like we don't have to be too careful. Zhou Xuanji grinned with a proud expression, which made Daoya old man want to beat him up. At this moment, a swordsman in black walked into the inn. He wore a silver mask, revealing only his eyes and mouth. Once he came in, a wave of coldness swept across the inn, and it became silent immediately. Chapter 171. The black-clothed swordsman swept his cold gaze over everyone in the inn. Seeing that the tables were already full, he asked, "Who is willing to share a table with me?" Silence. No one answered. He immediately walked to a table with only 3 people and sat down. His arrival made the atmosphere in the inn very oppressive. Northern Sword Valiant whispered, "This guy doesn't look simple." Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, and the rest did not speak. The black-clothed swordsman looked around and said, "Let's continue. Sword God Zhou is the person I admire the most in my life. In today's way of the sword, no one can compare to him. I like this topic." As soon as these words came out, the inn became lively once more. "Young hero, you have good taste." Indeed. Sword God Zhou's cultivation is not top-notch, but his sword technique is world-renowned. I like his sun, moon, and stars the most. That's nothing. The scene of dozens of treasured swords soaring in the air is truly spectacular. The revival of the sword's way will depend on Sword God Zhou. The black-robed swordsman soon started chatting with the other cultivators, causing Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, and the rest to look at each other. Chongming demon monarch covered his face and sighed. "I'm convinced." Zhou Xuanji smiled proudly and said, "Hurry up and eat. We will be on our way after eating. Beixiao, go and ask if our 20 roast ducks are ready." Being famous also had its troubles. Wherever he went, people would praise him. However, what he was bragging about was the truth. It was fine as long as he didn't stop. Xianxia supported her chin with her left hand and pinched Zhou Xuanji's cheek with her right hand. "How do you look like a righteous person?" Although he is very handsome, he is also very wretched. Zhou Xuanji heard her and slapped her hand away lightly. Jealous. He snorted. After a while, everyone left with the 20 roast ducks wrapped in oiled paper. The black-clothed swordsman could not help but look at them. He had a feeling that these people had extraordinary origins. Little did he know that he had missed the greatest opportunity of his life. Not long after they left the desert inn, they found the little black snake and the 2 dragon eagles. "Did you bring me any delicious food?" The little black snake came over and asked with its forked tongue. "No, get lost." Chongming Demon Monarch stood in front of it and shouted. Then, he kicked it away. You're going too far. Don't bully the flood dragon too much." The little black snake was furious. If it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't beat this big guy, it would have rushed up and bitten him. "Are we still going to Juadi Cliff?" Xiao Jinghong asked. Since the world was not going after Zhou Xuanji, they did not need to hide anymore. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "They dared to take the Xianxia map before Haoqi Alliance. If they dare to hunt us down, then let's make their efforts go to waste." No one had any objections. The group walked towards Juadi Cliff. As usual, they cultivated while walking. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Northern Valiant Sword, and Huang Lianxin were dancing with their swords at the front, back, left, and right respectively. This kind of sword training method could train their minds. Huang Lianxin stumbled at first, but she got used to it in less than half a day. Jianghu followed by Zhou Xuanji's side. Her hands continuously formed hand seals to cultivate spells. Han Shenbo humbly asked Daoya Old Man for guidance. Chongming Demon Monarch was still bullying the little black snake. Big and Little Air were howling in the sky. They were extremely handsome now. Their wings spanned 100 feet and were like 2 small mountains. Zhou Xuanji chewed on the spirit herbs as he walked. He was thinking about how to reach the 5th level of the Sword Qi Golden Body Incantation, Flesh Sword. At the 5th level, the flesh would become a legendary sword. He was looking forward to the 5th level. He had a feeling that once he mastered the flesh sword, his power would increase tremendously. And so, 3 months passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji and the rest traveled leisurely. They toured during the day and cultivated at night. The journey was not boring at all. This made them quite a distance away from Juadi Cliff. This day, they stopped suddenly. The 3-eyed drought rodent smelled the scent of treasure again. Zhou Xuanji sent Xiao Tsongjian and Han Shenbo to chase after it. The rest rested where they were. How many powerful demons are there in the northern wilderness top 100? Zhou Xuanji asked Daoya Old Man. When he had nothing to do, he liked to ask about the northern wilderness region. Daoya Old Man drank a mouthful of water and smiled as he stroked his long beard, about 40%. Although their top-notch cultivators are not as powerful as the humans, the overall power of the demons is still stronger than the humans. Chongming Demon Monarch said proudly, "We demons once dominated the world, even longer than you humans. It's just that we have declined now. The main characters of the world took turns, and today, the humans ruled." What's Xianxia's ranking in the northern wilderness top 100? Jianghu asked curiously. Xianxia was the top cultivator twice, but it was a pity that she was severely injured consecutively and could no longer hold on to the throne. Before the battle at Duantian Cliff, she could still be in the top 5. It's hard to say now because she needs time to recover from her injuries. Daoya Old Man muttered. The northern wilderness top 100 was a realm that even he could not reach. Who are the top 5? Huang Lianxin asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji was also interested. There was no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. He had already set the world's top cultivator as his goal, so he naturally had to be concerned. Daoya old man introduced to the group with a look of admiration. The world's top cultivator, Yang Di, the emperor of all times, dominating the past and present. The world's second, Jianghu demon lord, the sovereign of the demons, unparalleled in the world. The world's third, Jianghu, reversing the yin and yang, wielding the Qilan zither. The world's fourth, Xianxia, Tanhua in the human world, Azura in Hades. The world's fifth, Huangquan Drake King, overlord of the ocean region, able to summon the wind and rain. The group was fascinated by these names. These were the people who held the highest authority in the northern wilderness region. Daoya old man chuckled and said, "This Yang Di is incredible. He has been the world's top cultivator for 3 consecutive times and is known as the great emperor of the Yang realm. Ever since he was born, he has never tasted defeat. Back then, he defeated Xianxia and became the world's top cultivator. After that, Tanhua sect gradually declined." Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and asked, "Are they all at great realization?" "It should be higher." "No, they have surpassed great realization. The higher the ranking of the Northern Wilderness Top 100, the greater the difference in cultivation. For example, Xianxia could have ascended long ago with her cultivation and age, but she did not. She dominated the human world for thousands of years." Daoya old man shook his head. Speaking of these influential figures, he only felt admiration and yearning. At this moment, an arrogant voice came. "This place belongs to me, the little evil lord. Get lost now, or I will turn your bones into ashes and feed them to the dogs." The group heard him and frowned slightly. Chongming demon monarch stood up immediately and cried out, "Oh no! It's the little evil lord. Could it be that Haochi alliance is already here?" Zhou Xuanji stared at him and cursed, "What are you afraid of? Follow us and take a look." He got up and walked toward the direction of the voice. The others followed suit. Big and small air spread their wings and flew over to support Zhao Zongjian and Han Shenbua. Little Evil Lord. Chapter 172. After passing through the forest, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a lake. The water in the lake was clear, and many fish were fleeing in panic, creating ripples in the water. There was a small island in the middle of the lake, on which sat a huge tree. The roots of the tree were like coiling pythons, ancient and ancient. On the island, Zhao Zongjian and Han Shenbo were surrounded by a group of demonic cultivators, while a man in purple stood on a tree branch. This purple-robed man was the little evil prince, Haochi Alliance's young master. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji and the others and smiled, "Ho, you have reinforcements? No wonder he's so arrogant." The three-eyed drought rodent stuck its head out from Zhao Zongjian's bosom and bared its fangs at the little evil prince. Even though it was angry, it still looked adorable. The demonic cultivators turned to look as well. They were immediately attracted by Ada and Little Air. The 2 dragon eagles hovered in the air, looking extremely majestic. Every time they flapped their wings, it was as if wind and thunder were surging. The expressions of the demonic cultivators changed. One of them leaped to the little evil lord's side and whispered, "Young master, dragon eagles," and 2 of them. Could they be Sword God Zhou's group? Now, everyone in the world knew that Sword God Zhou was traveling around the world with his sword slaves. The little evil lord frowned. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and the others, trying to determine who was Sword God Zhou. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and asked softly, "Are there any other powerful cultivators from Haochi Alliance nearby?" Daoya old man shook his head and said with a smile, "This little evil lord is already at the astral projection realm. He doesn't need anyone to protect him." Wouldn't that be a joke? No one to protect him. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, "If so, what are you waiting for? Knock them down first, then reason with them." Xiao Jinghong, Chongming Demon Monarch, and Bei Shao Wangjian immediately rushed out. Daoya old man shook his head and said, "You're too wretched," a classic example of bullying the weak. After saying that, he flew over obediently and arrived in front of the little evil lord in one step. The little evil lord subconsciously made a move, but Daoya old man quickly sealed his acupoints and sealed his spirit energy, rendering him immobile. Zhou Xuanji mumbled, "I'm not bullying the weak. I even dare to bully the strong. This old man. His mouth says no, but his body is very honest." Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed. "What are you talking about?" Then, they flew towards the center of the lake with Huang Lianxin. As soon as they landed, all the demonic cultivators collapsed. "Where's the baby?" Zhou Xuanji asked without even looking at the little evil lord. Haoqi Alliance was after him, so why would he be afraid of the little evil lord? Not executing him on the spot was already benevolent. Han Shenbua immediately flipped his hand, and a Ganoderma the size of a water basin appeared in his hand. This Ganoderma was colorful and emitted a rich spiritual energy that was visible to the naked eye. Such a gorgeous Lingji, could it be poisonous? Xianxia asked softly as she blinked her eyes. Daoya old man smiled and said, "It's not poisonous. Instead, it's a good herb." The three-eyed drow rodent jumped out from Zhao Zongjian's arms and onto Zhou Xuanji's shoulder, looking very happy. It preferred to stay on Zhou Xuanji's body because it felt more comfortable. Little Evil Prince stood still on the branch, his body stiff. His eyes were filled with terror and despair. It's over. If he encountered Sword God Zhou, could he survive? He couldn't help but think of Su Xianxian, the #1 beauty of Great Shang. He didn't even have the chance to kiss her before she died. He hated her. He had yet to become the Alliance Lord of Haoqi Alliance, and he had yet to rule the world. He had too many regrets. He couldn't accept it. Zhou Xuanji suddenly looked at him, which frightened him so much that he averted his eyes. Cold sweat covered his body. Humph. Zhou Xuanji smiled with disdain and left. The others followed closely behind. The little black snake charged at the little evil lord suddenly. Its tail was like a metal whip and whipped the little evil lord's crotch. In that instant, the little evil lord's face turned green. "Hurry up, you shameless snake. Be careful, or we will roast you." Chongming Demon Monarch's voice came from the other side of the lake. The little black snake coiled around the little evil lord's neck and hissed. It looked like it was going to devour someone. Under the immense pain, the little evil lord's body trembled. The most important thing was, no matter how much hatred he had, he dared not to show his ferocity. "Let me teach you a lesson. If you see us in the future, take a detour, or else," the little black snake said coldly. Its tongue landed on the little evil lord's face, which gave him goosebumps. It turned into a sharp arrow and flew away. In the forest, Chongming Demon Monarch could not help but ridicule, "This shameless snake is so venomous. He destroyed someone's treasure to carry on the family line. Who did he learn this from?" Jianghu and Huang Lianxin blushed when they heard this. Daoya old man snorted, "Isn't it because of some brat's sword?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, "Blame me. Little Black's food for this month will be deducted. If you want to blame someone, blame this old man." The little black snake, who had just flown over, heard him and landed on the ground immediately. He almost broke down. He rolled on the ground and cried, "I'm not convinced. Didn't I do it for you? Didn't the old bull say that you have a relationship with the most beautiful woman in Great Shang? I'm helping you." Jianghu stared at him and snorted, "Another month." The little black snake broke down completely. He quickly came to Jianghu's feet and begged, "I was wrong. I treated him like this, and he will surely be mentally twisted. He will not let his women live a good life. I'm helping you." The group did not know whether to cry or laugh. This little black snake was too good at ting. The little evil lord's acupoint was sealed, and he could not move for a while. If he was eaten by a demon, it would be his bad luck. 4 months later, Zhou Xuanji, Jianghu, and the others finally came to the edge of Juadi Cliff. They stood in front of the cliff and gazed into the distance. In front of them was a wasteland that rose and fell in succession. Countless ravines and cliffs crisscrossed each other. There were also mountains that were like thorns that pierced the sky. Juadi Cliff. Thunderclouds covered the sky, making it seem extremely oppressive. Juadi Cliff, severing the life of a great monarch. 9 out of 10 people will die after entering. Without the protection of 4 god refinement cultivators, 1 will definitely die. Daoya old man sighed as he stroked his long beard. Zhou Xuanji and Chongming demon monarch could not help but think back to the past. Those people from the hegemon sword sect were all at the spirit refinement realm. If not for Xianxia, it would have been a battle. However, without Xianxia, they would not be able to go to Juadi Cliff. For now, I'll just cultivate in the surroundings. In any case, it's right in front of me. There's no hurry. Zhou Xuanji said. Ever since he consumed the Ganoderma, his qi and blood surged, and his spirit energy grew tremendously. His cultivation had already reached astral infant level 3, but it was a pity that he had yet to break through to the 5th level of the sword qi golden body incantation. Everyone nodded in agreement and began to look around for a suitable place to cultivate. At the same time, 1,000 miles away, on the other side of Juadi Cliff, billowing black fog swept toward Juadi Cliff like a sandstorm that covered the entire sky. In the black fog, a silhouette could be vaguely seen. Juadi Cliff. All the great emperors of ancient times came here. What's their purpose? A cold voice came from within. There was a sense of inexplicable meaning in the voice. The roar of a dragon came from the black fog, and it sounded erratic. Soon, the black fog disappeared into the depths of Juadi Cliff. Thunder boomed suddenly, and countless lightning bolts struck down into the black fog, as though a terrifying demon had appeared. Chapter 173. Please enter the text. Under the old tree, the little black snake was wrapped around a rock, shivering. Zhou Xuanji was tempering his body in the giant cauldron, while the others were cultivating. Chongming demon monarch was sparring with the 2 dragon eagles to train their physical bodies. Daoya old man sat cross-legged on the hill and looked towards the east. He frowned and muttered, "Why do I have a bad feeling?" At this moment, he suddenly saw 2 figures walking out of the sandstorm, startling him so much that he hurriedly stood up. "Someone's coming!" He shouted in a deep voice, causing everyone to open their eyes. Chongming demon monarch used his nose to sniff, and his expression was instantly horrified. He shouted, "Why is that old demonic woman here?" It was Xianxia and Qin Gang. TSK, our fate is really not shallow. Wherever I go, I can run into you, little phoenix. Xianxia's voice came, and Zhou Xuanji, who was inside the cauldron, immediately frowned. Old witch. He immediately flew out of the cauldron. The others took out their magic tools and prepared for battle. Soon, Xianxia and Qin Gang walked over. The others guessed Xianxia's identity the moment they saw Qin Gang. Jianghu frowned, her eyes filled with vigilance. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a deep voice. It was not easy for him to clear his name. He did not want to be dragged into the muddy waters of the Tanhua sect again. Xianxia walked over and glanced at Jianghu and Huang Lianxin. She smiled at Zhou Xuanji and said, "There are countless treasures hidden in Juadi Cliff. Of course, I came here to recuperate. If I want to revive Tanhua sect, I must recover to my peak power." Then, she looked at Daoya old man, and her gaze instantly turned cold. Daoya old man smiled awkwardly and shrugged. Xianxia targeting you has nothing to do with me. Who asked you to bully him back then? Bully? Everyone was stunned. The image of the divine monk Xianxia's carefree attitude as an expert surfaced in their minds. He didn't expect Xianxia to bully Xianxia divine monk as well. Back then, when you were young and inexperienced, if I hadn't taught you how to behave, you might have died in the wilderness. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. How many people had this old witch bullied in the past? Why did it feel like all the great figures hated her to the bone? Qin Gang looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression and said, I'm really convinced. You joined the Tanhua sect, and the whole world protected you. What's the meaning of scolding us? During this period of time, wherever there were people, there would be people scolding Tanhua sect and praising sword god Zhou. This made him speechless. After all, they had helped Zhou Xuanji sincerely before. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm upright and outspoken, I'm untainted by the mud. Everyone believes in me. Zhou Xuanji replied casually, which hurt Qin Gang even more. Shortly after, he looked at Xianxia and said, You too can go in. I hope you recover quickly. Xianxia's eyes were full of smiles, and she said, I don't think we're in a hurry. Let's rest here for a while first. After all, it's very dangerous inside. She turned around and walked towards a hillside at the side while Qin Gang went in another direction to help her look for herbs. She is the #1 demonic cultivator? Beixiao Wangjian asked curiously in a low voice. Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Zongjian, Han Shenbua, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin were also curious. This lady looked so beautiful that it was hard to associate her with the cruel and heartless Tanhua sect leader. It's okay. With her around, we'll be safer. Daoya old man consoled the crowd. Even when facing the heavily injured Xianxia, he did not dare to attack. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Xianxia before turning around and walking toward the cauldron. When he passed by Jianghu, he said softly, Don't worry, I'm here. Jianghu nodded and watched him enter the cauldron. In the following period of time, Xianxia and Qin Gang did not disturb them. The two groups of people cultivated on their own. Days passed by. 2 months later. Roar, a dragon's roar came from the depths of Juadi Cliff. It was deafening and shook the mountains. Zhou Xuanji, Xianxia, and the others all looked over. Daoya old man frowned and mumbled, This voice. 8th level demon. A level 8 demon was equivalent to a spirit refinement realm cultivator. The little black snake shuddered and cried out, Could it be the elders of my tribe? His cultivation was only at 5th rank at his peak. Compared to the dragon, the difference was like heaven and earth. Chongming demon monarch stared at him and scolded, You are just a shameless snake. Do you really think of yourself as a dragon? The little black snake was enraged. This is too much. The two demons began to quarrel. Xianxia looked solemn and said softly, Why is he here? Qin Gang asked anxiously, Suzerain, who is he? Zhou Xuanji and the others turned to look at her. Someone whom Xianxia could remember must be very powerful. Wanzhong King Spectre. He always has an 8th rank ghost dragon with him. Xianxia replied. With this, Daoya old man and Qin Gang were both shocked. Wanzhong King Spectre. Why is he here? Daoya old man cried out in fear. His tone was filled with fear. Beixiao Wangjian asked, Who is he? What's his rank in the Northern Wilderness top 100? To be able to make Daoya old man so afraid, Wanzhong King Spectre must be someone in the Northern Wilderness top 100. He's ranked 58th. Great realization stage cultivation. Daoya old man said with a solemn expression. Everyone took in a deep breath. Great realization stage. Huang Hantian was at the bottom of the northern wilderness top 100. Only a few of them had yet to break through to the great realization stage. And Wanzhong King Spectre was a true great realization cultivator, just like Emperor Yan of Zhou. Could it be because Huang Lianxin's expression changed as she mumbled softly? She did not finish her sentence, but the others already understood. Xianxia map. Daoya old man looked at Zhou Xuanji and said softly, let's give up. How could they win against Wanzhong King Spectre? Zhou Xuanji frowned. They came all the way here and waited for so long. How could they give up just like that? Do you know what he's looking for? Xianxia's voice came. She stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, he's looking for the great emperor's inheritance. He would never reveal the whereabouts of the Xianxia map. If Xianxia obtained the Xianxia map, what would happen? When this old demonic woman was the world's top cultivator, she massacred the world. If she obtained the Xianxia map, who knew what evil things she would do? Let's go and take a look. Xianxia got up and flew toward the direction of the dragon's roar. Qin Gang followed closely behind her. After they disappeared into the depths of Juadi Cliff, Beishao Wangjian asked, just like that? That was the Xianxia map. The owner of it could obtain the world. If Zhou Xuanji became the world's top cultivator, they would not have to worry about their enemies anymore. At the same time, they could learn some ultimate techniques from Zhou Xuanji. How could they not be tempted? Zhou Xuanji twisted his neck and smiled. If the Xianxia map is so easy to obtain, why would it not appear for 10,000 years? The others heard him and felt that it made sense. They did not leave but waited on the spot. Next, they heard the dragons roar from time to time. Sometimes it was painful, sometimes it was furious. Time passed quickly. This day. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, analyzed that the sword owner has reached 20 years old. Gotcha started. Chapter 174. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, gold, day sword, amethyst, Beiyu king sword, glorious gold, white dragonbone sword. 3 legendary swords. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. This time, they were all legendary swords, and they were increasing in grade. Interesting. The 3 legendary swords appeared before him out of nowhere. The day sword was on the left. Its blade was as wide as a meter, and there were intricate patterns on both edges that looked like snowflakes. It was silver in color. The Beiyu King sword was in the middle. Its blade was black and had many red patterns that looked like blazing flames. The white dragonbone sword was on the right. As the name suggested, it was a white bone sword, the longest of the 3. A white dragon coiled around the hilt. The dragon's body was curved, and its mouth was close to the blade. Next, the information of the 3 swords appeared before his eyes: sword name, day sword grade, gold description, made from ancient day metal. It contains the attributes of metal and wood. It can absorb the spiritual chi of wood, metal, and stone to strengthen the legendary sword. Sword name, Beiyu King sword grade, amethyst description, a sword from hell that slays evil spirits. The greater the evil spirit's karma, the more damage they can inflict. Sword name, white dragonbone sword grade, glorious gold description, forged from the bones of a divine dragon. It contains the divine soul of a white dragon and the divine power of the dragon race. It can suppress the souls of ordinary dragons. They all looked powerful. He now had 3 glorious gold legendary swords: white dragonbone sword, God Emperor sword, and He Geminjiu. One could not blame him for being arrogant. After knowing about the new grades, he only cared about swords that were above glorious gold grade. Of course, he treasured the other legendary swords as well. He did not even dare to use the book cutter sword, which was the most inferior, for fear that it would break. He gripped the white dragonbone sword and placed the Dai sword and Baiyu King sword into the supreme storage. Next, he took out the God Emperor sword. With two glorious gold legendary swords in hand, he got up slowly. Strands of God Emperor Chi flowed out of the God Emperor sword and enveloped his body, forming a God Emperor. It was 30 meters tall and had a powerful aura that shook the ground. Everyone looked over and saw a white dragon with extraordinary might rising from Zhou Xuanji's feet. It coiled around the God Emperor and landed on the God Emperor's shoulder, roaring toward the sky. Roar, the dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. It was more divine than the previous ghost flood dragon. Zhou Xuanji looked up at the white dragon beside him. The dragon's scales glinted with a cold light. They were like blades, cold and sharp, and could make one's heart tremble. So powerful, the power of the two glorious gold swords combined made him feel stronger than ever. Why didn't I feel this way when I held Hegemon and the God Emperor sword? Hegemon is the treasure sword of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. It wasn't created by the supreme legendary sword system, so it's impossible for legendary swords to resonate with each other. The sword spirit explained, which enlightened Zhou Xuanji. He felt that he was more than twice as strong as before. Of course, it could only shake a low-level spirit refinement cultivator at most. If he met Huang Hantian again, it would still be difficult for him to resist. After all, his cultivation realm was still there, and his spiritual power reserves were far from being comparable to these powerhouses. He immediately displayed the white crane sword technique with the dual sword style. Until today, he had not given up on the white crane sword technique. This was his first set of swordplay, and it had feelings. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Huang Lianxin, and Beishao Wangjian were fascinated by the set of sword techniques that were performed gracefully and domineeringly. Where did he get so many swords from? Han Shenbo mumbled. Why did he feel that the white dragonbone sword was not inferior to the Hegemon Sword Emperor's legendary sword? Daoya old man was thinking about it too. He had thought about it for a long time, but he could not figure it out if Zhou Xuanji did not tell him. Zhou Xuanji stored his swords and looked satisfied. He suddenly thought of something. Is an 8th rank flood dragon considered an ordinary dragon? He asked in his heart, and the sword spirit answered him quickly. Yes. His eyes brightened, and he immediately had an idea. He gathered everyone and told them about his plan to enter Juadi Cliff. Nonsense, it's dangerous inside. Daoya old man scolded. This brat was always adventurous. Zhou Xuanji said, if I cultivate here, how long will it take to reach astral projection? 5 years. 10 years. I want to become more powerful. The Xianxia map is an opportunity. While the enemy is only Wanzhong King's Spectre, I must enter first. Or else, if more powerful cultivators come, it will be troublesome. Don't worry, I will do what I can. Last time, when he was attacked by Huang Hantian, Xianxia helped. What about next time? He did not want to let go of any opportunity to become more powerful quickly. Seeing how determined he was, the others could not persuade him otherwise. Zhou Xuanji decided to enter alone, while the others stayed here to cultivate. After all, other than Daoya Old Man and Chongming Demon Monarch, it was difficult for the others to help him. Soon, he took action and flew into Juadi Cliff on his sword. Jianghu looked at his back worriedly. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Ever since they were young, he was the one who protected her. At first, she enjoyed it, but now, she felt even more guilt and reluctance. She wanted to protect him too. Don't worry. I have divined. He will not die here. Daoya Old Man comforted them and reassured them. In fact, he could not divine Zhou Xuanji at all. He suddenly thought of something and began divining with his fingers. The group left and continued to cultivate so that they could help Zhou Xuanji as soon as possible. We're almost there, Daoya old man mumbled to himself with a deep frown. He looked ahead. Emperor Yen of Zhou, ascension is your serendipity, but it's also your tribulation. I hope you are ready. After entering Juadi Cliff, Zhou Xuanji felt a sudden drop in temperature. The bone-chilling wind made him confused. He did not encounter such a situation when he came to Juadi Cliff previously. Could it be that the climate in Juadi Cliff was different? He was alarmed. Daoya old man once said that Juadi Cliff was filled with danger. There were many ancient traps and spell formations, and he could die if he was not careful. With the God Emperor and white dragonbone sword in his hands, he stood on Hegemonjo. The three glorious gold legendary swords gave him a great sense of security. He realized that Wanzhong King Spectre's ghost dragon was no longer roaring. Could it have been killed by Xianxia? If Xianxia was at her peak, it would not be difficult for her to kill Wanzhong King Spectre. But now that she was severely injured, it would be difficult for her to defeat Wanzhong King Spectre. Tui. Why am I worried about her? Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He let go of the white dragonbone sword and let it levitate beside him. After that, he took out the map with his right hand. According to the map, the Xianxia map was hidden between two straight peaks. There was no specific indication of where it was. He looked up and saw mountains all around him. It was difficult to tell which one it was. But these mountains were not straight, and he had to go deeper. After traveling for 2 hours, Zhou Xuanji realized that something was wrong. Why did he feel that he could not fly to the top? He was not slow, and the surrounding temperature was getting lower. Snowflakes fell from the thunderclouds, and the ground below was gradually frozen. He suddenly stopped and locked his gaze in front of him. On the peak of a mountain in front of him, a silhouette stood. He held a gigantic saber in his hand. Both his body and saber were frozen, and no one could tell who he was. The third update. Some friends realized that the pen name had changed and thought that it was written by someone else. Brothers, if you need a dream, you will be Ren Wuxiao. If you want a dream, you will be Ren Wuxiao. If you want a dream, you will be Ren Wuxiao. It's just like two QQs. When you guys are dating online, you should know this. A few days ago, I switched my legendary sword from my Smurf account to my main account. Such a coquettish style of writing. Do you think someone else has changed? Chapter 175. The snowstorm grew stronger, and the sky gradually darkened. Zhou Xuanji looked at the frozen figure in front of him and frowned. If he had known earlier, he would have brought the little black snake along. Let that fellow test the waters. To be on the safe side, he decided to take a detour. He didn't want to complicate matters. He continued to move forward at a moderate pace to avoid being ambushed. About an hour later, he saw another ice sculpture. The person in the ice sculpture held two swords and looked up at the sky, as if he was fighting. This sent a chill down his spine. He had a feeling that something was spying on him. He immediately accelerated and sprinted at full speed. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, he caught a glimpse of a figure in the canyon below and quickly stopped. Because he knew that figure. Tianhua Sect, Thousand Hands Devil, Qin Gang. Qin Gang leaned against the mountain wall with his arms crossed and shivered. His entire body was covered in ice and snow, looking extremely afraid. What are you doing here? Zhou Xuanji asked. With Qin Gang's cultivation, would he be afraid of such a low temperature? Having heard him, Qin Gang raised his head. When he saw Zhou Xuanji, his expression changed immediately. Vice Suzerain. What are you doing here? Run. Run. Zhou Xuanji gripped his swords tightly and asked anxiously, what happened? Don't you need my help? After all, Qin Gang had helped him before. How could he leave him in the lurch? This place is the ancient soul-freezing grand spell formation. If you stay here for too long, your spiritual energy will be frozen, and you'll gradually lose consciousness. You'll never have a chance to transcend. I entered this place by mistake and was already affected. If you hurry up and leave, you'll still have a chance to survive. Qin Gang quickly explained. He was so cold that he could not even force a smile. Zhou Xuanji frowned and wondered if he should retreat. The sword master can use the Frost Wave sword and the Ghost Curse sword to absorb the ancient soul cryostasis array. As long as you pour your spiritual energy into the two swords, you will be able to absorb it. The sword spirit suddenly reminded him, causing him to be stunned. These two swords had such an ability. He immediately took out the Frost Wave sword and the Ghost Curse sword. Run! Qin Gang gritted his teeth and his voice became weaker. This kind of cold was not only a torture to the body, but also a torment to the soul. Zhou Xuanji did not reply. He held his sword with both hands and raised it high. In an instant, cold winds gathered, accompanied by ghostly wails and wolf howls. The cold wind drilled into the Frost Wave sword, while wisps of ghost chi flowed into the Ghost Curse sword. The Frost Wave sword was only bronze rank. The Ghost Curse sword was a gold divine sword, so its absorption speed was faster than the Frost Wave sword. After absorbing this formation, will the two swords level up? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously in his heart. Back then, the Bloodbath sword had been upgraded. Yes. The sword spirit's answer delighted him. Qin Gang was so frozen that he could not raise his head. His spirit energy was frozen, which made him unable to sense whether Zhou Xuanji had left or not. He could feel his vitality fading away. Sect leader. I'm sorry. I can't help you rebuild the Tanhua sect, he muttered to himself, his voice getting lower and lower as if he was about to fall asleep. After an unknown period of time, he gradually regained consciousness. The coldness on his body was dissipating, and he felt warm. He opened his eyes and looked up with difficulty. He saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. In the sky above the canyon, a figure covered in raging flames stood in the air like a god. He raised his two swords up high, and cold wind and ghost chi gathered around the two swords, forming an extremely spectacular tornado. Even the sky was affected by the tornado. That's an immortal, he muttered to himself in confusion and tried his best to stay awake. This immortal was Zhou Xuanji. To prevent him from freezing to death, Zhou Xuanji activated the sword will of the fiery sword technique. Flames wrapped around his body to provide him with warmth. I'm not an immortal. I'm your father. Zhou Xuanji's voice came down softly, which made Qin Gang feel lost. Dad, father, am I dead? Good boy, you are not dead yet. I won't let you die. Father, as he spoke, Qin Gang suddenly felt that the spirit energy in his body was breaking free. His strength was recovering too. The ancient soul cryostasis formation was broken. As a powerful cultivator at the spirit refinement stage, his spirit energy and stamina began to recover rapidly. He looked up. The figure in the sky was not his father but Zhou Xuanji. Qin Gang was furious and shocked. He did not know what to say. It was Zhou Xuanji who saved him after all. Good boy, wait for me to finish absorbing the ancient soul cryostasis formation. Zhou Xuanji said gently, which almost made Qin Gang vomit blood. Whose father is your mother? My father is already dead. Are you going to die too? He roared in his heart but did not dare to curse out loud. An hour later. The frost between the heavens and the earth had melted, and Qin Gang returned to normal. He flew up to Zhou Xuanji and looked at the Frost Wave sword and Ghost Curse sword curiously. Zhou Xuanji stored the two legendary swords into the supreme storage and waited for them to level up. Do you think I'm powerful? Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. Qin Gang nodded. He was convinced that Zhou Xuanji could break the ancient soul cryostasis formation so easily. Tell me, what's going on? Where's Xianxia? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. There was no trace of Xianxia nearby. That old demonic woman was severely injured. Where could she have gone? Qin Gang took a deep breath and said, the suzerain is recovering in a cave. I came out to help her find some rare resources, but I encountered Wanzhong King's specter. I was not powerful enough and was forced into the ancient soul cryostasis formation. This formation is active in Jianghu Cliff. When I realized it, it was already too late. His eyes were burning with fury. Wanzhong King's specter, I must kill you. I met two people who were sealed in ice. Did that happen recently? Zhou Xuanji asked closely. His expression became a little complicated. Once the ancient soul cryostasis formation was broken, would the two people come back to life? That's right, Qin Gang was a little stunned. Next, his expression became horrified. Run! He cried out loudly. After that, he grabbed Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and flew far away. Boom! Behind them, a world-shaking explosion came from dozens of miles away, along with a horrifying murderous aura. Who are they? Zhou Xuanji asked anxiously. Qin Gang was at spirit refinement. Enemies that even he was afraid of might be more powerful than Huang Hantian. One must know that he dared to fight Huang Hantian. They are the Huangquan twin devils. They are extremely powerful and are the subordinates of the Huangquan Drake King, who is ranked 5th in the world. The Sword Monarch's revered teacher was tortured to death by them. Qin Gang gnashed his teeth as he explained. He increased his speed to the maximum and shuttled between the mountains. Huangquan twin devils. Zhou Xuanji frowned and did not ask further, so as not to disturb Qin Gang. After flying for 2 hours, the two of them hid in a cave. Qin Gang cast a spell at the entrance of the cave, which turned into a mountain wall and concealed their aura at the same time. After doing all this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He sat on the ground and wiped his sweat. The Huangquan twin devils have been searching for the Xianxia map. Why did they come to Jianghu Cliff? Qin Gang muttered. His face was full of shock and fear. These two demons were at the great realization stage.
Chapter 26-36. Everything starts from scratch. At this moment, Yi Xian was driving the purple-concealed shuttle towards the depths of the domain of the buried fall at full speed. However, he was not in a good mood. He felt like he had fallen into a vicious circle. This time, the purple hidden shuttle that had just completed the third fusion seemed to be exposed again. The shape of the shuttle was seen by many people, but there was no other way. He couldn't activate the concealment array of the purple hidden shuttle before taking it out. He had to enter the battleship before he could do so. In other words, if he wanted to return to the Heavenly River Star, he would either not take out the hidden purple shuttle, or he would have to undergo the fourth fusion. Of course, with the current speed of the hidden purple shuttle, it didn't matter even if they were exposed. Under normal circumstances, as long as they didn't fall into a trap, they could basically escape. But the problem was, if Yi Xian had concealed his appearance and returned to Sky River Planet, he must have come back with a purpose. How could he simply escape? Of course, then again, being forced to fuse the battleship again and again was not a bad thing. At least, without this pressure, he probably wouldn't have the purple hidden shuttle now. However, there was still a problem with the fourth fusion. The battleship he chose for the fourth fusion was the moving star that he had obtained from the auction. This battleship was engraved with a teleportation array, but unfortunately, it was damaged. If the array formation had not been damaged, Yi Xian would have immediately looked for a place to start fusing with it. At that time, his personal battleship would possess a concealment array formation, a speed array formation, and a teleportation array formation at the same time. If he were to fuse two battleships with a defensive array formation and an offensive array formation, TSK, at that time, it would simply be a top-grade battleship amongst the top-grade battleships, and there probably wouldn't be a second one in the entire Heavenly Dust Kingdom. But now was obviously not the time. He had to repair the teleportation array on the moving star first. Besides, the purple invisible shuttle was still in use. Yi Xian was driving it to the depths of the burial grounds, so there was no time to fuse the warship for the fourth time. Since that was the case, he might as well fuse with other treasures. The journey through the starry skies was boring to begin with. As Yi Xian put his meteor sword, the last two pieces of starry sky-grade meteorite iron marrow essence, the meteorite essence starlight armor and the glazed jade phoenix armor into the system, the notification of the devouring system immediately sounded in his mind. Ding! Discovered meteorite sword. Starry sky-grade meteorite iron marrow essence. Do you want to fuse? Ding! Discovered fusion treasures fallen essence starlight armor and glazed jade phoenix armor. Do you want to fuse? Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately gave an affirmative reply. At the same time, he threw out a large amount of star core origin as the energy for the two simultaneous fusions. Soon, the fusion began, and the reading progress was slow. Although these two treasures were only fused for the second time, because they were fused at the same time, their progress was much slower than when they were fusing the battleship for the third time. It would probably take a few days for them to finish. Fortunately, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. He didn't have anything else to do right now. He was only rushing to the depths of the graveyard star region. Of course, the burial grounds was vast and boundless. Even with the terrifying speed of the purple invisible shuttle, he would not be able to reach the end in a few years. However, Yi Xian did not have a destination in mind. He just wanted to get as close as possible to the depths of the burial grounds. The closer he got, the higher the chances of encountering the experts of the Heavenly Fate race and the slave races affiliated with them. This time, he came out to earn contribution points from the Alliance. Speaking of contribution points, one had to talk about the fragment of the immortal grade superbrain. This time, Yi Xian had obtained various treasures from the Sky River Star. Currently, there were only 4 that had not been dealt with. The fragment of the superbrain, the level 8 gene cultivation fluid, the moving star, and the fragment of the Dongshu scripture. The others, such as the purple lightning shuttle and the meteoric iron essence, had been used up. There was nothing that could be done about the moving star. He would have to find another opportunity to repair the Dongshu scripture in the future. As for the fragment of the Dongshu scripture, Yi Xian had not had time to study it yet. As for the fragment of the immortal grade superbrain, Yi Xian had already soaked it in the level 8 gene cultivation fluid. He had used all 6 vials at once. This fragment of the immortal grade superbrain was only the size of a ping-pong ball. It was thin and looked like a slice of a walnut. Moreover, it was dried up. Its material was similar to that of a plant. If it was thrown into a plate of dried walnuts, no one would be able to recognize it. Now, it was placed in a sealed container by Yi Xian. The 6 vials of the level 8 gene cultivation fluid were only worth a little more than 100 liters. They were light gold, and the fragment was soaking in them. However, there was no reaction at all. Of course, it was definitely absorbing the energy of the level 8 gene cultivation fluid. However, this process was way too slow. Yi Xian had a feeling that the level 8 gene cultivation fluid might not be enough. After all, the immortal grade superbrain fragment on the immortal grade superbrain on the immortal grade dynasty's immortal planet usually consumed the level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Yi Xian was only doing his best by soaking the fragment in the level 8 gene cultivation fluid. However, he had actually made 2 backup plans. That was to earn a large amount of Federation contribution points. Once he had accumulated 10 million contribution points, he would exchange them for a level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Once level 9 was obtained, this fragment would definitely be able to recover its vitality. At that time, once the independent communication system of the devouring system was activated, even if Yi Xian didn't go through the superbrain on the administrative planets, he would still be able to actively connect to the capital network of the next level, or even the capital Starry Sky network, under the prerequisite of paying a certain price. This way, the chances of finding the devouring system's origin would increase exponentially. Right now, his Federation contribution points were still 0. Everything could be said to be starting from scratch. With Yi Xian's current cultivation realm, killing a true member of the Tianji tribe was basically a no-brainer. His target was the powerhouses of the Tianji tribe's slave races. He would start from the weakest to the strongest. While trying to get in touch with these existences that the myriad Luo Federation had designated as enemies, he would grow rapidly. He believed that as time passed and his cultivation realm continued to increase, The day would definitely come when he would possess the ability to kill a true Tianji tribe powerhouse. With such beautiful expectations in mind, Yi Xian composed himself. With a wave of his hand, he took out a large amount of star core origin from his undying world. Right now, he was already at the 6th level of the star core realm, but before he escaped from Heavenly River Planet, Yi Xian had a feeling in his heart. He felt that his heart had made a small breakthrough at that time, so he could continue to increase his strength. In the short term, he didn't have to worry about his realm being unstable. Chapter 26:37. Times have changed. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed since the purple hidden shuttle had been traveling toward the depths of the graveyard star region at an extremely fast speed. On this day, Yi Xian, who had been cultivating all this time, finally opened his eyes. At the same time, a system notification rang out in his head. Ding! Congratulations, host. Realm upgrade. Current realm. Level 7 star core grade. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the system notification. It hadn't been easy to make a small breakthrough. For every major realm, level 1 to level 3 were the early stages, level 4 to level 6 were the middle stages, and level 7 to level 9 were the late stages. Previously, Yi Xian hadn't even spent 2 months cultivating from the 1st level to the 6th level of the star core realm. On one hand, this was because the further one progressed, the more difficult it was to increase one's cultivation level. It required a large amount of star core origin energy. On the other hand, level 6 was the middle stage of the star core grade, while level 7 was the late stage. Therefore, advancing from level 6 to level 7 was extremely difficult. However, no matter how difficult it was, Yi Xian still managed to cross it in the end. Moreover, it was precisely because of this difficulty that once he crossed it, his personal strength would change so much that it was like a heavenly abyss. After all, the difference between the middle stage and the late stage was that one had almost reached the pinnacle of the major realm and was about to advance to the next major realm. If that was the case, how could one's strength be the same as that of the middle stage? In short, Yi Xian's personal strength was no longer what it used to be after he had advanced to the late stage of the star core grade. Ever since he had entered the starry sky level, his personal strength had always been his shortcoming. After all, he had only just started. On the other hand, other than his personal strength, he was far ahead of the rest. He had even surpassed many other starry sky level powerhouses. This was all thanks to the devouring system. Of course, this kind of auxiliary power outside of one's cultivation realm was actually also an aspect of one's strength. Taking everything into consideration, Yi Xian wasn't considered too weak now. At the very least, if a black hole realm powerhouse wasn't fully prepared, such as setting up traps or killing formations, they wouldn't be able to hold him back under normal circumstances. For the past 2 months, Yi Xian had been immersed in training, trying to break through the bottleneck between the 6th and 7th star core realms. He didn't even have the time to check on the fusion system. According to his calculations, the second fusion of his defensive and offensive treasures should have been completed a long time ago. Now that Yi Xian had finally broken through to the 7th level of the core state, his aura had changed greatly. His state of mind had also completely relaxed. Therefore, the first thing he did was to check on the fusion system's second fusion of the 2 treasures. As soon as his thoughts touched the devouring system in his body, the long-awaited notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful fusion. You have obtained Meteorite Essence Sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful merger. You have obtained Glazed Starlight Armor. After the second successful fusion, his meteorite sword had turned into the current Meteorite Essence Sword. Its exterior was pitch black, but it was clumsy and lacked a sharp edge. It gave off a simple and heavy feeling, which Yi Xian liked very much. As for the original Meteorite Essence Sword Light Armor, it had turned into the current Glazed Starlight Armor. Its previous bold and powerful appearance had become much more graceful, perhaps due to the fusion of the Glazed Phoenix Armor. It no longer had the same bold and powerful aura. Instead, it seemed to have become lighter and more gentle. Furthermore, the tens of thousands of starlights that bloomed and disappeared on the armor had also turned into a beautiful glazed color. At a glance, this armor already had a neutral and soft feel to it. Previously, it was obvious that this was an armor used by a male powerhouse who walked the path of strength. But now, it was more like a woman's heroic outer armor. This caused Yi Xian to not know whether to laugh or cry. However, when he thought about it, This kind of defensive outer armor wasn't always on his body. Normally, it was hidden within his body and would only be activated during battle. Only when it was added to his body did he feel slightly better. However, although its outer appearance was a little feminine, its defensive ability had obviously increased by a large margin. After all, it had fused with a top-grade glazed jade phoenix armor, and it had also undergone a second successful fusion by the system. It would be strange if its attributes did not increase. It wasn't just this glazed starlight armor. Even Yi Xian's offensive weapon, the current Star Essence sword, was the same. It was even more powerful. With these two treasures, one for offense and one for defense, coupled with Yi Xian's breakthrough in realm strength, and the purple hidden shuttle, which had already completed its third fusion and become a super-grade small-sized private battleship, the current Yi Xian could only be described as a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes, compared to when he had first entered the Jianghu auction center. After all, it had been less than 3 months since Yi Xian had entered the starry sky world, but his cultivation realm had already entered the 7th stage of the late stage of the first major realm. This speed was absolutely shocking in the human race of the third universe. However, now that he had suddenly entered the late stage of the core state, Yi Xian realized that he could not continue to make breakthroughs. The insights he had gained from his previous state of mind had been mostly filled by this breakthrough in strength. If he continued to make breakthroughs, he would face the awkward problem of his realm being unstable again. When he realized this, Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Could this have something to do with his cultivation technique? With a thought, Yi Xian took out a space box from the undying world in his body. Inside it was the incomplete Dongshu technique that had been appraised by the devouring system as a starry sky grade supreme treasure. This cultivation method came from the third universe's human race's cultivation camp. It was a starry sky supreme treasure level cultivation method. Unfortunately, it was incomplete. It only had the cultivation method for the first 8 realms. After reaching the black hole realm, there was no more information for the rest. However, for the current Yi Xian, this was more than enough. The 8 major realms would allow him to last for a long time. Previously, Yi Xian's cultivation technique was the 9 Heavens Star technique. Perhaps the name of the technique sounded grand enough, but in reality, this cultivation technique was only the most ordinary, most common, and could be said to be the most popular basic cultivation technique in the human race of the third universe. It could be said that there was nothing outstanding about it. Although Yi Xian's current cultivation speed was quite fast and could even be said to be amazing, this was entirely because he did not lack the core source. At the same time, he had the devouring system and the Star Devourer Beast bloodline, which allowed him to absorb the core source energy at an extremely fast speed. It had nothing to do with the 9 Heavens astral art at all. Chapter 2638. Exposing the truth. Yi Xian would be extremely hesitant if his cultivation base was already high enough, and he suddenly had to change to a new cultivation method. After all, cultivation base was one's foundation. Dispersing one's cultivation and recultivating often meant that he was putting himself in a dangerous situation. But now that the environment was safe and his cultivation was not high, Yi Xian did not hesitate for too long and made the final decision. The insightful void fragment was not a book, nor was it a sheepskin scroll. Instead, it was a broken tortoiseshell. It looked very simple and there were many scratches on it. It did not look like an object that carried the inheritance of a cultivation method. However, when Yi Xian sent his divine sense into it, he immediately received the inheritance information of this Dongshu cultivation method. First, there was a picture of an ancient giant turtle that was even larger than the stars. It was roaming in the galaxy with its physical body. It raised its head and roared. A black energy rushed out from its mouth, like a small meteor, and rushed into the endless horizon. At first, it was a small star core. Then it grew into a meteor. Slowly it grew into a satellite, a planet, and then a star. In the end, it grew into a nebula and a vast galaxy. Then, it suddenly exploded and condensed into a black hole in the vast starry sky, swallowing everything. This whole process was the first 8 realms of the starry sky level cultivation. There was no more after that, because the tortoise shell was only damaged, the inheritance was broken. By the time Yi Xian retracted his consciousness, 8 sections of obscure cultivation mantras had appeared in his mind. Among them, the mantra for the first major stage, the Star Core stage, was particularly clear. He only had to ponder for a moment before he understood it. What shocked him the most was that the cultivation method of the insightful void technique was actually condensed and born from the roar of a huge starry sky giant tortoise. Then, how powerful was that terrifying starry sky giant tortoise? Was this whole emptiness created by it and passed down its legacy? If so, where was that giant tortoise now? Yi Xian sank into these divergent thoughts for a while. After a long time, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be thinking too much. No matter the origin of that giant tortoise or where it seemed that it had nothing to do with him now. With a bitter smile, Yi Xian adjusted his state of mind and sank his consciousness into the Star Core chapter of the Insightful Void technique. He focused his mind and started cultivating from the first level of the Star Core stage, at the same time, in the Star Leader by Zhengjuan's luxurious Star Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Tales by Xian, by Xian, by Xian by. Calm. Patriarch, I feel that this brat looks a little familiar. By. Calm. That's right, I find this suspicious too. On the side, Bai Hong continued. The guy who killed young Master Bai stole a young Star Devourer beast. It is said that this kind of Star Devourer beast is very sensitive to the aura of a Star Core origin. They don't even need to dig up a star to be able to smell if there is a Star Core origin that hasn't been exhausted yet. This guy is only a Cosmic Core grade cultivator, but he has such a huge amount of Cosmic Core origin. This doesn't make sense. Therefore, we have very good reason to believe that this Yi Xian is most likely the culprit behind young Master Bai's death. He obtained the Star Core origin thanks to that space-devouring beast's latent ability. Planet Manager. We can amend our arrest warrant. Before this, we didn't have any specific information. Now, we can make Yi Xian's personal information public. This way, he won't be able to enter any of the administrative planets. Once he enters another administrative planet, he will immediately be trapped and killed by the Star Defense Array. What? There's such a thing? Bai Zhengjun, who had just calmed down, suddenly became furious again. After thinking about it carefully, there were indeed many suspicious points. If he was not mistaken, this Yi Xian was really the culprit behind Bai Shirley's death. You damned little bastard. If I, Bai Zhengjun, don't skin you alive, then I'm not a man. Bai Zhengjun roared through gritted teeth. He calmed down, sat back on the sofa, and fell into deep thought. After a while he spoke again. 2 things. First, issue an arrest warrant in the name of the Sky River planet. Make public Yi Xian's personal information. Do your best to arrest him. Second, the experts sent by the capital to deal with the black hole incident should be arriving soon, right? You go outside and wait. As soon as they arrive, immediately invite them in my name. Say that there is an important situation to report. Humph, this time, the Zhao family will definitely not let go of this opportunity. They want to bring down my Bai family, but the sudden appearance of this guy surnamed Yi has given me a chance to turn defeat into victory. Go do your job. On the side, Bai Hong and Bai Hao looked at each other, feeling a little confused. They quickly retreated, not daring to say anything more. 2 days later, a huge fleet arrived at the Sky River planet. This fleet came from the capital of the Tianqian Empire, the Tianqian Star. The reason why it took them 2 months to arrive here was that they had made several wormholes along the way. In the star field of every small country in the Everlasting Empire, some wormholes were built on the basis of various planets. However, these wormholes were usually not opened. Only under certain urgent and special circumstances would the small country's capital give the authority to send out a fleet with wormhole jumping authority. Otherwise, it would take at least a year to reach the Sky River planet from the capital of the Tianqian Empire. The entire fleet had a cosmic river-level space fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters, 2 cosmic cloud-level space fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters, and 100 star-level Federation military standard warships as scouts. This was definitely an extremely powerful fleet. Even in the Federation military branch on the Sky River planet, the power in the hands of Commander Zhao Long could not compare. Not to mention other things, just for space fortresses alone, Zhao Long only had 1 cosmic cloud-level space fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters. This time, in the fleet sent from the capital of the Tianqian Empire, there were 2 such fortresses, and they were only used for protection. The flagship of the fleet was the cosmic river-level space fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The countless experts on the Heavenly River Star had never seen such an existence before. Therefore, when the entire fleet appeared outside the Heavenly River Star, the entire Heavenly River Star was in an uproar. The Star Commander Bai Zhengjun and the military commander Zhao Long personally walked out of the Heavenly River Star and went to the Star Defense Array to welcome them. Chapter 2639. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Master Su's Promise. Oh, Master Su, I didn't expect you to come. Bai Zhengjuan's eyes lit up when he saw the black-robed old man. He immediately trotted over to greet him with a warm smile on his face. In fact, Zhao Long, who was standing beside him, was also shocked. He had wanted to greet Master Su as well, but Bai Zhengjun had taken the initiative. He immediately looked unhappy, but he quickly concealed it. He also walked over to the other major general of the Tianqian nation. Generally, it's been a few years since we last met. How have you been? After exchanging pleasantries, the host and the guest entered the Tianhe planet. The huge fleet, which had a 10,000-meter-long space fortress, remained outside the Tianhe planet, attracting a large number of experts to watch. The monarch of the Heaven Dust Kingdom had sent this fleet to solve the problem of the black holes in the domain of the buried falling stars. The general named Li was only a guard, while the one who was actually in charge was Master Su. He was not an expert from the everlasting dynasty of the technology faction. Instead, he was from the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace of the Cultivation faction. He was a top master in array formation and refining. He was the Master Su that the Purplish Warbler had mentioned earlier. Now, even the Purplish Warbler did not know that Master Su had come to the Tianqian planet at the request of the monarch of the Tianqian nation. He wanted to use his array formation skills to temporarily seal the black hole that had suddenly appeared and was slowly expanding in the graveyard domain. He would think of a better way to solve it in the future. Of course, it was impossible to achieve all this by relying on one person's strength alone. Moreover, although Master Su was known to be a master in both refining weapons and formations, his cultivation was not very strong. He was only at the Starry Star realm, which was the 5th major realm in the cultivation world under the starry sky. Even so, Master Su had to be treated with caution in the Tianqian nation, even some black hole realm experts. In the technology faction, it was not easy to find a master who was a master in both refining and array formation skills. Even the monarch of the Tianqian nation had to treat him with respect. This wasn't to say that the cultivation faction was more powerful than the technological faction. Instead, it was because once the technological faction was able to invite such a master to integrate the cultivation faction's array elements into their magic treasures and refine them again, the final result would often be able to break through the limits of the technological faction. This had long become a consensus. Therefore, although Master Su's cultivation was not strong, due to his special identity, his status in the Heavenly Dust Kingdom was still very high. At this moment, Heavenly River Stars, Heavenly River Stars, Heavenly River Stars, Heavenly River Star by Zhengjun was entertaining Grandmaster Su and General Li at a banquet in the Heavenly River Stars official residence, accompanied by a group of Heavenly River Stars higher-ups, including Zhao Long. By Zhengjun took advantage of this opportunity to spill the beans about Bai Shirley's death and Yi Xian under the pretext of describing the formation of the black hole. Zhao Long frowned, but there was nothing he could do. Although he was an expert in the black hole realm, he could not put on airs in front of Master Su. What? How could there be such a murderer? Nephew Bai was tailing a starry sky devourer and found a large amount of star core origins on that black star. However, in the end, this guy called Yi Xian not only took away all the star core origins, but also planned to capture the starry sky devourer alive. He even plotted against Nephew Bai by bombarding the space with a star cannon, which caused the black hole to appear. After listening to Bai Zhengjuan's exaggerated and willful explanation, Master Su flew into a rage. How can such a murderer be allowed to get away with it? Sigh, there's no other way. That kid has a super top-grade battleship, and this time he entered the Heavenly River Star in disguise. He exchanged a large amount of level 7, level 8, and even level 9 star core origins for a large amount of resources from the Heavenly River Stars auction. By the time I realized what was going on and wanted to chase after him, he had already escaped to the outskirts of the Heavenly River Star. Bai Zhengjun sighed faintly and continued. Master Su, although my son is innocent in this matter, it was still caused by him. Now, I have issued an arrest warrant, and I believe that this person will be arrested soon. Now, I only hope that Master Su can uphold justice and put in a good word for me in front of the Emperor when you go back. If the Emperor does not listen to other greedy words, I will be very grateful. Of course, this time, in order to deal with this black hole, it has also caused the capital to lose a lot of money and manpower. No matter how you look at it, my Bai family has to bear a part of the responsibility. So, after capturing that guy called Yi Xian alive, all of the gains, including a large amount of level 8 and level 9 star cores, will be handed over to Master Su. Master Su will bring them back to the capital, and it can be considered that my Bai family has atoned for my son's mistake. Ha ha ha. Bai Xingzhang, don't worry. Leave this to me. I can still say a few words in front of the emperor. Master Su was very happy to hear this. Although Bai Zhengjuan's words were vague, he knew in his heart that when the time came, at least half of the level 8 and level 9 star core origins would be given to him. At the thought of this, even he could not help but feel a rush of excitement. Even he did not have level 8 or level 9 star core origins. Thinking of this, Master Su exchanged a few pleasantries. Then, he took the opportunity to express his opinion. Bai Xingzhang, the matter of apprehending that murderer Yi Xian should not be delayed. In order to motivate the experts in the Jianghu star region, I will express my opinion today. Bai Xingzhang, you can spread the news later. As long as you can capture that Yi Xian alive, I, Su, promise to refine it twice, including the teleportation formation. What I am most proficient in is the spatial array Dao. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been invited by the Heavenly Dust Emperor to deal with this black hole incident. With the arrival of Master Su, Bai Zhengjun had successfully resolved his crisis. All this made Zhao Long very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. He could only sigh inwardly that the older the ginger, the wiser. He had never thought that Bai Zhengjun would be able to seize this opportunity. With Master Su's promise to refine 2 star cores for him, the news was widely spread by Bai Zhengjun. The entire Tianhe star and its surrounding star domains were in an uproar in an instant. Previously, whether it was the Bai family in private or the official bounty issued by Bai Zhengjun on behalf of the Heavenly River Star, the reward was only star coins, which was not enough to tempt all masters. However, this time, an artifact refining and array master had promised to help twice, so almost no one could resist the temptation. Before realizing that Yi Xian was also a weapon forging master and that his ability surpassed Master Su's, even Shenyuan Ziying, who came from the Heavenly Nether Imperial capital, had to ask Master Su for help when she stayed in this star field. From this, it could be seen how prestigious and reputable he was. In an instant, a large number of experts poured into the depths of the graveyard star region, forming a large net that enveloped Yi Xian. Chapter 2640. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Scouts of the Heavenly Legacy clan. So far, they had discovered 3 universes. The first universe, the second universe, and the third universe. The third universe was occupied by the human race, and the second universe was filled with various races that were also members of the Wanluo Federation. Only the first universe was occupied by the Heavenly Legacy clan. The Heavenly Legacy clan was actually made up of robots. Their leader was DE, but they called themselves the Heavenly Legacy clan. In addition, there were also such robots in the third universe, but they had nothing to do with the Heavenly Legacy clan. They were called the Mechanical clan, and their leader was D-Air, who was the imperial advisor of the Immortal Dynasty. There were 2 natural wormholes in the depths of the domain of the buried falling that connected the first universe and the second universe. From these 2 natural wormholes, there would often be guests from other realms crossing over, including the myriad races that had formed an alliance with the human race to form the Myriad Sift Federation. There were also members of the Tion's legacy race from the first universe, as well as experts from other slave races affiliated with the Tion's legacy race. Of course, very few Heavenly Legacy clan members had come to the domain of the buried falling, but there were quite a few experts of the other slave races that had been affiliated with the Heavenly Legacy clan. After all, even the Heavenly Legacy clan needed star core origins. Experts of the Wanluo Federation were fighting the Heavenly Legacy clan members from the first universe or the slave races that had been affiliated with the Heavenly Legacy clan in the depths of the domain of the buried falling at every moment. Once they killed the enemy, they would be rewarded with Federation contribution points. If they could seize some special resources from the enemy, they would also be rewarded with different amounts of Federation contribution points according to their value. Right now, Yi Xian, who was close to the edge of the core area of the domain of the buried falling, had encountered such an opportunity. Ding! Demons discovered. Do you want to kill them? Just as Yi Xian had finished his cultivation and given up on the 9 heaven stars incantation to cultivate to the 7th level of the star core realm with the insightful void realm and opened his eyes, the notification of the devouring system suddenly rang in his mind. Along the way, the notifications from the devouring system had been ringing from time to time. Most of them were notifications about the discovery of star core origins. However, since they were of average grades and there weren't many of them, Yi Xian wasn't even interested in stopping to mine them. This was the first time he had been reminded that he had found prey and asked if he had killed it. As such, Yi Xian's curiosity was piqued and he subconsciously made a detailed inquiry. Very quickly, he obtained all sorts of information regarding the demons from the devouring system, demonic tribe. Originating from the first universe, they are a vassal and slave race of the Tianji tribe, the public enemy of the myriad Luo Federation. They are also known as the scouts of the Tianji tribe. All members of this race look no different from humans in terms of appearance. The only difference is that they have a demon core in their minds. This demon core was the cultivation source of the demon tribe. All demon tribe members are proficient in illusions and possess powerful psychic power. Therefore, even if an ordinary expert were to scan them with their divine sense, they wouldn't be able to discover their true identity. They would have to use the superbrain of the administrative planet to scan their soul fluctuations in order to successfully identify them. A large number of demon tribe members are active in the depths of the graveyard domain. It is impossible to tell them apart from the humans of the third universe. Because of this, they are often sent by the Tianji tribe as scouts to spy on the myriad Luo Federation in this domain. Killing an ordinary demon tribe member will earn 1,000 Federation contribution points. Small leaders will earn 10,000, big leaders will earn 100,000, and demon tribe commanders will earn 1 million. Note: the demon tribe has 10 major tribes. Each tribe has 1 million members and 1 commander. Above the 10 commanders is the demon tribe emperor. If you can kill him, you will earn 10 million Federation contribution points. Yi Xian's breathing immediately quickened. He didn't want to kill the demon tribe commanders and demon tribe emperors, which were worth 1 million and 10 million Federation contribution points. Existences at that level couldn't have come to the graveyard domain from the first universe. However, killing an ordinary demon tribe member would earn him 1,000 Federation contribution points. This made him very excited. Exchanging a tube of level 9 cultivation fluid from the myriad Luo Federation required 10 million Federation contribution points. In other words, he only needed to kill 10,000 ordinary demon tribe members. Now that he had encountered the first demon tribe member, would he be far from the 10,000th? This wasn't because Yi Xian was overconfident. It was because he had realized his advantage. And that advantage was the devouring system. Yi Xian had already realized this advantage when the notification of the devouring system had sounded. The contribution points of the myriad Luo Federation were not so easy to earn. Killing the experts of the other slave races of the Heaven's Legacy race, and if they were all ordinary clansmen, the highest reward would be 100 contribution points. Some would only be a few points, or even a few dozen points. The reason why killing an ordinary demon tribe member could earn him 1,000 Federation contribution points was because it was very difficult to distinguish between demon tribe members and demon tribe members. Unless one used the superbrain of an administrative planet to scan for demon tribe members' soul power fluctuations, even the myriad Luo Federation powerhouses wouldn't be able to find any clues with their divine sense. This was understandable. Demon tribe members had demon cores in their heads, so they generally had powerful spiritual power. However, where could one find the superbrain of an administrative planet in the depths of the graveyard domain? This directly led to situations where humans and demon tribe members would often travel in groups in this region. You wouldn't even know that the other party was a demon tribe member, so a lot of information about the myriad Luo Federation was unknowingly leaked out. There had been several major leaks in history, causing the human race and even the myriad Luo Federation to suffer heavy losses. However, this problem couldn't be solved. They couldn't order the Federation powerhouses to form groups in the depths of the graveyard domain and force them to fight alone to prevent information from being leaked, could they? If they really did that, it would be too harsh. Besides, it wasn't certain if the intergalactic mercenaries and Federation powerhouses would comply. It was because of this that the Federation contribution points awarded for killing demon tribe members were so terrifyingly high. Even so, very few demon tribe members were successfully killed every year. This was because the only way to determine whether a demon tribe member was a demon tribe member in the depths of the graveyard domain was to kill them and dig out their brains to see if there was a demon core inside. If there was, then contribution points would be awarded. Every Federation powerhouse or intergalactic mercenary had a virtual mercenary card that was tied to their identity, and it had the ability to identify and record the changes in contribution points. For others, it was easy to kill a demon tribe member, but there was no way to determine the demon tribe member's identity. They couldn't just kill a demon tribe member on sight, could they? If that were the case, then the human race would have been in chaos a long time ago. However, Yi Xian was different. He hadn't even seen where the demon tribe member was, but the devouring system had already given him a clear notification. This was practically cheating. If he couldn't successfully accumulate 10 million Federation contribution points in the depths of the graveyard domain, then he would be too weak. Chapter 2641. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Probe figure appeared in the void of the Milky Way ahead. It was a woman. She looked no different from a human. She even looked sweet and gave people a sense of intimacy. Seeing this, even though Xian had received the exact notification from the devouring system, he was still a little shaken. With a doubtful expression, he checked with the devouring system again. The result was the same. His opponent was indeed a demon, but her cultivation was not very strong. She was only at the 5th rank core realm. However, since he couldn't confirm whether she was a demonkin or a 5th level star core realm cultivator, this woman could basically guarantee his safety in the domain of the buried falling star. Her sweet and friendly appearance was the best protection he could get. For the first time, Xian had a clear understanding of the concept of a demon. At this moment, this demon cultivator woman was excavating the source of the star core on a planet that wasn't very big. Moreover, the location she chose was rather secretive. If it wasn't for the fact that Xian possessed the devouring system and was able to sense it indiscriminately within a certain distance, he probably wouldn't have been able to discover the other party just by flying past. Subconsciously, Xian checked the star that the other party was excavating and discovered that there was no star core source within the star core. Thus, with a thought, he came out of the purple hidden shuttle and put away the battleship. After that, he concealed his cultivation to the level of a star core level 5 and soared towards the star below. There was one thing to be clear here. Normally, unless one's cultivation base was a whole realm higher than the opponent's, it was basically impossible to conceal one's cultivation base perfectly. This was why Zhao Long could see through the purplish warbler's cultivation base at a glance. Although the latter had concealed her cultivation base, they were in the same realm, so they could see through each other's cultivation base at a glance. However, Xian was different. He had just discovered this difference not long ago. Not to mention those in the same realm, even those who were much stronger than him would not be able to see through his concealment of his cultivation base. Everything was because of Dong Su. Even if this secret art only contained fragments of the first 8 realms, the devouring system had already identified it as a starry sky grade supreme treasure. As such, its original grade could only be imagined. Due to the fact that Xian had changed his cultivation to Cosmic Void Realm, he had concealed his actual cultivation base at level 5. Even a black hole realm elite would not be able to see through his disguise. Xian pretended not to notice the other party and also began to excavate the planet. However, the location he chose was not far away, and the commotion he created was large enough to alarm the other party. The reason why Xian did this was to be safe. He wanted to test the other party before making a move. Otherwise, if the other party wasn't a devil cultivator and such a cute and friendly human fellow died in his hands, Xian would feel a bit sad in his heart. He was afraid that it would affect his Dao heart to a certain extent. If the other party still attacked him after the test, then even if she was not a demon, Xian would not have any qualms about killing her. The Dao heart was very important on the path of cultivation. Those who only pursued benefits and had no bottom line in their hearts might improve rapidly. But at the same time, after reaching a certain realm, the chances of encountering inner demons would also increase greatly. Xian had experienced this before, so he always had his own principles. He was not being pretentious, but there really was karma in the unseen world, so he had to pay attention to it. Fellow Taoist, you seem to have crossed the line. I have been excavating for a long time. Don't you think it is a little inappropriate for you to suddenly interfere? Just as Xian was about to activate the Sword of Meteorite Essence to excavate the planet, an obviously displeased voice sounded in the air behind him. He immediately stopped and pretended to look in the direction of the voice. Then he smiled and said somewhat awkwardly, "So there is already someone excavating this planet. I just didn't notice before. My apologies." However, changing the topic, Xian pointed at the deep tunnel that he had excavated. "However, I obtained a top-grade offensive magical treasure half a year ago. I can excavate faster than you can. Just in case, why don't we work together? When the time comes, we will divide the large amount of star core origin equally. What do you think?" "What do you mean?" The other party's eyebrows twitched, but she forced herself to remain calm. Clearly, she was shocked by Xian's words about the large amount of star core origin. "Alright, then I will be frank. Actually, I have the bloodline of the Star Devourer beast. Back then, I accidentally hunted a young beast so. At this point, Xian saw the light in the other party's eyes. He knew that she had understood, so he did not continue. Instead, he changed the topic and said, under this planet, there are nearly 3 cubic meters of level 7 purple crystals. There are also 3 level 8 black crystals the size of a fist. We will split the level 7 crystals in half, and I will take 2 of the level 8 crystals. What do you think? If we work together, we can get it as soon as possible. This is also the reason why I didn't move just now. Otherwise, once other powerhouses come, with my 5th level Star Core Realm Cultivation base, I am afraid. In fact, you are the same. We are almost the same. We don't have to worry about who will take the things after we get it. Instead of attracting other powerhouses, why don't we each take our share and make a fortune silently? All of this was reasonable. The female demon was obviously tempted. After pondering for a while, she nodded and agreed. Well, my magical treasure can excavate faster. I will be the main force in the front, and you will be the back. You only need to use your magical treasure to assist. At the same time, keep an eye on the situation outside. If other people pass by, remember to remind me to stop at the first moment. I don't want to attract too much attention. After he finished speaking, Xian swallowed his saliva and revealed an impatient expression. He immediately raised the Star Essence sword and began to dig with a rumbling sound. As for the Devil Cultivator woman, she also pretended to activate her magic treasure outside to help, but her eyes flashed with a bright light from time to time. It was obvious that her state of mind was unstable. It was not that she didn't think of capturing Xian alive. This was a living Star Core origin detector. But considering that the strength of both sides was about the same, and the sword in the opponent's hand was of the highest quality, she obviously didn't have the ability to do so. And it was too late to go back and call for help. The opponent would definitely be suspicious. After thinking about it, she finally decided to kill. No matter what, she had to get the 3 cubic meters of level 7 purple crystals and 3 level 8 black crystals first. With these, it would be a great achievement when she returned. Thinking of this, the female demon took advantage of Xian's inattention. The magical treasure that was originally excavating on the right side of Xian's body suddenly changed direction, and directly blasted toward the back of Xian's head. AI, really courting death. Chapter 2642. Harvest without restraint. Boom. Swish. As Xian completely released his previously concealed cultivation, a majestic pressure instantly enveloped the Devil Cultivator woman. Before it even reached her body, it had already caused her body to tremble uncontrollably, and her beautiful face turned pale. At the same time, the Star Essence sword that Xian had been using to rapidly dig in front of him suddenly spun around, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the Devil Cultivator woman. The blade was cold and emitted a bone-piercing chill. The Devil Cultivator woman sensed the aura of death and screamed in shock. What? Level 7 Star Core stage? You're a late-stage expert? This is impossible. You found out too late. Xian sneered, and as he chanted, he formed a hand seal, and the Star Essence sword that was whistling through the air instantly slashed down. A soft muffled sound rang out, and the Devil Dweller woman was beheaded on the spot. Her head flew into the sky, but her beautiful eyes that were filled with shock were still wide open, as if she was endlessly unwilling to accept everything that had happened before her eyes. At the same time, hot blood surged out from the neck of her headless body. Xian frowned, and with a wave of his sleeve, he wrapped her up and brought her to the ground far away from the planet. Then, he walked towards the head of the Devil Cultivator woman that had rolled to the side. The Devil Cultivator clan and humans looked exactly the same. The only difference was that the former had a demon core in their heads. This demon core was equivalent to the sea of consciousness of a human expert. Not only was it the foundation of cultivation, it also had a certain effect on the amplitude of mental strength. The Devil Cultivator rankers had powerful mental strength, and even if human cultivators used their divine sense to scan their bodies, they would not be able to find any abnormalities. It was precisely because the demon core in their minds had vibrated their mental strength that they were able to block the detection and scanning of external divine sense. At this moment, Xian held the Star Essence sword in his hand, and stood in front of the head of the Devil Cultivator woman who had died with her eyes wide open. For a moment, he actually felt a trace of hesitation. If this woman did not have the rumored monster core in her head, then this matter would be really awkward. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Xian waved his right hand, and the star essence sword in his hand instantly slashed out a black blade, quietly cutting open the head of the devil cultivator woman. Of course, Xian had considered the possibility of the demon's monster core in this skull, so he had been careful with his actions. He had used a lot of skill, so he didn't split the demon's head and the demon's monster core in one strike. With a muffled sound, the female demon's head split into two halves. In the middle of the red and white halves, there was a black prism the size of a peach pit that entered Xian's line of sight. As expected, after secretly heaving a sigh of relief, Xian waved his hand, and an invisible force swept out, wrapping around the black prism crystal in the skull. With a slight shake, the stains and blood were washed away, and when it landed on Xian's palm, it was already incomparably clean. Although this object was only the size of a peach pit, it felt quite heavy in his palm. It could be seen that its density was not low. Xian examined it a few times, but couldn't find any clues, so he subconsciously wrapped it with his divine sense. In the next moment, the devouring system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have obtained 1,000 contribution points from the Myriad Luo Federation. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have obtained the Devil Cultivator's brain. Do you wish to accept it? The two system prompts that suddenly sounded in his mind caused Xian to be stunned. He was not surprised by the 1,000 contribution points from the Federation, but how could he accept the Devil Cultivator's brain? With doubts, Xian immediately looked through the detailed introduction of the Devil Cultivator in the information data of the devouring system, and soon came to a realization. The Devil Cultivator's brain could indeed be absorbed, but other experts were obviously powerless because this object was the source of the Devil Cultivator's spiritual force. The Devil Cultivator did not cultivate his divine sense, but his spiritual force was very strong. From the birth crystal, there was a small crystal in his brain. After that, as the Devil Cultivator grew step by step, he cultivated his spiritual force and continuously refined the Devil Core in his brain. When he reached adulthood, this Devil Core was equivalent to his sea of consciousness, containing incomparably pure spiritual force. However, because its density was too high, and its structure was tight, it had the most complex genetic chain so it could not be used by others. However, Xian's devouring system could easily decompose this object, and then extract the spiritual force contained in the Devil Core. After returning it to its source, it could be used to refine one's divine sense and expand one's sea of consciousness. It was the most ideal. After understanding this situation, Xian was immediately overjoyed. Cultivation methods that could refine one's divine sense and expand one's sea of consciousness were extremely rare. Even Xian had only heard of them and had never come into contact with them. If he could obtain a large amount of pure spiritual force through the Devil Core in the brain of these Devil Cultivators, he could refine his divine sense and expand his sea of consciousness. This was absolutely tantamount to a good fortune for any cultivator. I didn't expect the Devil Core in the brain of the Devil Cultivator to have such a wonderful use. It seems that not only can I obtain a large amount of Federation contribution points by hunting the Devil Cultivator, but I can also obtain the Devil Core and give it to the devouring system to extract the spiritual force contained in it. It's killing two birds with one stone. It couldn't be better. Muttering to himself, Xian immediately ordered the devouring system to devour the Devil Core. Soon, the Devil Core in his palm suddenly disappeared and was collected by the devouring system. It was just that this object was too dense, and it contained the most complex gene chain of the Devil Cultivator clan. Even with the terrifying ability of the devouring system, it was not possible to completely extract the spiritual force in it in a short time. However, Xian was not in a hurry. He immediately jumped out of the hole he dug. After reaching the ground, he searched the Devil Cultivator woman's body. After confirming that there was no other valuable thing, he waved his hand to summon the purple hidden shuttle. His figure had already stepped into the inner cabin of the battleship in a flash, and he soared into the sky. In the following time, Xian almost didn't even have time to cultivate. He almost drove the purple hidden shuttle day and night to wander around the edge of the core area of the graveyard domain, looking for the Devil Cultivator. Every time the devouring system's prompt sounded in his mind, Xian would follow the system's guidance and quickly approach, waiting for an opportunity to kill. Unknowingly, a full 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. After nearly 100 days and nights, Xian's harvest could be said to be gratifying. The number of Devil Cultivators that he successfully hunted reached nearly 100 in a short period of time. Almost every day, there was a harvest. In addition to nearly 100 devil cores, Xian also obtained nearly 100,000 Federation contribution points. Although he was still far away from the goal of 10 million points, at least he had taken a solid first step. Even for a powerful black hole realm cultivator, this kind of harvest was absolutely unimaginable. They couldn't be sure if their target was a devil cultivator or not. As for Xian, with the help of the devouring system, he could be said to be invincible in hunting the devil cultivator. Chapter 2643. Casting the net and bait in Naibwa Mountain over the past 3 months, Xian had indeed encountered a large number of demon-kin. On the surface, they looked no different from humans, but the targets he had chosen were all lone wolves. Sometimes he would come across groups of demon-kin. Out of caution, Xian would not act rashly even if he was tempted. Stability was the most important thing. Making a fortune in silence was the way of the king. Unfortunately, after 3 months of continuous hunting, the demon-kin tribes lingering in this star field seemed to have become vigilant. At present, Xian had been roaming the hidden purple shuttle for 4 or 5 days in a row in the star field, but he had not come across a single demon-kin. At the very least, they were in groups of 3 or 5. Under such circumstances, with Xian's current cultivation and strength, he could not act at all. Otherwise, his whereabouts would be exposed. Obviously, the disappearance of hundreds of his clansmen had attracted the attention of some demon-kin leader or commander in this area. Because of this, Xian's hunting had become stagnant. At the same time, while Xian was gloomily controlling the hidden purple shuttle to wander aimlessly around the periphery of the core of the graveyard starfield, somewhere in the depths of this starfield, a battle star nearly 10,000 meters in diameter was quietly sailing through the vast star field. The battle star was shaped like a beehive, and its 10,000 meters in diameter made it look like a meteor. Although it was dim and lightless, it imperceptibly exuded an aura of desolation. This was the headquarters of the demon-kin race in this star field. The battle star was a weapon of mass destruction that represented the highest level of human technology. In fact, it was not a monopoly of the human race in the third universe. There were also such things in the enemy camp of the human race. After all, the entire Tianji race was originally made up of intelligent robots with self-awareness. To a certain extent, the technological power they controlled was even more advanced than that of the human race. Because of this, warships and battle stars were extremely common in the first universe. As the frontline scouts of the Heaven's Legacy race and the Myriad Net Federation, it was very normal for the demon race to possess something like a space fortress. After all, they would have to enter wormholes to travel from the first universe to the third universe, which was occupied by the humans, other than the lengthy interstellar travel. Without a bastion, there was no way to jump through a wormhole. Of course, since this was the third universe occupied by the human race, the appearance of the bastion that the Tianji race gave to the demon race's scouts must have been specially designed. It was exactly the same as the ordinary bastions that were commonly seen in the human race's technological base. But in reality, this bastion wasn't just a base camp for the demon-kin scouts, it was a mobile prison. Within the bastion's interior was a section of catacombs designed to imprison the strongest of the human race, or those from other races of the Federation. Whenever they set their eyes on something valuable in the domain of the graveyard, they would capture it alive and throw it into the 10,000 nets in their bastions. These experts of the human race all had special abilities in a certain field, or were the cream of the crop. The Tianji race's purpose in capturing these elites was the same as the Myriad Net Federation's call for all the experts of the Federation to hunt down their enemies and obtain important resources. A bastion that could rise to a height of 10,000 meters was at the galaxy level. Even the Sky River Star didn't have one. However, in the boundless domain of the graveyard, the demon race had a total of 10 such bastions. Every bastion had 10,000 ordinary demons in it. Of course, there was a difference in strength between them. The one in charge of these 10,000 ordinary devil dwellers was a small leader of the devil dwellers. 10 planetary bastions, 10 squad leaders, and 100,000 demon experts. This was the vanguard of the Tianji race's scouts in the domain of the graveyard. Of course, apart from the small heads, there were also big heads. A big head was in charge of 10 small heads and 100,000 demon experts under their command. As for the commanders, they had 10 squad leaders and 1,000,000 demon experts under their command. They formed a tribe. 10 tribes and 10 commanders made up the entire demon race, which had a population of more than 10 million. However, among all the powerful demon experts who had been stationed in the domain of the buried fall all year round, there was only one who was the most powerful and had the highest status. All of the minor leaders who controlled the 10-star forts were under his command. This squad leader was the highest commander of the Tianji race's scouts in the third universe. His name was Ba Chai, and he was a late black hole realm expert. Among the 10 bastions of the demon race, the one Ba Chai personally commanded was the headquarters of the demon race's scouts. However, that bastion, which was similar to a flagship, had always been hidden in the deepest part of the domain of the graveyard and wouldn't leave easily. As for the space fortress that was slowly approaching from the distance, the leader of the Devil Cultivator was called Mount Naibua. The nearly 100 Devil Cultivator experts that Yi Xian had killed were all his subordinates. The entire bastion had only about 10,000 demon experts, and over 100 had gone missing in such a short time. This ratio had never happened before. If Naibua Shan couldn't find out the truth, he wouldn't be able to answer to Ba Chai and would definitely be punished. Because of this, he had decided to come to this star field in person and do his best to find out the truth. The bastion was like a nest, divided into many levels. The lowest level was the Cataclysm, and the highest level was Mount Naibua's private territory. At this moment, Naibua Shan was sitting gloomily on a luxurious ferocious beast leather sofa in the inner cabin of the bastion's top floor, surrounded by demon guards. Not far away from him, there were a few cautious Devil Cultivator rankers standing respectfully with their hands clasped behind their backs. These guys had just finished reporting the general situation of the missing Devil Cultivator scouts, and their hearts were currently filled with apprehension. Specifically targeting our clansmen who are alone? If that's the case, the guy hiding in the dark shouldn't be too strong. Humph, I'd like to see who dares to treat my demon race as prey. A cold light flashed in Naibua Shan's eyes as he let out a long sigh, as if he wanted to vent all the suffocation and annoyance in his chest. After a long time, he turned his head and glanced at several of his trusted subordinates beside him, and ordered, "Set the bait. All clansmen, those who can be mobilized, take action and set an inescapable net in this star field. No matter what, we must find that demon hunter. Remember, we must catch him alive." Chapter 2644. Demon Dwellers Trapped for an entire month. Yi Xian had yet to encounter a single demon dweller. During this period of time, the demon dwellers he had encountered had at least 3 to 5 people. Although ordinary demon dwellers were generally in the Star Core realm, when there were too many of them, Yi Xian did not dare to rashly make a move in a situation where he could not guarantee that he would be able to kill all of them. He had been waiting for the right time the entire time. The Devil Cultivator was obviously on guard, but as time passed, their tensed minds would slowly relax. At that time, it would be the time for Yi Xian to attack again and hunt. Unknowingly, another 3 months had passed. For a cultivator, a few months really passed in the blink of an eye. Many times, a single closed-door cultivation session would take several years or even longer. A few months was really nothing. However, in these few months, Yi Xian felt rather tormented. In his boredom, he even urged the purple hidden shuttle to go to a remote part of the star field, mining the star core sources in the center of the stars to pass the time. Until this day, when Yi Xian had basically dug out all the star core sources in a small part of the void, the assassin system's notification finally sounded in his mind. Ding, discovered a demon dweller, location. Star field in front left. A demon dweller? Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. His entire person instantly became excited. For an entire half a year, the assassin system's occasional notifications were basically about small demon dweller groups. For a situation like this, where a demon dweller was discovered alone, Yi Xian even felt that it was somewhat distant and unfamiliar. It had only appeared in the first 3 months. For an entire half a year, they had not killed a single demon dweller. Presumably their vigilance had gradually relaxed. Otherwise, a situation like this where a demon dweller acted alone would basically not have occurred in the past half a year. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian immediately activated the hidden purple shuttle. He silently but quickly chased after the direction indicated by the assassin system. The figure of a demon dweller appeared in the void of the star field in front of him very quickly. Its body looked extremely sturdy. Although it was only its back view, it was basically possible to determine that the demon dweller was in the prime of his life. Its cultivation was not bad, actually the same as Yi Xian, at the 7th level core realm. Although they were experts of the same level, Yi Xian didn't take them to heart at all. In the first 3 months, among the over 100 Devil Cultivator experts he'd killed, there were even a few at the 8th level of the Star Core realm. As for the 7th level core realm, there were more than 10 of them. Ever since Yi Xian stepped onto the path of cultivation, He had grown up killing all the way. Whether it was battle experience or willpower, he was far from an ordinary powerhouse. In addition, with a purple hidden shuttle that could conceal his presence, if he suddenly launched a sneak attack, he was confident that he could kill even a 9th-level core realm demon dweller. At this moment, the demon in front of them seemed to have encountered some kind of situation. He had been burying his head in his journey. Under the full power of his late star core realm cultivation base, his body had almost turned into a shooting star arrow, rapidly flying towards the vast star field in front of him. Unfortunately, no matter how fast it was, it could not be compared to the purple hidden shuttle. Xianxia used less than half a cup of tea's time to get close to the demon dweller. This was the result of him following behind the demon dweller for a long time out of caution. Otherwise, if Xianxia fully urged the purple hidden shuttle, he could have blocked the demon dweller's path in a few breaths' time. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. After confirming that everything was normal around him, Xianxia made a prompt decision and attacked at the first possible moment. His figure shot out of the purple hidden shuttle, and the star essence sword turned into a black light. It was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it had already slashed towards the back of the demon cultivator's neck. Wang! It was also at this moment that a buzzing sound suddenly appeared, and the surrounding space of the galaxy suddenly trembled violently. Caught off guard, Xianxia only felt his divine sense shake, and he instantly felt dizzy. This scene was similar to the feeling he had when he had rushed out of the Black Star after killing by Shirley. The 10 standard warships of the Planetary Federation under the latter's command had activated their space oscillators at the same time, disturbing the space around them. Rumble! Before he could react in time, in the originally empty space in front of him, a thunderous rumble suddenly came from the void of the galaxy. A beehive-shaped battleship as huge as a meteor with a diameter of 10,000 meters suddenly descended. This was clearly a space fortress, and it was even a Star River level one. It was more than 5,000 meters in diameter. Xianxia's expression changed drastically, and his entire heart sank to the bottom. In his line of sight, the demon cultivator in front of him, who was rushing forward, turned into a ray of light the moment the star essence sword was about to cut off his head. He was instantly taken away by a black beam of light from the space fortress that suddenly appeared. Bait. Trap. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xianxia's heart beat wildly. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and waved, wanting to take out the purple hidden shuttle and escape immediately. Since you're here, don't leave. The human race is really full of talents. I didn't expect there to be someone who can accurately distinguish the difference between us demons and humans. I'm really curious how you did it. With a sneer, the figure of Naboshan appeared in the space of the galaxy to his right. He seemed to be calm when he took a step, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Xianxia. His expression was fierce and ferocious. He didn't even bother to take out his magic weapon. He raised his hand and his right palm turned into a giant peak. With a rumbling sound of thunder, it covered Xianxia's head. Black hole state? Xianxia exclaimed softly. His eyes were gloomy to the extreme, but the movements of his hands did not stop at all. He had already taken out the purple hidden shuttle. His figure flashed into it, and he turned around to escape with all his strength. Unfortunately, because the Star River-class space fortress in the distance had already activated the space oscillator in advance, a large area around it was shrouded. The concealment array engraved on the purple hidden shuttle was completely ineffective, revealing its trace. Even its speed was greatly affected. At this moment, it was like a small boat in the raging waves. It was bobbing up and down. Before breaking through this turbulent space of the galaxy, it couldn't enter a normal sailing state. The space oscillator was also activated, but the combined effect of the 10 planetary-level battleships was far inferior to this Star River-class space fortress. They were not on the same level at all. A little star core state ant. So what if you have a super-quality small battleship? Facing the space-sealing power of the Star River-class space fortress, you can't escape today. Chapter 2645. That battleship looks familiar. Young miss, that purple battleship in front of us looks very familiar. Could that be the guy we're looking for? Inside the Xianyuan Ark, Lulua, who was in charge of operating the ship, suddenly spoke up. Her voice was filled with confusion. Strange, where did this guy come from? Someone actually used a Star River-class bastion to kill him. This isn't just using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, it's... Before she could finish, the purplish warbler, who had been cultivating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her gaze swept across the Xianyuan arc screen and her expression changed drastically. The scene on the big screen was extremely dangerous. The entire galaxy in front of them was showing a very strange high-frequency vibration. Even the starry sky screen of the Xianyuan boat seemed to be shaking, and the picture was very unstable. The other party had obviously activated a large space oscillator, otherwise it wouldn't be able to cover such a vast area of space. Since they were willing to pay such a huge price, the owner of that Star River Bastion was determined to get Yi Xian. Realizing this, even the purplish warbler was a little speechless. Her first thought was the same as Lulua's. Who did this guy offend? The purplish warbler was no stranger to space bastions. As a direct descendant of the Xianyuan family, one of the three great families of the heavenly underworld empire, the purplish warbler could enter and leave their Star River bastions at will. But it was also because of this that she understood the terror of a Star River-class Star River bastion better than the average powerhouse. Her Xianyuan arc couldn't withstand a single blast from that Star River bastion's main cannon. A Star River bastion's main cannon was far superior to the star cannons installed on Star River battleships. It was known as the ultimate weapon of destruction. A single blast from it could reduce a small planet to nothing. Young miss, you're not thinking of saving him, are you? Seeing the purplish warbler's uncertain expression, Lulua curled her lips and said, "That's a Star River-class Star River bastion we're talking about. Not to mention we don't have the ability. Even if we did, I'm afraid it's too late." Boom! A burst of surging chi suddenly exploded in the void in front of them. It was obvious that the sound could not be transmitted from the endless distance, but through the monitoring screen of the Xianyuan boat in front of them, the surging and frenzied scene in their line of sight clearly gave them the illusion that they had heard a monstrous explosion. On the screen, the gray-robed middle-aged man had blocked Yi Xian's path in a flash. With just one blow, the mountainous palm formed by his supernatural power had slapped the purple battleship out of the void like a small boat in a stormy sea. The battleship was completely out of control. It spun around and headed toward the void where the space fortress was located further away. An unparalleled expert in the black hole realm could even destroy a small meteor that was speeding through space with a single punch. Right now, it was only a small private battleship that was sent flying. Naturally, it would not be a problem for them. Swish! A black light beam shot out from below the space fortress and completely enveloped the purple battleship that was spinning toward it. Then, as the black light beam suddenly shrank, the purple battleship disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that the black light beam had absorbed the purple battleship into the space fortress. Seeing this scene, the purplish warbler's heart skipped a beat and her expression changed again. Unfortunately, before she could do anything, the black hole realm expert in the void in front of her had already shot into the space fortress in a flash and entered it. One! A buzzing sound suddenly sounded, and the void around the space fortress seemed to become blurry. In less than 3 seconds, the huge space fortress had completely disappeared without a trace. This kind of space jump technology was impossible for ordinary battleships. Only this kind of beehive-type space fortress, due to its extremely stable structure, could barely resist the tearing force of space jump. Once the space fortress disappeared after a space jump, it was basically impossible to find it in a short period of time. The purplish warbler was naturally aware of this. Therefore, when she realized that Yi Xian had been taken away by the other party from the empty monitoring screen of the Xianyuan arc, a strong sense of loss immediately surged in her heart. She sighed faintly. What a pity, fellow Yi is also extraordinary, but his luck is really too bad. He actually provoked such an existence, sigh. Miss, what should we do now? Should we return to the capital of the Tianqian country, the Tianqian Star? Master Su can't stay there for too long. In my opinion. On the side, Lulua took over the conversation and asked, in my opinion, we should hurry back immediately. Let's go back to the Tianhe Star first and use the small man-made wormhole there to get back as quickly as possible. If Master Su leaves, we'll miss him. Hearing this, the purplish warbler, who was obviously in a bad mood, nodded and decided on this matter. Soon, under the control of Lulua, the Xianyuan arc turned into a pale golden light and streaked across the void, speeding towards the Tianhe Star at the edge of the graveyard starfield. Yi Xian knew that the black hole realm was very powerful, but he never thought that it could be to this extent. This guy, who was suspected to be the leader of the demons, actually slapped his purple hidden shuttle back, causing it to spin uncontrollably and crash into the bastion in the distance. As the purple hidden shuttle went out of control, Yi Xian's figure also staggered in the inner cabin of the battleship. Then, before he could react, a huge black beam of light suddenly shot out from the bottom of the bastion in front of him and directly enveloped the purple hidden shuttle. It was unknown what kind of mystery this black pillar of light had, but it inexplicably emitted an extremely powerful suction force. Xian even had an illusion, as if the hidden purple shuttle was about to be controlled by this suction force and be passively thrown out of the cabin. Instead of this, Xian simply took the initiative to escape from the purple hidden shuttle and at the same time put it into his immortal world. This was the only safe way. After all, this battleship was a treasure that he had painstakingly merged with 3 times. There was a lot of room for growth and he could not afford to lose it. As the purple hidden shuttle was put away, Xian's figure was directly exposed to the power of the enormous black pillar of light. He was unable to resist at all, and like a leaf in a hurricane, he was directly sucked into the bottom of the space fortress by the terrifying suction force from the black pillar of light. He entered an extremely strange space that was filled with a cold and despairing aura. When the black beam of light disappeared and Xian's dizzy consciousness gradually recovered, he looked around and found that he was in a huge cage more than 100 square meters in size. He was the only one in the cage, but looking through the gaps of the cage, Xian was shocked to find that all around him were similar cages, and almost all of them held a figure. Chapter 2646. Eons of 10,000 nets. Xian didn't know that he was being held captive in the bastion's lowest level, the eons of 10,000 nets. In order to gather information about the human race in the third universe and obtain the most abundant star core origin in the graveyard of meteorite, the Tianji clan had built 10 special Star River-class space fortresses for the demon tribe. The 10 bastions were equipped with cutting-edge technology that surpassed the technology of the human race in the third universe. After all the members of the Heaven's Legacy race had evolved from sentient robots. In terms of technological research and innovation, the robots had an innate advantage over the humans. The black beam of light that had trapped Xian in this bastion was one of the Celestial Legacy clan's most advanced technologies. In addition, the Celestial Legacy clan's geniuses who were proficient in warship construction had even used space-folding technology in these bastions. Although the bastions looked like a giant beehive 10,000 meters in diameter, the space inside was far more than that. Otherwise, there would be no way to accommodate 10,000 demonkin scouts. In fact, the bastion that used the most space-folding technology was the bastion's lowest level, the Eons of 10,000 nets. As the name implied, the Eons of 10,000 nets were prisons used to imprison the elites of the 10,000 Nets Federation. The bastions the Celestial Legacy clan had bestowed upon the demonkin scouts each had eons of 10,000 nets. Every one of these bastions was a prisoner of the 10,000 Nets Federation they'd captured in the domain of the fallen. The entire myriad heaven prison was vast. There were at least tens of thousands of independent cages like the one that Xian was currently imprisoned in. If it wasn't for the spatial folding technology, then these tens of thousands of cages that were like sealed houses wouldn't be able to fit into the space fortress. The space was far from enough. Each of the 10,000 cages was 100 meters in size. They were scattered throughout the eons of 10,000 nets. Some were close to each other, others were farther apart. They were so densely packed that one couldn't see the end of them. Of course, this was also because the bottom cabin of the myriad heaven prison was extremely dark and gloomy. This kind of darkness seemed to be somewhat similar to the aura of the black pillar of light that imprisoned Xian. It emitted a strange feeling. In reality, the entire myriad Luo hell was clearly shrouded in a faint black mist. It was this mist that blocked Xian's vision, preventing him from prying too far. Even extending his spiritual sense had become strenuous, as if he had fallen into a swamp. This was clearly caused by the black fog. Its purpose should be to prevent the experts of the Federation who were imprisoned in the myriad hell from communicating with each other using their consciousness. After clearing his thoughts, Xian immediately started to spin around the cage. He even tried to study the pillars of the cage, but unfortunately, he couldn't move them at all. Not only were they abnormally hard, they seemed to be one with the entire space fortress, making it difficult to destroy. After trying to no avail, Xian temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. Even if he had a chance to escape, now was not the best time. After sitting down cross-legged, Xian tried to extend his spiritual sense. He found that as soon as he left the cage and encountered the faint black fog floating in the space outside, his extended spiritual sense immediately lost its connection. This strange black fog had the terrifying effect of swallowing a cultivator's spiritual sense. It seemed that even if it didn't have any blocking effect on a cultivator's spiritual sense, The average expert wouldn't dare to act rashly. The loss outweighed the gain. Fortunately, although he couldn't extend his spiritual sense and couldn't see too far, Xian could still see the situation within a kilometer radius around him. Although the black fog was strange, it wasn't very dense. Everything within a kilometer radius could still be seen clearly. After counting carefully, Xian found that there were a total of 45 cages distributed around this kilometer radius. In each cage, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed as if they were meditating. They were completely unmoved by Xian's arrival. There were men and women, old and young. Most of them were humans, but there were also experts of the Federation from other races. Their auras were all restrained, so Xian couldn't see their cultivation. They sat there like dead people. Chapter 2647. Condensing a monster core. Although Xian had dabbled in the Tao of formations in the past and had gained quite a bit of experience, after entering the starry sky of the universe, the laws of heaven and earth were completely different. The Tao of formations he had grasped before was no longer suitable, so Xian was unable to start with a damaged teleportation formation engraved on the battleship. His only hope was to find a formation master in the future and ask him to repair it for him. Formation masters were not easy to invite. They were all from the 10 Jiu celestial palaces of the Immortal faction. In the everlasting empire of the Science and Technology faction, any formation master was of high status. Xian originally thought that the repair of the star shifting would take a long time. He didn't expect to meet a formation master when he was casually thrown into a cage by the demon Qin. From the tone of the green-bearded old man's voice, his knowledge of formations was extraordinary. At the very least, it shouldn't be a problem for him to repair Xian's star shifting. Now that he was in a cage, the old man wouldn't lie about such things. There was a 60% chance that he was telling the truth. Thinking of this, Xian couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. There were several types of teleportation arrays. For example, the one engraved on the hull of a battleship could be divided into two types. The first type could be activated to transport both the person and the ship. The other was less satisfactory. Once the teleportation array on the battleship was activated, only the controller of the battleship could be teleported away. As for the battleship itself, it was equivalent to abandoning the battleship. Although Xian didn't know what kind of array was engraved on the hull of the star shifting, he was certain of one thing. That was, as long as he could repair the array engraved on the hull of the star shifting, then he could at least guarantee his escape from this bastion. As important as the hidden purple shuttle was, it couldn't compare to his own safety. Besides, it was entirely up to Xian to decide whether or not to integrate Starshift into the hidden purple shuttle after it was repaired. If the teleportation formation engraved on the ship was the type that could only teleport the ship's controller, then he could directly activate the teleportation formation, abandon SS Shifting Star, and leave on his own. In the future, it was not like he would not have the opportunity to encounter such a small warship with a teleportation array engraved on it. There was still plenty of time. However, even though Xian's plan was good, there was still a crucial prerequisite for him to realize all this. That was, the green-bearded old man in the cage 100 meters away would agree to Xian's request and help him repair the transmission array engraved on the Starshift. Apart from this premise, everything was just empty talk. With this in mind, Xian didn't want to casually mention this matter to the other party. Instead, he fell into deep thought. After carefully calculating for a while, he asked tentatively, "Senior, since you're a Formation Tao Grandmaster, I wonder if you can repair the damaged teleportation array? I have a warship with a teleportation formation engraved on it. However, it is damaged. If it can be repaired, it might be able to teleport us away from this place." "Ha! What a joke!" The green-bearded old man immediately raised his head and laughed. As a top Formation Tao Grandmaster, how could this old man not have some treasures engraved with teleportation formations? If not, it shouldn't be a problem for me to prepare some formation flags and talismans for emergencies, right? However, if you want to leave this myriad hells in this way, this old man advises you to give up as soon as possible. This black prison should have been set up by a Formation Tao genius of the Tianji clan, using the space folding technique. In this environment, the effect of the teleportation formation is greatly reduced. Even if this old man has a few good items, they can only help me get out of this cage. But what's the point? After leaving the small cage, I'm still in the big cage of this myriad hells. Once I'm discovered by the wardens here, I'm afraid it will lead to more unpredictable dangers. The loss outweighs the gain. What's more, the entire myriad hells outside the cage is filled with this strange black fog. It's impossible to extend one's divine sense, and it's difficult to move even an inch after leaving this place. What's the point? As he spoke, the green-bearded old man shook his head and sighed. He waved his hands repeatedly, his face full of despair. Xian immediately fell into deep thought. The situation was more troublesome than he had expected. If he couldn't leave with the teleportation formation and could only be teleported out of the small cage, he would still be in the myriad hells. This was indeed meaningless. It was no wonder that the nearly 10,000 powerhouses imprisoned in the myriad hells were so depressed and desperate. If they couldn't even count on the teleportation formation, what better way could they find to leave this place alive? A great sense of loss surged in Xian's heart, and his mood gradually fell. It was at this moment that the notification of the devouring system rang out in his mind again. Ding! All demon cores have been decomposed. You have obtained a large amount of mind power origin. Do you want to start condensing a mind power source core? Mind power source core? Condense? Xian was caught off guard and was stunned on the spot. Based on the literal meaning of the devouring system's notification, it was clear that it wanted him to use the mental energy origin cores extracted from over 100 demonic people's monster cores to condense a mental energy source core in his sea of consciousness, just like the demonic people's. Wouldn't he be no different from the demon core if he did that? Would he still be considered a pure human? As soon as this thought surfaced in his mind, Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He seemed to be a little too pedantic and rigid on this point. So what if he condensed a mind power source core in his knowledge sea? He was still himself. As long as he guarded his Tao heart, why should he be too conflicted about anything else? The most important thing was that if Xian was able to condense a spirit core in his sea of consciousness, then Xian would most likely be able to be like those devil cultivator jailers that could be faintly seen from time to time, no longer being affected by the strange black fog in the myriad heaven prison. In this way, as long as Xian was able to walk out of the cage, he would definitely have a chance to walk out of the myriad heaven prison. Everything could be said to have taken a turn for the better. The pleasant surprise came so quickly that Xian didn't waste any more time. He immediately ordered the devouring system to condense a mind power source core. Then he sat down cross-legged in the cage, looked inside himself, and entered a state of cultivation. Whoosh! A voice that was like a tide sounded out in Xian's mind. The instant he entered the state, the devouring system released a large amount of mental energy that was extracted from the 100 or so demon cores. It transformed into a torrent that was like a large river that surged and surged within Xian's sea of consciousness. In an instant, it caused his mind to tremble violently and he almost lost his mind. Chapter 2648. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Repairing shifting star. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, a month had passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, the entire myriad cataclysm was peaceful. Apart from the occasional appearance of the demon prison guards in charge of patrolling, no one else had graced this place with their presence. The leader of this space fortress, Naboshan, seemed to have long forgotten about Xian. After throwing him into the myriad cataclysm, he didn't intend to pay any attention to him. In fact, this was normal. The entire myriad cataclysm at the bottom of the space fortress imprisoned nearly 10,000 powerhouses from various races of the Federation. All of them had astonishing talents or were unique in a certain field. Xian was just a small human at the core realm. He was indeed too insignificant to attract the attention of Naboshan. However, it was also because of this that Xian was able to enter a small closed-door cultivation without any interference. After an entire month, he had finally completely absorbed the large amount of spiritual energy released by the devouring system. At this moment, when Xian suddenly opened his eyes, there was an extremely bright light flashing in the depths of his eyes. The powerful spiritual energy made him seem like he had been reborn. His temperament and aura were completely different. During this month, Xian's harvest could be said to be huge. Not only had his consciousness been tempered to become more solid and stable, but even his knowledge sea had expanded a lot. However, this was not the main point. The most important thing was that Xian had successfully condensed a spiritual source core in his knowledge sea that belonged solely to him. Unlike the demon cores in the brains of other demons, the spiritual source core that Xian had condensed was smaller. It was only the size of a soybean. Moreover, its color was not dark black. Instead, it was black with hints of purple. It gave off a more compact and complex feeling of mystery. This difference was actually reasonable. After all, the spiritual source core in Xian's knowledge sea was formed by condensing the brain crystals of more than 100 demon powerhouses. When the quantitative changes accumulated to a certain extent, it would naturally lead to a qualitative change. Stinking brat. You have a big heart. At a time like this, you've just entered a dangerous place, yet you can still immediately calm down and cultivate. This old man was anxious for more than a month before gradually accepting his fate. Before Xian could speak, the green-bearded old man in the cage nearest to him took the initiative to ridicule him. However, as he spoke, he seemed to recall the situation in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Ah, it's a pity. How? It's a pity. As. Of. How calm. Xian's eyes flashed. He took advantage of this opportunity to formally propose the matter of repairing the shifting star formation. As he spoke, he secretly activated the purple-black spiritual source core that had just condensed in his knowledge sea. He extended a wisp of spiritual power out of the cage like a divine sense. As long as the teleportation formation can be repaired, we might still have a chance of survival. Before he finished speaking, Xian's face had already bloomed with a relieved smile. Sure enough, the strange black fog that pervaded the vast space of the myriad hell outside the cage had no effect on the demon's spiritual power at all. In fact, Xian even faintly felt that the wisp of spiritual power that he extended out seemed to be slightly more solid. This gave him an illusion that this strange black fog had some kind of unique nourishing effect on the demon's spiritual power. It was the same principle as human powerhouses absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world through breathing exercises. Brat, stop dreaming. Even if you can walk out of the cage, it's meaningless. Cultivators can't use their divine sense, which is equivalent to ordinary people crippling their limbs. In such a situation, you won't be able to walk out of the myriad hell. The green-bearded old man was extremely disapproving of Xian's words. He unceremoniously poured cold water on him once again. What if I don't fear this strange black fog outside the cage? The corners of Xian's mouth slowly curled into a playful smile. As he spoke, he directly extended his spiritual power and directly entered the cage 100 meters away. It circled around the green-bearded old man's body once before retracting. The entire process was extremely fast, without the slightest delay. Although it was not affected by the strange black fog outside the cage at all, it was as if it was ignored. This. Oh my God, brat, how did you do it? The green-bearded old man's eyes widened and he gasped. Then, as if he suddenly realized something, his expression suddenly changed. No, the power you extended just now was clearly not the divine sense of a human cultivator, but the spiritual power of a demon powerhouse. Could it be that you... Don't tell me you suspect that I'm a demon? Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. I just hunted some demons, collected some of their brain cores, and absorbed their spiritual power for my own use. If not, I wouldn't be locked up here now. You actually have the spiritual power of a demon? Doesn't that mean, as long as you find the opportunity, you can completely disguise yourself as a demon and infiltrate the enemy's camp? The green-bearded old man's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Even his body was slightly trembling with excitement. Then, he changed the topic and actually took the initiative to urge Xian. Then what are you waiting for? Brat, hurry up and use your spiritual power to send that warship over here. This old man will quickly repair the teleportation formation so that you can get out of this cage as soon as possible. Since you are not afraid of the strange black fog outside the cage and can even disguise yourself as a demon and infiltrate the enemy's camp, this is a very good thing. At a time like this, Xian naturally wouldn't be polite. He faintly smiled, and with a flip of his hand, he took out the space box that contained the small battleship from the undying world within his body. He wrapped it with his mental energy and directly sent it out of the cage, handing it over to the green-bearded old man 100 meters away. This old man will definitely return you a warship with a complete formation in 3 days and 10 days if you are slow. Brat, just you wait. Raising his hand to receive the space box, the green-bearded old man's face was flushed with excitement. He confidently patted his chest to prove to Xian, then turned around and returned to the corner of the cage to sit cross-legged. 3 days later, the space box returned to Xian's hands. Before he could check the condition of the warship, the green-bearded old man had already spoken. The teleportation formation engraved on this warship is not bad. The The proportion of damaged parts is not very large. Now that it has been repaired, you can use it without worry.
However, the green-bearded old man suddenly changed the topic and sighed softly.
However, this teleportation formation originally had two shortcomings. Although it does not affect the teleportation, it can't teleport your entire warship away at the same time. It will be quite troublesome to use it in the future. Chapter 2649. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Escape? Insufficient materials?
Yi Xian furrowed his eyebrows and glanced meaningfully at the cage 100 meters away, but he did not expose the old man. The green-bearded elder was clearly worried that Yi Xian would abandon him after he escaped, which was why he did this on purpose. It was a little petty, but it was understandable. Yi Xian immediately extended his mental energy once again, wrapping it around the small spatial box that contained the starshift and returning it to his palm. After pondering for a while, he gave up on the idea of handing the starshift to the system and merging it with the purple invisible shuttle.
Since the teleportation formation engraved on the warship's body was flawed, it could teleport Yi Xian out, but the warship itself could only be trapped in the cage. In that case, he had to be more careful. After all, Yi Xian could barely accept the loss of the starshift, but if the purple invisible shuttle was lost as well, he would really be depressed. Yi Xian extended his hand and opened the small spatial box. A small silver battleship entered his eyes. Yi Xian sent his divine sense into the small box and directly took out the repaired starshift.
However, he immediately put it into his body. The space inside the cage was only about 100 square meters, and while the starshift was only a small warship, it could not fit inside it.
What Yi Xian needed to do now was to refine the starshift so that it could be as big or as small as he wanted. The entire process was very fast. In just a few minutes, the starshift was successfully refined by Yi Xian.
Then, with a wave of his hand, the starshift battleship appeared on the ground of the cage, and its body shrunk to a length of several tens of meters.
Yi Xian didn't delay any longer and directly activated the teleportation formation engraved on the hull of the starshift battleship.
Buzz!
A faint buzzing sound was heard as the densely packed teleportation formation runes engraved on the starshift's body lit up and emitted a faint white light. It immediately attracted the attention of the prisoners in the nearby cages. There were nearly 10,000 cages in the myriad hells, and more than 80% of them were prisoners. It was impossible that all of them did not have a teleportation formation treasure. Before Yi Xian came here, many people had probably tried to do so, but the final result should be the same as what the green-bearded elder said. While the teleportation formation could allow him to escape the cage, he could not leave the myriad hells. Once he was discovered by the patrolling translation formation devils, he would probably suffer some physical pain. Because of this, almost all of the gazes directed at Yi Xian were full of mockery, and it was obvious that they did not think Yi Xian's chances. Some of them even cackled in schadenfreude. This scene annoyed Yi Xian quite a bit. He glanced at the cages coldly, paying special attention to the cages that were cackling, and secretly memorizing their locations. Didn't the green-bearded elder say that he lacked the materials to completely repair the starshift? Sure, no problem. If you lack the materials, I'll help you gather them. With so many Federation powerhouses imprisoned in the myriad hells, Yi Xian did not believe that they could not even gather the materials to repair the starshift's teleportation formation. If it was before, Yi Xian might have been too embarrassed to make a move, but now... You asked for it. With this thought in mind, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth immediately curled into a mysterious smile that caused others to ponder. Then, he stepped into the white light that lit up the hull of the starshift. Swish! The light of teleportation flashed, and the cages were instantly restored to their original state. However, Yi Xian was nowhere to be seen. Only the starshift was docked on the ground of the cages. Almost at the same time, in an area several hundred meters away from Yi Xian's cage, the space that was filled with mysterious black fog suddenly rippled like a ripple on the surface of water. Then, Yi Xian stepped out of the ripple, with a hint of excitement on his face. In any case, at least he had walked out of the cages and made a good start. He was not far away from escaping this defense in space. Yi Xian turned his head and looked around. He quickly discovered that the location he'd teleported to wasn't too far away from his cage, and the green-bearded old man's cage was even closer. It was just over 200 meters away. He immediately walked over and stopped in front of the elder's cage. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for repairing the starshift, elder.
If this Yi has a way to get out of this myriad hells, I will definitely not abandon you. It's rare for you to be so considerate. This old man really didn't misjudge you. The green-bearded elder nodded with a smile. He then looked around and said in a serious tone, "But although you don't fear the mysterious black fog outside the cage, the demon wardens patrolling this myriad hells are not simple. Always be cautious. If you don't have absolute confidence, it's best not to make a move. Remember, you only have one chance. Watch carefully before you make a move." Yi Xian nodded and did not say anything else. He turned around and fled to an area where the cages were relatively sparse. He immediately found a corner and hid there. The demon wardens patrolling this myriad hells were actually ordinary demons. Their cultivation was not high. After all the captives were imprisoned in the cages. Even if there were a few who could leave the cages through the teleportation formation, they could not leave this myriad hells. They did not dare to cause trouble. Otherwise they would only end up dead. Because of this, the entire myriad hells was extremely safe for the demon wardens on patrol. There was no need for them to send experts to guard this place. There were a total of 100 demon-kin wardens patrolling the myriad cataclysm. Their cultivation bases were all around the 5th level of the core realm. There was only one warden commander who was a few levels higher, at the 8th level of the core realm. Compared to Yeshuan, he was only a small level stronger. Yi Xian had always relied on killing to pave the way. Fighting above his level was already a common occurrence for him. As long as he found the opportunity, killing this demon warden commander would be a piece of cake. However, as a commander, it was impossible for him to walk around the myriad hells alone. Even if he occasionally came out to investigate, there would be many wardens following behind him. The only way to kill this person was to first kill one of the demon wardens and disguise himself as the warden. Then, he would wait for an opportunity to provoke and kill the warden. Only in this way would the other devil prison guards not interfere too much when Yi Xian made his move. After all, in the devil world, it was natural for the strong to prey on the weak. It was not uncommon for subordinates to challenge their superiors. Chapter 2650. Hundreds respond to a Kalin Wan Luo prison. The patrol duty of the demon prison guards was very relaxed. They only needed to come out and wander around every day. Even the number of patrol members was not particularly strict. Although a patrol team had 5 people, if anyone wanted to slack off or something like that, they didn't even need to inform them. And now, the patrol team of demon prison guards that was walking towards Yi Xian's hiding place was even smaller. There were only 3 demon prison guards. With Yi Xian's 7th level core realm cultivation, he was completely confident that he could kill them all if they were caught off guard. The sound of footsteps gradually became clearer. The 3 demon prison guards were finally approaching. At this moment, they were only 20 meters away from Yi Xian. Xiao! Along with a faint sound of breaking through the air, when the demon patrol team passed by, a black light suddenly rushed out from the left without any warning. It was extremely fast, and after a quick circle, the heads of the 3 demon prison guards fell to the ground silently. This black waterfall was formed from Yi Xian's astral essence sword. At this moment, after killing the 3 devil cultivator jailers with a thunderous roar, Yi Xian immediately raised his hand and withdrew it back into his body. Then, he quickly rushed out and cut open the 3 heads of the demons that had rolled on the ground. He took out the brain cores and took off the black robe of the prison guard that one of them was wearing. He then searched the 3 corpses and made sure that there was no such thing as an identity token. He then raised his hand and shot out a firework. Soon, the corpses on the ground were burned to ashes. After doing all this, Yi Xian put on the prison guard's robe that he peeled off, lowered his head a few times, and then swaggered to the other areas of Wanluo prison. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Yi Xian bumped into a patrolling group of devil cultivator jailers. There were only 4 of them, and after a moment of hesitation, he nervously walked up to them and enthusiastically took the initiative to raise his hand and make a sound. Sure enough, when the 4 demon prison guards saw Yi Xian, they didn't have any abnormal reaction at all. They even grinned and exchanged pleasantries with him. The reason for this strange situation was actually because Yi Xian had fully activated the spiritual source core in his brain, so his body was constantly emitting the unique spiritual aura of a demon. In fact, from the moment Yi Xian condensed that small spirit core in his sea of consciousness, his aura was completely different from that of the other devil cultivators. Even a devil cultivator with a high cultivation base would not be able to see anything wrong with it. After a few words, Yi Xian and the 4 demon prison guards were already extremely familiar with each other,
so they decided to join their group. As they chatted, they strolled around the myriad heaven prison. Following Yi Xian's deliberate persuasion, the 4 demon prison guards immediately had a good impression of him. The 5 of them walked in the 10,000 nets prison, chatting and laughing as if they were best friends who had known each other for many years. During this process, Yi Xian used indirect methods to get a basic understanding of the situation of the prison guards in Wanluo prison. There was an unwritten rule in the myriad cataclysm. All patrolling wardens, as long as they had the ability to obtain resources from the captives in the cages, would only have to hand over 70% of the items they obtained. The remaining 30% would belong to them. The 4 demon prison guards that Yi Xian met at this moment had already discussed that they were going to attack one of the prisoners in one of the cages. Yi Xian happened to be there at the right time. In addition, the 4 prison guards felt that Yi Xian was quite congenial with him, so they warmly invited him to go with them. They even expressed that they would share the final harvest with Yi Xian equally. Everyone would be good brothers in the future. This time, Yi Xian had coincidentally picked up a ready-made bargain, so he treated it as a form of bonding.
What made him completely speechless was that the 4 of them were leading him in the direction of the cages where he and the green-bearded old man were imprisoned.
Yi Xian was a little nervous. Could it be that the target of these 4 fellows was coincidentally him? A quarter of an hour later, when the 4 prison guards who were leading the way were standing outside the cages where the green-bearded old man was imprisoned, Yi Xian did not know how to describe his current feelings. His face was full of embarrassment. In fact, the green-bearded old man in the cage was even more dumbfounded than Yi Xian. Calculating the time, it had only been 4 to 6 hours since Yi Xian left this place. Who would have thought that when he appeared again, it was to torture him? Brother Yi, this green-bearded old geezer is not simple. Don't be fooled by his pitiful appearance. He has a lot of good things in his hands. This old geezer is the famous array master Lu Wenxuan of the human race. It wasn't easy for us to capture him. Just as Yi Xian and the green-bearded old man in the cage were staring at each other awkwardly, one of the 4 prison guards looked at Yi Xian with a grin. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands non-stop, appearing to be extremely excited. Some fellows have already served this old man before, but in the end, they didn't get anything out of him. You're new here, so perhaps you don't know that there is actually a rule in our myriad nets prison. Every prison guard team can only attack once. If they fail, they won't have another chance in the future. So this time, we brothers must use all our skills. This old man is a tough nut to crack. In a moment, the 4 of us will take turns attacking. With our methods, this old man most likely won't be able to withstand. If there are any good treasures, we'll obediently take them out and offer them to him. Of course, if the 4 of us don't succeed, Brother Yi can also give it a try if you're itchy. Just treat it as accumulating experience. In a moment, this old brother will attack first. You can learn from the side.
When it comes to torturing prisoners, this old brother's methods are ranked at the forefront in the entire myriad nets prison. After saying that, the tall and thin man turned to look at the green-bearded old man in the cage. His eyes widened as he laughed sinisterly. Old man, I know you're a tough nut to crack, but today is different from the past. This old man is the 3rd-ranked torturer in myriad nets prison. If you don't want to suffer physical pain, you'd better obediently hand over all your treasures. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
Pah!
After saying that, the tall and thin man waved his right hand. A long red whip that seemed to be refined from the tendons of some kind of star beast suddenly slashed through the void, making a crisp and ear-piercing sound.
Yi Xian's face immediately darkened.
If he really allowed this tall and thin man to torture old man Lu in front of him, he would either not be able to hold back and directly attack, or he would be too ashamed to face anyone.
Neither of these situations was what Yi Xian wanted to see. Why don't you let me try first? I'm good at a kind of mental charm technique that attacks the heart. If I can make this old man surrender without shedding a drop of blood, we can save some energy, right? Chapter 2651.
Chapter 2651. Chapter 2651. Chapter 2651. Hundreds respond to a single call. Are you really confident? The tall and skinny man hesitated for a moment, then sized up Yi Xian a few more times before nodding.
All right, since Brother Yi is interested, we'll let you try first. If it doesn't work, then we'll make a move. As for whether or not he's at the end of his life, you don't have to worry about that. If he dies, then he dies.
With that, the tall and skinny man signaled to Yi Xian with his eyes and retreated to the side with the other 3 demon prison guards.
This was clearly a signal for Yi Xian to make his move now.
Cough, cough. Yi Xian coughed twice and braced himself to glare at Old Man Lu, who was in the cage. While he pretended to release a burst of mental power that turned into a storm at Old Man Lu, he slowly said in a strange tone, "Old man, I know you're tough, but you're unlucky to have met me today. You better hand over the treasure, or I'll make you cut off your green beard and stick it to your head so that you can crawl on the ground like a turtle."
Do you believe me?
These words were really too vicious.
If that was really the case, wouldn't he become a green-haired turtle?
Even the 4 demonkin wardens who had retreated to the side jumped in fright when they thought of that satisfying scene.
The way they looked at Yi Xian immediately changed.
He could even think of such a sinister and shameless method.
This brat was really ruthless. However, in a place like Myriad Cataclysm, ruthlessness and viciousness were required. Unknowingly, the 4 of them had a whole new level of respect for Yi Xian.
To be able to have such a temperament as soon as he arrived, his future was limitless.
In fact, apart from the 4 men, even Old Man Lu in the cage was shocked. His old face turned green in an instant. Although he knew that Yi Xian didn't have the ability to do so, the situation was in front of him now. He could only fold his arms and quit, fall out with Yi Xian on the spot, and go their separate ways. Otherwise, they could only play along with him and allow this brat to quickly gain influence in the circle of demon prison guards.
Since that was the case, if he chose the latter, and if he still didn't express his stance, wouldn't he have no choice but to clench his teeth and bend over to learn how to crawl on the ground like a tortoise if this Yi brat was really forced into a corner?
Thinking of this, Lu Wenxuan's expression instantly changed.
Without thinking, he quickly said,
"Wait, I won't lower myself to your level. Isn't it just some worldly possessions? I'll give it to you. Hurry up and scram.
Don't bother me again."
As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a small space box. With a cold snort, he directly threw it out of the cage. All of this was within Yi Xian's expectations, but even so, he still put on an act and said a bunch of empty words. In short, he was very proud of himself.
On the other hand, the 4 men who had already retreated to the side were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw that the matter was so simple. After being stunned for a long time, the 4 of them trembled and came back to their senses. When they looked at Yi Xian again, there was nothing but admiration in their eyes. The demon wardens of the Myriad Hell were all brawn and no brains to begin with. In order to reap the benefits from the captives in the cages, they would often do their best every time. Only after a great deal of effort would they be able to reap the rewards. Moreover, not every time could they get what they wanted. More often than not, it was actually a waste of effort. But Yi Xian in front of them only moved his lips a few times, and almost without any effort, he directly took down the old man in the cage who was famous for his stubbornness.
If they hadn't seen all this with their own eyes, the 4 men would have never believed it. This newcomer in front of them seemed to have inadvertently opened a door, allowing them to see a new world. So the so-called interrogation by torture can be played like this? As long as you grasp the opponent's mentality and grasp their weakness, you can achieve your goal by just moving your lips. This so-called psychological attack is actually so magical. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 4 men were completely convinced by Yi Xian. Or rather, what they were amazed by was actually Yi Xian's way of handling things.
Soon, the treasures and various rare materials in the small space box handed over by Old Man Lu were directly divided among the 5 of them. After tasting the sweetness, the tall and thin man seemed to be unsatisfied and took the initiative to suggest that they should strike while the iron was hot and try another cage. At the same time, Brother Yi could also familiarize himself with the tactics of psychological attacks on these prisoners. The latter secretly complained in his heart, but he couldn't refuse. In desperation, he could only find a cage nearby and repeat the same trick. Fortunately, the person being held in this cage was clearly an understanding person. He had indeed seen everything that had happened before. Moreover, this person was clearly surprised and shocked that Yi Xian was able to successfully infiltrate the devil cultivator jailer. At the same time, he understood the severity of the matter. Therefore, after Yi Xian secretly used his divine sense to ask the other party to cooperate and promise that if there was a chance to escape, he would find a way to help him escape, this person only hesitated for a moment, and then silently cooperated as if he had accepted his fate. Of course, when dealing with this guy, Yi Xian used a different set of words. Basically, after examining the other party, he directly picked out a ready-made outstanding characteristic. The result was without suspense.
After succeeding twice in a row, the tall and thin four people were completely convinced by Yi Xian, and simply regarded him as a celestial being. In the next 10 days or so, Yi Xian gradually found the feeling. Using the same method, he succeeded time and time again. As for the devil cultivator jailers that followed behind him, from the initial 4 thin and tall people, gradually increased to 20 to 30 people. Every time Yi Xian walked out of the edge of the black prison, where the prison guards lived, there would always be a large group of demon cultivator experts behind him. Unknowingly, his reputation had already spread throughout the myriad heaven prison, and for a moment, his reputation was boundless.
Even among the entire group of devil prison guards, his words already had a certain level of prestige.
Not to mention that 100 people would respond to his call, at least on the surface. When the other prison guards saw Yi Xian, they would basically greet him with a smile, and flatter him with the intention of flattering him.
After all, from the beginning until now, every time he made a move, he would more or less be able to achieve something and had never failed. The significance of all this, in addition to the specific benefits, was more so that the other devil prison guards unknowingly developed a sense of fear and dread towards Yi Xian from the bottom of their hearts.
However, this kind of recent situation did not make Yi Xian conceited.
In fact, for the past 10 days, he had been secretly paying attention to the movements of the prison guard commander who rarely showed himself. Right now, he could be considered to be quite famous among the entire group of devil prison guards.
Under such circumstances, if Yi Xian made a move against the prison guard commander, he was confident that the other prison guards would not react too violently. Chapter 2652. Level 8 Star Core Realm. The warden commander of Myriad Luo Prison was called He Ta. As his name suggested, his skin was dark, and he was as tall as a tower. He was a strength-type demon expert, and his cultivation was at the level 8 Star Core Realm. Although the cultivation realms of demon experts were the same as that of the Myriad Luo Federation, their cultivation methods were different. They were not like the human race's technology faction, which used gene cultivation fluids to unlock the potential of the human body and cause mutations in the genes to increase their cultivation. They were also not like the human world's cultivation faction, which had all kinds of cultivation methods that focused on the divine sense and body tempering as support. Demon experts did not have divine sense, but they had powerful mental energy that was similar to divine sense. Their cultivation was mainly focused on condensing mental energy and body tempering as support. Of course, there were many demon experts who focused on body tempering and used condensing mental energy as support. For example, the warden commander of Myriad Luo Prison, He Ta, was one of them. Although He Ta mainly focused on body tempering and looked like a boorish man, his temperament was the exact opposite. Not only did he not belong to the bold and straightforward type, he was incomparably feminine. It had been more than 10 days since Yi Xian had snuck into the demon prison guards, but he had only seen him 2 or 3 times from afar.
Moreover, every time he saw him, it was a hurried glance.
Not to mention chatting with each other, he hadn't even come into close contact with him.
As the commander, it was naturally impossible for the Black Tower's residents to be together with all the other devil cultivator jailers.
It was an independent hut that was quite far away from the area where the jailers lived. The middle was empty, and if Yi Xian wanted to go over, he would be discovered the first time. At the moment, he could not find a suitable reason to approach He Ta. Helpless, Yi Xian could only choose to let He Ta come to him.
The method was very simple.
He just had to take all the spoils of war from the Federation experts. According to the rules of Myriad Luo Prison, 70% of the spoils had to be handed over. He Ta had a trusted aide who would take the initiative to collect the spoils every time a patrol squad of demon experts reaped some spoils. Yi Xian's plan was to use this guy to force the Black Tower Council to take the initiative to find him. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, he decided to raise his cultivation base to the 8th level of the core realm first. In order to succeed, he didn't care if his foundation wasn't stable enough for now. On this day, after returning from his patrol, Yi Xian greeted the more than 30 demon dwellers and then entered his own hut to begin his closed-door training. This time, in order to save time, he directly threw out a pile of level 7 purple star core origin. Then, with the help of the devouring system, he quickly began to absorb the star core origin energy in them. After nearly a day and a half, when an entire cube of level 7 purple planetary core had been drained, Yi Xian finally heard the notification of the devouring system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level: Level 8 core state. In just one day, He had directly stepped into the 8th level from the 7th level of the core realm. This speed was something that even the genius disciples of the great clans in the capital planet could only look up to. Feeling the majestic power in his body that had increased by at least several times, Xian tightly clenched his fists. At this moment, he was very proud of himself. Soon, after concealing his aura once again, Xian stood up and waved his hand to remove the simple isolation formation that he had set up before he started his training. He then stepped out of the hut. When the 30 over-demon cultivator followers had all arrived, Xian waved his hand and led the group of fellows towards the cage area outside. This time, he purposely picked a few more targets, so the harvest was much better than before. The more than 30 demon dwellers who followed him were all grinning from ear to ear. It was only 30%, and they were already satisfied with it. The key was that such a good thing did not happen every day. Before Xian came, they could only get it once or twice a month. While these people were laughing foolishly and looking at the treasures in their hands, Xian had a thoughtful look on his face as he played with a small space box in his hand. Inside was the 70% of the harvest that had to be handed over to the tower. Brothers, I heard that the tax collected from our myriad prison is only 50%, right? As for the other 30%, it was all taken by the Black Tower? Xian suddenly asked tentatively and turned to look at the more than 30 demon dwellers. These words obviously surprised them, and the smiles on their faces disappeared. They even looked around carefully to make sure that there were no Black Tower subordinates nearby. Then they lowered their voices and quietly reminded Xian. Boss, it's fine as long as you keep this in your heart. Don't talk about it. That's right. Not only is the Black Tower's face black, but his heart is even blacker. We can only swallow this matter. Who told him to be the Warden Commander? The key is that he's also very strong. He's an 8th level core realm cultivator. TSK. Even if we fight side by side, we won't be his match. Hearing these words, Xian knew what was going on. He did not continue to say anything. Nodding, he led these people back to the tower. As soon as he returned to the warden's area, 2 Black Tower subordinates swaggered up to him. They had gotten used to it recently. Every time Xian returned from his patrol, these 2 fellows would be waiting for him for a long time. After all, they could more or less get a share of the 20% tax that the Black Tower deducted. Give it to me. When they got close, one of them stretched out his hand in front of Xian and said with a slightly arrogant tone, "How's today's harvest?" I say, kid, don't be lazy. If you have this ability, you have to make good use of it. Who knows? Maybe one day Lord Black will promote you to be his confidant and nurture you. In other words, he was clearly saying that he was superior to others. Not to mention Xian and the 30 over prison guards behind him. Even the other prison guards who were strolling nearby had expressions of displeasure on their faces after hearing this. However, they didn't dare to say anything despite being angry. Xian saw all of this and sneered in his heart. However, his face suddenly darkened. He opened his mouth and scolded. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, when I change my mind, you won't have the chance to get out of here. You? The Black Tower subordinate was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Xian, unable to recover his senses for a moment. The other wardens around them all sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at each other in surprise. They were all shocked. As for the 30 wardens who had taken advantage of Xian's benefits, after a moment of hesitation, they gritted their teeth and stepped forward to stand behind Xian. Chapter 2653. Superior, good, Yu Yi, your wings have hardened and you want to fly, right? The 2 Black Tower subordinates gritted their teeth in anger, but in the end, they didn't dare to make a move. They turned around and ran towards Black Tower's small house. Just you wait, Lord Black will definitely skin you alive. As soon as the 2 guys left, the 30 or so prison guards behind Xian all swarmed over with worried expressions. Boss, are you really planning to go against Black Tower? It's not that I'm discouraging, but the chances of success are practically zero. That's right, it's not that we're afraid of death, but the problem is that we know there's no hope yet we're still blindly trying. I'm really unwilling. If there's a chance then it's fine, but Black Tower is an 8th stage powerhouse, and we're all 3rd stage and 4th stage powerhouses here. Even if we fight with our lives on the line, we won't have a chance. Just leave Black Tower to me. Don't worry, I basically won't need you guys to make a move. Faced with these tactful words of advice, Xian only smiled mysteriously, then turned to look in the direction of Black Tower's small house. In his line of sight, a muscular black man who was at least 2-3 meters tall was striding over with a ferocious expression on his face. Behind him were the two trusted devil cultivators. At this moment, the two fellows seemed to feel that they had found a backer, and their faces were full of pride. "I heard that you refused to pay the 70% tax?" As he walked closer, Black Tower crossed his arms and stood several meters away. Due to him being an entire head taller than Xian, his gaze was completely condescending as he examined Xian from above. His expression was filled with ridicule and ridicule. "It's not that I refuse to pay the tax, but 70% is a bit of a problem. I heard that the higher-ups clearly take 50% from myriad hell." Xian didn't back down, and made Black Tower lose face on the spot. "As the leader of the prison guards, it's fine if you don't seek benefits for your brothers, but you actually secretly take away 20% of the profit. Isn't this too evil? You really live up to your name. You're courting death. Puny third stage ant, what right do you have to question this leader?" The Black Tower was humiliated and immediately flew into a rage. With a roar, it swung its fist towards Xian's chest. As expected of a body-tempering demon cultivator who pursued the pinnacle of strength. This punch appeared to be simple, but it clearly carried with it the rumbling of thunder, and even ripples and waves appeared in the space, as if it was a force that could break through all techniques with one blow. It must be known that the myriad cataclysmic hell had been constructed by the Heaven's Legacy race through the use of spatial folding technology, so the space within was extremely complex and stable. Even the green-bearded old man's treasure with the function of teleportation could not help him break through the binding power of this folded space. Just this alone was enough to show how terrifyingly stable this space was. And now, with just a casual punch from the Black Tower, even such a stable hell prison was faintly shaken. Even Xian was rather surprised by this. However, he was merely a little surprised. It was impossible for him to be intimidated by the might of his opponent's punch. "A third-order ant? I think you're just a blind dog." With a sudden roar, Xian's figure retreated, and at the same time, his concealed cultivation completely erupted. A majestic pressure that was comparable to the Black Tower's instantly spread out from his body, shocking the surrounding demon cultivator prison guards who were watching the battle and causing them to cry out in surprise. Even the expression of the Black Tower on the other side slightly changed under the pressure of the realm that suddenly spread out. After its punch missed, it immediately withdrew its attack and stood several meters away. It sized Xian up from head to toe. "You really did conceal your cultivation? But so what if you're 8th order? Do you know why this commander chose the path of body tempering? Humph! We demons are not only born with powerful mental strength, but more importantly, we have a strong resistance to this kind of power. So, the battle between demons is basically a battle of strength. Although you're also 8th order, you're not a body-tempering cultivator, so you can't shake me with just your mental strength. Die!" With the last roar, the expression on the Black Tower's face became malevolent again. His shoulders shook slightly, and another fierce punch came flying towards Xian. "You're simply hopelessly stupid." Hearing that the other party had chosen the path of body tempering because of this, Xian was speechless. He curled his lips and sneered, "Today, I'll let you see how strong the profound changes of mental strength are when it's cultivated to a high level." Boom! Before he finished speaking, a vast and invisible mental strength surged out from Xian's body, turning into a tornado-like mental storm. It also stirred up the sound of thunder, and rumbled towards the Black Tower. Puh! With the sudden arrival of this mental storm, the Black Tower who was punching out suddenly paused. With a miserable expression, he actually opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. Then, with his eyes wide open, he fell straight on his back. His body smashed onto the ground with a loud bang. After that, there was no more movement. It was as if there was no aura, and he had already fallen. This is the terrifying part of mental strength that has been cultivated to a high level. Even a demon cultivator can't be completely immune. Their entire brain will be destroyed in an instant. It would be strange if they didn't die. Seeing the Black Tower fall, Xian's heart relaxed, but he still covered up some things in his words. The reason why the Black Tower was killed by his one blow was obviously not because Xian's mental strength was so strong, but because he secretly wrapped a strand of a human cultivator's divine sense in this vast mental storm.
Although the demon cultivator's mental strength was so strong that it could block the detection of a human powerhouse's divine sense and couldn't enter their brain at all, with the cover of the mental strength wrapped outside, Xianxia's strand of divine sense easily entered the Black Tower's brain. After running around for a while, it instantly turned the Black Tower's brain into a pile of paste. If he still didn't die like that, it would really be unreasonable. Of course, this method was useless against human cultivators. After all, human powerhouses still had their primordial spirits. If their brain was damaged, they could just leave their primordial spirits and take over another body to cultivate again. After casually covering up a few words, Xian turned his head and looked at the demon cultivator prison guards around him. At this moment, all of them were in a petrified state without exception. They stood there with their mouths wide open, staring straight at the Black Tower lying on the ground. A powerful devil cultivator of the 8th step actually died so easily? Even if they saw all this with their own eyes, they still couldn't accept it in a short time. It was too shocking, and they didn't dare to imagine it. Cough cough. Everyone, don't worry. Now that the Black Tower is dead, although we still have to pay the taxes in the future, it's impossible for us to pay 70%. Chapter 2654. Settling accounts after autumn. This was a clear indication that Xian was going to take over. Though the hundreds of guards around him were weak, they weren't stupid.
One of them raised his arms and shouted, "What else is there to choose from?
Brother Yi is the best choice. I'll be the first to beat the shit out of anyone who dares fight."
The other guards chimed in, and for a time, a wave of cheers erupted in support of Xian.
In the end, there was no suspense. Xian had become the commander of all the prison guards in the Myriad Heaven prison.
From this moment onwards, he was fully deserving of being in control of the entire Myriad Heaven prison, enough to cover the sky with one hand.
However, this power was only effective within the confines of the prison. It was only effective to the prisoners and guards within the confines of the prison. Forget leaving all heaven, there was no way they could go anywhere else. Even the devil cultivator experts that occasionally entered the Myriad Heaven prison from other regions wouldn't be too interested in Xian's so-called status as a prison guard commander when facing him. But none of that mattered to him. For Xian, the only thing left to do was to scavenge for materials for the formation. Then he'd ask Lu Wenshuan to help him repair the portal he'd carved into Starshift's hull. Once that was done, he had to leave all heaven. No matter what, he had to leave this folded space where even the portals couldn't break through. Only then would he have a chance to escape this space fortress. Very quickly, when the news of Xian successfully killing the Black Tower and becoming the controller of the Myriad Heaven prison spread, the entire Myriad Heaven prison was completely shaken. The Federation experts in the nearly 10,000 cages were all extremely excited. The person who controlled the Black Prison had become one of the Federation's own people, and the hope of leaving this place finally saw a glimmer of hope. That afternoon, Xian came alone to Lu Wenshuan's cage. He was clearly excited. "Senior, how was it? I didn't disappoint you, did I? I said I'd take you out, and I'll do it. Where are we now? Don't celebrate too early."
Old man Lu was not as happy as Yang Kai expected and instead seemed a little indifferent. His expression indifferent as he continued, "You came here this time to ask this old master about the various materials needed to repair the starship, right?"
"I've already made a list. You've also gathered a lot of good things recently. See if you can get them all." After speaking, Old Man Lu handed out a jade slip used to imprint spiritual energy information. After Xian received it, he immediately released his spiritual energy to examine it. There weren't many things inside, but among all the treasures he and the group of demon prison guards had recently collected, there weren't many kinds of refining materials. He could barely gather about half of what he needed. After returning to the prison guard captain's cabin in the Black Tower, Xian rummaged through it and finally found a few small spatial boxes. Inside were all kinds of treasures and rare materials. It seemed like this guy was really rich, but now, all of it had benefited Xian.
All the treasures and materials were stored in the undying world within his body.
From the Black Tower's secret stash, Old Man Lu had gathered about half of the list. In the end, there were only 7 or 8 materials left. Helpless, Xian could only gather all the demon prison guards and directly ask them if they had the materials. Needless to say, he was just trying his luck. Who would have thought that Xian would actually be able to obtain 2 of the materials? At this point, there were only 5 materials left on the entire list. The demon prison guards had already cleaned out everything, so there was absolutely no hope. Since that was the case, it seemed like he could only think of a solution from the Federation powerhouses imprisoned in the cages. Xian didn't waste any time and directly left the cabin. He returned to the area where Old Man Lu's cages were, and directly walked towards a cage not far to the east. When Xian was preparing to walk out of his cage, there were many people in the surrounding cages who didn't hide their ridicule and mockery. The person in the cage in front of him was one of them. When it came to extortion, one naturally had to pick on those who were not pleasing to the eye. The person in the cage was a middle-aged human male. His strength wasn't bad, as he was actually at the 5th major realm, the 8th order planet realm. At this moment, when he saw Xian directly walking towards him, he immediately stood up and forced a smile. He then cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, that day. Don't mention that day. It's not a good thing to be ridiculed by others. This Yi has long forgotten." Xian directly interrupted him. Not only was his face expressionless, but his tone was also quite unfriendly. It was obvious that he was being sarcastic. Even a fool could tell. The middle-aged man in the cage immediately felt awkward. He smiled awkwardly but didn't dare to continue explaining. Although Xian's cultivation and strength weren't up to his standards, he was now the actual ruler of the myriad hell after all. Not to mention that if there was any hope of escaping in the future, it would most likely fall on him. Just based on his identity as a prison guard commander, if he really had a grudge against him, he only had to give the order, and those demon prison guards would definitely come to serve him every day. This wasn't a good thing. Because of this, even though he knew that Xian must have come to settle scores with him, the middle-aged man could only pinch his nose and accept it. At this moment, he smiled apologetically and reached out to hand a small space box to Xian. This Su was indeed in the wrong before. "I didn't recognize you. I hope fellow Taoist you won't bear a grudge. This is a small token of my appreciation. If fellow Taoist you doesn't accept it, then you won't forgive this Su." In other words, if Xian were to accept this small spatial box, then the matter from before would be written off. If he were to make things difficult for him in the future, then it would be a bit too shameless. Xian glanced at the other party with a playful look in his eyes, then quietly received the small spatial box. He immediately sent his divine sense into check, and after seeing that the various treasures and materials inside were indeed not bad, and the amount was also quite shocking, he nodded his head in satisfaction, then turned around and left. For half an afternoon, Xian went around the dozen or so cages where the mocking voice came from. These guys were quite tactful and took out a lot of good things to show their respect to Xian. They only wanted to spend money to avoid disaster and have a few more days of peace. After counting all the treasures in the dozen or so small spatial boxes, the last 5 materials missing from Old Man Lu's list were finally gathered. Xian let out a long breath and placed all the materials into a small spatial box. Then, he returned to Old Man Lu's cage and handed the small spatial box over to him along with the battleship that he had put away earlier. "Fortunately, all the materials have been gathered. Senior, may I ask when you can start repairing it?" When the middle-aged man reached out to take the small space box, Xian politely cupped his hands. "This warship is very important to me. Please take care of it." Xian is very grateful. Chapter 2655. Crazy Fusion, Brat. You're not thinking of using it to escape from Myriad Prison, are you? Old Man Lu stared at Xian strangely before shaking his head and smiling bitterly. "Didn't I tell you before? This black prison uses space folding technology, making it like an independent world. Teleportation arrays are useless. You can only wander around inside. There's no way you can break out. You'd better give up." Regarding this, Xian didn't explain much and just laughed it off. What surprised him was that this time, the repair took a full 3 days. Fortunately, this Old Man Lu really did have some ability. 3 days later, when the small space box containing Shifting Star was returned to Xian, the teleportation array engraved on the battleship's hull was completely completed. Once the teleportation array was activated, the battleship would be teleported away with Xian, unlike before, when he left but the battleship was left behind. After thanking Old Man Lu, Xian immediately returned to his commander's cabin and stored the battleship into his body. Then, he took out the hidden purple shuttle from his undying world and placed them together before issuing the command to the system for the 4th fusion. Ding! Discovered fusion treasures. Hidden purple shuttle, Shifting Star. Ding! Beginning the 4th fusion, Progress 1.
With the system's prompt in his mind, the fourth fusion of the hidden purple shuttle had finally begun. Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief and felt much more relaxed, as if a knot in his heart had been removed. After this fusion, not only would the previously exposed hidden purple shuttle's appearance change again, but it would also have a perfect teleportation array in addition to the energy shield and speed array. When the time came, it would be equivalent to having the ability to teleport. Even in the interior of an administrative planet like Sky River Star, in case of a great crisis, Yi Xian could directly teleport away, which was very significant. Compared to the previous 3 fusions, this fourth fusion obviously took more time. Yi Xian waited anxiously for a full 4 days before the long-awaited prompt of the devouring system finally sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, Yi Xian. The fourth fusion is a success. Warship obtained. Purple Star Shuttle. Yi Xian instantly became excited. He immediately sent out his divine sense and excitedly examined the Purple Star Shuttle that had changed its name again. Although the new battleship was still light purple in color, its appearance was completely different from the previous purple hidden shuttle. However, the smooth lines from before were still preserved. In addition, the obscure array runes engraved on the hull of the battleship were more detailed and complicated, revealing a simple and heavy mysterious aura. As for the performance index of the battleship, besides the perfect teleportation function, the level of the energy shield had also been slightly improved, and the speed had also been increased. Even the 2 star cannons at the bow and stern of the battleship had been integrated into one. The diameter of the cannon muzzle had been increased by 50%, from 10 m before to 15 m now. With the cannon muzzle wider, the power of the star cannons had obviously increased by a large margin. Even the planetary-grade battleships of the Federation military would not be a match for Yi Xian's Purple Star Shuttle. Although they were both star cannons, one had a diameter of 10 m, while the other had a diameter of 10 m, and the other had a diameter of 15 m. The difference in power was obvious. After putting away the Purple Star Shuttle, Yi Xian quickly took out his weapon and armor, the Meteorite Essence Sword and the Glazed Starlight Armor. The Purple Star Shuttle had now been successfully fused for the 4th time, but Yi Xian's weapon and armor had only been fused twice. Previously, Yi Xian did not have the time to fuse them, and he also lacked suitable treasures to fuse them with. However, things were different now. Recently, Yi Xian had collected a large number of treasures and rare materials from the myriad hells, so he had enough to fuse them a few more times. As for the weapon for the 3rd fusion, Yi Xian chose a red mineral called the Demonic Blood Heavenly Crystal. It was about the size of a fist, sparkling and translucent, and gave off a demonic aura. As for the armor, Yi Xian chose a special metal called the Indestructible Purple Phoenix Gold. It was slightly purple in color, and although it was not very hard, this metal had a miraculous self-healing ability. This was where the name, Indestructible, came from. If this metal was fused into the armor, once it was damaged in battle, there was no need for Yi Xian to refine it after the battle. The armor would quickly repair itself while the battle was still going on. After choosing these 2 minerals and metals, Yi Xian once again returned his divine sense to the undying world in his body and carefully selected from the pile of treasures. In the end, he took out an offensive artifact and a special armor. He planned to use these 2 treasures for the 4th fusion. The offensive artifact was not a sword, but a small and exquisite green chisel called the Barrier-Breaking Shuttle. It had the miraculous effect of ignoring space, and had an extremely strong penetrative ability towards all kinds of array formations and barriers. If it was fused into the Meteoric Essence Sword, there was a high possibility that it would have the effect of teleportation. This made Yi Xian feel a rush of excitement. As for the armor to be used for the 4th fusion, it was actually a light purple veil called the Misty Jade Smoke Net. This item was originally not part of the category of armor, but was a veil-like defensive artifact. After it was used, it would transform into a light purple veil. Not only did it have the ability to defend, it could also emit a faint purple mist to achieve the effect of concealment. After fusing it into the armor, Yi Xian could summon the purple mist to wrap around his body. It was the most suitable item for concealment in certain special situations. After choosing the 4 treasures and materials to be used for the fusion, Yi Xian immediately began the frenzied fusion. The large sword and the armor were still fused at the same time. The 3rd fusion took a total of 4 days. After it was completed, Yi Xian did not stop and immediately began the 4th fusion. This time, it took a total of 8 days to complete. Following that, the devouring system's notifications sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the 4th fusion success. Obtained weapon. Demonic Blood Star Essence Sword. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the 4th fusion success. Obtained armor. Purple Phoenix Glass Armor. Yi Xian's spirits were lifted and he immediately began to check the results of the fusion. The Demonic Blood Star Essence Sword's appearance was roughly the same as the Meteoric Essence Sword from before. It was just that the black sword body was covered with a layer of blood-red vein-like patterns, revealing a strange feeling. Because of the existence of this layer of demonic blood veins, when this sword was used to kill in the future, it could absorb the blood essence of the enemy and slowly increase its quality. It could already be considered a growth-type attack artifact. Chapter 2656. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin escaping from the Black Mosquito after spending a period of time, Yi Xian finally completed the 4th fusion of the battleship, weapon, and armor, these 3 extremely important treasures. During the 4 consecutive fusions, not only did the 3 treasures devour or absorb several treasures and rare materials of the same type, but the amount of star core origin consumed during the fusions was already a terrifying number. Normal cultivators couldn't bear such a terrifying consumption. As for people like Zhao Long and Bai Zhengying, who had extraordinary status and wealth, they could be considered as starry sky level nouveau riche. Even if they were rich, they did not have such an ability. The ability to fuse treasures that came with the Devour system was something that most of the top refiners in the cultivation camp couldn't do. At the very least, they couldn't do it so casually and easily. It was obvious how precious the treasures in Yi Xian's hands were after 4 fusions. Even the treasures of the same type in the myriad Luo Federation's contribution point exchange vault couldn't compare to these 3 treasures, not to mention that they had only completed the 4th fusion. If Yi Xian came across suitable treasures and materials in the future, he could fuse them again and again at any time. In fact, even now among the various treasures in his hands, there were many treasures that could be selected for fusion. But now, these 3 treasures had all completed the 4th fusion and become super superb starry sky level treasures. Their value was already different from before. In addition, Yi Xian's standards were also high. Normal treasures of the same type couldn't move him anymore. If he chose some treasures with mediocre attributes and forcibly fused with them for the 5th time, he was afraid that the effect would be the opposite of what he wanted. For now, the attributes of these 3 treasures were enough for him to use for a while. At least, it was enough for him in the core origin stage. Therefore, Yi Xian decided not to fuse with them for the time being. He would consider it again after he reached the core origin stage. He had just made a breakthrough in his cultivation before he killed Black Tower. It wouldn't be good to force another breakthrough in a short period of time. Otherwise, he would leave behind an unstable hidden danger. Since he couldn't fuse with the treasures, his cultivation couldn't continue to break through. For a time, Yi Xian suddenly felt relaxed. It had been more than a month since he was captured in this myriad Luo hell. To avoid any unexpected changes, Yi Xian decided to try and see if he could find a way to escape. Regarding the internal situation of this space defense fortress, he had already learned about it by beating around the bush while leading the group of demon prison guards to search for treasures. There were a total of 10 space fortresses in the demon cultivator race, and the one Yi Xian was in was called the Black Mosquito. The highest commander was a small leader of the demon cultivator race, called Mount Naibua. He was the one who captured Yi Xian into the myriad black prison. His cultivation was extraordinary, and he was a supreme expert at the black hole realm. Black Mosquito ship had 4 areas. The lowest level was the myriad Luo hell where Yi Xian was now. The middle part of the space fortress above the myriad Luo hell was where the demon scouts lived. The 3rd level from the bottom was where the energy cabin, engine room and so on of this space fortress were located. At the same time, the warehouse for food and the warehouse for all kinds of treasures and rare materials that the demon scouts had collected in the graveyard starfield were also located there. This level was a forbidden area. Except for the direct subordinates of Naibua Mountain, other demons were not allowed to set foot in it. As for the top level, it was where the control center of the black striped ship was located. That level was also the exclusive territory of Naibua Mountain. Even his direct subordinates couldn't go there at will unless they were summoned. There were about 10,000 demon scouts in the entire black striped ship under the command of Naibua Mountain. But in fact, unless they were about to return to the ancestral starfield of the demons at the edge of the first universe, there were only about 1 or 2,000 demon scouts in the black striped ship under normal circumstances. After all, they didn't cross the wormhole to the graveyard starfield to play. They had a mission, so almost all of them spent most of their time in the graveyard starfield around the black-striped ship. They either gathered all kinds of information about the myriad Luo Federation, or excavated the star core origin. Of course, trapping some valuable experts of the Federation was also part of their mission. The nearly 10,000 experts imprisoned in the myriad Luo Hell were all captured by them one after another. If Xianxia wanted to leave the Black Mosquito ship, he had to enter the second level where the demon scouts lived. There were only 2 passages in the myriad Luo Hell. One was at the bottom. When Xianxia was sucked into the myriad Luo Hell by the mysterious black beam of light, he had taken the main passage. However, this main passage could only be opened and closed by the control center of the top level where Naibwa Mountain was. Although one could leave the Black Mosquito ship directly through this passage and enter the outer universe, there was basically no hope of success. The second passage was a secondary passage. It didn't lead directly to the outer universe, but it was connected to the second level of the Black Mosquito ship where the demon scouts lived. Therefore, if Xianxia wanted to leave the Black Mosquito ship, he had to enter the second level first and then leave through the passage on the second level. Among the wardens in the entire myriad Luo Hell, only the warden commander, Black Tower, had the authority to open this secondary passage. However, Xianxia threw the demon core in his brain to the devouring system for it to be decomposed and devoured. From it, Xianxia not only obtained a considerable amount of spirit power origin, but also unexpectedly obtained a rune imprint. This rune imprint was the key to opening the second secondary passage. Therefore, if Xianxia wanted to, he could open the myriad Luo Hell at any time and enter the second level where the demon scouts lived. After everything was ready, Xianxia immediately went to Old Man Lu's cage and told him everything. The latter fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a long time, he sighed faintly and shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it. This old man won't play with you. If that passage leads directly to the outer universe, it's fine. Since it leads to the base camp of the demon people. Although this old man's cultivation isn't weak, the inner space of the Black Mosquito ship is filled with a strange black fog. We human cultivators don't even dare to use our divine sense. If I really go with you and meet other demons on the way, it's a small matter if your identity is exposed, but I'm afraid I'll suffer physical pain and be sent back to the myriad Luo Hell in the end. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was stunned. Chapter 2657. Chapter 2657. Chapter 2657. The wolf enters the sheep's den. We're different from you. If we want to escape, we'll either have to enter space from the main passage of Tartarus, or we'll have to make the strange black fog disappear. Otherwise, we'll die if we try to force our way through the side passage. Old Man Lu had heard from Xianxia about the internal situation of the Black Mosquito ship, so he was more or less familiar with it. Thus, he quickly analyzed the situation. Unfortunately, you are only the prison guard commander of this myriad heaven prison, and you are not the controller of the entire Black Mosquito ship. You are unable to do either of the 2 things I just said. All right, brat, you can go. This old man will stay. Seeing as you didn't leave on your own, and even have the heart to keep your promise and take this old man with you, I can't be too selfish. I know I don't stand a chance, and yet I'm willing to risk it all by following you. This old man can't do that. As he spoke, Old Man Lu produced a small spatial box with a flip of his hand and handed it to Xianxia. This contains all the treasures and savings this old man has. Keeping it with me will only benefit the demons in the future. To put it bluntly, it's helping the enemy. So take it with you. Remember, if you have the chance in the future, kill as many demons as you can to avenge me. Think of it as a reward for this old man's gift. Xianxia felt ill at ease when he heard these words. If Old Man Lu really did as he said, knowing full well that the chances were slim, and that Xianxia would be dragged into this mess, he would still decide to go with him in the end for the sake of a gamble. Then when they reached the second level of the Black Mosquito ship, Xianxia would definitely abandon him and leave on his own if they ran into other demons and their whereabouts were exposed. After all, he only promised to take Old Man Lu with him. He never said he could guarantee the old man's safety. Since he'd already fulfilled his promise, what could he do if his luck was bad and he failed? I can't stay and die with you, right? However, Old Man Lu obviously didn't intend to do that. Not only did he speak sincerely and directly point out this point, he even planned to give all his treasures and savings to Xianxia for free. This kind of magnanimity made Xianxia feel uneasy. If he really took the small space box and turned to leave, what happened today would affect his Tao heart. In fact, Even if he didn't take the other party's things, Yi Xian would still hold a grudge. After all, he did receive Old Man Lu's favor, but the promise he made before was not fulfilled. Even if Old Man Lu took the initiative to give up, the fact that Yi Xian owed him could not be erased. Thinking of this, he immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. You old man have bad intentions. Aren't you trying to make me shake my Dao heart? Forget it, forget it. In order to not be disturbed by the inner demons in the future, I might as well fight to the death today and fight for my life. After saying that, Yi Xian grinned at Old Man Lu with a strange expression, waved his hand and turned to leave. Damn old man, wait for me. I'll leave Myriad Hell now, but it won't be long before I come back to save you. It's just that I don't know how long it will take. Don't die first, that would really be a trap. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's back had already disappeared into the black fog in the distance. As his figure disappeared into the distance, sighs could be heard from the cages nearby. There was even a hint of disdain mixed in. Obviously, none of the Federation experts imprisoned in these cages believed that Yi Xian would come back. Unless there was something wrong with their heads, they would do such a stupid thing. The green-bearded old man, Lu Wenxuan, was obviously aware of this as well. He also let out a long sigh. Sigh. Stinking brat is so stupid that it makes one's hair stand on end. Bastard who doesn't take advantage of others. For the sake of face, he doesn't even want cultivation resources. This temperament. Sigh, he's still too inexperienced. He needs to be sharpened. Amidst the sigh, the green-bearded old man Lu Wenxuan flipped his hand and put the small space box back into his body. He turned around and walked back into the cage and sat down cross-legged. Although his face was rather lonely, there was clearly a faint sense of gratification. He grinned and muttered to himself in a self-deprecating manner. But this is also good. At least this old man has something to comfort himself with. I'll use it to deceive myself. Yi Xian obviously didn't know that the green-bearded old man, Lu Wenxuan, had completely regarded his words as a white lie. At this moment, he had already returned to the demon prison at the edge of Myriad Hell. All of the devil cultivator jailers were summoned. After everyone was gathered, Yi Xian immediately announced something, indicating that he would be leaving for a few days to attend to some important matters on the second floor of the Myriad Heaven prison. He repeatedly warned these fellows not to cause trouble, or else he would be severely punished when he returned. This wasn't the first time this had happened. In fact, the prison guards were rotated out every year or so. As the leader of the prison guards, the Black Pagoda was often away. As such, when Yi Xian finished, the other prison guards immediately responded in unison. None of them felt that there was anything wrong with this arrangement. After giving his instructions, Yi Xian immediately moved. As he thought about it, his figure transformed into a wisp of light as he shot towards the edge of the deepest part of the prison guards area. A few minutes later, Yi Xian's figure abruptly stopped. He raised his head to look at the empty space in front of him that was about 100 meters tall. He stood there alone, and with a cold glance, it was as if he was looking at the location of a memorial arch. This archway, glowing with a metallic luster, was actually a portal. It was the so-called secondary passage that led from Myriad Hell to the second level of the bastion. Xiao! A faint black light flashed and swiftly sank into the pillar of the archway. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. A demon's psychic energy was like the consciousness of a human cultivator. It could be divided into strands of psychic energy, branded with one's own unique aura, and then shot out. However, the strand of mental energy that Yi Xian had just sent out was imprinted with the aura of the rune imprint that he'd obtained from the Black Tower's demon cultivator's brain. It was as if he'd used the mother key to create a one-time use child key. As the child key drilled into the pillar of the portal, the archway, nearly 100 meters tall, suddenly lit up with a dark light. There was even a humming sound. The dark light quickly surged and converged. In the space of 2 or 3 breaths, the arched area under the archway was completely filled. The originally empty arched area seemed to have an additional layer of black light. Behind this layer of light was the exit of the teleportation gate. What a miraculous spatial technique! Little lambs, Grandpa Wolf is coming. Chapter 2658. Chapter 2658. Chapter 2658. The hunt begins. Yi Xian had indeed changed his mind and decided not to leave for the time being. The reason for this decision was not entirely to take the green-bearded old man Lu Wenxuan with him, but more for himself.
But the old man's words did remind Yi Xian. Otherwise he may not have made the decision he did now. The old man sighed, saying that Yi Xian was only a warden of the 10,000 nets, not the leader of the entire Black Mosquito Bastion. So whether it was opening the main passage below the 10,000 nets, or clearing out the strange black fog that pervaded the interior of the Black Mosquito Bastion, he couldn't do either. It was these words that made Yi Xian's heart jump. An extremely bold, extremely dangerous plan appeared in his mind, but if it succeeded, the rewards would be unimaginable. Just like how he replaced the warden in the Black Tower, he would find a way to get rid of the captive leader, Naboshan. Then he would replace him and take the entire Black Mosquito Bastion for himself. When this thought popped up in his mind, even Yi Xian himself was shocked. However, after calmly deducing and pondering, Yi Xian finally clenched his teeth and made a decision. In his opinion, although this matter was extremely dangerous, it wasn't completely impossible. He even thought that the chances of success were at least 40 to 50%. So it was worth a try. After all, if he succeeded, the benefits he would reap would be unimaginable. The temptation was too great. As Yi Xian's feet planted firmly on the ground and he stepped out of the black light, a large open square appeared in front of him. The square was a regular square, with sides several kilometers long. This alone was more than the diameter of the Black Mosquito Bastion. This indicated that the second layer of space he was in was also constructed using space-folding technology. In other words, Yi Xian could not directly teleport away and return to the void outside. He was now standing in the center of the square. When he turned around, 3 enormous portals appeared behind him, each one like a 100-meter-long memorial arch. On the other hand, the one that Yi Xian had just walked out of was at the edge of the spatial door. It was the same as the spatial door on the other side. On the other hand, the spatial door in the middle was clearly different. The Yin runes on the pillars and beams were even more ancient and complicated. After a moment's thought, Yi Xian roughly guessed where the other 2 portals led. Of the 2 on the outside, one led to the lower 10,000 nets, and the other led directly to the void outside of the bastion. In other words, the portal on the other side was the escape route. However, Yi Xian didn't plan on trying it out so easily. On one hand, he'd already decided not to leave for the time being, and on the other hand, it was because he wasn't sure if the rune imprint he obtained from the Black Tower's demon core could also open the spatial door that led to the outside of the fortress. If he couldn't, then it would truly be troublesome if he alarmed some existences that he was unable to deal with right now. Even if he wanted to leave, he had to make some inquiries. He had to figure this out before making any plans. As for the portal in the middle, which was more ancient and complex, according to Yi Xian's estimation, it led to the 3rd layer of the Black Mosquito Bastion above. If that was the case, then Yi Xian could not touch this portal. At least not now. After examining the 3 portals in a row, Yi Xian found the key points to distinguish the other 2 portals. After memorizing them, he chose a direction at random and stepped forward. Apart from the 3 portals, there was nothing else in the large square. It was completely empty. But at the edges of the square, there was a straight and extremely wide passageway, several 100 meters long. None of them had an end in sight. Judging from the width of these 4 passageways, there must be other forked passageways in the middle that extended out one by one. If that was the case, then the second layer of the Black Mosquito Bastion was actually a labyrinth-like area divided by a large number of crisscrossing straight passageways. The center of the entire labyrinth should be the large square where Yi Xian was now. As for the living quarters of those demon scouts, there was no doubt that they should be on the left and right sides of the crisscrossing passageways in the labyrinth. In such a vast and huge labyrinth, there were countless passageways of different sizes. On the left and right sides of each passageway, there could be a secluded cave dwelling. In this way, it was not a problem for the entire second layer of the Black Mosquito Bastion to accommodate more than 10,000 demon scouts. A few minutes later, Yi Xian left the central square where the portals were and entered the main passageway on the right side of the square. After walking for a few miles, another straight passageway appeared on the left and right. These 2 level 2 passageways were obviously much narrower, but they were still about 200 meters wide. Yi Xian continued to walk forward until the 6th pair of level 2 passageways appeared. He then turned around and walked to the right. It was the same for the level 2 passageways. Every 2 kilometers, there would be 2 level 3 passageways with a width of about 100 meters. In the previous level 1 and level 2 passageways, there were only crossroads. After reaching the level 3 passageway that was 100 meters wide, Although there were still 2 narrower level 4 passageways appearing not far away, along the way, there were already no less than the number of secluded cave mansions on both sides of the passageway.
None of the cave dwellings had doors. They were just huge arched entrances on the walls of the passageways. The space inside should be very wide and seemed to be divided into small compartments. Yi Xian did not stop there. Instead, he turned around and left at the entrance of a level 4 passageway that was about 50 meters wide. There were clearly more cave dwellings on both sides of the level 4 passageway. The arched entrances were densely packed and would appear every 30 to 40 meters. Yi Xian randomly picked a cave dwelling and walked in with a calm expression. Along the way, Yi Xian would occasionally see a few demon experts when he passed by some cave dwellings. They also saw him, but none of them noticed anything wrong. They all treated Yi Xian as one of their own. Therefore, he did not need to be nervous at all. There were more than 10,000 demon scouts in the entire Black Mosquito ship. They were all in a hurry, so who could recognize each other? The reason why he chose this cave abode was actually very simple. This cave abode had the least number of demons he had encountered in the entire Class 4 passageway. There were only 6 demon experts, and their cultivation was not very high. They were all between the first and second levels of the core realm. Yi Xian was very confident that he could kill them instantly when they reacted. Chapter 2659.
Slave Seal. If it was said that every cave abode in the level 3 passageway was a small room, then the cave abodes in the level 4 passageway could only be considered as a large shop. This was a reflection of one's strength and rank. The demon dweller scouts who lived in the small rooms in the level 3 passageway were clearly of higher status and strength. The 4th level tunnels, on the other hand, could only live in a single room. Naturally, their status was lower and their strength weaker. The cave that Yi Xian entered was about 200 square meters in size. It was empty in the middle, and there was only a huge platform with teleportation runes on it. It should be used to hand in the spoils of war, as well as to receive rewards and daily consumables. Around the walls, there were some metal partitions that extended out from the walls. The space between every 2 partitions was a semi-open, independent small space. In addition to a bed, there was also a small table and a chair. There were a total of 40 or so of these semi-open rooms scattered along the walls of the cave abode, but they were all basically empty. Only the area furthest away from the entrance of the cave abode was occupied by 6 demon scouts. At this time, some of the 6 devil cultivators were lying on the bed, some were sitting cross-legged on the bed with their eyes closed, and some were sitting on a small stool beside the bed, taking inventory of some items. Seeing Yi Xian enter, the 6 demons only raised their eyes to glance at him before ignoring him. They were still doing what they were supposed to do. Yi Xian had long since suppressed his power to 2nd level core, similar to these 6. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of an 8th level demon in the 4th level tunnels would have caused an uproar. It was clear that anyone who wanted to live in these bunks was free to do as they pleased. Most of the demon-kin scouts were out on missions or mining, and didn't spend much time on the Black Mosquito Bastion. Who would have the time or energy to remember where their bunks were? Yi Xian didn't bat an eyelid as he walked towards the inner area of the cave where the 6 fellows were. They didn't pay him any attention. After all, this was normal. If there was space inside, who would want to choose a place near the entrance? Although it was half open, as long as it was possible, anyone would subconsciously try to make their personal space as private and quiet as possible. Perhaps these 6 fellows were still dreaming that they would be able to enter the level 3 passageway, and live in the level 3 cave abodes with small compartments after their strength increased. Unfortunately, they would never have that chance. Hum! A weak buzzing sound rang out. When Yi Xian was only a dozen meters away from the 6, he made his move without warning. As he activated the spirit source core in his head with all his might, a wave of majestic spirit energy suddenly gushed out from his body. It was like a rolling river, covering the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, it completely enveloped the 6 demon dweller scouts. This time, Yi Xian didn't even bother to include a few strands of the human cultivator's consciousness in his psychic power. They were just 6 weaklings. With his strength as a level 8 core ream, he could easily crush them with just the mental strength of the demon kin. In fact, it was indeed so. In the face of Yi Xian's psychic storm, the 6 demon scouts, who were only 1st or 2nd level core realm, were instantly obliterated. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices, and they completely lost all signs of life. Seems like I used too much force. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was speechless. He was a little worried that the psychic power would shatter the 6 demon scouts' heads.
Fortunately, this worry was completely unnecessary. A minute later, 6 small black prismatic crystals appeared in Yi Xian's palm. They were taken from the 6 demon scouts' heads. As for the corpses, with his current strength, although he couldn't put a starry sky rank powerhouse into the undying world in his body, he didn't have any restrictions on corpses that had no signs of life. Yi Xian had already secretly experimented with this after killing the Black Tower Warden. If it wasn't for this, he might not have dared to make such a decision. He actually treated the 2nd floor of the Black Mosquito ship, the Demon Dweller's Cave, as his own hunting paradise. Ding! Discovered a psychic power core. Would you like to decompose it and extract its source? As Yi Xian put the 6 demon cores into his body, the notification from the devouring system sounded immediately. After giving a confirmation, Yi Xian turned and left the cave, beginning to search for the next batch of prey. Time passed slowly. 3 days had passed without him noticing. In these 3 days, Yi Xian rejoiced countless times that he finally decided to stay on the Black Mosquito ship and enter the 2nd level of the Demonkin's cave to hunt. Compared to the time when he was searching for demon scouts outside, even the most fruitful time he'd ever been, he'd only killed 3 demon powerhouses. For Yi Xian, these 3 days were like a beggar who'd suddenly fallen into a bountiful gold mine. In these 3 days, the total number of demon cores he'd collected was a terrifying 947. On average, it was more than 300 cores a day. In other words, over 300 demon scouts had disappeared from the cave every day, dying at the hands of Yi Xian. Their brains were cut open, and Yi Xian tossed to the devouring system to extract their source of psychic power. As for their corpses, they were all thrown into his undying world. Nearly 1,000 demon scouts. This was already 1/10 of the total number of demons guarding the Black Mosquito ship. Although there were many demons entering and exiting the 2nd level of the cave every day, no one could find out who had died or left. However, with 1/10 of the demon scouts suddenly gone, if one paid attention, one could more or less see that something was amiss. Usually, there were around 2,000 demon dwellers in this area. Sometimes there would be more and sometimes less. But now, after Yi Zhuan's frenzied hunt, there were at most 1,000 demon scouts left here. More than 70% of the level 4 caves were empty, and they couldn't find a single demon after going through several level 4 tunnels. This situation caused even Yi Xian to faintly feel that something was wrong. If this continued, and some demons sensed that something was wrong, they'd report it to their superiors. When that happened, they'd be in real trouble. With all this in mind, Yi Xian decided to stop for now and wait a few days to see what would happen. At the very least, he'd have to wait for the demon population in this area to slowly recover a little. It was also at this moment that the notification of the devouring system sounded in his mind. Ding! All demon cores have been decomposed. Spiritual power source has begun to feed back. Progress 1. Progress 10. Chapter 2660. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations The Life and Death Crushing Talisman Slave Imprint? When the devouring system's notification rang out in his mind, Yi Xian was stunned at first. Then, he suddenly felt a strong sense of joy in his heart. Other things aside, just the fact that the mind source core in his brain could be upgraded was enough to surprise him. Yi Xian had never thought about this before. Now that he had absorbed the vast and boundless source of mind power that had been extracted from the thousands of demon brain nuclei, his mind source core had unexpectedly upgraded. When the system's notification rang out, Yi Xian realized that the demon's mind source core actually had this kind of benefit. If that was the case, then in the future, if he were to kill even more powerful demon scouts, the grade of the demon cores he would obtain from their brain should also increase accordingly. This way, Yi Xian's cultivation speed in terms of the demon's mind power would not decrease continuously as his own level of mind power increased. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had enough demon brain nuclei to extract and decompose them. However, this wasn't something that Yi Xian planned to ponder over right now. His curiosity had been completely attracted by the new slave imprint ability that had appeared after the upgrade of his mind source core. The so-called slave imprint, as its name implied, was a kind of spiritual imprint used to achieve enslavement. At first, this had just been Yi Xian's subconscious understanding and strong subjective expectations. However, this understanding was quickly verified. Although Yi Xian's mind source core and the devouring system weren't one, the former had already taken root in Yi Xian's mind and was already inseparable from him. The same was true for the devouring system. In fact, its authority was obviously higher, so it was practically equivalent to the general manager of Yi Xian's entire body and spirit. Even the treasures that had been absorbed into Yi Xian's body could be used and manipulated by the devouring system at will. This mind source core, which had already fused with Yi Xian's body, flesh, and spirit, was no exception. In fact, every time he dissected a demon's brain, the large amount of mental power source extracted was automatically fed to the mental power source core in his sea of consciousness by the devouring system. On this point, Yi Xian had already issued a clear authorization to the system. It could be said that all the changes in the mind source core in his brain were monitored and controlled by the engulfing system. Because of this, Yi Xian was able to easily understand the specific information about the slave mark through the engulfing system. The so-called slave seal, simply put, was something similar to Tong Lao's life and death talisman. The only difference was that the former's life and death talisman was a thin layer of ice formed by absorbing the water vapor in the air. Yi Xian's newly obtained ability to condense a slave imprint was directly condensed from the mind source core in his brain. In the end, it was condensed into a spiritual imprint with his own unique aura. It was just like the talisman imprint he had obtained from the head core of the Warden Commander's Black Tower. That talisman imprint was the key used to activate the space gate, while Yi Xian's slave imprint was used to enslave demons. Once this kind of slave seal entered the devil cultivator's body, it would automatically sense the aura of the devil cultivator's brain, approach it, and finally fuse with it. After that, the devil cultivator would become Yi Xian's servant because the spirit core in his brain would be assimilated by the aura of Yi Xian's slave seal. Moreover, it would be extremely loyal, and it was impossible for him to have a rebellious heart. In order to be freed, the demon would have to die or Yi Xian would have to take back the slave imprint that had fused with the demon's mind source core. Based on this, Yi Xian's slave imprint was simply superior to Tong Lao's life and death talisman. They were on completely different levels. It's like a pillow falling from the sky when I'm sleeping. After understanding the specific effects of the slave imprint and the method to condense it, Yi Xian was so excited that he wanted to roar at the sky. However, when the words reached his mouth, they turned into a low-key murmur. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to continue hunting. I'm afraid that the next few days will be very uncomfortable. With this slave imprint, all the problems will be solved instantly. If I can't kill them for the time being, then I'll just directly enslave them. If I can plant a slave imprint on all the demon scouts here, then the entire second layer of the Black Mosquito ship will undoubtedly fall under my control, just like the first layer of the myriad hells below. The more Yi Xian spoke, the more excited he became. In the end, he stopped thinking about it and found a demon cultivator's cave that was located in a level 4 passageway. After strolling in, he immediately sat down cross-legged in a corner of the cave, dispelling the chaos in his mind. He focused his mind and activated the power of the spirit core in his sea of consciousness. According to the condensation method that he had long understood, he began to condense the first slave seal. After about 10 minutes, Yi Xian opened his eyes. His eyes were bright and filled with uncontrollable joy. The process of condensing the slave imprint was very smooth and could be said to be completed in one go. The reason why the first slave imprint took nearly 10 minutes was entirely because he was overly cautious. He had been very careful and only wanted to be safe, not caring about efficiency. According to the normal speed, with Yi Xian's current cultivation level in terms of mental power, it would take him about 6 minutes to condense a slave imprint. If he was more familiar with the process to a certain extent, the time could be shortened again. He should be able to succeed in 3 to 4 minutes. In that case, after Yi Xian was familiar with the process, if he did not sleep at all, Yi Xian could condense nearly 400 slave imprints a day. Normally, there would only be a little more than 2,000 demon scouts stationed in the second level of the Black Mosquito ship. In other words, Yi Xian only needed 5 days of continuous condensing to obtain enough spiritual slave imprints to enslave and control all the demon scouts in the second layer of the Black Mosquito ship. However, he obviously did not plan to start now. Since the first slave imprint had been successfully condensed, Yi Xian could not calm down if he did not immediately test its true effect. He was eager to try and was already impatient. After thinking about it for a while, he finally could not restrain himself and got up to leave the demon cave. He searched the surrounding level 4 passageways, and after a while, he finally saw the figures of 2 demon scouts in a cave. These 2 fellows' cultivation levels were still unbearable to look at. They were only at the second level of the Star Core realm. They were so weak that Yi Xian did not even have the interest to hide it. As soon as he stepped into the cave, he immediately activated the spirit source core in his mind.
Wang. Whoosh! In the next moment, a powerful spiritual storm surged out, mixed with a small blackish-purple spiritual imprint that was as small as a hair. Bang! Chapter 2661. Demon Beast Black Mosquito Poof. The saber light flashed, and the head of the demon cultivator on the ground was split into two without any suspense. In the mix of red and white things, a small black prismatic crystal was impressively revealed. Then, Xian raised his hand and it fell into his palm. Even the little bit of blood on its surface was silently removed as the black crystal floated to Xian's palm. With a flip of his hand, the black demon's brain disappeared in Xian's palm and was sent into his body to be decomposed by the devouring system to extract the source of its spiritual power. Almost at the same time, Xian casually waved his hand, and the corpse of the demon cultivator scout that had its head cut open strangely disappeared, and was absorbed into the undying world within his body. Not even a drop of blood was left on the ground. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, the entire process only took 3 to 4 seconds. By now, Xian had killed more than 1,000 demon scouts in the second layer of the Black Mosquito ship. He was already familiar with all the steps. After doing all this, Xian turned his head and swept his gaze to the left. Tu Zhang to the left, a demon dweller scout could be seen. He stood respectfully with his hands clasped behind his back. His head was lowered at a 30-degree angle. His entire person exuded a sense of respect and modesty. This demon scout was the demon slave that Xian had planted the first slave seal to control. Xian coldly glanced at the demon and immediately reminded him, "If there are other demons present in the future, you don't have to be so respectful. Don't expose the relationship between you and me. Do you understand?" "My lord, Bakr understands." The demon scout nodded, but his eyes were lowered. He didn't even dare to look straight at Xian. His tone was calm, but there was an unquestionable sense of obedience in his voice. "That's good. You're called Barker, right? I have to say that you're quite lucky. As my first demon slave, when I control the entire Black Mosquito ship in the future, you'll be under one and above all." Seeing that the demon's mind wasn't affected by the slave seal in his spiritual power source core, Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the demon up and down and threw him a sweet date. Then he continued, "Now, tell me everything you know about the Black Mosquito ship." "Thank you, my lord." Barker's face didn't show any surprise. He appeared to be indifferent. He immediately bowed his head slightly again and thanked him respectfully. It wasn't that his temperament was mature and steady, but because of the slave seal's influence, he was now loyal to Xian. Under these circumstances, whether he was a general manager or a small warden, it made no difference to him. Immediately, Barker followed Xian's instructions and told Xian everything he knew about the Black Mosquito Star Fortress. He told Xian everything he knew, no matter how big or small. Although most of the information was obtained by Xian from the demon wardens in the Cataclysm, there was still some information that Xian didn't know or couldn't be sure of. For example, although Xian guessed that the 3 portals in the central square of the second floor of the Black Mosquito ship were connected to different areas, he couldn't be sure of the authority to use the other 2 portals. When he'd killed the 1,000 demon scouts earlier, he'd acted quickly and finished everything in the shortest amount of time. He hadn't had the time to ask about these things. Now that Barker had finished speaking, Xian was reassured. The 3 spatial gates did indeed have different activation methods. Xian already had authority over the one that led to the lower level of the Myriad Abyss. As for the spatial gate in the middle that led to the 3rd level, none of the devil cultivators in the 2nd level actually had the authority to activate it. To have this kind of authority, one had to be at least a demon expert on the 3rd floor or above. Basically, those fellows on the 3rd floor and above could come down at any time. However, it was completely impossible for the demons on the 2nd floor to go up to the 3rd floor through the spatial door, unless someone came from above to take you with them. In this Black Mosquito Bastion, the 1st floor of the Cataclysm and the 2nd floor of the Black Mosquito Bastion were like commoner areas. The 1st floor was used to hold captives, and the 2nd floor housed large numbers of low-level demons like coolies and salesmen. Relatively speaking, the 3rd and 4th levels were the upper echelons of the bastion. Only the best of the best were allowed to enter. They were the most trusted of the bastion's leader, Naboshan. There were only a few hundred of them on the first 2 floors. These few hundred elites of the Black Mosquito Bastion would not normally go to the 1st and 2nd floors. Because the 3rd floor was the engine room and storage area, the demons there all had their own duties and responsibilities, and had to stick to their posts.
There were even fewer demon elites on the 4th floor. They were either the right-hand men of the leader, Naboshan, or some demon think tanks that he had recruited. They had no contact with the ordinary demons on the lower 2 floors, and they would not take the initiative to come to this slum for no reason. Only one person was an exception. This person was called Mosquito Butcher. It was said that he had an unspeakable special relationship with the Black Mosquito, the guardian beast of the Black Mosquito Bastion. He held the position of supervisor under Naboshan. In addition, this Mosquito Butcher was arrogant and loved to show off. Because of his unclear relationship with the Black Mosquito, he was despised by the other demons on the first 2 floors. Because of this guy could only go to the commoner areas below to show off his power. Usually, he would come once or twice a month. Calculating the time, if nothing unexpected happened, he should come in the next 3 to 5 days at most. As for this Mosquito Butcher's cultivation, it was neither high nor low, only 4th level satellite realm. 4th level satellite realm? Hearing this, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately frowned. Right now, he was only in the 8th level of the core state. After the core state was the meteor state, and after the meteor state was the satellite state. In other words, the Mosquito Butcher, who was disliked on the first 2 floors, was almost 2 levels higher than Xian. Under such circumstances, if the Mosquito Butcher really came to the 2nd floor in the next 3 to 5 days, it would undoubtedly be a huge crisis for Xian. After all, there were so few demon scouts on the 2nd floor, and this person was fond of showing off, so he would naturally wander around showing off. How could he not see the abnormality? Chapter 2662. Xian's plan. The Black Mosquito is this bastion's guardian beast. The Black Mosquito is named after it. The other 9 bastions are the same. They all have their own guardian beasts, and they're named after them. Barker bowed to Xian again, then continued to explain patiently. The ancestral land of the demonkin is at the edge of the first universe. There is a star field that is rich in magical beasts. Some of the demonic energy emitted by the magical beasts is beneficial to our psychic powers. It can increase the rate at which our psychic powers grow. That's why there is a magical beast in every bastion. The black fog that pervades the interior of the Black Mosquito is emitted by the Black Mosquito. We demonkin cultivate and live in this black fog for a long time. It's very beneficial to our psychic powers. In addition, the Black Mosquito isn't only useful for the black fog. It's also very strong. Like the leader of the Black Mosquito Bastion, Naboshan, it's in the black hole realm. It's even stronger than Naboshan. At the very least, Naboshan doesn't dare to provoke it. However, the Black Mosquito was subdued after it was captured. The leader of our ancestral land used psychic powers to control it and branded it with a psychic imprint. There are 2 of these imprints, one mother and one son. The son seal is sealed in the Black Mosquito's body, while the mother seal is in the hands of Naboshan, the leader of the Black Mosquito Bastion. However, he can't just use the mother seal to control the Black Mosquito because it will consume a lot of his psychic powers. There's also the possibility that the Black Mosquito will devour him. Only when the bastion is in a special emergency will it be used to defend against the enemy. At this point, Barker retreated to the side and didn't continue speaking. It was clear that this was all he knew about the Black Mosquito magic beast. However, as far as Xian was concerned, the information he'd said was more than enough. After a moment of silence, Xian seemed to remember something. He asked, "That's right. Where is the Black Mosquito? Is it imprisoned, or can it move freely?" No one dares to imprison a guardian beast. Barker was aware of this, so he explained, "The Black Mosquito magical beast lives in the beast nest. The beast nest is located on the 3rd level above, and it occupies a space all by itself. There is a special space door in the central square of the 3rd level, but other than the Black Mosquito magical beast, there are only 2 people who have the authority to enter. One is the small leader Wuxia, and the other is Mosquito Butcher. The Black Mosquito demonic beast basically doesn't come out of the beast nest space, but the Mosquito Butcher will go in once in a while to serve it." Serve? Hearing this strange word, Xian frowned. At the very least, demons looked like humans from the outside. He found it a little inconceivable that a human would actually serve a magical beast. Yes, to serve. The expression on Barker's face was a little strange, but he still explained in detail. The reason why the Mosquito Butcher is despised by the upper circle of demons in the 2 levels above is because of this. The black mosquito demonic beast is born with a sexual nature. It has to do that kind of thing every once in a while, but ordinary demons can't satisfy it. Before the mosquito butcher, one would die almost every year. Then, Wuxia would choose a suitable replacement from the demons in the second level. Only the mosquito butcher was chosen from the second level 3 years ago. I didn't expect him to be a third-year realm demon beast. Obviously, the black mosquito demonic beast is very satisfied with him. It is also because of this reason that Wuxia will accommodate him to a certain extent and let him be arrogant and despotic. So that's how it is. Xianxia immediately came to a realization. With the mosquito butcher, Mount Naibua would be able to avoid losing a demon cultivator subordinate every year. In this kind of situation, it wasn't unacceptable to let this fellow go. It was just that the mosquito butcher was actually willing to do such a disgusting thing and seemed to be enjoying it. This character and temperament were really filthy. No wonder he was despised and rejected by the upper 2 levels of this space fortress. Okay, you will guard the central square for the next few days. Once the mosquito butcher arrives, inform me immediately. Xianxia waved his hand and gave Bakr an order. The other party quickly left. Xianxia's slave mark had been left in the magic core in his brain. Within a certain distance, the master and servant could use spiritual power to communicate with each other. Therefore, Xianxia was not afraid that this guy would not be able to find him and pass on the information. After Bakr left, Xianxia immediately fell into deep thought. The mosquito butcher's arrival was definitely a huge crisis for him. Previously, Xianxia just wanted to see if he could hide and lie low until the wind blew over. However, it was different now. He vaguely felt that the black mosquito beast was of great use to him. Since that was the case, he had to get the key mark in the mosquito butcher's hand that could allow him to enter the demon nest. In other words, even if the mosquito butcher did not come looking for him, he would have to take the initiative to provoke him. However, the other party was a satellite state expert, which was 2 realms higher than Xianxia. With his current strength, even if he launched a sneak attack, he would not be able to kill the other party. As for the key mark in the mosquito butcher's magic core, he did not even need to think about it. However, besides killing the mosquito butcher, Xianxia now had another option, which was to use the slave mark to subdue the mosquito butcher, just like how he had enslaved Bakr. Of course, this method was also dangerous. After all, Bakr was only a second-order core state expert, while the mosquito butcher was a satellite state expert. The same slave mark would definitely have different effects on the 2 of them. Even if he succeeded in using the slave mark on the other party's body, there was still a possibility of failure. No matter what, I have to give it a try. However, in order to be safe, it would be best to take advantage of the chaos and launch a sneak attack. After muttering to himself for a while, Xianxia finally made up his mind. As he muttered to himself, he immediately closed his eyes and started to condense a large number of slave marks in a frenzy. After almost a day, Xianxia opened his eyes. After a day of continuous condensing, there were now a total of 100 slave marks in the mind source core in his brain. Among them, 99 were ordinary slave marks, just like the one in Bakr's brain. The last one had been specially strengthened by Xianxia. Just condensing this strengthened version of the slave mark had taken him a full 2 hours. He intended to use this strengthened version of the slave mark to deal with the mosquito butcher. However, before that, there was one more thing that he had to do. Chapter 2663. Arrival of the mosquito slayer. This time, Xianxia didn't search for his target in the level 4 cave dwellings in the level 4 passageway. Instead, he came to the level 3 passageway. Of course, in order to not attract too much attention, he adjusted his cultivation base to level 4 core star realm. In the level 3 cave dwellings in the level 3 passageway, there were basically demon scouts of level 4 core star realm and above. There were even level 6 demon scouts. Although the strength of the demon scouts in the level 1 passageway had increased compared to the previous level 4 cave dwellings, and the increase wasn't small either. It was at least 2 levels higher. However, to Xianxia, this wasn't a problem at all. In the beginning, he only searched for demon scouts who were alone or in groups of 2 or 3. Later on, with the protection of other demon slaves and sentries around him, Xianxia's courage gradually grew. Later on, even if there were 7 or 8 demon scouts together, he still didn't hesitate to attack. 99 slave seals had all been successfully planted. As for Xianxia's demonic slaves, they had gone from Bakr alone to 100. The entire process only took half a day. Such a huge harvest and efficiency made Xian very excited. At the same time, he had a deeper understanding of the perverse ability of the slave seal. Under such circumstances, he was naturally more confident that he could use the same method to enslave the mosquito slayer. He even felt that if he had the opportunity to implant the slave seal into the body of the demon's leader, Naboshan, he might be able to directly enslave and subdue that guy. However, this was just a thought in his heart. Even if the slave seal he condensed now had the ability to do so, Xian wouldn't make a move before he was sure. After all, if there was a failure, the consequences would be severe. It was simply unbearable. After all, the current situation was simply extremely good to him, and under such circumstances, there was utterly no need to rush forward rashly. After subduing the 99 demon slaves, Xian immediately ordered them to head to the central plaza of the second level where Barker was and spread out in groups of 2s and 3s. Of course, they could also hide in the main passageways around the plaza. After all, there were usually not many demon dwellers in the plaza. If 100 demon dwellers suddenly appeared there, the mosquito butcher would be suspicious and it would backfire. Apart from that, Xian also passed down the detailed plan to deal with the mosquito butcher. Basically, when the mosquito butcher arrived, the nearby demonic slaves would have to think of a way to create conflict and then escalate the situation. This would give the surrounding demonic slaves a legitimate reason to approach. In the end, everyone would be enraged and attack together, dragging the situation into a state of chaos as much as possible. Although the number of demonic slaves had now reached a full 100, Xian only needed to communicate with them using his mental power when transmitting these orders. It was similar to mass messaging, so it was not very strenuous or time-consuming. Otherwise, if the number of demonic slaves increased in the future and they did not gather together, just transmitting orders would cause Xian a lot of trouble. After giving out all the instructions, the 99 newly subdued demonic slaves left one after another. Xian randomly found a demon dweller's cave residence in one of the third-level passageways. After entering, he chose a single room and began to condense the slave seals. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, another 2 days had passed. In these 2 days, Xian had condensed more than 300 slave seals. The efficiency had already surpassed the previous time when he condensed a large number of them. This was naturally because he was gradually becoming more familiar with the process. Among these 300 slave seals, Xian had specially condensed 2 strengthened versions. In other words, he now had a total of 3 strengthened versions of the slave seals in his hands. One of them was prepared to be used directly on the mosquito butcher after he arrived. As for the other 2, Xian had only prepared them in advance. These 2 slave seals would be strengthened a third or even a fourth time after he successfully subdued the mosquito butcher. In short, the more strengthened the better. This was because Xian planned to use them to deal with the demon dweller's leader, Naboshan. The other party was a supreme existence in the black hole realm, so Xian had to give it his all. In front of an official opponent, the slave seals used to deal with him would never be the best, only better. At this moment, he had only condensed for 2 days before opening his eyes and temporarily ending this time's full power condensation. This was because Xian had just received a simple signal from Barker's mental power right before he opened his eyes. In other words, the mosquito butcher had finally arrived. Xian's eyes flashed. He took a deep breath and adjusted his aura. After confirming that there was no obvious murderous intent leaking out, he got up and left the cave dwelling. He quickly rushed to the central square of the second level. At the same time, in the central square of the second level of the demon dweller's cave dwelling area, in the middle of the 3 spatial portals standing in the middle of the square, the pillar and beam suddenly glowed, and then converged into a layer of black light film inside the spatial portal. Seeing this, Barker immediately sent a signal. Although he had not seen the person, he knew that it was the mosquito butcher who had arrived. On one hand, it was because the time was close. This guy would usually arrive in 1 or 2 days. On the other hand, it was because except for him, the elites of the demon dwellers on the upper 2 levels would not come here. At this moment, there were about 20 to 30 demon dwellers scattered in the huge central square. Some were walking toward the first-level main passageways, and some were walking in the opposite direction. They were walking toward the central area of the square where the 3 space portals were located. All of this was normal, so when Mosquito Butcher stepped out of the space door, he glanced around proudly and didn't find anything unusual. This person was quite tall and thin. He looked about 30 years old. He had a mustache and triangular eyes.
There was a strong wretched aura all over his body. As he stepped forward, the black light film in the space portal behind him had disappeared in a flash in just a short breath. As for Mosquito Butcher, after looking around, he put his hands behind his back and walked unsteadily toward the entrance of the level 1 main tunnel in front of him. His only purpose for coming to the slums on the second floor was to show off and show off. After all, serving the black mosquito beast was not a very comfortable thing. He had to find a way to vent the pressure and depression that had accumulated in his heart, or at least to resolve it.